As the only 3S grade sword saint in the world, you found yourself in the world of Journey to the West after escorting the ancestral dragon back to its homeland. Without hesitation, you abandoned your dream of being a high-ranking official and instead followed a monkey to seek immortality. Everyone thought you had gone mad, but only you knew that this was the key to becoming stronger. Because among the crowd, you recognized a fleeting figure, a monkey in an apron. With a monkey in the mix, who's the fool now? At this moment, you activated your inner energy and walked calmly into the crowd. The once crowded street miraculously parted to create a path, with you at its center. Swiftly, you passed through the crowd and reached the heart of the street, achieving your goal to meet the being resembling Sun Wukong, standing at just over 5 feet, with a pointed face and monkey-like features, dressed in coarse linen adorned with golden fur. As you gazed at the figure, your face remained composed, but your heart raced. The attire, the appearance, it truly seemed to be Sun Wukong. If he was indeed Sun Wukong, could this world be the journey to the West? Just as thoughts were swirling in your mind, what happened next took you by surprise. Sun Wukong, who was originally surrounded by a crowd, suddenly fixed his gaze on your calm face. Despite his initial restlessness, he now displayed a great deal of joy. Taking 3 quick steps, he stood before you, scratching his cheek in excitement, then performed a formal bow. Respected immortal, I bow to you. Upon hearing this, your world turned upside down. What you were unsure of before became crystal clear after hearing those words. The reason was simple. Sun Wukong had spoken those exact words when he met the woodcutter. Recalling his words, you needed to confirm if this was indeed the journey to the West. If it was, you had to figure out the time period. Shaking your head, you replied, I have no eternal life, nor the power to transcend. How can I be called an immortal? Sun Wukong retorted, respected immortal, do not deceive me. When you approached earlier, the crowd involuntarily made way for you. If you are not an immortal, then what are you? The people around turned their gaze towards you upon Sun Wukong's words. Without his reminder, they might not have noticed. But now, they suddenly realized. How could they have unconsciously made way for you? It must be that you secretly used immortal techniques to make them unknowingly step aside. After reaching this consensus, a clever person hurried to you, knelt down, and begged, please, immortal, accept me as your disciple. Witnessing this scene, you were speechless. After quickly adjusting your emotions, you waved your hand. You misunderstand. I only know a few rough martial arts moves. Please do not take it seriously. Without waiting for their response, you immediately took Sun Wukong's arm and used lightness skill. In just a few steps, you glided over the heads of the crowd. Seeing this, the onlookers became even more excited. Compared to elusive immortals, these martial arts skills seemed to captivate them more. Master, please accept me as your disciple. 30 miles outside Xianyang city, you calmly released Sun Wukong's arm. Respected immortal, are you going to accept me as your disciple? Sun Wukong looked at you expectantly. 9 years ago, he came from the East Victory continent to the Southern Gazing continent to learn manners and language, hoping to find traces of immortals and learn the way to eternal life. Now, encountering an extraordinary person like you in the mortal world, one can imagine how excited he must be. I am not an immortal. If I must say, I am just a seeker like you. You began to explain again. Respected immortal, do not pretend. The flying skill you displayed earlier is not something an ordinary person can do. Hearing this, you felt somewhat helpless. However, as a grandmaster, your memory was exceptional. Recalling the original text of Journey to the West, your eyes lit up. Brother, I did not deceive you. I am just an ordinary person. Think about it. If I were truly an immortal, why would I need to toil like this? As for the skill earlier, it's just some mundane martial arts. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. Are you really not an immortal? Sun Wukong's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. Sensing the atmosphere becoming heavy, you clasped your hands and asked, may I inquire how many years you have been seeking immortals? Sun Wukong replied, I was once ignorant, unaware of the passing of time. I only remember enduring 9 cycles of seasons. Your determination was truly rare. While showing admiration on the surface, you were silently calculating in your mind. It seems that this year is the last year Sun Wukong will stay in the southern continent. I must keep up with his pace and go to the western continent together, to be accepted as a disciple under the guidance of Subhuti, and achieve the path of immortality. As your thoughts wander, you start to ponder once again, how can I properly follow Sun Wukong now? However, the troubling question vanishes in an instant. Sun Wukong, who was originally disappointed, suddenly shows a hint of excitement on his face. Mimicking your address, he speaks, brother, earlier you mentioned your desire to seek enlightenment and become an immortal. Why not travel with me now and explore the overseas lands? Seemingly afraid of your refusal, Sun Wukong hastily explains. When I first arrived here, I thought there were traces of immortals in this land, but for 9 years, all I saw were those who sought fame and fortune. Now, seeing a person like you aspiring for eternal life, I couldn't help but extend the invitation. Please don't blame me. I'm sorry, but it seems like you forgot to provide the source text for translation. Could you please provide the text you would like me to translate into English? Looking at Sun Wukong's pretentious posture, you couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Who would have thought that you were actually the great sage equal to heaven? With a slight change of mind, you immediately replied with a bow. In that case, I will be in your care. Initially surprised by Sun Wukong's proactive invitation to travel together, upon further consideration, you found it not so strange after all. Counting the life of the Monkey King, whether it is ignorant with the monkeys, or when seeking immortality with the teacher and brothers, or return from the study with the King Bull Demon and other people as a brother, all reveal that the other party is a cheerful generation. If replaced by the words of the modern world, then Sun Wukong must be a toppy man. Chapter 3, Departure from the West Sea becomes a small section. Encountering a woodcutter and talking about immortal fate. West Seaside. A man and a monkey were walking towards the Western Sea one after the other. Little fan. The West Sea is just ahead. Let's go build a raft and go out to sea. After nearly a month of getting along, Zhang Fan and Sun Wukong no longer had the same rawness they had earlier, so the two of them evolved into an older brother and younger brother. As for why Zhang Fan is a brother? Just kidding. Is it possible for Zhang Fan, a man in his early 20s, to call Sun Wukong, a 300 to 500-year-old monkey, his younger brother? Monkey brother is in no hurry. The sea is unpredictable. If you cross the sea with a raft, you are afraid of being caught in an accident. At this, the Monkey King scratched the monkey cheeks, embarrassed, said, or brother thoughtful, before I do not know the world. Only a raft from the flowers and fruits of the mountain came to the South Juanbu continent, and now after 9 years of red dust, only to know that the sea is treacherous and unpredictable. We really should be a little more stable, right? Although Sun Wukong's tone was full of fluke, but Zhang Fan, who had God's perspective, knew very well that the reason why Sun Wukong was able to drift in the sea for several years with a raft, thus arriving at Nanzanbu continent and Zayuga continent one after another, there must be someone who helped him secretly, and in the middle of the sea, those who were able to do that were mostly related to the dragons. In other words, this time, as long as Zhang Fan followed the pace of the Monkey King, not to mention crossing the sea with a wooden raft, even if it was a rotten log, I'm afraid that he would be able to follow the Monkey King all the way to the West Nuba continent in a smooth manner. Of course, although the reasoning was like this, why would Zhang Fan need to suffer from that wind and sun since he could choose? After all, a few minor points will not affect the great plan of the Buddha and the Tao to travel to the West. Only, how are we going to cross the ocean without making a raft? Sun Wukong's words interrupted Zhang Fan's thoughts, and the latter smiled faintly. Monkey brother, don't be in a hurry, and watch me perform. Say it. Zhang Fan then walked to the boatman who fished by the shore. This old man, however, in half a day's work, Zhang Fan borrowed the 100 taels of gold sent by Qin Yi Ren all the way to the money to open the way, and bought a large ship with all the supplies, capable of traveling above the sea for a long period of time. Raise the anchor. With a call from the boatman, the boat docked at the pier slowly sails into the sea with the wind. West Sea Dragon Palace. A turtle demon with a stooped figure and a turtle shell on its back was rapidly walking towards the Dragon Palace at an uncharacteristically fast speed. Soon, he arrived in the middle of the glorious Dragon King's residence. At this time, an airy middle-aged man with long beard who had a dragon horn on his head and was about 50 years old walked out. Why is the Turtle Prime Minister so alarmed? Hearing the voice, Turtle Prime Minister's face was filled with joy. Lord Dragon King, that stone monkey has entered the sea again. Oh, finally, you're entering the sea again? It seems that I, the Dragon Palace of the Western Sea, can get a few more shares of this heaven and earth merit. The Dragon King of the Western Sea smiled. Send someone to give him a hand, this heaven and earth. Ah, a few more pleasures. The stars move, the sun and the moon go by like clockwork. Since Zhang Fan and the Monkey King entered the sea with their boat, they were like a god, meeting the wind day after day, and in just half a year's time they crossed the wide Western Sea and came to the Western Nuba continent. On this day, a man and a monkey shed their boat and went ashore. Compared to the humane prosperity of South Juanbu continent, this West Nuba continent is quite sparse. The two walked for a half a month before finding the human population. After a bout of poking around, the two of them traced the trail of the immortal all the way, and before they knew it, more than half a year had passed. On this day, the two were walking step by step in the middle of a mountain path. Suddenly, a singing voice reached the ears of both Zhang Fan. Watching Cheskirin, felling woods ding ding, walking Su by the clouds at the mouth of the valley, selling wages and selling wine. Listening to the familiar lyrics, Zhang Fan's face did not show, but his heart was slightly flooded with a few happy colors. During the majority of this year, although he knew that Sun Wukong would be going to the spirit platform Fangchun Mountain to worship under Grandmaster Bodhi, he didn't deliberately look for someone to inquire about the location of Fangchun Mountain. The reason is also simple. As the man who is destined to fetch the scriptures in the journey to the west, Sun Wukong's surroundings will certainly not be short of gazes. If he shows any abnormalities, I am afraid that he will be unaware of an accident, and will directly die on the spot. Therefore, he did not deliberately express himself, but only acted as a bystander, listening to Sun Wukong's guidance and visiting immortals all the way in the western Nuga continent. It was a good thing that after half a year of waiting, it was finally a chance for him to wait. They finally arrived at this spiritual platform Square Mountain. Xiaofan, listen to the lyrics of this song. Non-immortal in Taoist, he sits in meditation and speaks of the yellow ting, so I think he must be an old immortal hiding in this mountain. Let's take a look. Looking at Sun Wukong's surprised face, Zhang Fan didn't spoil the fun, and a smile appeared on his face as well. Monkey, let's walk a few steps faster. Not much longer. The two sought out the place where the song was sung. A woodcutter with a bamboo woven hat on his head, a dark blue cloth coat on his body, a white rope tied around his waist, and a pair of grass shoes on his feet then appeared before the eyes of the two. Old gods, the disciple rises. Sun Wukong was the first to speak. Zhang Fan, who was on the side, was not the slightest bit slow, when it was the etiquette equipped towards the woodcutter to arch his hand and salute. Greetings, old gods. Seeing the two men salute themselves, the woodcutter hurriedly dropped his axe and explained in a panic. What are you two doing? I'm no old fairy. I'm just an ordinary woodcutter. Hearing this, Zhang Fan silently spat in his heart. An ordinary woodsman? Who's fooled? Although this woodcutter was silent in the original story and seemed to be merely a passerby, if one looked at the whole picture, it would not be difficult to realize that the other party was afraid that he was not a simple character. After all, the person who could cut wood under the square-inch mountain and sing the lyrics of the songs of the immortals, and at the same time happen to guide the Monkey King to worship his master, could be an ordinary woodcutter? How can you speak the words of a god when you are not a god? Sun Wukong retorted to the woodcutter with an I'm savvy look. What happened next was not far from the original story that Zhang Fan had read. The woodcutter gave an explanation of where he came from, while also pointing out that the real immortal was someone else. At the end, Sun Wukong also warm-heartedly invites the woodcutter to go with him to seek immortality, and the other party also, as in the original, said he had an old mother at home who needed to be taken care of, and refused because he could not get out of the house. Seeing this situation, Zhang Fan was more and more sure that this woodcutter was definitely not an extraordinary person. After all, if you don't worry about your mother at home, after you've achieved a long life, won't your mother enjoy even more happiness? Soon, Sun Wukong took Zhang Fan to bid farewell to the woodcutter. Fan, do you think we'll meet the old gods this time? Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan smiled faintly. Immortal karma. The figure is the word karma. Now since we can meet that woodcutter in the vast mountains, I think it must be in line with the law of karma. This time we will certainly have some gains. What my brother says is very true. My brother thinks so too. Immortal destiny? Fate indeed. The previous woodcutter dress unchanged, but the temperament is a world of difference. Just a glance, you can see its body with extraordinary. Chapter 4, Meeting the Ancestor and Worshipping the Immortal Sect, Getting the Name Wufan and Hearing the Fate Again. Zhang Fan and the Monkey King said goodbye to the woodcutter after the two, out of the mountains, found a path, over a hill, and then find 7 or 8 miles away, finally saw a cave. At a glance, the sunlight is scattered. A closer look, 1,000-years-old cypress, the crown like a giant umbrella, between which the aura wafting, like a dragon and phoenix soaring, really is the residence of the immortals. Xiaofan, it seems we've come to the right place this time. Although Sun Wukong is old, but the chi cultivation kung fu is far less than Zhang Fan. At this moment, he which can hold down the temperament, immediately will be dancing. Look joyful. Yes, we have finally found the place where the immortals live. Zhang Fan tone of emotion, although he had expected, but really came to the door of the immortal cave. Looking at that engraved on the spiritual platform square-inch mountain, slanting moon 3-star hole monument, he still cannot suppress some of the excitement in his own tone. Brother, let's go knock. Sun Wukong managed to adjust his emotions and looked at the mountain gate that was filled with immortal intent. Monkey, since we are here to seek immortality, then the attitude naturally need to do enough. If we rush to the door, I'm afraid that instead of attracting its dislike, not if we live here for a long time, I think the old gods will certainly have noticed. When the initiative to ask, we will then tell the request. So that is in line with the etiquette. Listening to Zhang Fan's long speech, Sun Wukong nodded his head if anything. Although he didn't fully understand the meaning of what Zhang Fan was saying, it was still possible to know the general idea. Still, my brother has a method. Say it. Sun Wukong then plopped down in front of the cave door with Zhang Fan and the two of them. At the beginning of the time, the Monkey King can still hold down his temperament, but after half an hour, he has long been difficult to sit still, jumping up and down. He wanted to directly knock on the door. At the sight of the door in front of the meditative meditation of Zhang Fan, and helplessly sat down. So that again insisted on half an hour. He could not hold down his temperament again, and directly stood up. Fan, why don't you say we just knock on the door? Just at this time, only heard creak. The fairy misty cave portal will open. A head tied two pigtails. The appearance of the Taoist boy will appear in the door. Who is clamoring here? Words. Zhang Fan, who was originally on his knees, stood up without moving and bowed. Immortal boy, we are here to seek immortality. We have no intention of making any noise. So please bear with us if there is any disturbance. The Sun Wukong on the side also reacted when he heard this, and immediately bowed and said, Immortal child is not to be blamed. Immortal child is not to be blamed. The two of us are really sincere in seeking the way. I hope to make it easier. Hearing the words of the two, the fairy child nodded and said in a crisp voice, Master has just ascended the altar to preach the sermon and was in the midst of his excitement, when he suddenly stopped and said that someone had come to practice. So it must be the two of you. Let's go. Come in with me. Not much longer. The two of them passed through the layers of deep pavilions and agitated buildings, and traveled to the bottom of the agitated platform, and saw the Bodhi ancestor. As soon as he approached, the Monkey King saw the other party's divine posture and could not help but fall to the ground in obeisance. Master! Master! Disciple Jishin pilgrimage! Shirshin pilgrimage! The side of the Zhang Fan is not ambiguous. Immediately is to worship on the ground. So said, immortal in the above. My two brothers since the South Juanbu continent acquaintance, are yearning for that the immortal way, so they have traveled thousands of miles to come to this place. Now we have seen the immortal. We know the appearance of the immortal. I hope the immortal has mercy on us, and give my brothers the method of longevity. Listening to the words of the two, the ancestor above the Cheongtai nodded slightly. In that case, both of you are from that southern juniper continent? The Monkey King on the side immediately shook his head. Master, it's not true that my virtuous brother is a person from South Juniper continent, but I'm different. I'm a stone monkey from the mountain of flowers and fruits in the Eastern Victory Divine continent. The plot that happened next was no different from the original that Zhang Fan knew, except for a slight deviation at the end. In the original story, Grandmaster Bodhi merely took in only one person, Sun Wukong, but this time there was an extra Zhang Fan. In that case, one of you will be called Goku, and one of you will be called Gufan. Listening to Ancestor Bodhi's words, the stone in Zhang Fan's heart finally sort of fell to the ground. The good thing was that nothing had changed because of his arrival, and he, as expected, joined the sect of Master Bodhi and became a fellow disciple of the Monkey King. Today there are two more senior brothers in the door, so the sermon will end here. Guangji, you and take the two senior brothers to settle down. After the ancestor's words fell, a man who was as old as 30 with a rugged appearance stepped out from the group of disciples. By the master's decree. Say it. He then said to Zhang Sun and the two of them, two senior brothers, please follow me. I'm sorry for your trouble. Senior brother. Zhang Fan arched his hand, and the Monkey King on the side rushed to follow his example. Please also take care of the two of us. Senior brother. After reporting a smile, Zhang Fan was about to turn back to say goodbye to his ancestor, not realizing that he had already lost his ancestor's figure after turning his head. Worthy of being a hidden big brother in the West, with such a trail, it does deserve the name of an ancestor. After sighing a little, Zhang Fan and the Monkey King duo came to Guangji's side. You two senior brothers are courteous. I am Guangji, your eldest senior brother. Greetings, eldest brother. The two men saluted in a hurry. Guangji also smiled back. The two senior brothers are not in a hurry. Wait for senior brother to introduce the two of you. This is your second senior brother named Guan Yuan, and this is your third senior brother. Unconsciously, Guangji had already introduced all the 30 people present. And Zhang Fan and the Monkey King were both extraordinary, and with that transcendent memory, they quickly memorized the names and order of the people in their minds. Not much longer. Guangji then led the two to an attic. Two senior brothers. This is the residence of your Wushu generation. Nowadays, you are the only two in the Wushu generation. I think you must be living comfortably. Hearing the laughter in the other party's words, Zhang Fan also revealed a smile. I wonder what is the cultivation realm of senior brother now? Is it possible to become an immortal? Words. Guangji's eyes flickered slightly and smiled. I can't imagine that senior brother has such an ambition. But This generation that becomes immortal are all heavenly wizards. Although senior brother, I have been following my master for 100 years, but I still stop before the gate of immortality. Hearing such words, Zhang Fan was slightly stunned in his heart. One mouth just said that those who can become immortal are all heavenly talents, and the next second he said that he came before the immortal gate and is about to become immortal. Do the people in this Western world like to make contrasts so much too? Luckily, Zhang Fan was extremely good at cultivating his qi, and did not reveal the thoughts in his heart on the surface. I think senior brother will be able to become immortal in a matter of days and capture that fruit of the Tao of eternal life. Zhang Fan's face showed envy. However, the smile on the face of Hiroshi who heard his words was replaced by bitterness. I heard my master say that this immortality actually cultivates karma, and when my karma arrives someday, I think I'll become an immortal. Hearing the slightly familiar words, Zhang Fan froze. There was something inexplicably familiar about that, and the Monkey King on the side also interjected at the right time. Little Fan, master's thoughts are surprisingly the same as yours. After saying this, he seemed to have sensed something wrong and hurriedly changed his words. No, it's that your thoughts are actually the same as master's. Chapter 5, Nascent Spirit into the Body and Casting the Immortal Body, Obtaining the Yellow Ting into the Refined Essence. The next morning, Zhang Fan and Sun Wukong arrived at the Cheongtai place early in the morning. When he parted with Guangji yesterday, the other party had reminded her that they should come here early today to recite the Sutra Chengdao. For this Sun Wukong also enough to look forward to a night. Naive him, fought as long as worship into the immortal door. You can immediately learn that the law of longevity sees the heaven and earth creation. However, Zhang Fan, who possessed God's perspective, knew very well that what awaited them next was feared to be a long period of polishing. After all, the original in the Monkey King is a full 7 times 8 full of peaches, although now more than him this a variable, but think the result should not be deviated. In this regard, Zhang Fan only hoped that ancestor Bodhi would not forget him. As for the waiting time, it's okay. He's young. He can afford to wait. Senior brothers, you guys came so early? Along with Guangji's voice, his figure then stepped into the agitated platform. Greetings, eldest brother. Compared to the clueless Monkey King, Zhang Fan was undoubtedly much more sophisticated. Seeing this situation, although Guangji did not clearly indicate this, the flash of joy in his eyes revealed his thoughts. Since the 2 senior brothers have come so early, I'll take the opportunity to give the 2 senior brothers a good lecture on this cultivation method. At those words, Zhang Fan was slightly stunned. This point was actually different from the original, but soon he reacted and quickly pulled the sleeve of the Monkey King. Many thanks, eldest brother. The latter's response was late, and he also saluted following Zhang Fan's example. Seeing this, the color of satisfaction among Guangji's eyes increased. Although he is the eldest senior brother under the Bodhi sect, as well as the mortal limit before the immortal sect, he still can't get rid of the human nature, and for the respectful people, he will eventually give birth to a few good feelings. To say this cultivation simply put is the heaven and earth aura into the body. Wait until the heaven and earth aura will change our body into a mortal body after. Can trigger the immortal kulpa quenching their body soul, to be body and soul both into the immortal after, will become the immortal. Hearing this introduction, Zhang Fan unconsciously revealed dawning realization and surprise. Although he is quite familiar with the original book Journey to the West, but for these books have not been mentioned and the small knowledge is not involved in the slightest, and now after hearing the essence of cultivation, cannot help but indistinct. Dare I ask senior brother, can this cultivation be divided into realms? It has been since. There are 3 realms under the immortals. One is refining essence and transforming chi. The second is refining chi and transforming God. And the third is refining God and returning to the void. After the 3 are ready, then we can try to invoke the immortalization robbery, and the one who passes through it will be an immortal. I wonder if there are realms above immortals. Zhang Fan's face showed curiosity, yet Hiroshi shook his head. Above the immortals. Senior brother does not know. If senior brother really wants to know, I'm afraid he'll have to ask master. Senior brother is instructed. Looking at Zhang Fan's smile, Guangji also revealed a smile. Yesterday there was some haste, and I haven't had the time to teach the foundation establishment technique to the 2 senior brothers, and now that the rest of the senior brothers haven't yet arrived, I'm going to take this opportunity to teach it to you too. After saying this, his expression was solemn and he recited under his breath. This method is called the Yellow Quartz Sutra. It is the foundation building method taught by the master. If you can practice it to perfection, you will temper your immortal body and achieve the dignity of a half-immortal. Hearing this introduction, Zhang Fan and the Monkey King on the side had their ears perked up, not daring to slack off in the slightest for fear of missing half a word. The Lao Jun idly composes 7 words, explaining the body and all the gods, above the Wang Ting and below the Guan Yuan, behind the UK and before the Life Gate. With the scriptures entering his ears one by one, Zhang Fan showed a joyful face and used his superb memory that came through martial arts practice to quickly memorize them in his mind. And although the Sun Wukong on the side didn't understand the meaning of the scripture, he still had a prudent face as he memorized it word for word in his mind. A few moments later, Guangji finished his narration. Do the two senior brothers remember? When Zhang Fan and the two of them heard this, they nodded in unison after glancing at each other. Seeing this, Guangji smiled, counting the hours. The other senior brothers are probably arriving soon, so the two of you can follow along and chant the sutras then. Senior brother saves the day. Thank you for your favor. Within a short time, a group of Bodhi sect disciples crossed the threshold and arrived on top of this agitated platform. After seeing all the people ready, Guangji took 3 or 2 steps to the front and came to the second futon. Senior brothers, chant with me. Along with the fall of his words, a sound of yellow court immediately resounded around him. Lao Juan's idle residence composed in 7 words. Seeing this, Zhang Fan and Sun Wukong, who were seated on their knees on top of the futon, also joined the group and began chanting sutras. Soon, Zhang Fan finished reciting the scripture after the crowd. Just as he was about to read along once more, the proficiency panel, which he could only see, suddenly popped out on its own, and above it, such a text appeared. Retrieve that the host has acquired the immortal cultivation technique, Wang Ting Jing. The panel will start updating in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Update complete. That fast? Zhang Fan was astonished beyond measure. But the next panel that showed up was the one that pulled his thoughts back. Name, Zhang Fan. Realm, refining essence and transforming qi, 0%. Technique, Wang Ting Jing. Avatar, none. No wonder the update was so quick. Combined with a few word changes, while silently spitting in his mind, Zhang Fan shifted his attention from the top of the panel to chanting the scriptures. Soon, Zhang Fan chanted again. This time, he clearly felt an invisible gas appeared in his internal organs. The airflow in which flowed in a circle and then disappeared. Complete running of the Yellow Court Sutra, proficiency +1. What Zhang Fan didn't know was that while he was chanting the Yellow Court Sutra for the first time, Guangji, who was originally located at the very front, suddenly raised his eyes and glanced at Zhang Fan. Surprisingly, you inhaled the aura and quenched your body so quickly? It's worthy of being a junior brother taken in by the master himself. He then returned his gaze to the Monkey King. Just what's the matter with this one senior brother? Yesterday I heard him talk about his heal, which is a natural born and bred innate being. How come he cultivates this Yellow Court Sutra without any effect? Can it be that the other party does not have the talent to cultivate? Under a slight turn of thought, Guangji shook his head without moving, and then continued to chant the Yellow Court Sutra. Although nowadays, he could not make an inch of progress in chanting this sutra, but the habit that had been cultivated for a long time still allowed him to quickly enter into the state. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye a morning had passed. Let's call it a day. With a call from Guangji, a group of people came to their senses. Zhang Fan also withdrew from that mysterious feeling, and at the same time, he obviously felt a great change in his body. Let's see how much proficiency has increased this time. With a slight change of heart, he opened his panel. Chapter 6, Why Wukong Waited 7 Years, and Wide Wisdom's Secret of Cultivation. Name, Zhang Fan. Realm, Refining Essence and Transforming Qi, 0.2%. Technique, Wang Ting Jing. Avatar, none. 1 cultivation only went up by 0.2%? Yet why do I feel like my strength has doubled several times today? Zhang Fan couldn't help but sigh a little in admiration as he felt the power that kept coming out of his body. At this moment, he truly felt the great gap between cultivating immortality and practicing martial arts. Even though he had previously spent 3 years pushing his martial arts to a height that was difficult for ordinary people to reach, it still wasn't as good as the huge progress brought about by utilizing the strength of his immortal cultivation technique. Previously, when I hadn't even started practicing the Yellow Court Sutra, I had already reached the strength of 100 enemies, and now that my strength has doubled a few times over, wouldn't I be able to defeat hundreds of people with one? And this is only the result of my practicing once. Then if I were to practice a few more times. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan couldn't help but take a deep breath. This immortal, he's practicing the right thing. Junior brother, how does it feel to have your body quenched by aura? Guangji's words with a few smiles appeared in Zhang Fan's ears, and at the same time pulled his thoughts back. He opened his eyes and answered Guangji. Wonderful, wonderful. Zhang Fan's words instantly drew the gazes of the crowd of disciples over. Most of them held a few smiles at the corners of their mouths, and a few even laughed outright. Ha ha, it seems that junior brother is also feeling the charm of immortal cultivation. The world says that immortals are lonely and bitter, but they don't know how interesting immortal cultivation is. At this moment, the field was full of laughter, yet there was one person looking around with a blank face. Little Fan, this is a great change? but why do I not feel anything at all? Can it be that I'm not practicing right? Thinking of this, Sun Wukong directly asked his question. Senior brothers, can there be any characteristics of this aura quenching? Why don't I feel anything at all? Sun Wukong's words caused the joyous atmosphere in the room to stagnate for a moment, but Hiroshi's next step was to quickly dismantle the atmosphere with a few awkward moments. Wukong's senior brother. This situation is quite normal. Not everyone can be like Zheng Fan's senior brother that, able to cultivate directly in the first time to cultivate into the door. For example, I, at that time, but a full 15 days of cultivation, before finding the trick of cultivation, successfully induced the spiritual chi. But junior brother, you were born to be nurtured. But cultivation talent must be very strong. I think that not to be able to a few days should be able to enter the door. Guangji's words caused the worries in Sun Wukong's heart to relax a little. So that's it? However, Zheng Fan, who was on the side, was in thought at this time. In the original story, the Monkey King ate a full peach 7 times before he gained the favor of Grandmaster Bodhi and received his true teachings. Originally he thought that this is Su Bodhi on the Monkey King's test, but now after becoming a person in the book, only to realize that they are able to obtain cultivation techniques from the first day of the entrance. So what exactly is the reason for the Monkey King to wait for 7 years? After pondering for a moment, Zheng Fan gradually had an answer in his mind. However, he was not yet certain about this answer. Wait a little longer. If it's really what I think it is, I'm sure it won't be long before I'll be able to determine it. With a slight turn of thoughts, Zheng Fan smiled faintly at Guangji. Dare I ask senior brother, is there anything else we need to do on weekdays besides chanting scriptures? Hiroki shook his head. We 3-star cave sect members don't have too many rules. We don't need to worry about chores on weekdays except for taking care of ourselves. In fact, this daily chanting is also organized by us spontaneously, and the master didn't ask us to do so. Hearing this, Zheng Fan nodded thoughtfully. I understand, elder brother. What Guangji had said earlier was also considered to be a piece of the unknowable journey to the West puzzle for Zheng Fan. In the original, for the Monkey King to worship the teacher after the description, Wu Qinzhen used the spring and autumn brushwork. A few dozens of words will be brought over the 7 years. Now after the explanation, he could understand why the Monkey King had to chop wood and burn fire so often after worshipping his master. So, after you've been initiated, you still have to earn your own living? Alright senior brothers, disperse. Guangji waved his hand and took out the air of a big brother. The rest of the crowd nodded and arched their hands, offering their farewells. Within a short time, only Zheng Fan, Sun Wukong, and Guangji were left on the field. Do the 2 senior brothers still have any questions? Senior brother, when do you think I'll be like you guys? Sun Wukong eyes with a few points of longing. He sensed the flower and fruit mountain system raft into the sea. Now has been 10 years long. It is not easy to worship the immortal door. Naturally very much looking forward to. Senior brother don't worry. Our door now the latest entry. Also only spent half a year. Therefore, you and put the heart relax a little. In a few days we'll certainly succeed. Guangji replied with a smiling face. And then, he shifted his gaze to Zheng Fan. I wonder if senior brother has any more doubts. Zheng Fan arched his hand. Senior brother, when I was at the bottom of the mountain, I had heard that the immortals had divine powers that could penetrate the heavens and the earth. And now that I have already entered the door, could there be divine powers to learn? Elder brother has good insight. This is exactly the kind of knowledge you should know today. Guangji first praised. Then he continued to speak. Those of us who cultivate often categorize Dharma into 3 main categories, one of which is the Tao, and the remaining 2 are the Dharma, and the techniques. May I hear the teachings of my senior brother? What is the way? The path of one's own cultivation is the Tao. Whether it is the 360 side doors or the golden immortal path that leads straight to heaven and earth, it can all be called the way. What are laws? Mundane laws are called spells, and the laws of the immortals are divine powers. 2 senior brothers and you remember, the road and the law is complementary to the existence of 2. Must not be any one of them left behind. If you leave behind one of them, it will be trapped in the death of the road to disappear of the robbery. Guangji's tone was unprecedentedly serious, so much so that Zheng Fan and Sun Wukong both unconsciously stood a few points straighter. Seeing that the 2 had such a proper attitude, the seriousness on Hiroshi's face was replaced by a smile. As for the last skill, it is important, but not necessary. It is not important, but not possible. To alchemy skills as an example, the mundane pharmacist can only use mundane herbs mixed together into a mundane dan treatment of injuries, but the old man in the Tushio palace of a golden dan can make people lift the Xia ascension, and then to the skill of practicing weapons. For example, there are often low cultivation, the use of magic treasure of the benefit, the following chopped up, like eating and drinking water is easy. Therefore if the 2 senior brothers have some spare time for cultivation, They can pick a skill to cultivate, which can be used to help refine their own Tao, so that they can raise their haze and fly up to the sky, and live a long life. Hearing this, Zhang Fan gradually gained a few more points of clarity in his heart. The way is the ship, the law is the water, and the skill is the wind. Only if you have all three, boat, water and wind, can you ride on the path of immortal cultivation. Senior brother, I wonder if our 3-star cave has a hidden scripture pavilion. Chapter 7, Awareness of the Way Ahead and Firmness of Heart. First hearing of the Great Way and the birth of mana. There is naturally a hidden scripture pavilion, but with senior brother's cultivation nowadays, I'm afraid it's useless to go there. What is the explanation for this? Senior brother? Guangji smiled faintly. With senior brother's cultivation that has just stepped into refining essence and transforming chi nowadays, when he goes to the middle of the Tibetan scripture cabinet, he can only pick out some martial arts techniques. After all, whether it's dharma or technique, they all need to be catalyzed by the body's mana. Mana? Zhang Fan, who was sitting on the memories of his previous life, was not unfamiliar with this setting, and after Guangji merely mentioned it to him, he understood his current situation. It seems like we have to hurry up and cultivate the Yellow Quartz Sutra next, and birth mana as soon as possible. After making a silent decision in his heart, Zhang Fan's eyes became firm. Many thanks for explaining. Senior brother, I can't thank you enough. After bidding farewell to Guangji, Zhang Fan and Sun Wukong both walked back to the courtyard where they were staying, and during the journey, Sun Wukong kept on thinking about the scene after he had initiated the Yellow Quartz Sutra. His mouth kept on chirping. Suddenly, the Monkey King opened his mouth and spoke these words. Xiaofan, after we become immortal, how about you come with me to Flower and Fruit Mountain to be our mountain king? I'll be the first king and you'll be the second king? When the two of us brothers join forces, we will definitely be able to make a name for ourselves amongst these three realms. Zhang Fan's footsteps paused slightly. He didn't know how to answer, not to mention his own as a countryman. Under the influence of childhood, the future Qi Tian Deshang has a natural good feeling. Just since the Xianyang city and its companion more than a year since the other party to take care of their own. Let him and the other party's relationship is extraordinary. Could he stand by and watch the Monkey King, like a chess piece, being teased and manipulated, step by step, by the heavenly court, the Buddhist sect? The answer, naturally, is no. Brother, what's wrong? Looking at Zhang Fan, who was somewhat out of his mind, the Monkey King was surprised for a moment. It's okay. Zhang Fan smiled and put these things behind him. No matter what, today's him was merely a mortal who had just begun to cultivate. If he didn't work hard to cultivate, then not to mention changing the fate of Sun Wukong, the heavenly creator, he wouldn't be able to master his own destiny alone. Therefore, for today's solution, the only way to solve 1,000 sorrows is to cultivate. Zhang Fan's change in demeanor fell into Sun Wukong's eyes and became inexplicable. Thus, he scratched his cheeks and said to himself in confusion, how strange. What is the meaning of this being dumb and smiling? Forget it. Let's quickly go back to cultivate. I can't wait to get started. Hearing this, Zhang Fan's smile froze for a moment. If he hadn't projected wrongly, I'm afraid that it would be somewhat difficult, if not downright impossible, for Sun Wukong to be initiated through the Yellow Quartz Sutra. The reason is very simple. The Monkey King was born from the immortal stone. His body has long been quenched by the heaven and earth aura for an unknown number of yuan will. It is not an exaggeration to say that he was born to be the body of an immortal. After all, whose monkey can live comfortably for 300 to 500 years without cultivation? And then on the contrary, the Yellow Quartz Sutra, as a gongfu that casts the immortal body, how can it be able to play a role for the Sun Wukong, who is an immortal body? This also explains why in the original story, the Monkey King wasted 7 years in the 3-star cave, until he solved the secret riddle of the disc of the Su Bodhi, and only then jumped up. I hope Monkey won't be devastated after realizing that he can't cultivate the Yellow Quartz Sutra. Zhang Fan thought worriedly. Time flies like a shuttle, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. During these 3 months, Zhang Fan and Sun Wukong spent most of their time in cultivation, only that the former made rapid progress while the latter was unmoved. In response, the Monkey King was a little discouraged, but his inner fortitude and tenacity made him more motivated. And today is the day of the sermon that Ancestor Bodhi delivers every 3 months. At the dawn of the day, Sun Wukong pulled Zhang Fan to rush to the Qiangtai where Grandmaster Bodhi was going to preach. Xiaofan, let's walk faster. Later on I must ask my master how exactly to get started with this Yellow Quartz Sutra. Not much longer. The two then traveled to the Agora. Zhang Fan had thought that the two would be the earliest to arrive, but he didn't know that after the two arrived, he realized that there were even more people who were even earlier than them. Looking around at his senior brothers who were seated cross-legged above the bushes, a thought flashed through Zhang Fan's mind. These senior brothers in the original did not have much ink, but really become a person in the book, and then go to look at them carefully. We'll find which one of them is not a tough-minded generation? Perhaps. In the future, I have to make a good relationship with these senior brothers. After all, if I want to change Monkey's fate, then I need to unite all the forces that can be united. After the thought flashed by, Zhang Fan was ready to start moving. However, at that moment, there was a figure that was moving even faster, only to see the Monkey King with a smile on his face, seemingly jumping and bouncing as he went to each of his senior brothers. Good morning, elder brother Guan Yuan. Looking at the Monkey King, who was traveling in all directions amongst the crowd, Zhang Fan was somewhat in tears. He had forgotten that the Monkey King, as a top E-man, how could he let go of such an opportunity to make good relations with the crowd? It seems that the matter of striking a good relationship, Monkey Brother alone can do it. I only need to cultivate at ease next, in order to wait for the crucial moment to enter the game. With a slight flash of thoughts, Zhang Fan began to close his eyes with his knees crossed. After about 3 to 5 quarters of an hour had passed, a voice spread out above this aura-filled agitated platform. We greet the master. Zhang Fan also then opened his eyes and called out with the crowd. At the same time, he also shifted his gaze to the futon high above the agitated platform. Ancestor Bodhi's seemingly real and miraculous, divine and incomparable figure then appeared in his eyes. Aha! With a slight nod, Ancestor Bodhi began his sermon directly. In a split second, the heavenly flowers are falling, and the earth is gushing with gold. An arcane and mysterious sound of the Great Tao resounded throughout the entire Xiangtai. This voice of the Great Tao did not have any specific content, but after it was transmitted to the ears of the people, it turned into a word of warning that enlightened the people. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but run their own gong methods. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Fan woke up leisurely. After feeling the condition of his body, a hint of joy could not help but flash across his face. Is this a sermon by a great power? In just one sermon, it directly answered all the doubts I had accumulated in the past, and even in the course of unconsciously running my gongfu, I was born with mana through it. Just this step alone has directly saved me a month of bitter cultivation. Just as Zhang Fan was feeling his own gains, the Monkey King's voice appeared in his ears. Hey, Xiu Fan, let's go back. Master, he's already gone. Words. Zhang Fan gathered his gaze onto the Monkey King. Monkey, did you get your answer? Chapter 8. Mana has become a practitioner of spells. Zifeng encounters a black bear on a quest. Sun Wukong shook his head. When I woke up, Master, his old man, was no longer there, so I guess I won't be able to ask this time. For this situation, it was not out of Zhang Fan's expectation. Although it is said that one should not believe everything in a book, and some things may change because of his every move, it does not mean that Zhang Fan's appearance will allow the Monkey King to directly learn the true teachings after only 3 months of initiation. It doesn't make sense. Therefore, Zhang Fan gently patted Sun Wukong's shoulder. Brother Monkey, Yuan, relax. I believe that you will definitely be able to acquire immortal techniques in the future, and perhaps, even more powerful than me. How could Sun Wukong know that Zhang Fan was telling the truth? At this time, he was just a small monkey who was not allowed to cultivate immortality because of his little fan can't clunk me. It's still a matter of whether I can even get started. After this comforting words from Zhang Fan, Sun Wukong's mood was also better. Xiu Fan, I will definitely catch up with you. After the birth of mana, the first thing Zhang Fan naturally did was to go amongst the hidden scriptures and select spells. Although nowadays he would basically not encounter any dangers when practicing in the 3-star cave. He could understand from Guanji's exhortation that if he only cultivated the Tao and did not practice the Dharma, it would ultimately only be a boat on land, which would soon be corrupted by various reasons. Not much longer. Zhang Fan then walked out of the wide array of hidden scriptures, and at the same time, he managed to achieve the purpose of his trip, picking out 2 spells that suited him. The law of the sword of the frontier, the law of treading waves and moving clouds. The 2 attacked and fled, and utilized properly, they could completely and greatly increase his combat power. The next thing to do is to get these 2 spells started as soon as possible. When these 2 spells are started, then I can consider taking a trip to the back of the mountain. I heard from my senior brother that there are quite a few spirit medicines in there. If I am able to obtain one, my cultivation will definitely be refined. However, why didn't I find any books recording the techniques of alchemy in the hidden scripture cabinet? After the doubts flashed through his mind, Zhang Fan shook his head and decided to put the issue behind him for now. And then, he didn't rush back to cultivate. He knew very well that nowadays, Sun Wukong was probably still practicing hard in the courtyard. If he went back to cultivate at this time, he would definitely cause disturbance to the other party. Just find a random place to enroll. Square Inch Mountain, the top of a sub-peak. Zhang Fan, who was wearing a blue Taoist robe, stood on it. his wisps of broken hair fluttering with the breeze. This scene is like heaven. Suddenly, Zhang Fan, who had originally closed his eyes lightly, moved, only to see that he extended his 2 fingers out, comparing them to a sword finger, and quickly traced them in front of his body. Blast! A light golden sword shadow then appeared. After the blink of an eye, a scratch as deep as 3 fingers conveniently appeared on the stone aside. Zhang Fan, who had inflicted such damage, did not stop moving. He quickly crossed his fingers, and one light golden sword shadow after another gushed out like a gushing spring. The damage caused by these sword shadows continued to rise until the final sound of an explosion came. Boom! The boulder that was originally more than 1 person high was turned into a piece of rubble in a matter of moments, scattering towards the surroundings. This, then, is the frontier sword technique. What is a previous relationship? Hurts to renew a previous relationship. The reason why Zhang Fan had taken out this sword technique from the wide array of hidden scriptures was precisely because of its ever-stacking power. And even theoretically, as long as his mana was sufficient, he could completely be able to behead an immortal with a mortal. That is, of course, if the immortal doesn't fight back. Complete cultivation of frontier sword technique once. Proficiency +1. After glancing at the panel in passing, Zhang Fan adjusted his breath and began to ponder in the middle of his mind. It seems that the Golden Finger's updated role is not much different from before, and both feats and spells can be practiced continuously to improve one's strength. In that case, it seems that all I need to do next is to cultivate step by step, and I'll be able to go all the way straight through the Immortal Gate. Thinking of this, a smirk appeared on Zhang Fan's face. After initiating the treading waves and traveling clouds technique again, you can go to the back of the mountain to look for spiritual herbs. Early the next morning, Zhang Fan exited from the middle of his cultivation state. The panel came out with a thought. Name, Zhang Fan. Realm, Refining Essence and Transforming Qi, 32%. Technique, Huangting Jing. Avatar, None. Spells, Frontier Sword Technique, 1%. Treading Waves and Traveling Clouds Technique, 1%. Ever since I got my spells into practice yesterday, the panel has had an extra column. It seems that this panel is converting my information over in real time. With a slight turn of mind, Zhang Fan turned his attention to the next door. After sensing that Sun Wukong was still endeavoring to chant the Yellow Court Sutra, he shook his head slightly before stepping out of the door of his room, and before making his way, he took a long sword that he had placed at the door in passing. Spiritual Platform Square-Inch Mountain. Although only a mountain name, but in fact it is a large mountain range. In addition to the main peak there are still a large number of sub-peaks, and those sub-peaks also have a large number of creatures hidden in them. At this moment, Zhang Fan was traveling through the jungle. Although the Square-Inch Mountain is the world's first-class cave heavenly blessings, but this does not mean that the Square-Inch Mountain everywhere in the spirit medicine. At least Zhang Fan in the walk of this journey did not find the slightest trace of it. Suddenly, he, who had been speeding along, stopped in his tracks. Something's not right. It's a little too quiet here. Zhang Fan frowned vigilantly and looked around. As his pace slowed down, everything around him became clear, and soon, Zhang Fan spotted a beast path not far away. Looking at the size of this beast path, it's not a small creature. Let's follow it over and see what kind of creature it is. As the saying goes, when you hold a sharp blade, you kill yourself. Zhang Fan, who had just refined his spells, was also a little desperate to get a fight at this time to test his strength. Within a short time, Zhang Fan, who was following the path of the beast, stopped in front of a cave that was 3 feet high. Gazing at the pitch-black cave, Zhang Fan stopped his pace. Gotta be careful with that. Under the slightest turn of thoughts, Zhang Fan raised his palm and after a sword finger was pointed out, a sword shadow flew towards the cave. After a few moments passed, a roar issued from the cave. Roar! Just after the voice fell, a black bear spirit that was about 10 feet tall Mercedes came out from the cave. It's actually a black bear that has become a spirit. Zhang Fan's eyes first lifted slightly, and then he revealed an expression of delight. To know, no matter what level of cultivation of the black bear, often known for its thick skin and flesh, this appearance of the black bear spirit is not an excellent companion training object? Thinking of this, Zhang Fan no longer hesitated and immediately slashed over with his sword. When the black bear spirit saw that the human in front of him was so disregarding of himself, he was instantly enraged. Ho ho ho! It also angrily charged towards Zhang Fan. Chapter 9, A Fierce Battle with the Black Bear Gains the Vermilion Fruit. Ancestors' distant view of wide wisdom. Huffing and puffing. Originally energetic black bear spirit at this time has been more than a trail of blood marks. And the sight of the Zhang Fan at this time the face is also a little white. Can we just say that it's worthy of being a black bear spirit? Physical strength is surprisingly so vigorous? This battle between the two totaled more than an hour. In this more than an hour, although Zhang Fan constantly performs the former destiny sword law, but always cannot help that black bear spirit. Of course, under the support of the treading waves and traveling clouds method, the black bear spirit could not attack Zheng Fan. Hey, do you black bears understand human language? Do you know where there are spirit medicines? Zheng Fan adjusted his breathing and tentatively asked the black bear. Howl. The black bear spirit was humanely puzzled for a moment. Then he pondered for a moment and pointed uncertainly to the cave behind himself. Seeing how honest the other party was, Zheng Fan couldn't help but put on a few smiles. This black bear spirit is quite something. With this in mind, Zheng Fan raised his sword and pointed it at the black bear spirit. Go and bring me the spirit medicine in your cave, and I will let you live today. Hearing these words, the black bear spirit's originally somewhat shriveled face instantly revealed a few rather humanized looks of joy, and it hurriedly dragged itself towards the cave. Not long after, it went and returned, and at the same time, there was a red fruit about the size of a fist in its hand. 1,000 years of vermilion fruit? Zheng Fan was slightly happy in his heart, but his face was motionless. Go back to the cave yourself after you throw it to me. Hearing this, the black bear spirit hesitated for a moment. Then he threw the vermilion fruit in his hand towards Zheng Fan, and after that, he turned around and went into the middle of the cave without any hesitation. Seeing this situation, Zheng Fan firstly took the vermilion fruit into his pouch as quickly as he could, and then his eyes swept the cave where the other party was hiding. A moment later, Zheng Fan ran up his pace and turned around to vanish towards the distance. It's not that he can't kill this black bear spirit this time, but if he wants to kill it, I'm afraid that the few mana in his body will be exhausted. Although this place was not far from Fangchun Mountain, who could guarantee that he would not encounter danger in the middle of his journey back? Therefore, it would only be wise to preserve the mana in one's body. Moreover, if he spared the black bear spirit, then in the future he would not only get a free chaperone, but also be able to play a game from time to time. After all, who says there can only be one Zhuge? Zheng Fan did not know that at the same time he chose to spare the black bear spirit, Ancestor Bodhi, who was located in a palace in the 3-star cave, silently opened his eyes. He gazed into the distance, his deep eyes seeming to harbor an endless river of bright stars among them. Not bad. An acclamation escaped his lips. He then quickly closed those radiant eyes again, as if he had never opened them. And the direction he was looking from afar was exactly where Zheng Fan was. Samsung Cave. Zheng Fan arrived in front of an attic. He stretched out his right hand and lightly fastened the wooden door. May I ask if elder brother Guangji is here? It was that instant that the originally closed door simply opened. At the same time, Guangji's figure appeared in front of Zheng Fan like a ghost. Junior brother, what is the reason for looking for senior brother me? Upon hearing this, Zheng Fan stopped dragging his feet and directly spoke his question. Eldest senior brother. I didn't find any books with alchemy techniques recorded in the hidden scriptures cabinet, so this time I came here precisely to ask you what I should do if I want to acquire alchemy techniques. Hearing this, Guangji smiled faintly. Senior brother is unaware that the Tibetan scripture pavilion is divided into 4 layers. The first layer corresponds to the mortal realm. The second layer corresponds to the refined essence and transformed chi realm, while the third and fourth layers are in a similar fashion. Why did I only see 1 layer when I went there? Zheng Fan was a bit surprised. Master, he is an immortal master. The hidden scripture pavilion he set up is naturally also extraordinary. It will automatically surface the corresponding content according to the cultivation level of the entrant. It is precisely because of this that senior brother entered the party and did not find any record of the skill of alchemy. Listening to Guangji's remarks, Zheng Fan's lips moved slightly. Can it be that this alchemy skill has a cultivation limit? The smile on Hiroshi's face was unabated. The pills that we cultivators refine are naturally different from those of mundane pharmacists. The pills we refine, no matter what quality they are, require the use of divine sense for medicinal blending, and only in this way will we be able to refine a single subtle pill. So it is. Zheng Fan drifted off. Elder brother wants to look for alchemy skills, but have you looked for any spiritual objects? Although this was a question, but with a cultivation level at Guangji's realm, he was naturally able to perceive the vermilion fruit that Zheng Fan was carrying with him at a glance. Thus, his question was more like a test. Zheng Fan nodded and casually took out the 1,000-year vermilion fruit from his sleeve. I wonder if eldest senior brother could help me refine this vermilion fruit into an elixir. If you need any remuneration, you can absolutely speak with me. Hearing this, a trace of undetectable satisfaction flashed in the depths of Hiroshi's eyes. Obviously, Zheng Fan had passed his test. Senior brother, we are from the same school. Let's not talk about the remuneration or anything else. Don't worry about handing it over to your senior brother. I will make your vermilion fruits worth their weight in gold. After saying that, Guangji didn't wait for Zheng Fan to refuse, so he directly waved his hand and took the zhuge into his own hands. Seeing this, Zheng Fan shook his head helplessly. He was not worried that Guangji would snatch this vermilion fruit from him. After all, Even if this vermilion fruit was 1,000 years old, it would not be of any benefit to Guangxi, whose cultivation was close to that of an immortal nowadays. Moreover, then again, the two were in the 3-star cave, and Master Bodhi would open the altar to preach every other month. Did he, Guangxi, really dare to snatch his fellow junior's elixir under the eyes of the immortal Wei's great powers? I will give you the elixir tomorrow morning at the time of the chanting. Seeing Guangxi's firm attitude, Zhang Fan simply stopped insisting and directly arched his hand. Then in that case, thank you, eldest brother. Early the next morning, Zhang Fan and Sun Wukong both went to the Chengtai place. Although the Bodhi ancestor is not preaching today, but if you follow the crowd to recite the sutra together, the speed of their cultivation will be vaguely that much faster. Therefore, as long as there were no special circumstances, both of them would follow the large group in chanting the yellow Ting Jing for the morning. Greetings, eldest brother. As on previous days, when the two arrived, Guangxi had long since come to the place of the agora. Junior brother, this is your elixir. As soon as he saw Zhang Fan, Guangxi's eyes lit up, and an inch-high vial appeared out of thin air when he waved his palm lightly. After receiving the elixir, Zhang Fan did not rush to open it as he respectfully bowed towards Guangxi. Wufan thanks you, eldest brother. Hiroki shook his head slightly. Senior brother need not be polite. You and I are originally from the same sect. However, senior brother, you need to pay attention. With your current cultivation level, you can only swallow just one per day. If you are greedy, not only will you waste the medicinal power, but it will even have an impact on your foundation. At those words, Zhang Fan's heart fluttered. Senior brother knows. After the chanting and cultivation had ended, Zhang Fan returned to his compound and opened the vial that Guangxi had given him. Chapter 10, Trying Pills to Enter the Spirit of Transformation. Divine consciousness wonderfully used to talk about heaven and earth. Soon, an extremely rich medicinal fragrance rushed straight to Zhang Fan's heavenly aura. At the same time, 10 red pills about the size of a soybean appeared before his eyes. Try what a potion can do. Zhang Fan picked up a red elixir and put it into his mouth. In an instant, the elixir, which had originally appeared in a solid state, transformed into a rich aura that filled Zhang Fan's entire body at an extremely fast speed. Feeling the onslaught of this aura, Zhang Fan immediately stopped hesitating and directly sat down on his knees in place. The yellow quartz sutra quickly came out from his mouth, and the stream of mana in his body was also spreading as quickly as ordinary ink flooding into clear water. After half a ring, Zhang Fan opened his eyes as he opened the panel to check it for a moment. It has risen by 0.3% from earlier, which is approximately equivalent to 1 day of bitter cultivation. In that case, 10 pills will save me 10 days of bitter cultivation. After having a constitution in his mind, Zhang Fan regretfully glanced at the remaining pills. It's a pity that you can only take one per day. He didn't have the urge to risk trying. Although he held the proficiency panel, it wasn't a reason for him to take risks. After all, the slightest mistake would make his future path rocky. Make further efforts. Strive to break through to the chi refining and transformation realm as soon as possible. After all, you can't trouble elder brother Guangxi every time. The golden crow rises in the east and the jade rabbit falls in the west. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed, and during this half year, Zhang Fan's strength had increased by an unknown number of times. At this moment, he was standing in the middle of the quiet room used for cultivation. According to the progress of the past days, today we only need to cultivate step by step once more to enter the realm of refining chi and transforming God. Let's hope that this time we can succeed once and for all. His mind fell. Zhang Fan did not hesitate in the slightest, and immediately took out a bottle of elixir from among the bag in his sleeve. After placing the last pill inside into his mouth, Zhang Fan sat down on his knees. Time passed slowly. The aura around him as well as the aura in his body rushed towards his body at an extremely fast speed. After a burst of conversion, these auras transformed back into a stream of pure mana, accumulating in his body. This situation didn't last long, perhaps because the mana in Zhang Fan's body was too dense. These mana began to flow around in his body. In the process, a piece of mana unintentionally came into contact with the mudball palace at the center of his eyebrows. Boom! The originally disordered mana seemed to have a commander-in-chief, and they began to frantically surge towards Zhang Fan's mud pill palace. This process was extremely fast, and in just a split-second's effort, a large amount of mana appeared at the location of the mud pill palace. At the same time, under the nourishment of a large amount of mana, a golden light began to gush out from the originally mediocre mud pill palace. These golden lights became more and more brilliant until they finally became dazzling. Boo! A silent explosion came faintly from the middle of Zhang Fan's mind, and then, he perceived a golden divine sense hovering in his mudball palace, refining chi and transforming God realm. Become. After working hard for the better part of a year, I've finally cultivated to the refined chi transformation realm. With a smile on his brow, Zhang Fan stood up and began to silently feel the newly acquired divine sense. At this moment, an invisible force centered on him and began to explore in all directions. In just a few moments, everything within a 100-meter radius was burned into Zhang Fan's mind in a strange manner. This feeling was not a simple visual sensation. It was more like a state of omniscience that understood everything. It was not an exaggeration to say that within this 100-meter range, even if an ant moved a step, it would be perceived by Zhang Fan. It was also while Zhang Fan was exploring the wonders of divine sense that Sun Wukong, who was originally chanting the Yellow Quartz Sutra on his bed, suddenly opened his eyes, and then he suspiciously glanced towards the surroundings. But is someone spying on my old grandson? After his mind flashed, the Monkey King stood up and walked towards the room where Zhang Fan was. Soon, he arrived at Zhang Fan's door. Fan, are you there? As soon as his voice fell, the portal opened on its own. This is just another function of divine consciousness. In a sense, divine sense was very much like the immortal version of Nianli. Whether it was used to explore enemies or manipulate objects, it was extremely handy. What is it that monkey seeks me for? Zhang Fan had already stood in the doorway at some point and said to Sun Wukong with a smile on his face, "Little Fan, did you feel someone spying on us just now?" Sun Wukong said with a grave expression on his face. Hearing this, Zhang Fan's heart was slightly moved. It seems that when I used my divine sense to explore earlier, I disturbed monkey. However, can divine sense be perceived without a phase or shadow? Is it because monkey is naturally sensitive? Or can everyone sense it? In the turn of his mind, Zhang Fan had already organized his words. Monkey, earlier it was me experimenting with my newly acquired divine sense. I didn't expect to disturb you. Looking at the guilt-ridden Zhang Fan, the Monkey King also relaxed. So it's little Fan. I thought it was a curmudgeon spying on us in the dark. Wait, divine sense? Senior brother, you've stepped into the Qi refining and God transformation realm? Sun Wukong's expression was filled with surprise. He who had worshipped in the 3-star cave for nearly a year was no longer the wild monkey who once knew nothing, and at this moment, he clearly understood that divine sense was the standard for the realm of refining Qi and transforming God. Little Fan, what kind of freak are you? In just less than a year's work, you can even ascend to the refined Qi transformation realm. Sun Wukong's tone could not hide his envy and exclamation. One should know that the 1 year after initiation, he hadn't even stepped through the door of cultivation yet. But on the contrary, what about Zhang Fan? Now he was already a cultivator of the refining Qi and transforming God realm. Thanks to his honest nature. If he was a narrow-minded person, I am afraid that this time has already been jealous. Brother Monkey, don't flatter me. What is this progress of mine? In this heaven and earth, there are people who have attained enlightenment in a single day. And there are even people who are born divine. Compared to them, I am just a firefly in a white moon. Zhang Fan's face was full of solemnity, without the slightest hint of complacency. As the saying goes, vision determines destiny. When he knew he was in the great world of the journey to the west, he clearly understood that in this brilliant world, exactly how many sacred and capable people are hidden. Not to mention him nowadays, even if it is the Monkey King who will overturn the sky and overturn the sea in the future. Wasn't he also pressed by Rulai with a slap for 500 years? Little Fan is still so modest. If I were you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to resist showing off long ago. Hearing these words from the Monkey King, Zhang Fan, who knew the future, couldn't help but reveal a few smiles. Monkey, if you've acquired the divine power and wonderful technique, you still have to hold back on showing off, or else if you cause a problem, I'm afraid that master, his old man, will get angry. Sun Wukong hemmed and hawed and scratched his head. What Xiaofan said is very true, but nowadays I haven't even stepped through the door of cultivation yet, so I'm afraid it's a bit of a long time to think about those. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan began to ponder. Chapter 11, wanting to change Wukong's life for 7 years, bringing the monkey to study the 100 Sutras. He pondered whether he should inform the Monkey King of the truth. Originally, when he hadn't arrived at this 3-star cave, he thought that everyone would be like the Monkey King, needing to be honed in the door for a few years before he could obtain the wonderful law of longevity. But now after arriving, they find that they can obtain the key to the immortal gate at the time of their initiation. In this way, the question arises, what exactly is the reason for Master Bodhi's insistence on making the Monkey King wait for 7 years? To sharpen the Monkey King? Or is it simply because the law cannot be passed on lightly? Or is it that these 7 years were actually ordained by heaven? Think about it. Zhang Fan slowly opened his mouth. Brother Monkey, do you remember the words that senior brother Guangji had spoken when he taught us the Yellow Quartz Sutra? Since I remember. Although Sun Wukong did not understand Zhang Fan's intention, he still gave an answer. Brother Guangji once said, this Yellow Quartz Sutra is to absorb the outside world's spiritual qi, quenching their own body for the immortal body of the divine immortal wonderful law. But monkey, you want. You were born in the flower and fruit mountain of fairy stone among the body of flesh has long been through the spiritual chi of the 10,000 polished. No exaggeration to say that. Monkey, you were born to be born immortal body. The words fell here. Zhang Fan cannot help but think of the Monkey King was born. Eyes out of the golden light. Straight to the south heavenly gate. Alarmed thousands of immortals and Buddhas. Such a strange appearance. The heel is not idle? Xiaofan, don't tease me. If I were that born with an immortal body, why would I not be able to go to the gates of the immortal family despite my hard work and training? Jiang Fan smiled faintly. That's where the problem lies. The Yellow Quartz Sutra's function was originally to temper the body into an immortal body. And Monkey has long since achieved an immortal body. So how will he be able to initiate it? Hearing this, the Monkey King fell into deep thought. Previously, he had always thought that he was not able to cultivate, and had never thought that the problem was in this kind of place. And now, after Jiang Fan had awakened him, he could not help but have a few more moments of sudden realization of the sense of clarity. In that case, this Yellow Quartz Sutra Lao Sun, still can't repair it. Thinking of this, Sun Wukong immediately arched his hand towards Jiang Fan. Little Fan, I am not willing to ask for more in my life, but now you have gone ahead of me and woken me up, so please teach me how to attain the way. It must be said that Sun Wukong really has a great charisma. After hearing this sincere plea from the other party, Jiang Fan couldn't help but soften his heart as well. Monkey, now in this 3-star cave it is not I who can help you attain the way, but our master. As long as you can impress him, then you will certainly be able to attain the way once and for all. Looking for master? But for almost a year now, master has not stopped after his daily sermon, and whenever I want to speak, master has disappeared. Hearing this, Jiang Fan also sighed slightly. This is where the problem lies. No matter how hard they try, the key to solving the problem still lies with Grandmaster Bodhi. So figuring out why the Monkey King has to wait for 7 years becomes the primary problem. Monkey, master, he is endowed with great magical powers, so he wants to come from a place of his own considerations. Therefore, instead of pursuing the immortal laws, we should do well in front of us first, not be arrogant and not be impatient, and polish our hearts. Jiang Fan is not a proposal for no reason. Previously cited 3 possibilities. This one initiative can completely solve the first 2. As for the third possibility, then there is no other way. The only way to wait. Xiaofan, I understand what you're saying, Lao Sun. I just don't know what I'm supposed to do. At those words, Jiang Fan pondered for a moment. Monkey, although most of the records in the Tibetan scripture pavilion are divine spells, there are still quite a few hundred canonical books in it. If you can integrate that knowledge, it will definitely benefit you for life. 100 canons? For this term, Sun Wukong, who had traveled for 9 years in South Juniper continent, was not unfamiliar with it, and he nodded slightly. I know. Xiaofan, why don't the two of us go and study it together? This is wonderful. Jiang Fan did not refuse. With a pattern that transcended the times, he knew very well that although strength was extremely important in this world, heart and sleight of hand were also essential existences. After all, if you only have the power, you will only be the pawn of the strong. Don't you see that the former Yang Jian and the future Qi Tian de Shang were not counted by those behind-the-scenes powers step by step? 3-star cave, the residence of the Bodhi ancestor. He, who originally had his knees crossed and his eyes closed, silently opened his own eyes, and a few smiles appeared at the corners of his eyes. Encouraging that monkey to study the 100 canons? That's interesting, but if you guys can study 1 or 2 of them, it's not impossible to get in early. After muttering out these words, Ancestor Bodhi closed his eyes once again. Ancient well without waves of him, in this moment as if integrated into the entire heaven and earth. It seems that no matter how the outside world changes, it is still enduring, unchanging for eternity. Hidden scriptures. After stepping into the seemingly small attic with the Monkey King, the perspective in front of Jiang Fan's eyes changed drastically. This book is suspended in the attic out of thin air, and when you probe your consciousness into it, it will give you feedback. The true fire of the Taoist sect, the law of the mysterious rinkying water. The first secret of the way of the Dan, Tao Te Ching. Gazing at the wide array of books, Jiang Fan opened his mouth to ask Sun Wukong beside him. Monkey, can you see the books? On the side, the Monkey King gave his reply. There's so many. There's a pile here, a pile there. There's no way to count them. Between words, he jumped around, looking at this and touching that, like a small child who had never seen anything new. And Jiang Fan, who saw this appearance of the other party, was also surprised. At this moment, in his perspective, Sun Wukong looked like a madman, making all sorts of movements into the void. Is it hard to believe that monkey can see canonical books that I can't? Jiang Fan was secretly surprised in his heart to know that this Tibetan scripture pavilion is according to the cultivation to display books. If Sun Wukong can see, he cannot see. That does not mean, in the Tibetan scripture pavilion's judgment, Sun Wukong's cultivation is higher than him? Looks like my guess wasn't wrong. Under the slightest flash of thoughts, Zhang Fan put away all his surprise as he looked at Sun Wukong and spoke. Monkey brother, haven't you come to this scripture pavilion in this year? Hearing this, the Monkey King finally stopped his joy as he turned his head to look at Zhang Fan. Little Fan, before, my old grandson practiced daily without stopping, and there was nothing else to do other than the daily chopping of wood and fetching of water, and chanting of sutras and sermons. So hey, this is indeed the first time. Hearing this, Zhang Fan smiled. Brother Monkey, don't forget the purpose of our trip. What Xiaofan said is very true. It is that I wonder which doctrine we should start with? Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan smiled faintly. Sooner or later, I'll finish it anyway, so I don't need to worry about the order. Just read it. As it was getting late, the Monkey King called out to Zhang Fan to return to the courtyard. Looking at his appearance, Zhang Fan knew that the other party must have had a hard time this day. Come to think of it, is it possible to expect a monkey with an unsettled mind to sit down peacefully and study the 100 classics? It was worth mentioning that while returning, Zhang Fan picked up a book that contained the technique of alchemy in passing. He wouldn't forget about the matter of unlocking the sub-profession after having divine sense. Chapter 12, The Wonderful Technique of Alchemy. Hearing another sermon on Wukong's transformation. At nightfall, Zhang Fan was located in his room studying the alchemy technique he had just taken out. After some research, he realized that the so-called alchemy was actually not complicated. Its entire process was summarized by first collecting the medicinal ingredients according to the list recorded above the formula, and then using divine sense to break up all of their medicinal properties, and then finally fusing and condensing them in a certain order. Of course, it really wasn't that complicated to say, but if one were to actually get their hands on refining it, they would feel the difficulty. After all, after breaking up the medicinal power of the spiritual materials was not considered to be the end. It was still necessary to rely on the divine sense to maintain it. A kind of two might be fine, but once the quantity was too much, then the consumption of the divine sense would be unimaginable. Therefore, in order to cope with this situation, the alchemy furnace was applied. A good alchemy furnace not only reduces the loss of divine sense, but also improves the quality of the pills made. Take Lord Taishan's 8 trigrams furnace as an example. As the world's first-class alchemy furnace, not only can it refine the herbs into Dan on its own, but it can also improve the quality of the elixir. Of course, this news was something recorded in the books Zhang Fan had chosen, and it was not yet known whether it was true or not. Back to the main topic. When Zhang Fan closed the book in his hand, he began to think. So the first order of business is to go and find an alchemy furnace that can be used to refine pills as soon as possible. It seems that we have to trouble senior brother Guangji again. After running his thoughts through, Zhang Fan began to sit down on his knees. Although he had already stepped into the refined Qi transformation realm nowadays, it didn't mean that he had the capital to slack off nowadays. After all, not to mention that he has not yet become an immortal today. Even if he becomes an immortal in the future, he will only be a member of the 100,000 heavenly soldiers that will surround the Monkey King in the future. Vertical Sun. At the Agora. Today was the sermon that Ancestor Bodhi gave every other month, so all the disciples in the 3-star cave had arrived at the Qiangtai in advance. And Zhang Fan met with Guangji once more. As soon as they met, Guangji's rough face flashed with a flash of surprise that was visible to the naked eye. Senior brother, are you stepping into the refined Qi transformation realm? At those words, Zhang Fan froze slightly. Could it be that the word breakthrough was written on his face? Why was Guangji able to tell at a glance? Seeing this, Guangji answered Zhang Fan's doubts like a roundworm. Senior brother, you should have broken through in the past 2 days, right? You have just broken through. And the aura on your body hasn't been completely restrained, so I was able to tell at a glance that you had already broken through. So it is. Zhang Fan drifted off. Hiroshi, who was on the sidelines, took over the conversation smoothly. Senior brother, your cultivation speed is too terrifying, isn't it? I remember that you seem to have not even started for a year. According to your speed, in another 3 years you will not directly become an immortal. Hiroshi said so in a joking tone with a smile in his eyes. Elder brother is joking. Zhang Fan similarly arched his hand and smiled in response. Because the conversation between the two did not evade the rest of the senior brothers around them, they looked at Zhang Fan with surprised gazes after hearing the conversation. Senior brother's natural talent is so terrifying? It's really enviable. I have been initiated for nearly 20 years, and I have only broken through to the Qi refining and transformation realm not long ago. I can't imagine that senior brother has given a breakthrough in a year. A voice of amazement resounded around Zhang Fan, and then, they began to go up to Zhang Fan and engage in conversation. When he encountered this situation, Zhang Fan did not mind and smiled as he greeted the group of senior brothers. The atmosphere could be described as extremely cordial for a while. Not long after, a light suddenly appeared at the highest point of the agora. It was none other than Old Man Bodhi, whom he had not seen for a long time. As soon as the old ancestor appeared, the crowd of disciples stood up straight and bowed respectfully to him. Disciples see Master. Facing the crowd, Elder Bodhi gave a slight nod before beginning this sermon. And in the moment before he started listening to the lecture, an idea inexplicably flashed through Zhang Fan's mind. Master, he seemed to look at me earlier and nodded? This thought only flickered, and within seconds of Old Man Bodhi's sermon, Zhang Fan was completely immersed in it. For a moment, the smallpox began to fall again. The golden lotus also began to surge. The aura turned into a divine dragon, turned into a colorful phoenix, such as the wind swept away like a convergence to the small Cheongtai place. Before he had ever become a man of the book, Zhang Fan had had a doubt as to why when those great powers in the book preached, the disciples who heard them below would always be able to gain some insights. But now that he had experienced several sermons, he gradually had an answer in his heart. The Tao taught by Elder Bodhi appeared to be a collective lecture for everyone, but after being in it, one could clearly perceive that it was clearly the same content, but everyone would feel differently. As the saying that doesn't quite fit here goes, for 1,000 people, there are 1,000 Hamlets. Time flew by in the sound of Ancestor Bodhi's sermon, and in Zhang Fan's senses, it was only a moment before the sermon ended. However, looking through the sky, it was clear that it was almost evening. As with the previous 2 times, this time, after finishing his sermon, Ancestor Bodhi still left quietly. Let's see how this one progresses. Just as Zhang Fan was about to open the panel to check his cultivation level, he suddenly realized that the face of Sun Wukong on the side was filled with silence. Hey! After a slight sigh in his heart, Zhang Fan walked over to Sun Wukong's side. Monkey, Master, he may just be polishing your heart, so don't take it personally. As Zhang Fan's comforting voice came, the fallen silence on Sun Wukong's face disappeared in an instant, as if it had never appeared. He, little Fan, don't worry. My old son is not someone who gives up so easily. I will plan to go to the Tibetan scripture cabinet to look at the books. Do you want to go together? Hearing this, Zhang Fan pondered slightly for an instant. Brother Monkey, I'm still looking for Elder Brother Guangji for something else. Why don't you go ahead and I'll come back later? Words. Sun Wukong nodded and then stepped away. Looking at Sun Wukong's departing figure, Zhang Fan froze slightly before he smiled and shook his head. According to the past, the Monkey King at this time would definitely be extremely righteous and say, Xiu Fan, it's okay, I'll wait for you. But this time, the Monkey King left alone. This is not a bad thing, as Sun Wukong has now learned to think independently and know exactly what he needs. This has changed so much after only one day of reading the 100 schools of classics. So what if the 100 schools of classics are blended together? Zhang Fan's heart inexplicably grew a bit more expectant. The Monkey King, who learns to think, will perhaps bring 1 billion changes to the world of the West, right? After the thoughts flashed by, Zhang Fan took a single step and went to Guangji, who was about to walk away. Senior brother, please stay. Chapter 13. Cold iron is needed for refining the furnace. Entering the back mountain in search of the bear spirit. Hearing the voice, Hiroshi stopped in his tracks in confusion. What's wrong, senior? Zhang Fan, who had caught up with Guangji, revealed a smile. Senior brother, yesterday I went to the hidden scripture cabinet to check the alchemy technique and realized that if I want to carry out alchemy, I still need an alchemy furnace. I wonder if you can tell me where I should obtain this alchemy furnace from. So that's what it's all about. Guangji first drifted off. Then he spoke. If senior brother wants to obtain an alchemy furnace, I'm afraid that coming to me won't be too much of an option. After all, my skill of protecting the Tao is also alchemy. This answer was expected by Zhang Fan, so he was not disappointed. I don't know if senior brother can teach us anything? Guangji smiled. If senior brother wants to obtain an alchemy furnace, just go and seek out that second senior brother of yours. His skill of protecting the Tao is refining weapons, so I think it's more than enough to build an alchemy furnace for you. After getting the answer he wanted, Zhang Fan slightly revealed a joyful color. Thank you, eldest brother, for your guidance. Within a short time, Zhang Fan saw a man wearing a blue Taoist robe, with a slim figure and slightly taller. Seeing the man's face, Zhang Fan hurriedly spoke. Second senior brother, stay back. Hearing the voice, Guang Yuan turned around in surprise and said, is there something that senior brother is looking for me? Second senior brother wants to use the skill of alchemy as a method of protecting the Tao, but now he is struggling to get stuck in the Dan furnace, and having heard that second senior brother is skillful in refining artifacts, he has come to find you to seek help. After hearing Zhang Fan's intention, Guang Yuan smiled faintly. Senior brother is being overly complimentary, but amongst all my brothers and sisters, my refining skill is half a point ahead. Hearing this reply, Zhang Fan's heart was set. Then it seems that senior brother, I am stuck in this predicament, and I must have second senior brother's hand. Words. The smile on Guang Yuan's face became even more intense. Helping senior brother to refine the alchemy furnace is a trivial matter, but I'm afraid that the materials for refining will need to be prepared by senior brother himself. In that case, thank you, second senior brother. Zhang Fan arched his hand. I wonder what kind of materials need to be consumed to refine the alchemy furnace. Guang Yuan put his hands behind his back, his lips and teeth slightly opened. Most of the materials I have here, but the only thing missing is a main ingredient, whose name is 1000-year cold iron. Second senior brother, why don't you inform me of all the materials? After all, senior brother helping me to refine it is already a million thanks. If I were to ask senior brother to pour out the materials, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to live with it in my heart. Guang Yuan smiled and removed the hand on his back, swinging it slightly. Those materials of mine are some worthless stuff. Senior brother need not mind. And senior brother me, this is also considered an investment. After all, your cultivation talent is so strong. I think it won't be long before you will be able to establish yourself as an immortal. And at that time, I'm afraid I still have to look up to senior brother. Second brother. Seeing that Zhang Fan was still about to open his mouth, Guang Yuan directly interrupted. Alright senior brother, you quickly go and find that 1000-year-old cold iron. Hey! Zhang Fan sighed heavily. Second senior brother, dare I ask where I can obtain that 1000-year-old cold iron? If senior brother wants to obtain 1000 years of cold iron, he needs to head to the back of the mountain. In its depths there is a snowy mountain that remains unchanged all year round, and there will definitely be 1000 years of cold iron on it. After getting the answer, Zhang Fan then arched his hand. I don't know if senior brother has other requests. If senior brother can do it, there will be no excuses. Hyrogen mused for a moment. When senior brother is traveling to that snowy mountain, if he can see the 100 years snow lotus, he can pick it back for me by hand. 100 years of snow lotus? I remember. After chattering with Guang Yuan a few more times, Zhang Fan then offered his farewell. This time if he wants to go to the back of the mountain, it is certainly necessary to prepare in advance. After all, although Guang Yuan did not say how far this place is from that year-round snow mountain, but since the mention of the depths of the back of the mountain, it is thought that not a day or two will be able to return. Therefore, he had to make some preparations in advance. The preparation here refers to not only the necessary supplies, but also the need to go and talk to Sun Wukong in advance, so that the latter does not see Zhang Fan's person in vain to give rise to worry. Little Fan, remember to bring me back some delicious peaches on this trip. In front of the courtyard that belonged exclusively to the Wukong generation, Sun Wukong pulled Zhang Fan's hand and said with a face of excitement. Hearing this, Zhang Fan slightly sweated. The good big brother in other families always can't stop bugging his younger brother before he travels. So how did it come to him that the big brother is all excited to have his younger brother bring him food? It seems that yesterday's judgment was more or less hasty. How can a person's character change in just a day or two? Don't worry, monkey, I'll bring you a few good peaches to eat. Hearing this, the Monkey King then reluctantly released Zhang Fan. Go on, get there and get back early. Sun Wukong waved his hand, his face full of indifference. Zhang Fan then arched his hand and turned around to run his pace towards the back of the mountain and swept away. As Zhang Fan's figure continued to leave, Sun Wukong's original cheeky expression gradually became frozen. After Zhang Fan's figure was completely out of sight, there was no longer a trace of a smile on his face as he walked towards a direction with a grave expression. That direction was none other than the hidden scripture pavilion. However, Zhang Fan left the Enlightenment Word courtyard and walked all the way towards the back of the mountain. He did not rush to the deep snowy mountain area. He went to the cave where he had first encountered the black bear. Hey, old black guy, come out and get the guests. Zhang Fan shouted towards the cave. Along with the fall of his voice, a figure stumbled out. Roar! The black bear let out a fierce roar to express its anger. God knows what kind of life it had lived in these half a year. Every few days this human in front of it would look for it to fight. The key was that every time the two of them fought to a standstill, if it wasn't to guard the spirits in the cave, it wouldn't stay in this hellhole. Ho ho ho! The black bear patted his chest as if to say hurry up and come on, so I can sleep when it's over. Seeing this, Zhang Fan smiled slightly. I didn't come here this time to look for you to fight. I intend to go to a snowy mountain deep in the back of the mountains, and thought I'd ask you if you know the way. At those words, the black bear inclined his head, seemingly not quite able to understand the meaning of those words. Seeing it in this posture, Zhang Fan slightly shook his head. Surely I was expecting too much? He then turned around and prepared to leave. It was also at this time that the black bear was standing up, reaching out and pointing in one direction. That direction? I got it. Thanks a lot. Zhang Fan arched his hand and thanked him, then swept towards the direction that the black bear had pointed out. The black bear gazed at Zhang Fan, who had left in this way, and a trace of doubt flashed across his brows, before he shook his head and turned around to return to the cave. As it moved along with its pace, only a strange plant that flickered with spiritual light faintly appeared in the middle of the cave. The black bear went to the odd plant and breathed greedily before laying down on his side. Chapter 14, finally arriving at the snowy mountain and encountering a surprise attack. The sword beheads the snake demon and shows its power. At the back of Fangchun Mountain, a handsome young man wearing a blue robe was holding a long sword and gazing at a snowy mountain not far ahead. It took 7 days, but finally we are seeing the snowy mountains. Just as Zhang Fan was secretly sighing, suddenly an extremely uneasy feeling surged through his heart. Being in the refined Qi transformation realm, Zhang Fan trusted his sixth sense very much, so he immediately stopped hesitating and directly spread his divine sense with full force. It was also in the moment when his divine sense unfolded that a black python about 10 feet long suddenly appeared in his consciousness. Although the distance was still dozens of feet, Zhang Fan still smelled a burst of rich fishy odor from the air. It feels like it's coming from a bad place. Zhang Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, his hand unconsciously placed on the long sword at his waist. It was too late. In just a few breaths, the snake demon had already appeared in Zhang Fan's field of vision. Judging from the speed at which he's moving forward, how come he's also an old demon at the refined Qi transformation realm? After making a judgment in his heart, Zhang Fan held his long sword and said in a deep voice, "Snake demon, I don't want to get entangled with you. If you are sensible, then let me pass. If you are stubborn, today is the time of your death." Before he became an immortal, he didn't want to create too much killing and get involved in unwarranted karma. But that didn't mean that the sword in his hand became a sword of mercy. If he really met some people or demons that had to seek death, he wouldn't have any soft heart. "Human, cut the crap. I will devour you today. As long as I devour you, I will be one big step closer to transforming." The python's bloody mouth opened and closed, and a slightly hoarse voice came out from the transverse membrane of its mouth. "Truly obstinate, today I will let you understand the consequences of blocking my path." After uttering these words with an icy expression, Zhang Fan threw the long sword in his hand gently, and his divine sense was then wrapped above, followed by a slight turn of his mind. In a split second, the long sword in front of Zhang Fan then transformed into an extremely hard-to-detect light. Swoosh dash. The sound of wind breaking came out, and upon a second look, the python already had a few more blood marks on its body. "Human, are you tickling me?" The snake demon hoarse tone of voice with a few points of ridicule, and Zhang Fan is not annoyed at this. Reach out to the long sword back. Look at the top of a few inconspicuous gap. Slightly shook his head. It seems that the top of the mundane sword. In the face of such a demon, but there is no role in the future. We'll have to look for a more powerful sword to be able to do. While the thought flickered slightly, the pace of Zhang Fan's feet moved swiftly, and in an instant, he crossed a distance of tens of feet. After coming to this place, Zhang Fan used his right hand to place the long sword in his hand to the side, and his hands quickly pinched the spell. "Spells? I have them too." The giant python saw Zhang Fan's movements. A flash of disdain flashed across his face, and then he rose up into the sky, his original body of only 10 feet directly expanding by more than a few times, and his huge body blocked the sky and the sun. Blast! While his lips were slightly open, the long sword beside Zhang Fan immediately rose up to the sky, and a golden light emanated from his body, while a sharp sword shadow also appeared continuously. Boom boom boom! Dull sword shadows slammed into the enlarged python one after another. Stimulated by pain, the python gradually lost its sanity. Ho ho ho! He let out an angry roar as his huge body began to lunge towards Zhang Fan. Seeing this situation, Zhang Fan did not panic in the slightest. "Are you kidding me?" The reason why he chose those two spells in the first place was to prevent this from happening. Without hesitation, Zhang Fan moved his feet and in a trance, he appeared in another direction. At the same time, the spells in Zhang Fan's hands did not stop. A golden sword shadow once again filled the air. Half a quarter of an hour later, Zhang Fan stopped the movement of his hands, and that giant python of tens of feet also transformed into its original size, lying in place like a dead body. "Dead?" Zhang Fan's eyes turned slightly, then his divine sense moved slightly. After a moment, the corners of his mouth gradually hooked up. "Playing dead? Then I'll really let you die." After saying that, Zhang Fan's divine sense pulled the long sword and put it through the middle of the python's half-open mouth. Roar! Under the pain, the snake demon could no longer camouflage. However, it was already too late by this time, as Zhang Fan's long sword had already entered the python's body by following its mouth. Under the pull of divine sense, the long sword accurately searched for the 7 inches where the python's heart was located. Along with the piercing of the long sword, the python's vitality gradually collapsed, and Zhang Fan, who saw the scene, did not rush forward to collect the loot. One should know that even an ordinary snake, after its head was cut off, possessed the ability to take another bite within half an hour, let alone this snake demon in front of him that possessed the cultivation of refining chi and transforming God. It's a pity that this head of snake scale armor was broken beyond recognition by me. Otherwise it could certainly be used to refine a magic treasure. Zhang Fan thought with some regret. He then drove the longsword once again and searched amongst the snake's body to find the location of the snake's bile. Although he did not know the type of the snake demon in front of him, he thought that the value of the snake bile of any snake should be quite high. Soon, the longsword cut a slit from the inside, and Zhang Fan followed the trend by using his divine sense to pull out the dark green snake gall that was the size of a human head. Feeling the energy contained in the snake gallbladder in front of him, Zhang Fan had some regrets. It's just a pity that I don't have any storage magic treasures right now, so this snake gall can only be refined on the spot. To be honest, directly refining a spiritual material like snake gallbladder was definitely not as good as refining it into a potion. But nowadays, Zhang Fan didn't have any preservation techniques, so instead of wasting the medicinal power, it would be more cost-effective to refine it on the spot. Let's find a safe place first. Under the slightest turn of thought, Zhang Fan's divine sense wrapped around the snake's bile, and with the long sword in his hand, he quickly swept off to the side, and when it left about half an hour later, the original motionless snake demon, but suddenly as a return to the light as violently toward the side of a bite. Name, Zhang Fan. Realm, refining chi and transforming God, 3.4%. Technique, Huangting Jing. Avatar, none. Spells, Frontier Sword Technique, 94%. Treading Waves and Traveling Clouds Technique, 92%. Cultivation has increased by 1% progress from before. Zhang Fan revealed a satisfied smile. This snake gall alone saved him several days of effort. If he met some more snake demons, his cultivation would not rise by leaps and bounds? Of course, that's just talk. If he really wanted to do that, Zhang Fan's foundation would definitely be affected. After all, foreign objects were always vapid, and if there were too many of them, it would definitely be inappropriate. There's also these two spells that are nearing their limits, so when there's no more inches to be gained, it's time to pick another spell. After the surge of thoughts in his mind ended, Zhang Fan adjusted his breath and walked out of the temporarily constructed quiet room, heading straight towards the snowy mountain. Chapter 15, Hard to find the cold iron, but the road turns in a cave. The so-called snow mountain is actually a bit of a misnomer, as only 300 or so meters of the thousands of meters of peaks are covered in ice and snow. If it wasn't for the complete lack of snowy mountains around, it would be completely unbelievable that the so-called year-round snowy mountains would look like this. After a slight sigh, Zhang Fan shook his head and took a step towards the mountain. In any case, he would not let go of the snowy mountain in front of him. Because of the lack of people here, the entire mountain peak was extremely difficult to travel. Thanks to Zhang Fan's cultivation, or else just the part of going up the mountain would be enough to make it difficult for him to move an inch. Time passed little by little, and Zhang Fan got closer and closer to the territory covered in ice and snow. Of course, it was inevitable that they would run into a portion of demonic beasts in the process. However, because he still had to climb the mountain, Zhang Fan did not take the initiative to go forward to provoke the other party. With its deliberate dodging, there was no battle. Finally, it's almost here. Zhang Fan gazed at the path of snowflakes that appeared in front of him, and his eyes flashed with a touch of emotion. 1,000-year cold iron. It must be a type of iron ore, right? In a slight flash of thought, Zhang Fan began to ponder where he should go to find this spirit material. According to past life experiences, if I want to obtain iron ore, I will definitely need to enter a mining cave. Therefore, I should go and look for a natural mining cave at this time. However, the existence of natural mining caves can be considered extremely rare, so I hope that I can stumble upon them this time. Along with the continuous shifting of Zhang Fan's footsteps, the temperature around him became colder and colder, while the thickness of the ice and snow cover also became deeper and deeper. When the walk passed the place where the snowflakes covered his knees, Zhang Fan nodded without moving. It's only today that it looks like a year-round snowy mountain look-alike. After the words had passed, Zhang Fan released his divine sense in a smooth manner. In a split second, everything within a 100-meter radius appeared in Zhang Fan's mind in a strange manner. Unfortunately not. After a slight disappointment, Zhang Fan closed his divine sense to once again travel in another direction. After walking about 100 meters, Zhang Fan once again opened his divine sense. With that, Zhang Fan opened up a carpet search. Anyone who has had any experience in life knows that time always passes extremely fast when you are serious. Under Zhang Fan's carpet search again and again, the sky grew darker and darker. Unfortunately, Zhang Fan still hadn't searched for traces of the natural mining cave. But of course, he wasn't without any gains. Under his search, he still acquired a dozen or so spiritual objects, among which happened to be the 100 years of snow lotus that Guang Yuan needed. We must find a way to get a storage magic treasure after we go back this time. Otherwise this is almost too much to hold. Gazing at the spiritual materials suspended beside him, Zhang Fan thought silently in his heart. Wait, what's that? Zhang Fan, who kept his divine sense open, suddenly discovered a giant cave that was several feet high. Divine sense doesn't detect the depths. It's most likely just a natural mining cave. Zhang Fan's expression was slightly pleased and he was busy speeding up his own pace. After only a few moments, he arrived in front of a dark cave. After using his divine sense again to feel it, Zhang Fan could already be sure that the dark cave in front of him was the very natural mining cave that he had been searching so hard for. These spirit materials are kind of in the way. Looking at the spirit materials floating beside him, Zhang Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. He then drew his sword and turned to slash at the bucket's eyes tree. Within a short time, a rough-looking round bucket appeared on the side. Barely enough. With a slight turn of thought, Zhang Fan lifted the round bucket with one hand and then walked towards the middle of the dark cave without hesitation. Of course, during this process, his divine sense must have been turned on the entire time. Along with the footsteps stepping in a little bit, the scene inside the divine sense became clearer and clearer. Rubble, coarse iron, coarse copper. In addition to these ores, there are various living creatures in the middle of the cave. Hanging bats, hibernating brown bears, and toads at their feet. It was a good thing that Zhang Fan nowadays already had divine sense. Otherwise he would have encountered danger in this dark environment. Time passed, and Zhang Fan went deeper and deeper into the middle of this natural cave. And in the process, the surroundings got colder and colder, with tons of ice being wrapped around everything. As for the few creatures that were still visible, at some point they were gradually lost. Not long after, Zhang Fan's divine sense finally sensed the deepest part of this cave. It's gone? Zhang Fan frowned. Among his senses, he did not detect any iron ore at the bottom. Is it hard to believe that I guessed wrong? There's no 1,000-year cold iron in this place? After the thoughts flashed by, Zhang Fan's face gradually became ugly. Then a hint of determination flashed among his eyes. In any case, he was going to check it out, after all. As the saying goes, come what may. The distance of 100 meters was not a rather long distance for Zhang Fan nowadays. So even in the middle of the cave with complicated terrain, he went to the bottom at a very fast speed. With his footsteps materializing, Zhang Fan began to carefully survey his surroundings. This was not so much the depths of a cave as it was a frozen world. Layers of ice seal everything. Wait, what's that? Although he didn't feel any aura of spiritual materials, in Zhang Fan's divine sense perception, a huge piece of iron ore that was ice blue in color was frozen in the middle of a sidewall. Is the so-called 1,000-year cold iron hardly this? Thinking that, Zhang Fan then lifted the long sword in his hand, and under the operation of his mana, a spiritual light immediately appeared above the long sword. Another wave of the hand, the long sword slashed violently above a wall of ice. Ka-ching! Under Zhang Fan's extreme control, there was no explosion of the ice wall, just a gap covering its top. The force is a little light. He then swung the longsword in his hand towards the wall once more. Next moment, the 1,000-year-old cold iron that was originally covered under the ice layer then revealed its original appearance. At the same time, Zhang Fan also felt a large amount of mana gushing out from above him. Looks like it's the right one. Feeling the 1,000-year-old cold iron that was filled with aura, Zhang Fan's eyes were slightly happy, and with the lift of his hand, he pocketed this piece of cold iron that had been frozen for 1,000 years. However, just as he was removing this 1,000-year cold iron, an extremely swift light flashed through the darkness. The viewpoint shifted to the black bear that Zhang Fan had encountered earlier. At this moment, he was crouching over that strange plant with a cautious face. Suddenly, the already very divine odd plant was unexpectedly flooded with a large amount of starlight. Seeing this, the black bear sucked in a sharp breath. In a flash, the starlight that had just diffused out was then directly inhaled into its body. At the same time, the aura on his body was climbing a little bit. He was, in the process of moving towards the realm of refining chi and transforming God. Chapter 16, Encountering Iceworms, Black Bear's Gift, Coincidental Speculation, Ding dash. After the sound of a metal collision came, a figure gradually emerged amongst Zhang Fan's divine sense. It was an ice silkworm that was as long as an arm. It really isn't that simple. After his complexion was frozen, Zhang Fan's figure quickly retreated backward. In just a split second, he retreated to the other end of the cave. However, the speed of the ice silkworm was not slow either, and it charged towards Zhang Fan almost right after him. This head is really fast. Under the slight turn of thought, Zhang Fan's hands quickly pinched the magic trick. The body's mana was like a river rushing rapidly gushing out. Next moment, the former fate sword technique was then swiftly executed in his hands. Swoosh dash. After the sound of breaking air came through, the ice silkworm was struck by the densely packed sword shadows. Chirp. After a peculiar sound came through, the ice silkworm violently released a large amount of cold air around its body. This cold aura looked extremely appalling, and anything that came into contact with it was turned into an ice sculpture in just an instant. The damn thing! After quietly cursing, Zhang Fan quickly moved. He did not want to tangle with the ice silkworm here. After all, in this small environment, he did not have the advantage. Phew! Finally out. Zhang Fan, who was carrying the barrel in one hand, turned his head to look at the dark, bottomless cave behind him, and had a few lingering fears in his heart. I don't know what kind of foreign species that ice silkworm is. Not only is its speed amazing, it is also capable of releasing extremely cold chills. If there is a chance, I must take it in. After the thoughts flashed by, Zhang Fan no longer hesitated and directly opened his divine sense and started running with all his might. However, after that black bear began to absorb the starlight, its cultivation began to rapidly increase. After his cultivation reached the critical point, he slowly fell into a deep sleep. However, what he didn't know was that at that moment, a large spotted tiger was constantly sniffing the smell that was permeating the air. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye several more days passed. Finally almost out. Zhang Fan, who carried the barrel on his back, opened his lips slightly for a moment. His eyes suddenly froze for a moment. At this moment, among his perceptions, a battle fluctuation was extremely obvious. Like a demonic beast at the refined chi and transformed god realm is fighting? The direction he's going right now seems to be the bearing where that black bear is, right? If I'm not mistaken. I remember that black bear only seems to have the cultivation level of refining essence and transforming chi, right? After a slight contemplation, Zhang Fan took a step over. No matter what, that black bear had accompanied him to practice for half a year, and now that the other party might be in danger, it was still necessary for him to follow him over to have a look. Not much longer. Zhang Fan then appeared in front of the black bear's den, and along with his arrival, the current situation was included in his eyes. Only a big spotted tiger as well as a black bear were facing each other, and judging from the injuries on the two demonic beasts, it seemed that the big spotted tiger had the advantage. This black bear demon has actually stepped into the refined chi transformation realm? It's a pity that the cultivation level of that big spotted tiger seems to be a bit higher than him. Thus, if I don't make a move, then he will definitely be defeated without a doubt. With a slight turn of thought, Zhang Fan decided to stop watching and directly executed the former Fate Sword technique. In an instant, the sword shadows were like stretches of river water, flying one after another towards the big spotted tiger. Humans? Along with the appearance of Zhang Fan's attack, the large glistening tiger let out a cry of alarm and let out human words. The tone of the black bear on the side, on the other hand, highlighted a few moments of surprise. It's you! Seeing that the one man and one bear seemed to recognize each other, the great glistening tiger did not hesitate, and was directly about to turn around and flee. However, how could the black bear spirit, who had been suppressed by him for so long, let him go so easily? Only to see the black bear first roar angrily, and then stride off in close pursuit. Human, if you help me kill him, I'll be grateful. The black bear spirit's voice with a few dull moments resounded amongst Zhang Fan's ears. Human, don't listen to this black bear spirit's nonsense. He doesn't have anything on him. What can he take out to thank you? At this moment, the two demonic beasts present were well aware that Zhang Fan's behavior would be able to determine a change in the battle situation. Thus, they desperately wanted to pull together. No need for words. Zhang Fan responded indifferently and then showed his attitude with his actions. Just by pointing his hand, the long sword on the side turned into streams of light and rushed towards the big spotted tiger that was fleeing. At the same time, he executed a pace under his feet, and his figure quickly dashed forward. Shit! The big spotted tiger jumped woefully to avoid Zhang Fan's attacking longsword, and then ran away without looking back into the depths of the dense forest. Faced with such a situation, naturally do not need to say more. Zhang Fan and that black bear spirit brushed towards the spotted tiger chase. Half a quarter of an hour later. Humans, forget it, we won't be able to catch up with him inside this forest. Listening to the side of the black bear's voice, Zhang Fan heart inexplicably more than a few points of strange feeling. Especially remember the last time we met. The black bear will still only hiss to express their emotions, and now meet again. The other party has refined the horizontal bone, spit out the human language. When it is, the world is unpredictable. Really not chasing? Looking at the big mottled tiger's gradually fading figure, Zhang Fan was a little sad. He had wanted to try to see if the things among the legends were really that complementary. Forget it, but thanks for this time. The black bear spirit said thus. Go, I will not go back on my word when I say I will pay you. Strike that. He then turned toward his cave first. This black bear is real. After making a silent evaluation in his heart, Zhang Fan took a step to follow. In a short while, that black bear spirit took out that strange spiritual plant from the middle of the cave. Humans, I don't know what this thing is. I only know that it will release a large amount of starlight every once in a while, and this starlight can help demonic beasts improve their cultivation. After the black bear spirit said this, he added, "Of course, it only works on demonic beasts below the realm of refining chi and transforming God." It was only after hearing these words that Zhang Fan was enlightened. He was just amazed why this black bear is so generous, able to continuously enhance the cultivation of spiritual plants, even said to give. It turned out to be useless to him. Okay, I'll take it. Although this item did not have a practical role for Zhang Fan, if he wanted to cultivate a force in the future, or if he wanted to take on a disciple, then this spiritual plant would have an immeasurable role. Well, human, do you have any Taoist sutras or Buddhist scriptures or something like that there? If there is, I'm willing to trade with you for the price of one book, one spiritual material. Hearing this, Zhang Fan was first slightly stunned, and then he took a closer look at the big and thick black bear spirit in front of him. Such a coincidence? A bear who likes to read Taoist and Buddhist scriptures? Zhang Fan revealed an odd look. He can't be the black bear spirit that stole the longevity monk's robe later, can he? Chapter 17, Returning to the Cave with Suspicions. Seeing Mukong in the scripture pavilion. In the original Journey to the West, the Tang monk and the Monkey King rode the white dragon horse to a Buddhist temple called the Guanyin Zen Temple, whose presiding officer, the Golden Pond Elder, coveted the Tang monk's robe, and then stole it with the black bear spirit of the Black Wind Mountain. In order to retrieve the robe, the Monkey King door to ask for, did not want to fight a dozen rounds of the two are still indistinguishable, and then the black bear spirit closed the door. The Monkey King also had to return in defeat. In the end, it was also the Bodhisattva Guanyin's intervention that subdued the bear spirit. So, this black bear spirit will watch over the house for the goddess of mercy in the future? Looking at the dull-looking black bear spirit in front of him, Zhang Fan couldn't connect him with the mountain protector god who fought with the Monkey King undefeated in the future. You know, the future of the Monkey King is also the top of the immortals. And canon he fought with the black bear spirit can be an idle generation? What exactly do you mean by this fellow? Don't think that you can look at me with such a gaze with impunity just because you helped me. Just as Zhang Fan was contemplating, the black bear spirit's face changed, and Zhang Fan came back to his senses as a result. Nothing, I have a few Taoist scriptures here. Shall I repeat them to you? Regardless of whether the black bear spirit in front of him is the black man who stole the robe in the future, Zhang Fan is willing to make friends at this time. After all, if he can make friends with him, it will mean that there are a lot of spiritual materials and medicines in the future. What is the use of dictation? I only want books, otherwise spirits are exempt. The black bear spirit's words were unexpected by Zhang Fan. Oh, from what you say, you seem to be able to read words? Zhang Fan looked curiously at this black bear spirit. How could he not connect this block in front of him with reading? Why can't I be literate? I'm not bragging with you guys. Maybe I've read more books than you have. Listening to this slightly simple answer, Zhang Fan decided to set up another conversation. Oh, who taught you to read? Of course it's the woodsman who feeds me. None of your business. The black bear spirit didn't seem to be too stupid and reacted at once, looking at Zhang Fan with a face full of vigilance. If you want the hand-copied version of the two sutras of Taoism and Buddhism, I guess you'll have to wait for a while. After I return to the sect, I'll transcribe them and bring them over to you. Some of the Taoist and Buddhist scriptures were not considered to be any untold secrets, so Zhang Fan was not worried that Ancestor Bodhi would blame him. But of course, there would be no shortage of what he should ask for. Moreover, earlier listening to the tone of this black bear spirit, he is not a demon with no followers. At least from his mouth appeared that woodcutter word will let Zhang Fan have a lot of guesses. Bridge, Zhou, or woodsman. Within these three the most likely one is that woodcutter character. After all, this being the back of MT, Fong Tsuan, the appearance of a woodcutter is only natural. Under the slight turn of thoughts, Zhang Fan's attitude became more and more kind. Do you want anything else besides scripture? Hearing this, the black bear spirit lowered his head and pondered for a while. Then he shook his head and said in a jarring voice, I don't care about anything else first. I only want the scriptures of the Buddha's way right now. Rather a blind bear with one eye on the road. After silently sighing a sentence, Zhang Fan offered his farewell. Samsung Cave, the Guru's compound. Monkey, Zhang Fan called out, but unfortunately he didn't get a reply. No? After a slight disappointment, Zhang Fan moved the homemade wooden barrel in his hand towards the house. After placing it in place, Zhang Fan took out the 100 years of snow lotus needed by Guang Yuan from it, as well as an additional weapon refining spirit material called Heavenly Gold Spirit Gun. Let's get the stuff to second brother first. After the thought fell, Zhang Fan swept up. Of course, he naturally wouldn't forget the most important 1,000-year cold iron. Not much longer. Zhang Fan then arrived outside the compound where Guang Yuan was. Is second brother here? He hollered as he knocked on the door. A few moments later, the door to the compound opened on its own, and at the same time, Guang Yuan's slightly thin body appeared in front of Zhang Fan. Senior brother, after a long absence, you are finally back. Seeing the kind smile on Guang Yuan's face, Zhang Fan also revealed a smile. Senior brother, this is the 100 years snow lotus you asked for. This is the 1,000 years coal iron. And this is the heavenly gung spirit gold. Please also keep it. Senior brother, I only need the 100 years snow lotus and the 1,000 years coal iron. This heavenly gung spirit gold, you'd better take it on your own. After saying that, he was about to push the heavenly gung spirit gold to Zhang Fan's side. Second, senior brother, you helped me to refine the alchemy furnace. Senior brother is already very grateful. If I don't accept this heavenly gung spirit gold, senior brother is afraid that this thought in my heart won't reach me. Seeing that Zhang Fan's attitude was very insistent, Guang Yuan finally sighed. Why do we need to be like this between master and brother? In that case, we'll wait for senior brother's good news. Zhang Fan arched his hand, and Guang Yuan also returned the salute. At the same time he also silently praised in his heart. Junior brother will definitely not be some fish in the pond in the future. Not to mention this terrifying heavenly posture of his. Just this means of treating people is destined to make his path in the future will not be difficult to walk. In front of the door of the hidden scriptures, Zhang Fan did not rush back to the compound to practice after bidding farewell to Guang Yuan because the 2 spells he had picked earlier had already reached their limits and it was time for him to pick new spells. Previously, when I was at the refining essence and transforming chi stage, the mana in my body wasn't enough to cast too many spells, so I merely picked out 2 spells, but now that I've already broken through to the refining chi and transforming god stage, I'm perfectly capable of picking out a few more spells. With a slight flash of thought, Zhang Fan began to ponder his shortcomings today. Nowadays, I have the frontier sword technique for the means of attack, and the treading waves and traveling clouds technique for the evasion technique, and in terms of usefulness, I'm still lacking a defense type spell, as well as an undercurrent card that has a decisive effect, and, of course, functional spells are essential to the existence of the spells as well, so the purpose of this one is clear enough. After having a calculation in his heart, Zhang Fan decided not to delay any longer and directly lifted his foot to step into this hidden scripture cabinet. Accompanied by the transformation of the heaven and earth, the scenes in the hidden scripture pavilion appeared in Zhang Fan's eyes. However, one of the skinny figures was a bit of a surprise to him. Monkey? Zhang Fan called out uncertainly. The reason why he was unsure was not that Zhang Fan could not recognize it, but because the scene in front of him made him unsure that the figure was the Monkey King. At this moment, the thin figure was sitting on the ground. Beside it was scattered with one book after another. In addition, there was a stack of books about half a person high waiting for the figure to go through. Van? The figure that was studying a book looked up in surprise after hearing the sound. Looking at his face, it was none other than the Monkey King. Fan, you're back from the back of the mountain? After putting down the books in his hands, Sun Wukong slowly stood up with quite a bit of joy on his face. However, although Zhang Fan's face did not show it, his heart was in an uproar. Good lord! This slow and methodical movement is actually something that the staggering monkey from days gone by could do? Chapter 18, Reading the canonical texts to know the truth, and obtaining spells to name Qinkuan. Monkey, what are you doing? Looking at the books scattered all over the floor, Zhang Fan looked at the directory written above. South China Sutra, the True Sutra of Chuanshu, the Book of Psalms. Undoubtedly, these are the 100 classics belonging to the schools of Confucianism, Taoism, Law, and Mohammedanism. Didn't little Fan say that master would take me in if I could make a change? However, senior brother, it was indeed me who was too utilitarian earlier. During the time you were away, I took a good look at these classics again, and realized that the thoughts contained therein were really too smacking. It's hard to imagine that these were all masterpieces written by some mortals who had never cultivated before. Listening to Sun Wukong's explanation, Zhang Fan was relieved and somewhat helpless at the same time. Would the authors of these tomes be ordinary people? Leaving aside Laozi, who wrote the Tao Te Ching, a masterpiece of Taoism, Zhuangzi, who wrote the Manhwa Xinjing, was no ordinary man. Are you kidding? How can an ordinary person know what a Kunlun Pang looks like? Monkey, awesome. In the end, Zhang Fan chose to compliment the other party. Little Fan, you must also take a good look at these canonical books if you have time. Really, I'm sure your heart will improve tremendously if you read these. Looking at the monkey in front of him who was scratching his cheeks and bearing his smile, Zhang Fan was relieved. This was the monkey he knew so well. What Monkey said is very true. From today onwards, I will accompany you to look at these texts in this Tibetan scripture pavilion. Good brother, here, take this one for a moment. After the words fell, the Monkey King shoved a book into Zhang Fan's arms. The latter took it helplessly, his eyes sweeping upward. It was the South China True Scripture mentioned earlier. Time passed little by little, and Zhang Fan gradually immersed himself in the scriptures. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Fan exhaled deeply. No wonder Monkey and that black bear spirit are both so valued for these classics. And now that I look at the books carefully, I realize that the classics I read before are no different from Piggy eating ginseng fruit. Thinking about this, Zhang Fan couldn't help but think again. It's just that I didn't know that these classics were valuable earlier. But now that I know, do I still have to take them to that black bear spirit? It's just a matter of waiting for a chance to ask the master for advice. Afterward, Zhang Fan turned his head to look at Sun Wukong, who was still immersed in the classics on the side, and without moving, he stood up and walked over towards the location of the books that were placed on the side of the spells. He hadn't forgotten the purpose of his trip. Although the philosophies contained in those classics were very useful, spells were also an indispensable presence for him today. Following the order he had decided on earlier, Zhang Fan began to search amongst the entire hidden scripture cabinet. If I remember correctly, earlier I had seen space-type spells among the hidden scriptures, and such spells can be used as storage space completely. As Zhang Fan searched, his thoughts surged. After about tens of breaths had passed, he stopped himself. Finally, it's you! Looking at the book inscribed with the Qian Kuan sleeve method in his hand, Zhang Fan's eyes were slightly happy. In the original journey to the west, the Tang monk and his 4 disciples had been to a Taoist temple named Wuzhuangguan. The master of that Taoist temple is the famous ancestor of the earth immortal, Jinyuan Daxian. In the original, the 4 masters and disciples had been taken away by him with a wave of his sleeve. The divine ability used by that Jinyuan Daxian was the dry heaven in the sleeve. Although this Qiankuan sleeve technique in Zhang Fan's hands was nowhere near as good as Jinyuan Daxian's avatar, it was already a very suitable spell for him nowadays. According to the introduction, if I can practice this spell to the point of perfection, then I will be able to open up a space of about 10 cubic meters within my sleeves, a space that is entirely more than enough for storing things. After the mind rotation was over, Zhang Fan began to pick the rest of the spells. After some searching, he picked out 2 spells that he was extremely satisfied with. Xian Turtle Spiritual Martial Law, the Sword of God, the Thunderbolt Technique. After these 3 spells are all cultivated, then I will be considered to have formed a complete set of spell systems, and at that time, I will be able to expand my arsenal of spells, and no matter what kind of spells I have, I will be able to go and learn them all. After silently chanting in his heart, Zhang Fan shifted his gaze to Sun Wukong on the side, and pondered a bit when he saw that he was still immersed in the world of the book. Monkey, it's getting late. Let's go back. It was only with the fall of Zhang Fan's voice that the Monkey King woke up like a dream. What's wrong, Van? Then, as if he had remembered something. Oh, we should get back. Strike that. Sun Wukong then climbed up from the middle of the pile of books, and then he began to place one of the books that had been laid out on the floor, unhurriedly, back where it belonged. It had to be said that Sun Wukong's memory was really good, and with hundreds of books, he had hardly misplaced a single one. The Guru's Compound. After returning from the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion, Zhang Fan did not immediately go and start practicing the newly acquired spells. He first took out the spirit material that was shaped like a peach in the middle of the barrel and brought it to the Monkey King. Monkey, come, here's the fruit I found for you. Fan, you have a heart. Sun Wukong inclined his head, his eyes joyful. Ha ha, as long as Monkey likes it. Seeing the Monkey King's appearance, Zhang Fan had a vestigial feeling of watching Journey to the West as a child. Only, where once he was a spectator. Today, he is a pro-lifer. Alright Monkey, I'm going to go practice haha. After Zhang Fan said casually, he turned around and walked towards his room. And as Sun Wukong looked at Zhang Fan's departing figure, he couldn't help but start thinking, this Xiao Fan of mine is really surprisingly good to my old grandson. In the future, if the ancestor grants me the law of eternal life, I must take good care of him. Zhang Fan didn't know that one of his tiny spirit peaches had captured the Monkey King. At this moment, he was cultivating on his knees in the middle of his room. Time passes quietly. Zhang Fan's state managed to return to a perfect state. It was only at this time that he began to recall the contents of the spells he had seen in the middle of the hidden scriptures. For him nowadays, the ability to forget is completely basic. As far as I'm concerned, the most important thing I need to learn at the moment is the Qiankuan sleeve technique. In a slight flash of thoughts, Zhang Fan raised his eyes and looked at the wooden barrel not far away. In its bucket, there were nearly a dozen other spiritual materials. No hesitation, Zhang Fan began to follow the records in his memory and began to operate the mana in his body little by little. First time, fail. Second time, fail. Third time, fail. Along with Zhang Fan's attempts over and over again, his mastery of the Qiankuan sleeve technique deepened. After I don't know how many attempts, a text appeared at the top of the panel that hadn't been seen for a long time. Perform the Qiankuan sleeve technique once in its entirety. Proficiency +1. Chapter 19, Xiankuan Sleeve Method Debuts. Guan Yuan sends furnace to boast heavenly beauty. Along with the appearance of this prompt, an additional energy fluctuation suddenly appeared at Zhang Fan's originally plain and uninteresting sleeves. Of course, if one were to be more precise, the exact location would be an inch beside Zhang Fan's right small arm. In that area, a space entrance had silently appeared. Try how well it works. With a slight turn of thought, Zhang Fan walked towards the barrel carrying the spiritual materials to the side. Between the flick of the sleeve and the wave of the hand, the sleeve swelled violently, and at the same time, a suction force appeared. The barrel also moved towards the sleeve in the same direction. And in the process, the barrel size also started to get smaller at a speed visible to the naked eye. When it reached the sleeve, it had already become the size of a palm, and the moment it completely entered the sleeve, it was silently lost. This spell is genuinely good, but it's a pity that it just can't store living things. Otherwise, this spell could still be used as a means against the enemy. In a slight turn of his mind, Zhang Fan focused his attention to where his arm was. In the next moment, a space of about 1 cubic meter appeared among his perceptions for no reason at all, and the previous barrel was standing peacefully in it. Not bad, try again to see what it's like to let it out. After praising again, Zhang Fan waved his hand again. A scene similar to the previous one appeared. The barrel once again appeared at Zhang Fan's sleeve in the size of a palm. But this time, the barrel was moving towards the outside world. The barrels reappeared in a trance. Putting it away, Zhang Fan looked slightly happy. Then he waved his hand once again. This time, he didn't choose to include the barrels together. After all, there was currently only a total of 1 cubic meter of space, so he still had to save it. Now that the matter of the storage space is settled, it's time to cultivate the other 2 spells. The time was long, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In these few days, Zhang Fan's schedule can be described as extremely simple. Every morning up with a group of senior brothers chanting the Tao, and then together with the Monkey King soak in the Tibetan scripture pavilion to study the hundreds of classics. If you are tired, you temper it with practice. When it was nightfall, they would return to the Gohan compound to train and practice their spells. Such days may seem boring, but if you immerse yourself in them, you will realize the joy of doing them. It was worth mentioning that on the first day, Zhang Fan had also gifted Guangxi with a spiritual herb. After all, in the past days, Guangxi had not only attentively explained his cultivation problems to him, but at the same time, he had also made pills for him free of charge. With this kind of favor, Zhang Fan naturally couldn't ignore it. Day 4, Hidden Scriptures. After the usual chanting of the sutras with a group of senior brothers, Zhang Fan wanted to go to the pavilion of sutras with Sun Wukong. But unexpectedly, just when the two were about to leave, Guang Yuan's figure appeared on the side. Senior Wufan, stay back. At those words, Zhang Fan stopped his steps. What is it that second senior brother has summoned me for? Guang Yuan laughed. Did senior brother forget that you still have an alchemy furnace with me? Refined so quickly? Ha ha, so distrustful of your senior brother's ability? A mere alchemy furnace is naturally at hand. In the midst of his words, Guan Yuan also smoothly removed a cloth bag smaller than the palm of his hand from his waist. Then, after a fluctuation of mana, a 3-legged round furnace about 50 centimeters tall appeared on the side. This furnace as a whole is black. Its 3 feet are carved on the road inscription. If you look carefully, you will find its body will occasionally flash a little blue. This is the color that belongs to 1,000 years of cold iron. Senior brother Wufan, you should thank your 4th senior brother Dajiang. What do you mean by that? Senior brother? Guan Yuan smiled and raised his hand to float the Dan furnace into the air. In the next moment, the details of its bottom appeared in front of the crowd. One could only see a tightly packed pattern, arranged in a unique order at its bottom, extremely aesthetically pleasing. This array is called Turning Spirit Transformation Inflammation Array, possessing the ability to transform mana into spirit flame. This kind of spirit flame can not only speed up the extraction of medicinal power, but also can maintain the stability of the medicinal power to a great extent. No kidding, as long as senior brother has it, even if it is just casually practiced, can be practiced to make pills. After hearing the specifics of the situation, Zhang Fan could not help but flash through his mind the figure with a short, fat body, white skin, and a smile on his face. I can't imagine 4th senior brother's craftsmanship is so good. After praising, Zhang Fan respectfully paid his respects towards Guang Yuan. Thank you, 2nd senior brother, for taking the trouble. He knew very well that the reason why 4th senior brother had burned the formation below the Dan furnace was more because of Guang Yuan. If there was no Guang Yuan, how could he have made such an effort without even showing his face? Therefore, the person that Zhang Fan should thank the most was actually Guan Yuan. Ha ha, senior brother, don't be polite. We don't need all this red tape between us senior brothers. As he spoke, He smoothly helped the bent-over Jiang Fan up. Senior brother, do you have a storage magic treasure? If not, I'll send it to your compound for you first. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan nodded. Thank you for your kind words, senior brother. I just learned a spell a few days ago, so I can barely fit it in. With that, he waved his sleeve. That Dan furnace was also put away by Jiang Fan in a short period of time in the storage space. Senior brother, this is the Qianquan sleeve technique? Guang Yuan, who had seen Jiang Fan's movements, brightened up, and there seemed to be a few moments of surprise among his eyes. What senior brother said is good. This method is exactly that method. Guang Yuan, who received an affirmative answer, couldn't help but feel a little more emotion in his tone. Senior brother is really gifted. Not only are his roots and bones clear and strange, even his enlightenment is so high, it can be said that he is a heavenly wizard as well. Senior brother is not joking. It's just some mundane spells. It's not worthy of praise. Seeing that Jiang Fan was still being modest, Guang Yuan shook his head. Senior brother, do you know how many people in our sect are able to acquire this spell at the realm of refining Qi and transforming God? May I hear the teachings of senior brother? As far as I know, you're the only one at the moment. Afterwards, Guang Yuan added, not to mention the realm of refining Qi and transforming God. Even if it's refining God and returning to the void, currently only eldest senior brother and third senior brother have learned this spell. So, senior brother's natural talent is truly outstanding. In the face of this naked compliment from Guang Yuan, Jiang Fan was at a bit of a loss as to how to respond for a moment. However, after only a moment, he adjusted his emotions. Senior brother is being overly generous. Senior brother, I am merely lucky. Seeing that Jiang Fan was still being modest, Guang Yuan shook his head. Alright senior brother, since you've already obtained this Dan furnace, I'll go ahead. Take care, senior brother. After the other party's figure disappeared into thin air, Jiang Fan began to think, is it hard to believe that there is something peculiar about me? Chapter 20, Bodhi's Ancestors' Thoughts, First Refining Pills to Solve Vice. Jiang Fan pondered for a moment, eventually coming up with an answer. Rather than saying that my enlightenment is heaven-defying, it's more like the proficiency panel that gives me power. It's like learning spells, although at first I might fail every time, but as long as there are more times, then I'm bound to succeed. So, is this the hidden function of the proficiency panel? After silently calculating in his mind, Jiang Fan shifted his gaze to the Monkey King beside him. Brother Monkey, I'm afraid we won't be able to go to the Tibetan scripture pavilion together today. Nothing. Xiaofan has newly obtained a Dan furnace today. I think his heart is set and cannot be fixed. Instead of going to waste time, it would be better to do something meaningful. Listening to this half-text, half-white words, Jiang Fan has already seen strange. Have to say, reading makes people wise. This sentence is true. Although Sun Wukong did not have any cultivation at the moment, Jiang Fan was certain that after Sun Wukong obtained the ancestors' transmission of the law, his life would definitely be different from his previous life. Then, monkey, I'll go ahead. Jiang Fan's figure flashed after he offered his farewell. Looking at Jiang Fan's departing back, Sun Wukong's eyes no longer had the envy of the past, but only a clear water-like calm. The compound where the Bodhi ancestor is located. At this moment, he, who had originally closed his eyes, silently opened them. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he said as if muttering to himself, this monkey's character is much more composed. But unfortunately, even if this seat has the intention to teach you the immortal laws, you will not be able to learn them. And when you are close to the time of your destiny, this seat will then cast a spell to shield the heavenly will on you. And I think that at that time, they should not have too much reaction, right? On the contrary, there is another human kid. The roots and bones do not see how good, but the cultivation progress is so fast. I think there is also hidden what this seat does not know the secret. However, some secrets in my case is not very big. And, I'd like to see if you have that destiny with me or not. I am afraid that no one in the world knows anything about the self-talk of Grandmaster Bodhi. At this moment, Jiang Fan had already returned to the middle of the Wukong generation compound. After waving his sleeve and releasing that Dan furnace, he carefully examined it. It was better not to look at it. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Looking at the Dan furnace, Jiang Fan couldn't help but start musing. Being my first alchemy furnace, there should be a name for it. After a few moments of thought, his mind had a charter. Since your main material is 1,000 years of cold iron, and you occasionally emit azure light, let's call you the spectral cold furnace. After obtaining the name, the phantom cold furnace did not emit joyful emotions like the rumors. At this time it just stood in place, slowly releasing its unique cold air to the surroundings. Let's start with the simplest Qi recovery pill. Because the Qi recovery pill was one of the simplest pills to refine, the spirit materials required were not too many. The main and auxiliary materials added up to a total of only 3. And these 3, Zhang Fan just happened to have a collection of them. Soon, he made the preparations before refining. Gazing at the 3 kinds of spiritual materials that were wrapped in divine sense and suspended in front of him, Zhang Fan did not rush to do anything. He first distracted himself by injecting a ball of mana into the phantom cold furnace. In a split second, a flame that flickered with an eerie blue light then rose up from around the spectral cold furnace. The strange thing is that after these flames appeared, they did not burn the ground, nor did they have any temperature released, and they seemed to be just a look-alike item in general. However, as the manipulator, Zhang Fan knew very well that the actual temperature of this seemingly useless flame was surprisingly high. Without making any jokes, even an extremely difficult to melt extraterrestrial meteorite would be melted into a pile of metallic liquid by it in less than 10 seconds after being put into it. As for why such high temperatures did not hurt the surrounding area, it would be necessary to mention 4th senior brother Dajian's array attainments. Under its array binding, these flames turned into well-behaved children and were at the mercy of Zhang Fan. The next step is to utilize divine sense to condense all the medicinal power of these spirit materials. With a slight turn of thought, Zhang Fan's divine sense moved slightly. An invisible force began to appear above it, and then it began to crush it like juicing. Of course, this analogy was still slightly exaggerated, rather than crushing. It was more like using divine sense to compress that one spirit material. Time passed, and under the dual effects of divine sense and flame, the spirit material that originally took the form of a plant gradually changed into a ball of pure medicinal power. And the moment it was completely condensed, Zhang Fan first relaxed his divine sense and then dispersed the temperature of the flame. The medicinal power that had lost its 2 forces did not dissipate in this way, and under the effect of the phantom cold furnace, it stayed in place peacefully. This spectral cold furnace is really like what 2nd senior brother said. Now that I have it, the success rate of my alchemy will be greatly increased. After a slight flash of joy in his heart, Zhang Fan once again began to condense the medicinal power. In a short while, Zhang Fan had completed the condensation of 3 clusters of medicinal power. Next is the most important step in the alchemy process. After taking a deep breath, Zhang Fan increased the use of his divine sense and began to analyze and alter the 3 masses of medicinal power as if he were pulling out silk from a cocoon. This process was an extreme test of energy and patience. Just a quarter of an hour, but it made the originally energized Zhang Fan wither. Fortunately, Zhang Fan's mind was stable, and although the process was slightly rusty and long, he completed the step in an organized manner. The next step is the final step. After the thoughts passed in a flash, Zhang Fan fiercely exerted his divine sense to the maximum. Boom! The originally various dispersed medicinal powers began to slowly fuse in a peculiar manner. In the end, only the last ball of light yellow medicinal power remained in the spectral cold furnace. It finally sort of worked. Zhang Fan first waved his hand and wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. Then without thinking, he added another dollop of mana into the spectral cold furnace. Shasta! The flames in the Dan furnace jumped upward. After about 10 or so breaths had passed, the medicinal power began to gradually coalesce. After a burst of spiritual chi shot out in all directions, more than 10 pale yellow pills about the size of a pinky finger were suspended in the air. Successfully refined a chi recovery pill. Unlocking the sub-profession alchemist. Unlocking the formula, Chi Recovery Pill. Chi Recovery Pill Proficiency +1. It worked! Among Zhang Fan's calm tone, a few hints of joy were vaguely revealed. After dispersing the flames underneath the furnace, Zhang Fan took out a vial that had been prepared long ago from the space in his sleeve. After a slight prodding of his divine sense, he collected the dozen or so Chi Recovery Pills in the air into the vial. Although the name of the Chi Return Dan is Chi Return, its essence is the collection of a large mass of spiritual chi. Therefore, if the mana in my body is full, then this Dan can also speed up my cultivation progress. After silently recalling the effects of the Chi Return Pill in his mind, Zhang Fan opened his proficiency panel in passing. He wanted to see what his panel would look like after unlocking his sub-profession. Chapter 21, Master's Approval of the Secret of Traveling to the West. See the Black Bear cleverly change the spirit. Name, Zhang Fan. Realm, Refining Chi and Transforming God, 7. 42%. Technique, Huangting Jing. Avatar, None. Spells, Frontier Sword Technique, Extreme. Treading Waves and Traveling Clouds Technique, Extreme. Xiankuan Sleeve Technique, 1. 2%. Xian Turtle Spirit Martial Technique, 0. 54%. Divine Sword Drawing Thunder Technique, 0. 21%. Side Profession, Alchemist. Mastery of the Elixir Formula, Recovery of Chi, 0. 12%. P.S. The panel will appear in a simplified version if there is no special plot. Just 2 more words? After a slight turn of his mind, Zhang Fan turned his attention away from the panel. Now that the Tao, Dharma, and technique are all in place, there is only one thing left to do, and after that is done, one can dive into cultivation. After thinking about it, Zhang Fan put the cold furnace aside into his sleeve space, and at the same time, he also took a step towards the futon. Although there was still one thing left to do, this matter was not urgent, so Zhang Fan decided to cultivate for a while before doing so. Time flowed, and in the blink of an eye, January passed. During this period of time, Zhang Fan's progress with the help of the concocted elixir was nothing short of rapid. Of course, had it not been for the fact that these pills could not be taken continuously, his progress would have been even more appalling. Now that the elixir is about to be consumed, it's time to do that thing. In the midst of the Wukong generation compound, Zhang Fan stood up after his cultivation had ended and thought so. He then ran his pace and sped towards the compound where the Bodhi ancestor was located. Not much longer, he appeared at the door. Zhang Fan did not rashly knock on the door. He just stood respectfully. After straightening up his clothes, Zhang Fan took a few steps forward, arched his hand and said in a deep voice, "Master, disciple some time ago and a black bear spirit bonded with a black bear spirit. After a little bit of understanding, disciple found that this demon's heart is pure and good, and at the same time, also heart of the great Tao. So disciple was entrusted by him to ask the master, can you teach some of the mundane Taoism and Buddhism two scriptures to him?" After saying this, Zhang Fan stood respectfully in place. A moment later, a voice of Ancestor Bodhi appeared in the middle of his mind for no apparent reason. "May. Thank you, Master." Along with Ancestor Bodhi's reply, Zhang Fan gradually let go of his heart. It seems that Master is aware of the existence of that black bear spirit, otherwise he wouldn't have agreed so readily. However, if Master knew of the black bear spirit's existence, then why didn't he just take it into his door wall? After all, judging from his later accomplishments, it is thought that this black bear spirit is not a blessed one, and the word woodcutter that the black bear spirit once slipped out of his mouth. If it was really the woodcutter who adopted him, then what is the woodcutter's relationship to the master? It's so inscrutable. At this moment, Zhang Fan truly felt the gap between the original plot and reality. Although he was very familiar with the original story, there were some things that had not been mentioned in the original story that he could not even think about. For example, the identity of the woodcutter. For example, why he meets the black bear spirit who later steals the robe at Fangchun Mountain. And for example, why Grandmaster Bodhi makes Sun Wukong wait for 7 years in the original story. Everything seems to be shrouded in mist, and the truth cannot be glimpsed. Forget it, now that we have Master's approval, let's hurry up and copy a few Taoist scriptures now. It just so happens that there is a lack of spirit medicines to refine pills lately. In the slightest turn of his mind, Zhang Fan had already swept towards the compound of the Wukong generation where he was, at the back of Fang Cun Mountain, in front of the cave where the black bear spirit was located. "Old Blackie, come out and get the guests." Zhang Fan said so with a few flirtatious tones. In just a moment, the black bear spirit walked out from it with those dull steps. Looking at the other party's figure, Zhang Fan's eyes flickered slightly for a moment. I can't imagine that just a month or so ago, the other party's body shape has become a few points larger, and I think its strength should have been refined a few points. "Are you here to fight me again?" The black bear spirit looked at Zhang Fan, who was empty-handed, and said in a jarring tone, "What kind of fight? Is muscle the only thing inside your head?" Zhang Fan pretended to reprimand the black bear spirit because just refined the horizontal bone not long reason, more or less a little poor speech. The face of Zhang Fan this flip-flopping gesture is really do not know how to answer. "So, what did you find me for then?" Obviously, the black bear spirit was defeated in the verbal exchange. Seeing this slightly aggrieved appearance of the other party now, Zhang Fan was really difficult to connect him with the black bear spirit that was able to fight back and forth with the Monkey King in the future. "Is it hard to believe that I guessed wrong?" After muttering in a low voice, Zhang Fan decided to stop teasing this stupid bear. "What about the elixir that was promised to me?" "Elixir? You brought the classics?" The black bear spirit was a bit surprised. However, in the next moment, he looked up and down at Zhang Fan suspiciously. "You don't look like you've got anything on you. You're not trying to get something for nothing, are you?" Words. Zhang Fan gave him a blank look, then waved his sleeve. In a split second, a full dozen books hovered beside Zhang Fan. So much. The black bear spirit first rejoiced for a moment, and then he acted as if he had remembered something. "Hey human, how come you can make these books appear out of thin air?" Hearing his question, Zhang Fan's mind quietly spun with ideas. It seems that although this black bear has a heel, its heel doesn't seem to have popularized general knowledge about cultivation for him, so it's no wonder that he couldn't beat that big spotted tiger. After having made up his mind, Zhang Fan smiled slightly. "Want to know? I'll tell you with one spiritual material." "Say it." Zhang Fan then put those books back into his sleeve space. Although the black bear spirit was clueless, it didn't mean he was stupid, and after seeing Zhang Fan's actions, He understood what Jiang Fan meant. Humph. Humans, you don't take me for one of you who only play mind games. Just wait. I'll go get you the spirit materials. Say it. The black bear spirit then turned and walked into the middle of the cave. Not much longer. He then went and returned. And at the same time, he was carrying about 6 spirit herbs among his 2 wide palms. Humans, let's change 6 books first. Jiang Fan didn't make a fuss, and immediately took out 6 books from among the space in his sleeves. Soon, the two completed the exchange. Is that all? Of course it's more than that. The black bear spirit like a treasure to the 6 books in the arms. That kind of look, like in the general treatment of the lover. That attitude, it looks like that again. In a short while, all the books in Jiang Fan's hand were exchanged to that black bear spirit. Well, I don't have any more here, so I'll trade with you after I use up these spirit materials. As he spoke, Jiang Fan waved his hand and smoothly took in all of these spirit materials. Farewell, old black man, Jiang Fan said archly. However, just as he was about to turn around and leave, the black bear spirit's voice came over. Human, wait. Chapter 22, Time flies like a few years. Wufan Wukong asks for the teacher. Jiang Fan turned back in surprise. Didn't you just say that you'd tell me how you did it with a single spirit herb? I'll give it to you. Just tell me. After saying that, the black bear spirit then took out another spiritual material. However, Jiang Fan didn't bother to pick it up this time. It's just some tricks. This technique is called the Qiankuan sleeve technique, and it can hold everything. Strike that. Jiang Fan then turned around and left without further stopping. Time is long. A year and a half later, Jiang Fan advanced to the refined spirit returning to Void Realm. For another 3 years, he entered the peak of the refined god returning to Void Realm. The guru's compound. Jiang Fan stood in front of the door of a room and gently snapped the door. Monkey, today is the day of the master's sermon. Let's go to the Qiangtai early. For compared to several years ago, today's Jiang Fan's aura was undoubtedly more outstanding. Just see him wearing a dark blue Taoist robe, face as white as jade, sword eyebrow and starry eyes, the top of his head by a wooden hairpin bundle hair, just like the earth banishment immortal in the world. What are you looking at? Little Fan, wait a moment, my brother will be right there. A few moments later, the portal opened and Sun Wukong's figure walked out in slow steps. In comparison to a few years ago, the Monkey King has changed drastically. You remember when he first met Jiang Fan, he still hadn't gotten rid of the monkey nature, and the whole person was furtive and jumping up and down. And then on the contrary, today, also dressed in a dark blue Taoist robe, he exuded a convincing demeanor even though he was not tall, and the most impressive thing about him was his eyes that were full of wisdom. Fan, let's go, Sun Wukong said in a faint voice. Nowadays, although he still had no cultivation on his side, his own aura made him look extremely extraordinary. Monkey, for this sermon, I would like to ask the ancestor some questions. What do you think? The two walked down the road and began to make small talk. Does little Fan want to ask about the reason for the stagnation of his cultivation? Jiang Fan nodded. 2 months ago, he had already raised his cultivation to the peak realm of refining God and returning to the void, and if he were to use the data on the panel to represent it, he would have reached 99%. However, after 2 months of bitter cultivation, his cultivation had remained stagnant at this realm. He originally thought that he hadn't invoked the immortalization cauldron, but when he asked Guangji, he learned that if he wanted to invoke the immortalization cauldron, he would have to raise his own cultivation to the realm above refining spirit and returning to the void before he could do so. In other words, it wasn't because he hadn't passed through the immortalization tribulation, but because he had stagnated at this realm for some other reason. Therefore, he made up his mind this time and wanted to ask Ancestor Bodhi what kind of situation he was in. It's just as well. This time I can also seek the method of longevity from the ancestor together, Sun Wukong said flatly. Although his chi cultivation kung fu and his own insights had improved by an unknown number of times nowadays, his inner yearning for immortality had never been broken, even in a sense. Nowadays, the more he knew, the more he wanted to obtain that fruit of the Tao of eternal life. Then, Monkey, let's make it quicker. There's no rush, not much longer. The two brothers then came to the place of the Agora, which they did not know how many times they had visited. After the two of them familiarly greeted the group of senior brothers, they quietly sat on their knees on top of their futons. Soon, Ancestor Bodhi appeared on top of the Qiangtai carrying a roiling haze. Greetings, Master. Aha. After nodding as usual, Grandmaster Bodhi began his sermon, accompanied by the visions of the heavenly flower and the golden lotus of the earth. The sound of the voice of the Tao entered into the middle of the ears of the crowd. Everyone was immersed in it. I don't know how much time had passed, but Jiang Fan suddenly heard a question from Ancestor Bodhi. Gohan, how long have you been initiated? With the sound of the voice entering his ears, Zhang Fan came to his senses from the state of enlightenment. Moving his gaze forward, he saw that Ancestor Bodhi was gazing at his face with a calm expression. Enlightened Master, it has been 5 years and 3 months to this day since my disciple was initiated. Has it been that long? Ancestor Bodhi paused slightly, and at this time, Zhang Fan also realized that the rest of the senior brothers were all awake as well. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Zhang Fan then secretly thought in his heart, Master is now suddenly asking me this question. Like in the original, he had asked Monkey, is it possible that Master is trying to teach me the golden immortal mysterious technique? Just as he was rambling, Ancestor Bodhi's voice came again. If you are homesick, go back and take a look. Hearing this, Zhang Fan's heart suddenly sank. Does that seem to mean Master is kicking me out? No, absolutely not. In a trance, Zhang Fan hurriedly bowed. Master, now that my disciple has failed to learn the art and has no face to go back to his hometown, I hope that the Master will have mercy on me and not drive my disciple away. At this moment, Zhang Fan suddenly felt the feelings of the Monkey King in the original story when he was driven away by Grandmaster Bodhi. Wu Fan, Master is not trying to kick you out. It's just that you should go home and visit. Alright, do you have any more questions about the way of cause and effect that Master spoke about earlier? Seeing that Ancestor Bodhi was no longer speaking on that previous topic, Zhang Fan was also caught up in his thoughts. Master's earlier words were not to drive me away, but rather to enlighten me. He first told me to go back to my home, and then mentioned the way of cause and effect. Can it be that this is the reason why my cultivation is stuck? But I'm crossing over in the flesh, and I don't have any parents in this world, so where's the karma in that? Zhang Fan frowned, puzzled. It was also at this time that Sun Wukong's slightly calm voice suddenly appeared above the agitated platform. Master, I have been practicing the Yellow Court Sutra daily since I was initiated. Yet to this day, I am still unable to be initiated. And Wukong specially begs Master to pass on to me the method of longevity, and to enter into the gateway of that great Tao. Strike that. Sun Wukong then directly bowed and fell to the ground. Along with the fall of Sun Wukong's words, the breaths of the surrounding group of senior brothers tightened. They looked worriedly at Sun Wukong. Unlike the original, with Zhang Fan's involvement in the journey to the west, Sun Wukong's treatment of people had improved tremendously. It was no exaggeration to say that the two of them, Sun Wukong and Zhang Fan, had an excellent relationship with every senior brother in the sect. Therefore, at this time, they could not help but worry about the Monkey King. Wukong, your problem is known to the Master, but this matter of preaching does not lie with me, but with your Master Wu Fan. Listening to Ancestor Bodhi's words, the people present once again cast their eyes on Zhang Fan. As for Zhang Fan, who was the party involved, he was also a bit bewildered at this time. Since when did the Monkey King's ability to obtain the law of eternal life have anything to do with him? Although under his influence, the Monkey King had changed that little bit, it shouldn't matter to him, right? I am a crude disciple, and I do not realize the true meaning of the Master, so I hope that the Master will show me. Compared to the Monkey King who only said I am an honest man in the original story, he is now speaking with a bit of literary literacy. In the face of Sun Wukong's question, Grandmaster Bodhi no longer sold out and bluntly stated the reason. Chapter 23, after a long absence from the founder's ancestors' journey, entering Nanzhan after half a month, you and Wu Fan have known each other since South Juniper Continent, and came together to worship at my Mount Fangsuan. Your own destinies have long been entangled together, and now that Wu Fan is in a predicament, if this seat teaches you the method of longevity, Wu Fan will surely sink into the predicament. In that case, do you still want to learn the law of eternal life? Listening to Ancestor Bodhi's words, Zhang Fan's heart snapped, and it was only at this time that he realized it afterward. Grandmaster Bodhi's meaning was simple, his appearance caused the Monkey King's fate to change. There is a saying that success comes with Xiaohe and failure comes with Xiaohe. Although Sun Wukong's own character changed greatly under his influence, it also caused him to sprout the idea of asking Master Bodhi for the method of immortality. In doing so, it is changing the plot, or the will of God. As the absolute protagonist in Journey to the West, is it that easy to change the fate of the Monkey King? The answer is naturally self-evident. Just as the thought surged in Zhang Fan's mind, he heard the Monkey King's decisive voice. Master, if the price for obtaining the law of eternal life is Master Wu Fan, then Wukong me. I would rather not have this eternal life. Hearing this, Zhang Fan was directly stunned. Although his relationship with the Monkey King was very close, how could he not expect the Monkey King to be so determined to make a choice? In that case, you can sharpen your skills for some more time, and when Gofan is out of his predicament, that will be the day you become a Taoist. Thank you, Master. Along with the end of Jiang Sun's 2 questions, the rest of the disciples followed suit and raised their own doubts. Some ask about the road ahead, some ask about the way back, and some ask about the details of the practice. In the face of these questions, Ancestor Bodhi changed his previous stance and answered them all patiently. It was worth mentioning that the question Guangji had inquired about once again involved Zhang Fan. Guangji asked, Master, I have been stuck in the calamity of becoming immortal for a long time, and I don't know how to go about finding the immortal destiny that belongs to my disciple? The ancestor replied, Do you know what an immortal is? I am a humble disciple, so I look to my master for guidance. The world often say that the man on the mountain is immortal. This sentence is not too much omission, but it is not comprehensive enough. We must know that the word immortal, the man in the front, the mountain in the back. If there is no experience when you are a human being, how can we talk about going up to the mountain as an immortal? Along with Ancestor Bodhi's answer, Guangji fell into thought. What master said, I have some clarity in my heart, yet it's like watching the sea through a fog, not knowing where to start. Hey, Ancestor Bodhi sighed languidly. Then he turned his gaze to Zhang Fan. Wufan is returning to his hometown this time, so why don't you tag along? After saying these words, Ancestor Bodhi's figure directly dissipated just as if he had preached before. The next day, in front of the Gohan compound, Elder Brother Guangji, are you sure you want to return to southern Juniper continent with me? Zhang Fan said, there is no need to say more. Master said that my immortal destiny should be on you. Therefore, I will definitely go with you on this trip. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan nodded slightly. What about you, monkey? Are you sure you want to travel with me to South Juniper? Sun Wukong smiled slightly. Xiao Fan, not to mention what Master said, I am curious about the earthly land recorded in the canonical books. Although I once spent 9 years in southern Juniper continent, I didn't pay much attention at that time, and now that I think about it, I have a few regrets. Seeing that the two had made up their minds, Zhang Fan did not persuade them any further. In that case, then Brother Monkey and Senior Brother Guangji, please wait. Say it. Zhang Fan then waved his hand. A long sword came out of the sleeve space like a stream of light and hovered a foot away. Senior Brother's sword royalization Hong technique can be considered pure fire. Guangji let out a sound of admiration. Previously, he hadn't noticed Zhang Fan's act of casting a spell in the slightest, yet this spell was cast for no reason. And with this proficiency, even he couldn't help but feel a little ashamed of himself. Elder Brother is flattering. It's just a few tricks. Zhang Fan smiled and took the lead in stepping up. Seeing this, Guangji didn't hesitate and instantly released his magic treasure. A Dan furnace that shimmered with the color of ancient copper then came out. After sacrificing another mana, the Dan furnace then expanded. Senior Wukong, follow me into the furnace. Sun Wukong nodded. So very good. After Sun Wukong entered the furnace, Guangji once again activated his body's mana, and sent out the Dan furnace underneath him. Senior Wufan, I'll go first. Seeing this, Zhang Fan smiled slightly and thought in his heart, Monkey is entering the Dan furnace early. Ha ha. And then, Zhang Fan stepped on top of the long sword. Under the urging of mana, the long sword was like a divine dragon that had been awakened, transforming into becoming a silver-white pike that broke through heaven and earth and went to the far side. However, what Zhang Fan's trio didn't know was that in the moment before they set off, Ancestor Bodhi stood high above the sky, his gaze deep and watchful, and the moment before they set off, he reached out and gently waved his hand. With this divine ability that I have cast, I think I can keep you guys from entering the middle of the 9 continents boundary without any hindrance. As for what follows, it will depend on your destiny. After murmuring these words, Ancestor Bodhi's figure was once again hidden in the air, as if he had never appeared. Back of the square-inch mountain, the cave where the Black Bear spirit was located. At this time he was watching the Taoist scriptures in his hand in his own cave. I've read these Taoist scriptures a dozen times. Why isn't that human coming over? He spoke in a jar. However, it is at this point. A figure appeared beside him instead. The man was dressed in a cloth coat, with a bucket hat on his head, an old silkworm with white strips wrapped around his waist, and a pair of straw shoes on his feet. Looking at his face, he was the woodcutter who had guided Sun Wukong and Zhang Fan to pay their respects. Demented child, you've been slacking off a bit lately. The woodcutter's words caused the Black Bear spirit to jolt, and he looked over at the woodcutter, his eyes showing their own joy. Master. When he finished speaking, he bowed his head. Seeing this, the woodcutter shook his head slightly. I have come here to grant you a wonderful technique, so after you have learned it, leave on your own. Ha, don't, Master. I'm only at the refined Chi transformation realm. How can I have the capital to go out and wander? The Black Bear spirit wailed. However, the woodcutter shook his head slightly, and with a light wave of his palm, a spiritual light appeared in the center of the Black Bear spirit's brow. After it is cultivated, you will leave on your own. After saying this, the woodcutter's figure silently disappeared. The Black Bear spirit who saw the scene had an extremely helpless face. Hey! After a heavy sigh, he began to realize the dharma taught by the woodcutter. Time flowed, and in the blink of an eye half a month had passed. During this period of time, Zhang Fan's trio traveled above the Western Sea, moving through the air like no one's business. I don't know if it was just luck or because of something else, but in short, they didn't encounter any danger in the air, and crossed the Western Sea to South Juanbu continent peacefully. Gazing at the land below, Zhang Fan's 3 hearts were flooded with a few happy colors. God knows what kind of torture it really is to navigate the vast expanse of the ocean. It was thanks to the fact that none of the 3 were ordinary people, otherwise they would have definitely given up on this. Let's go down and take a look, Zhang Fan offered. So very good. Chapter 24, Zhang Fan understands his teacher's words. Here's about Ying Zheng in a restaurant. Longxi, as a seaside city of Qin near the Western Sea, this day, they welcomed several unfamiliar travelers. Is this the Earth? Compared to Zhang Fan and the Monkey King, who looked indifferent, Guangji, an old man of several hundred years old, appeared more curious. Elder brother Guangji, this place is the land of Qin, and speaking of which, it's been a long time since I've gone to meet my disciple. Speaking of which, Zhang Fan began to silently estimate the time in his mind. 7 years ago, he and Sun Wukong set out together from South Juanbu continent to search for immortality in West Nuga continent, and to this day, it is already 246 BC. If I remember correctly, this is the year that Zheng ascended to the throne, and I don't know if he's had a good time all these years. Just as Zhang Fan thought so, his thoughts suddenly spun. Wait, can it be that the karma that Master said was due to Zheng? At that moment, Guangji's words interrupted Zhang Fan's thoughts. Master Wufan has another disciple? Then wouldn't I have a nephew? Let's go. Let's take a look. Looking at the childlike-minded Guangji, Zhang Fan was somewhat helpless. I have to say, this trip, Guangji's persona is a bit collapsed off. I thought the other party is the kind of steady big brother. Did not think it is a Linghu Chong. It was no wonder that Grandmaster Bodhi had allowed the other party to follow him to this earth for some experience. Senior brother, this matter is not urgent. Let's just find a place to understand the situation today. What senior brother said is very true. For the question and answer between the two, the Sun Wukong on the side was calm. At this moment, he was like a calm observer, lifting his head and gazing at everything in front of him. Monkey, do you think the karma that Master is talking about could be referring to Zheng and I? Zhang Fan and the Monkey King had known each other for 7 years now, and thus, the two were very clear about their respective experiences. As far as I know, little Fan, you don't have many attachments amongst the earth, and the only one who can be involved in karma with you is probably your disciple. In that case, it seems that my destiny of becoming an immortal should be fulfilled in Zheng. I just don't know how exactly I should go about it. Is it hard to go and help him unify the 6 kingdoms? Zhang Fan began to think carefully. 2 senior brothers, the disciples within the sect all know that you have superior wisdom and understanding. I wonder if you can analyze for senior brother. What is the reason why the master said that I lack experience as a human being? Listening to Guangji's question, Zhang Fan and Sun Wukong glanced at each other. Then Zhang Fan was the first to open his mouth. Senior brother, as far as I know, you have grown up in Fangxiyuan Mountain since you were a child, and even though you are a mortal, you have never lived a mortal life. So I think that Master's intention should be to let you hide your cultivation and live with the mortals so that you can experience what it means to be a human being. The Monkey King on the side also added in due time. What Xiaofan said is very true, but I'll add that concealing one's cultivation is not dispersing one's cultivation, but rather, when one encounters a problem, one doesn't use one's cultivation to solve it. It is only in this way that one can realize the human way. Along with the 2 men's answers, Guangji gradually came to a clear understanding in his mind. So that's what Master actually meant? After murmuring slightly, Guangji immediately began to act, only to see him cast a spell on himself. In a blink of an eye, the original extraordinary temperament changed into a brown man dressed in cloth. Seeing this, Zhang Fan, who was on the side, also cast a spell on himself after a slight smile. Of course, he wouldn't forget the Monkey King on the side. Soon, Zhang Fan changed into a picture of a mortal ranger posture, while Sun Wukong changed into a thin and weak scholar. Ha ha, so much more comfortable. Guangji laughed and took the lead towards the crowd. Not long after, the 3 of them traveled into the middle of a tavern. Boss, fix us a whole table of good food and wine. Zhang Fan smiled faintly and took out a hang of half the taels of copper coins from his bosom. Having had 3 years of life experience, he wasn't going to make some cheap mistake. As for how this coin came to be, however, he casually searched for a copper mine and refined a large pile of it with a slight means. Please wait, guest. Looking at the dangling copper coins that Zhang Fan had placed on the counter, the tavern keeper's eyes lit up. You should know that in this day and age, 3 half-tael coins can buy a bucket of chestnuts, and there are at least hundreds of them in this hang. This is a rare and big order. The three of them found a seat by the window, and the shopkeeper knew how to bring a jar of sake. Is this the wine? Hiroshi looked at this slightly yellow-colored wine in the bowl with a curious expression. Zhang Fan gave his reply. Senior brother will know when he tries it. With that, the three of them raised their bowls and drank shallowly. While the three of them were drinking and seeking pleasure, Zhang Fan also pricked up his ears to listen to the movements around them. Hey, have you heard? Our king has turned into a brat. I heard. He's only 13 years old. 13 years old? Then wouldn't he not even have his crown bound? Isn't this nonsense? At a table not far from Zhang Fan's men, a few men dressed in cloths discussed angrily. Hey, keep your voices down. Is it not for us to talk about the king of the country? Watch out for heads to roll. Afraid of what? My sister is Lord Sheriff's favorite concubine. Would she be afraid of this? In my opinion, nah. With this little ruler in power, sooner or later our Qin will be attacked by other countries. Listening to the voices beside him, Zhang Fan was able to make sense of Ying Zheng's current situation. It is now the year 246 B.C., which is also the first year of Ying Zheng's ascension to the throne, known as the first year of Ying Zheng. If I remember correctly, it hasn't been a very good year for Masaru. Under the slight turn of thoughts, Zhang Fan also dispersed his heart of slowly traveling into Xianyang. At this time, Ying Zheng really needed him. Under the slightest turn of thought, Zhang Fan began to think again. According to the level of communication at this time, a message wants to reach this border place. Certainly need to spend a long time. However, this is only less than a year after ascending the throne. The news has reached here. It seems that behind this certainly have malicious people in the secret promotion. Right at this moment, the shopkeeper brought two junior staff to bring up a good dish for Zhang Fan's table. Seeing this situation, Zhang Fan first rested his thoughts and turned his attention to the food in front of him. Since he stepped into the cultivation, will rarely eat grains, really hungry, will be through the swallowing of some spiritual medicine for grain. Now again see the 5 grains, the heart naturally some intention, elder brother, monkey, and try how this store's craftsmanship is. Because they were worried about Ying Zheng, the three of them did not waste much time on the road. Under the enchantment of the spell, it only took them 3 days to reach the capital city of Qin from the borderland of Longxi. Xianyang. Chapter 25, High-Profile Appearance in Xianyang. Zhang Fan's anger as exiled immortal. Senior brother, are we still going to enter the city this time without attracting anyone's attention like before? On the sword boat, Guangji inquired. However, Zhang Fan shook his head slightly this time. Previously, I wanted to make a low-profile entrance into the world. However, this time the situation is different. If I want to help my disciple, I will definitely need to make a high-profile entrance. Oh, does senior brother have any ideas? Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan shifted his gaze to the Monkey King. The latter smiled faintly and spoke his thoughts. If you want to make a high-profile entrance, you definitely need to choose a high-profile way. And what other way can be as good as manifesting yourself in front of people? Although Guangji has never traveled to and from the earth, it doesn't mean that he is stupid. After Sun Wukon's remarks, he also understands. In that case, let's go and look for a place where there are many people. Zhang Fan nodded, recognizing the two's thoughts. He then piloted the sword boat and flew all the way towards the middle of Xianyang's workshop. Xianyang, the western workshop of the city. This was the time when the workshop market was open, in which it was densely populated. Look, you guys, what is that? Some sharp-eyed people spotted Zhang Fan and the others who were harnessing the sword boat. Is that a sword? As they drew closer, they gradually got a better look at the mold. No, I didn't see it wrong. Did I? There seems to be a few people on that sword. Sword fairy. It's the sword fairy. Some people reacted, and they looked very excited. To know for the immortal's yearning, from ancient times to the present day can never be broken. Now belongs to the fantasy scene appeared in front of their eyes. They naturally inevitably fell into a crazy. And that was exactly what Zhang Fan wanted to achieve. Soon, the three of them, Zhang Fan, stepped down from the sword boat under the gaze of the crowd. In order to prevent causing a commotion, Zhang Fan cast a good spell in advance, isolating the crowd at the periphery. I am the teacher of the present sovereign of Qin, Ying Zheng, and I have come here to help my disciple because I feel that he is in distress. Are there any generals in the crowd who are willing to go and report the news for me? As soon as the words fell, a voice rang out from the crowd. Greetings, immortal. I am the leader of the Xuanjia army of Xianyang city. I will go and report to the king for you. After he said that, he rushed to the stables, took out a BMW, and galloped towards the royal palace as fast as he could. It's a wonderful person who knows how to tell who he is before he goes about his business. On the sidelines, Hiroshi laughed. Zhang Fan also smiled together. Not surprised by this. Reality is not a novel. Perhaps the characters in the novel do not have their own ideas, but in reality, even if it is just a nobody, will also have their own heart of the little things, the palace of the king of Xianyang. But the teamster, after driving his horse, then rushed towards the palace at a very fast speed. Who's coming? The soldiers in charge of guarding the palace stopped the team leader. I am Wang Hu, the leader of the 8th team of the 7th battalion of the Xuanja army. This is my token. I have an urgent matter to meet the king today, so I would like to ask these two brothers to be accommodating. Wang Hu rolled over and dismounted, handing out his token with his backhand. Bold. A small team leader also wants to meet the king? The two soldiers in charge of the guards had thought that the other party was a general who came from the border, but now after hearing Wang Hu's reasoning, they immediately reprimanded him. Oh, I'm bold? Do you know what I have come here for? The king's master is an immortal. Now that he has heard that our king has been wronged, he has specially come down to earth to help the king. Do you dare to stop me? Wang Hu's face was cold, and he looked like the oldest person in the sky and the oldest person in the earth. It had to be said that Wang Hu's gesture succeeded in bluffing the soldiers defending the city. In that case, then you will dismount your armor and enter the palace. But let me say this first. If you meet the king and find out that you are half false, I will not be able to save you at that time. Just relax. The two soldiers guarding the gate saw this and then greeted them inward. A few moments later, a soldier came and picked up Wang Hu. Meanwhile, in a place where Wang Hu did not see, a person who looked like a commander opened his mouth and said to the person beside him, "You should tell Minister Lu about this matter and see how he decides." The viewpoint turned back to where Jiang Fan was. Ever since the three of them had gotten off the sword boat, they stayed where they were. Jiang Fan knew very well that if he wanted to help Ying Zheng grasp the power quickly, then he would need to put on a good show. After all, he was now an immortal. Everyone out of the way. It was at this moment that a group of people suddenly appeared around the workshop. As soon as they entered, they directly drove those people around them away. Oh, so soon? Jiang Fan brought a few moments of surprise. It was also at this time that a carriage suddenly appeared not far away. At the same time, a richly dressed figure stepped down from above the carriage. I am Lu Buwei. Who dares to impersonate an immortal god here? Hearing this familiar name, Jiang Fan's expression became playful. As the most investable businessman in history, Lu Buwei's life can be considered extremely legendary. He was originally a small rich man in the state of Zhao, but just because he sent his concubine to Qin Yiren, he succeeded in exchanging her for his future power, and even won the name of Zhongfu, of Ying Zheng. Although this has a great deal to do with his ability, it is undeniable that his luck is much more important. After all, who would have thought that the father and son, who both became hostages, would be successively crowned as kings of Qin in the future? Of course, Lu Buwei had done a lot of good for the Qin state, but he had done more harm than good to Ying Zheng. Not to mention the fact that he had been in control of the government for many years. But just the fact that he took the initiative to introduce Lao Ai's promiscuity into the harem made Ying Zheng loathe him to no end. Thus, this led to the miserable end of Lu Buwei later on. Back to the main topic. When Jiang Fan heard Lu Buwei's words, his face immediately became playful. Are you the current Minister Lu? My Zhenger was bullied by you? After the words fell, Jiang Fan no longer concealed his aura. Shasta, the aura that belongs uniquely to the top of the earth, then rises straight up into the clouds. At this moment, everyone's gazes involuntarily shifted to Jiang Fan's body. They seemed to see an exiled immortal descending to the mortal world. Those around the weaker-hearted people see this kind of scene, which can still sit still, immediately prostrate on the ground, mouth straight call immortal mercy. As for Lu Buwei, who was Jiang Fan's main target, he was naturally no better at this time. He, who had originally looked arrogant and unruly, was frozen in place in a split second. He couldn't speak for a long time. However, if one were to take a closer look, one would realize that the hem of his originally very rich coat was actually dripping a yellowish-brown liquid downwards at this moment. Seeing this scene, Jiang Fan silently shook his head in his heart. This was the reason why he must follow the Monkey King to worship in the first place. In this world with the immortal way, if one does not master the power, even if one is powerful, even if one is on top of 10,000 people, one can't resist the wrath of the immortals after all. Lu Buwei, if I hear Zhenger say half a word against you after I meet him later, I will kill you by 1,000 cuts. Jiang Fan said these words indifferently before dispersing the aura he had deliberately released. Chapter 26, Seeing Ying Zheng and saying long life, the Emperor of Man kneeling cannot be accepted. As soon as Jiang Fan's aura was withdrawn, the crowd's original sense of urgency, which was like a stone pressing down on their chests, finally stagnated. Immortals, forgive me, it is the little one who has offended. At this time, how could Lu Buwei have any of the godly demeanor that he had at the beginning of his appearance? At this moment, he was like a poor mole cricket praying to the gods for forgiveness. I expect to see Masaru in 3/4 of an hour. Jiang Fan spoke indifferently. To be honest, with his current cultivation state of mind, He really couldn't raise the slightest interest in a mortal like Lu Buwei. If it wasn't for the other party's special status and his disrespectful attitude, he wouldn't even have the desire to make a move. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you go fetch the king out of the palace? Human nature being what it was, when Lu Buwei had suffered a defeat at Zhang Fan's hands, he naturally unleashed his anger on the personal guards beside him. Time passed little by little, and as it neared 3/4 of an hour, a sound of horses' hooves came from the distance, and then, a caravan of horses came galloping from the direction of the royal palace. Normally, the travel of a country's monarch would be a large-scale event, but this time, the situation was special, so Ying Zheng just took a carriage and hurried over. Soon, Ying Zheng's figure stepped down from above that carriage. The moment he saw the other party's figure, Zhang Fan's heart inexplicably felt a few more moments of relief. Although Ying Zheng was only 13 years old at this time, he was already more than 7 feet tall, and with the black background of the dragon robe and the bejeweled jade crown, his temperament was exceptionally noble and outstanding. If I had to use one word to describe Ying Zheng at this moment, it would be born king. Master? While Zhang Fan was sizing up Ying Zheng, the latter was also watching Zhang Fan. When Ying Zheng saw Zhang Fan's unchanged appearance, he couldn't help but be a little unsure. Zheng, don't you recognize me after not seeing me for 7 years? Zhang Fan smiled slightly, and for the first time, he had a human face. And along with the sound of his voice entering his ears, Ying Zheng's memory also seemed to have returned to 7 years ago. As he looked at Zhang Fan, and he couldn't help but see a few more colors of joy in his eyes, he walked straight towards Zhang Fan. Because of his education as a king, Ying Zheng walked at a very steady pace, rather like a dragon walking with a tiger's footsteps. When he had traveled to a place about 10 feet away from Zhang Fan, he stretched out his hands, placed them in front of his chest, and solemnly bent his waist. Disciple Ying Zheng, meet master. Although Ying Zheng tried his best to put on a calm demeanor, because of the age limit, his tone inevitably still had a few more moments of excitement in it. Get up, go, take me around your palace. On the way you can just tell me how you've been living all these years. And by the way, tell me a good story about whether Lu Buwei has ever bullied you. After the words fell, Zhang Fan also looked deeply at Lu Buwei, his eyes filled with a warning flavor. The carriage to the palace. Zhang Fan and Ying Zheng sat side by side on the carriage, which was not crowded because it belonged to the royal family. Master, have you attained immortality? His words were full of excitement. Even if he were to reign supreme in the future, he would not be able to escape the temptation of immortality. Not to mention him now. It must be noted that the sending of Su Fu overseas to seek immortality is the best evidence. Now I am only one step away from becoming immortal. Zhang Fan smiled faintly. As the only attachment and karma in the mortal world, Ying Zheng definitely had a different weight in his heart. Just one step away? Although Zhang Fan had not become an immortal, he still managed to bluff Ying Zheng with only one step left. Master, will you teach me the method of immortality? Ying Zheng looked at Zhang Fan with a burning gaze. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan smiled slightly. If you want to live forever, I'm afraid you'll have to give up your throne that you've just ascended. Ha, why is that? Today's Ying Zheng is obviously not as mature as he was in the latter days. If he were in the latter days, I am afraid that he would have already started to think about the answer by himself at this time. Zhang Fan quickly gave his answer. Before he had crossed over, Zhang Fan had heard of many instances where emperors were unable to cultivate, and many explanations were given. For example, the Jade Emperor, who favors conspiracy theories, does not allow earthly emperors to become immortal. After all, if the emperors were to become immortal, what would happen to him, the heavenly emperor? Another example is that because of the backlash of the humanity's chi, as a human lord, emperors are not allowed to cultivate immortality. However, it was only after Zhang Fan returned to the southern Juniper continent again after practicing that he realized the reason. In fact, it was simple to say that there was no aura in the entire southern Juniper continent. It was this one simple reason that caused the emperor to not be able to cultivate, and also caused Zhang Fan to never hear of any signs of immortals in the 3 years he had just traveled here. It was also because of this that after arriving in southern Juniper continent, Zhang Fan had to be sparing with the mana in his body. After all, if he ran out of mana, he could only rely on elixirs to replenish it. Patching. No aura? How can there be no aura? When Ying Zheng learned of the reason, he was plunged into self-doubt. At this point, he could be infinitely torn. On the one hand, he can't let go of the power he has just gotten, and on the other hand, he longs for eternal life. Seeing his own disciple in a tangle, Zhang Fan smiled faintly. Idiot child, this side of the earth still needs you. If you went with me to cultivate, I'm afraid that the development of the human race in the entire southern Juniper continent would have to stagnate for hundreds of years. Master, you don't have to cajole me. At this point I'm nothing more than a mascot being placed in front of a stage. Ying Zheng's tone was somewhat despondent. before he ever ascended to the throne. He had thought that if he sat in that position he could own the whole country, but when he actually became the king of Qin, he realized how naive he had been. Let's not talk about the fact that Qin at this time, because of its own power, aroused the suspicion of the rest of the countries. The domestic situation alone is making Ying Zheng a bit anxious. At this time, he had a group of powerful officials, including Lu Buwei, holding the dynasty on the outside, and on the inside, the clan of Zhao's Wen family name was picking on his mistakes and attempting to bring him down. And on the flip side, what about him? There is no foundation other than a mother who has no sense of propriety. Zhang, maybe you didn't have anything to fall back on before, but you're perfectly capable of straightening your back and doing whatever you want to do nowadays. Because, I'm coming. Zhang Fan calmly uttered these words that made Ying Zheng grateful. Thank you, master. Because there were no outsiders, Ying Zheng no longer focused on his status as a king, and he was directly about to fall to the ground in obeisance. However, Zhang Fan waved his hand to stop him and spoke. Zhang, a king was also known as a human emperor in ancient times. What is a human emperor? The king of the human race under the sky would be the human emperor. As a member of the human race, even if I were your master, I couldn't bear this kneeling of yours. Do you understand? Upon hearing the explanation, Ying Zheng pondered for a moment before rising and bowing towards Zhang Fan. Disciple understands. Zhang Fan took the salute calmly. Although he was not allowed to kneel, as Ying Zheng's master, he was still entitled to some respect. Masaru, what do you want to do next? Chapter 27, Zhang Fan asks the Qin king to think, appoints the state teacher and the ministers are in a hurry. Although Zhang Fan had made up his mind to helping Zhang master the power, he did not want to support a puppet who would only follow his orders. If he could, he preferred to let Ying Zheng become the ancient emperor who would reign over the world in the future. When Ying Zheng heard Zhang Fan's words, he immediately began to ponder. After about tens of breaths, Ying Zheng slowly opened his mouth. Master, nowadays, the most important thing for me is not to rush to grasp power, but to stabilize my position as soon as possible. In other words, I need to gather the support of the vast majority of people. Zhang Fan's face did not move in his heart, but he was secretly surprised. Worthy of the existence of later generations known as the Ancient Emperor, even now he is only 13 years old, still able to analyze the situation clearly from a complex situation as if pulling silk from a cocoon. The thoughts are correct. Do you have any ideas now? Zhang Fan asked again. This time, Ying Zheng pondered for an even longer time, and it was only after half a quarter of an hour that he gave his answer. Master, among the major forces in Qin today, I should first gain the support of the Wang and Meng clans, as the most powerful military forces in Qin. As long as I can keep them firmly in my hands, I will be invincible, and subsequently I can use this as an opportunity to take the entire courtroom into my hands step by step. As for the last of the clan, after saying this, Ying Zheng paused for a moment and then spoke again. Just a bunch of clowns. Hearing Ying Zheng's train of thought, Zhang Fan nodded slightly. Although it is different from the later generations of Ying Zheng's power tactics, it is still a path that can be successful. What he needs to do is to clear all the obstacles in front of Ying Zheng, so that he can truly utilize his talents. Of course, the reason for all that was done was, in the final analysis, to clear the karma and thus transform the mortal into an immortal. Zhang, you're thinking correctly, but I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Zhang Fan spoke again after a slight pause. In the face of absolute power, any resistance is futile. As he said these words, Zhang Fan looked away, his eyes filled with calmness and confidence. This scene was deeply burned into Ying Zheng's mind, and at the same time planted a seed in his heart. Zhang, after returning to the palace, you should gather the ministers in the courtroom to discuss the matter. I'd like to see who dares to stop my master and disciple today. 2 hours later, all the courtiers who remained in the midst of Xianyang were pronounced into the palace. At this moment, they were neatly arranged in the middle of Xianyang Palace, the absolute power center of Great Qin. For the reason that it had not yet begun, they were exchanging private whispers. Why have we been suddenly summoned to the palace this time? Is it hard to believe that another country is fighting its way in? It shouldn't be. Don't I remember that Minister Lu sent troops to attack Wei only a short while ago? Even if we were defeated quickly, we couldn't have gotten the news so quickly, right? Maybe it's because the royal family is making trouble again? You mustn't forget that the harem can still have an Empress Dowager Xianyang pressing down on it, and if she wants to stir up something, I'm afraid that she'll be able to summon us to the palace as well. Hey, it can't be helped. Who asked our newly crowned king to be just a milquetoast brat? The group of ministers were talking about it. It was also at this time that a loud and clear voice suddenly rang out. The ministers stand at attention. The king will arrive. With the appearance of this voice, the group of ministers who were still discussing closed their mouths. Although Ying Zheng is not popular nowadays, the ministers will give him the most basic respect no matter what. After all, Anyone who can walk into the Xianyang palace is not a witless person. Soon, Ying Zheng came to the deepest part of the Xianyang palace surrounded by a group of chamberlains, and he steadily sat on the throne that symbolized the top of power on earth. I have summoned the ministers today because I have something to announce. Although Ying Zheng's voice was not loud, under the special structure of the Xianyang palace, it spread to the entire hall, making it sound like thunder. Lone Master, today in the immortal world down to earth specially to help me. Lone feel its generous grace, so he was appointed as a national teacher. Can make the court ministers. As soon as the words fell, a voice of opposition rang out from the courtroom. Your Majesty, this is not a good move. How can you be so hasty in matters of state? The king is abandoning the country and the people. For a while, there were voices of opposition. In fact, this situation is extremely normal. Counting all the emperors of the past dynasties, how many emperors were really able to achieve the one-word rule? Not to mention Ying Zheng, who is still young now. Even if he is to be an emperor in the future, he will have to consider the opinions of his ministers. After all, to govern the world and guard the borders, we still need to rely on these people to contribute. In the face of the opposition from the ministers, Ying Zheng has already begun to show his sharpness. He ignores the protests of the ministers and turns his attention to Lu Buwei, who is standing at the head of the ministers. Zhangfu, what do you think of Lone's proposal? Lu Buwei heard the words and stood out with an expressionless face, holding a jade tablet in his hand. He replied with a solemn expression. The king's order. My humble servant thinks that it is really a good plan. Like the state teacher, not to mention the appointment of the state teacher as a state teacher, even if it is to set up a life shrine for him, casting the holy words is not too much. Accompanied by the fall of Lu Buwei's voice, the originally noisy atmosphere suddenly stagnated, and almost everyone looked at Lu Buwei incredulously. You have to know that this Lu Buwei, who is now the noble left minister, used to be a rigid and upright person in the past. What's with this posturing now? Why does it look like you're kneeling to the unseen master of the state? The people present are all old. In the see Lu Buwei this kind of appearance. Earlier also protested the crowd have closed their mouths. Eyes to watch the nose, mouth to watch the heart. A look is not concerned about their own high hanging up the appearance. The Ying Zheng on the stage could not help but flash a trace of disdain in his heart after seeing this situation. What a bunch of slippery old things. He then shifted his gaze to the chamberlain at the side. Men, go and invite the state master into the hall. Not much longer. Zhang Fan's figure then walked slowly up to the main hall, step after step, amidst the complicated eyes of the crowd. Looking at that nonchalant gesture, the group of ministers were even more uncertain in their hearts. The state master who made Prime Minister Lu kneel down so much is so unusual, aside from being a bit more handsome? For a moment, the petty thoughts in the minds of a portion of the courtiers began to rise again. A moment later, Zhang Fan walked to the center of the hall. See the king! Zhang Fan arched his hand and lightly exclaimed. A different style in his calm tone. Yet it was this attitude that gave some disgruntled courtiers an excuse. Bold! How dare you take such a stance in front of the king? You are showing great disrespect to the king. Chapter 28, LV Xianyang kneeled and surprised the crowd. Sun Guang and the two followed the road. Once this statement was made, the originally very quiet auditorium became more and more quiet. At this time as if a pin dropped on the ground can be heard in general. What a death wish! A trace of pity flashed amongst the eyes of Lu Buwei, who stood in the first place. Oh, are you reprimanding me? A few more smiles suddenly appeared on Zhang Fan's face that was originally as calm as water. Seeing this emboldened look, the person who opened his mouth earlier suddenly had a bit more timidity in his heart, but being watched by the crowd's gaze, he suddenly had a bit more courage. That's right, the court is full of famous ministers and good generals who are loyal to the king and love the country. And you, as soon as you entered the hall, are so blind to the king, your heart can be put to death. Hearing this, the smile on Zhang Fan's face became even more intense. Sure enough, there are still clowns who can't resist jumping out of their skin. In the upper hall, he had instructed Ying Zheng not to speak up for him if anyone gave him a hard time, and he wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to establish his authority. However, just as Zhang Fan was about to make his move, one person was the first to open his mouth. Daring, the state master is an exiled immortal on earth. Is it not something you can molest? Only to see Lu Buwei firmly walk out of the queue, his face full of anger as he made a questioning voice towards that courtier. Your Majesty, I think that this son has the intention of separating the relationship between the state master and the king. I propose that he be dragged out to be executed by car cracking. Listening to this kind of speech, even Zhang Fan could not help but be stunned by this gesture of Lu Buwei. Good guy. No wonder he can be the most investing businessman in history. This ability to see the wind and make the rudder. One has to sigh. Just as Zhang Fan's mind was spinning, Ying Zheng on the stage opened his mouth again. I think that Zhong father is right. First of all, Regardless of my teacher is the earth-banished immortal. Just he is the master of the loan. It is visible to the loan and not to worship. Moreover, the loan has not even said anything. How can we allow the side of the non-compliance? Is the royal historian available? I am here. According to the Qin law, what is the penalty for those who are disloyal to the king? Your Majesty, those who are unfaithful to the king should be punished by being cut into pieces by carts for all to see. With this play, no one in the room dared to have any more comments. What a joke! But just a little said the other party's attitude is not right. Will be directly deducted on the hat of disloyalty to the king? If more to say some, shall not be directly into a revolt. In the face of this result, Zhang Fan could only shake his head regretfully. He had thought that he would be able to go out and display his immortal posture again. Men, give a seat. It must be said that Ying Zheng was really very tactful. Seeing that the people no longer had any objections, he further established Zhang Fan's position. It is important to realize that those who can be given a seat are by default allowed to participate in the division of power. However, in the face of the temptation that is difficult for ordinary people to resist, Zhang Fan directly shook his head. Your Majesty, I did not come here to participate in the management of earthly affairs. My wish is that you can smoothly take over the power, so that you can fully realize your own ambitions. When these words came out, the people around them all looked at Zhang Fan with incredulous gazes. Is there really such a person in the world who regards power as nothing? How is this possible? However, just as the thoughts continued to surge in their hearts, Zhang Fan spoke once again. Therefore, if any curmudgeon messes up when the king takes over power, then I will not spare him lightly. After the words fell, Zhang Fan released his cultivation aura in its entirety without any concealment. Boom! Time seemed to stand still in the entire courtroom. The crowd stared blankly at Zhang Fan, and at the same time, a sense of awe was involuntarily born within them. It is an instinct that lurks in the human body, a natural fear like a mouse seeing a cat. It was only at this moment that they realized why Lu Buwei would kneel down so much to Zhang Fan, and they also understood why Zhang Fan could directly leap to become a master of state over 10,000 people as soon as he arrived. It all started with his strength. Although they hadn't seen Zhang Fan make a move, just by the pressure of his aura, they understood just how much energy Zhang Fan's body, which looked just like a normal person's, contained. Your Majesty, I'll leave the rest to you. Say it. Zhang Fan's figure then transformed into a shadow and disappeared above the courtroom since then. And as his figure disappeared, only then did the crowd look in the direction that Zhang Fan had left as if they were waking up from a dream. It was also at this time that some clever people directly bowed down to Ying Zheng. See the king. It is important to realize that in the pre-Qin period there was no such thing as kneeling, and the monarch even had to show sufficient courtesy if he met a good minister. And those so-called kneeling rights and the title of slave girl are just imposed by barbarians. Therefore, at this time these kneeling courtiers showed their attitude without a doubt. They knew very well that Zhang Fan's appearance now was clearly to stand up for Ying Zheng. In front of that powerful strength of Zhang Fan, not to mention kneeling to Ying Zheng, even if it was something even more outrageous they would still do it. Isn't this best evidenced by, for example, Zhao Gao's calling a stag a horse decades later? Therefore, the Monkey King traveled all over southern Juniper continent for 9 years before exclaiming, "The red dust is full of people who fight for fame and fortune." However, after Zhang Fan left the courtroom, he searched for both Sun Wukong and Guangxi. Monkey, senior brother, do you two have any plans? Just like in his attitude towards Ying Zheng, this time when he traveled from Fangxiyuan Mountain, Zhang Fan didn't want to sing a solo act and let Sun and Guang become his subordinates. If he could, he would have preferred the two to show their radiance in a more splendid manner in this rolling world. I want to enter the court as an official to verify the doctrine of governance in the book. At this moment, Zhang Fan seemed to see a hint of light from amongst Sun Wukong's eyes. In contrast to the Monkey King, Hiroshi on the side was much more salty. I don't have as big an ambition as Master Wukong. Didn't Master say that I lacked the experience of being a human being? So I just thought that in a few days, I would hide my cultivation and go to this red dust to have some experience. See, two people have their own goals in mind. Zhang Fan's heart is also assured. Or that sentence, reality is not a novel. Everyone will have their own ideas and intentions. Never because of his will and transfer. Since both Monkey and Senior Brother have already made their plans, then Senior Brother, I will have Zhenger make all the preparations for you. At that, Hiroshi took the lead and waved his hand. Senior Brother, there's no need for that. This time I came here to experience mortal life. Wouldn't it be completely ineffective if I were to use my power to lower the difficulty? Seemingly afraid of Zhang Fan's dissuasion, Guangxi hurriedly spoke after saying this. Alright, Senior Brother, I'll take a step first. If you want to seek me out, just let my nephew who is a senior nephew issue an order. Before the words had completely fallen, Guangxi's figure had already disappeared. Seeing the other party that was nowhere to be seen, Zhang Fan could only leave the words in his heart. Elder brother, how can you experience mortal life without a road guide? Chapter 29, Goku enlists in the army to receive Xuanjia. Wei invades and Zheng desires to walk. Where is Monkey? Is it possible that I need to inform Zhenger? Unlike Guangji, Sun Wukong smiled slightly. Naturally, it is needed. In this era without the imperial examination system, the class solidification is serious. Want to break the class into the dynasty as an official, in addition to military service, is only recommended. And what the heck is a lift? I think we all know in our hearts. Therefore, if Sun Wukong wanted to join the dynasty as an official, he would definitely need Zhang Fan to open the door for him. Otherwise he wouldn't even be able to find the doorway. Does Monkey have an official position in mind? Hearing this, Sun Wukong smiled. It doesn't matter what the official position is. What matters is just to be able to let me lead the troops and participate in army matters. Oh, Zhang Fan instantly understood what the Monkey King was thinking. As the Monkey King of Mount Huagua, he had an army of monkeys to command. You remember in the original, the Monkey King returned to the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits to kill the Demon King, then began to train the monkeys, and even for their sake, even went to the Ari Kingdom to get a batch of weapons. Although this group of monkeys did not play much of a role in the original, but what if the Monkey King himself, who had studied the art of war and strategy, had commanded it? Will not have a different result. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan's heart vaguely grew a bit more expectant. It must be said that Sun Wukong's behavioral patterns have become different nowadays because of the big change in his personality. And with these changes, how will the direction of the Western world change? Will the Monkey King still wreak havoc in the Palace of Heaven? Will he still be crushed under the Five Elements mountain? Or will he ever go back to the scriptures? Everything was as if it was unknown. And the beginning of these changes was simply Zhang Fan asking him to consult the 100 classics. Since Monkey has a plan in mind, I'll have Zhenger make the arrangements after he leaves the court. Yes. A slight smile spread across Sun Wukong's face. Nowadays, the relationship between him and Zhang Fan had long since eliminated the need to use the word thank you to add raw points. In the end, Sun Wukong was given the position of commander of the Xianyang army, which was not a high position, yet it was the most suitable position for Sun Wukong. It is important to know that in the state of Qin, any army that is given a name is not considered to be weak in terms of fighting ability, and this army under the command of Sun Wukong is the elite of the elite. And no kidding, this is the most powerful army within the state of Qin. As for why not officialize Sun Wukong as a higher official position, like a military marshal or something? Not to mention the fact that there are no major wars going on today, and even if there were, Ying Zheng wouldn't dare to confidently hand over the entire army to Sun Wukong's command. After all, only a few decades have passed since Zhao Kuo, who left behind the paper warriors, lost his army to Bai Qi. Time passes, and half a month passes in the blink of an eye. During this time, everyone had their own different encounters. First, there was Ying Zheng, who, with the support of Zhang Fan, quickly took control of the entire court. It is worth mentioning that in dealing with Lu Buwei, Ying Zheng did not remove him directly, but let him continue to serve as the left minister. This does not mean that he is merciful. We should know that as the first emperor of Qin who whipped hundreds of thousands of people to build the Great Wall in the later times, Ying Zheng was extremely decisive in order to achieve the purpose in his heart. The most important reason why he continued to keep Lu Buwei was that the present-day Lu Buwei was very useful. In the original history, Lu Buwei was practically acting as a substitute for the king, so Ying Zheng did not hesitate to ask him to retire to his hometown after he became the ruler of the country. However, at this time, Lu Buwei had not even sat as the left minister for a few days, so the matter of acting as the ruler did not exceed Ying Zheng's bottom line. Of course, the most important thing was that nowadays, Lu Buwei was scared out of his wits by Zhang Fan, so how could he dare to have any dissenting thoughts? It was all these reasons that made Ying Zheng choose to keep him in the court and entrust him with important duties. The Monkey King was appointed by Ying Zheng, and on the same day he rode his horse to the Xuanjia army's camp outside the city. As with the treatment of many airborne officers, Sun Wukong was looked down upon by the proud group of soldiers after he had entered the barracks. Of course, in the face of this situation, Sun Wukong was not the least bit surprised. He directly set up a ring for the soldiers to challenge him, and if anyone could beat him, he would directly give him the position of commander. As a result, there was no doubt that Sun Wukong managed to bend the group of Xuanjia troops with his already powerful body, coupled with the mundane martial arts that he had acquired in the Tibetan scripture pavilion. As for Hiroki, without a road guide, he was interrogated by the government along the way, but after some setbacks, he finally managed to settle down in one of the cities. On this day, Zhang Fan was in the huge state master's mansion to study the spells. Suddenly, a group of soldiers arrived in front of his mansion. Lord State Master, the king has sent us to invite you into the palace. Listening to the words of the leader, Zhang Fan nodded slightly, knowing that the time had come for him to go down. Soon, Zhang Fan arrived in the royal palace. Master, you're finally here. After seeing Zhang Fan, Ying Zheng, who was originally a bit sad, immediately smiled with joy. Zheng, what is the reason for seeking me out? Zhang Fan had a calm demeanor on his face, giving the impression that it didn't matter even if the sky was falling. Master, the battle report just came from the front line. Our army was defeated by Wei, and now Wei's army has pressed into the front line. When he said this, Ying Zheng was more or less flustered. Perhaps in the future he would become an ironic and merciless emperor of the ages. But today he was still just a 13-year-old child who had not yet grown up. Don't worry, I have my master. Zhang Fan smiled slightly. Knowing the course of history, he had already guessed what Ying Zheng was looking for before he came to the palace. In history, there have been 2 wars between Wei and Qin. In the first war, Qin lost badly to Wei, while in the second, the situation was reversed and Qin managed to defeat it by relying on a steady stream of soldiers. After this war, Zhao also took advantage of the fire against Wei and seized several cities. It was because of this that the once powerful state of Wei was eventually destroyed after more than 20 years. Master, do you mean you're going to lead your troops to the front? There was some delight amongst Ying Zheng's eyes. You know, Zhang Fan is a cultivator who is close to becoming an immortal. With him striking, wouldn't that be a descending blow to Wei? I will indeed lead my troops this time. But as for whether or not I will make a move, I will need to see what happens. Having said that, Zhang Fan had made up his mind that if he was able to make a move on this trip, he would definitely choose to do so, because this is a good chance to settle the karma with Ying Zheng. As long as he can help Ying Zheng to win, he will certainly be able to clear his karma and step through the gap between the immortal and mortal worlds, turning the mortal into an immortal. How many soldiers does Master need? Ying Zheng inquired, and after Zhang Fan recalled the history in his mind, he also gave a reply. Chapter 30, Rushing to the Front to Monk the Aristocrat. Guangxi transforms the mortal Wukong into a present. If you include the Xuanjia army, just give me 50,000 soldiers. Upon hearing this, Ying Zheng pondered for a moment. Master, can only 50,000 soldiers be enough? Although in the ancient war, not like in the novels, moving hundreds of thousands of soldiers against each other, but a few tens of thousands of troops are still insufficient to fight against a country. Not to mention, the opponent they are going to fight this time is still Wei, which has won all the remaining 6 countries. Zheng, war is not a child's play. It does not mean that the greater the number of armies, the more advantageous it is. If it relies solely on the number of words, then what is the point of fighting? Directly compared to the number of people in their respective armies will not be enough? Hearing this, Ying Zheng pondered for a moment, and finally nodded his head in conviction. What Master said is very true. If that's the case, then I will immediately hand over the military talisman to my master. In the state of Qin, although foreign wars need to be discussed with courtiers, but today's times are different. With the power of Zhang Fan in the courtroom, not to mention the direct handover of the military symbols by Ying Zheng, even if he directly zen-throned to Zhang Fan, no one would dare to have an opinion. Your Majesty, I need to claim one person from you for this trip. Oh, who does Master want? Zhang Fan smiled and slowly spat out the name of a person. Upper General, Meng Artery. Hearing this name, Ying Zheng obviously relaxed even more. Since Master is willing to allow old General Meng Arbiter to participate in the war, then I will make him Vice General of Wei Suppression, so that he can assist Master in destroying the enemy. 3 days later, a huge army set out from Xianyang city. The leader of them was none other than Zhang Fan, and beside him were the 2 Sun Wukong and Meng Arnold. The reason why he took Meng Arty with him on this trip is for insurance, although he is confident that he will bring the whole army well. But the military affairs cannot be child's play. In order to prevent unexpected situations, Zhang Fan will take this Meng Arty with him. You should know that Meng Aristocrat is not what ordinary generation. This is as a person of Qi. He is hard to rely on military service. Worship for the Qin State Secretary. Of course, his name is perhaps a bit stranger than his grandson, but if you know a little bit of history, you know that his grandson is the famous general of the later generations of Qin, Meng Tian. With the existence of such a needle that was like a C-pin, Zhang Fan could be certain that on this trip, he was bound to achieve a great victory as recorded in history. Monkey, how have you been feeling in the barracks these past few days? Zhang Fan rode a BMW and asked Sun Wukong, who was wearing armor beside him. It feels wonderful. Among Sun Wukong's tone, there were a few moments of excitement mixed in with calmness. These few days in the barracks seemed to have flipped a special switch hidden inside him, allowing him to find new pleasures comparable to immortality. While Zhang Fan, after hearing his words, underneath his calm face, he was constantly spitting. I'm afraid that if that group of people in their previous lives saw the Monkey King in this form, their jaws would drop in shock. After all, who would have thought that the Monkey King, who overturned the heavens and the earth, would go to Earth as a mundane general? The point is, he's still happy about it. Zhang Fan couldn't help but brainstorm the scene of the Monkey King wearing armor and leading an army in battle. Although it seems perfectly normal, there is something inexplicably off-putting about it. As Zhang Fan and the others rushed to the front line, Guangji was in the middle of a city at the border between Qin and Wei. Wei is about to attack. Let's run! Because of the loss on the front line, the city could be considered to be in a state of panic at this time. Hiroshi, on the other hand, mingled among the crowd, feeling the chaos among them. Is this the life of being immortal, always displaced by war? Guangji was located in the middle of the crowd, and his heart silently gained a few more insights. During the period of time away from Zhang Fan, he discarded his cultivation without using it and regarded himself as an ordinary person, carefully feeling how a mortal should live under the influence of the general environment, whether it's inching along without a road guide, or settling in nicely only to have strife rise again because of the war. All of this made his sense of mortality grow deeper and deeper. No wonder Master asked me to follow Master Gufan to this earth to feel the roiling red dust. Guangji had a feeling in his heart that as long as he returned to the western Nuga continent, then there would definitely be a breakthrough in his cultivation. The magistrate has orders. Adult males in the city will be unconditionally conscripted into the army, and those who dare to disobey will be killed without pardon. Suddenly, a group of sergeants galloped through the city proclaiming loudly. Listening to the voice, Hiroshi was slightly mesmerized. To be honest, although it was impossible to replenish mana in the middle of Nanjun continent, as long as he was willing to make a move, then he could still easily change the outcome of a battle. But in that case, I'm afraid that his journey to transformation of the mortal would come to an end. Therefore, until now, he had no idea of making a move. Just in time to get a taste of the mortal war. Time flows. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. On this day, Wei once again gathered up its army and launched a fierce attack on the city located on the border of Qin. He who ascends first shall be given a title and rewarded with 1,000 pieces of gold. With a shout from the Wei generals, the Wei generals began to surge forward. The Qin troops defending the city also launched a counterattack. As the defending side, they used their bows and arrows to shoot from a distance, while throwing stones or hot oil downwards. Kill. Under the stimulation of high rank and high pay, the Wei soldiers could be said to be extremely excited. Slowly, they were getting closer to the city. Hit the gates. Guangji, who was located on top of the wall, currently had no idea of exerting his cultivation to come out. At this moment, he was merely like the ordinary mortals around him, terrified and mechanically fixated on the city. Magistrate, the city is about to be lost. Let's run! A sergeant came to a general in armor and said in a panic. However, what greeted him was the magistrate's gaze that seemed to be murderous. Pass the word down that those who are cowardly will be killed without pardon. Seeing the magistrate's attitude like this, the general was also helpless. Nah! Perspective then shifted from wide wisdom. He was also quite torn at this point. Should I make a move or not? If I don't make a move, my senior nephew's city will definitely be unprotected. But if I make a move, I'm afraid that the effect of this transformation of mortality will be greatly reduced. After the thought flashed by, he shifted his gaze around, only to see that at this time there were already Wei troops climbing up the city wall through the ladder, and they began to fight with the Qin troops in close combat. Although they were currently in a headwind because of their numbers, Guangji was well aware that with a steady stream of Wei troops ascending the city, it was only a matter of time before the Qin army fell. That's just it. Let's make an exception. Just as Guangji was making a decision in his mind, he suddenly heard the Qin army cheering. Brothers, our reinforcements are here. We're close to victory. Hear that? Guangji, who was originally planning to make a move, stopped immediately. He poked his eyes out over the walls and looked down towards the bottom, only to see that in the middle of the wilderness in the distance, an army wearing Xian armor was holding weapons and charging towards the Wei army formation, and the commander-in-chief of this army was a thin figure. That's Master Goku? Chapter 31, The Soldier's Desire to Destroy Wei will lead the Great River to surprise Bodhi. At this moment, Sun Wukong was riding a black colt, holding a lance, and charging through the Wei army columns in the lead. All men charge with me. The Monkey King, who was well versed in the art of war, understood very well the importance of a drumbeat. Therefore, he directly led the soldiers under his command and launched a fierce attack. Under their courageous onslaught, the military formation, which was already in a bit of chaos, was directly dispersed. The battle was reversed in an instant. Not much longer. The Wei army, which had originally attacked ferociously, was then routed. The large force led by Zhang Fan had also arrived below the city. Gazing at the gradually retreating Wei army, Sun Wukong proposed to directly pursue the attack. However, he was stopped by Meng Artery. Nowadays, after our army has traveled a long distance, our physical strength and energy have long been greatly weakened. If we pursue this, it will be easy to be counterattacked by the Wei army. Therefore, the most important thing we should do at this time is to recuperate our army, and then try to counterattack matters. Hearing Mang Arnold's words, Sun Wukong pondered. Military knowledge above. He actually did not lose to Meng Artery, but knowledge is something that is not meant to be understood and then applied flexibly. Therefore, in the absence of experience, the Monkey King is still prone to make the mistake that novices often make. That is, to be greedy and take chances. Sun Wukong was like a sponge, frantically absorbing the knowledge of Meng Artery, a veteran general, about the battlefield. Zhang Fan, who was on the side, also had a few smiles on his face after looking at the interaction between the Monkey King and Meng Artery. He was looking forward to what kind of performance the Sun Wukong, who had experienced the experience of war, would have in the future when he raised the anti-flag against the Heavenly Court. Since Zhang Fan led a group of soldiers to the front line, the Qin Kingdom, which was originally in a passive defense posture, blew the horn of counterattack. Under the influence of the variable Sun Wukong, the Qin generals did not start a tug-of-war with Wei as in history. Rather, it is a devastating posture, frantically eroding the land of Wei. After 3 months, the Qin army led by Zhang Fan had already fought its way from the border of Wei to the area of the hinterland royal city of Daliang. Meanwhile, the original 50,000 strong Qin army had expanded into a 200,000 strong army under the dual influence of rear support and collection. It was worth mentioning that Zhang Fan did not use any spells during this process. It wasn't that he was stingy with his mana, but there was absolutely no room to strike. You should know that the original Qin army has become very strong after Xianyang's change of law, not to mention that there is also the world-famous General Meng Aristocrat as the command, and finally there is Sun Wukong, this member of the fierce generals, to rise up. All the factors added up. Even if Zhang Fan wanted to do something, he had absolutely no chance of making an entrance. But the good thing was that now, Zhang Fan was finally getting off the ground. At this moment, the Qin army had already arrived at the royal city of Wei, under the city of Daliang. As the royal city of Wei, it has now gathered the last of Wei's reserves, a full 300,000 troops. By definition, 300,000 against 200,000 can be a huge advantage. However, the Qin army, after days of great victories, the heart of the army can be said to be extremely solid. On the contrary, the Wei army has long been on edge. Therefore, even though they were superior in numbers, the Wei army did not open the city gates to actively engage the Qin army. Master, although we have attacked the capital of Wei, I am afraid that it is not easy to take down the entire Wei. So why don't we retreat and stabilize the city and then carry out the act of destroying the country? In the middle of the tent, a white-haired Meng Arnold advised Zhang Fan. As a veteran general, he was able to clearly sense that Zhang Fan wanted to directly destroy Wei in one fell swoop this time. However, 200,000 troops to attack a royal city with 300,000 defenders. This move was nothing more than hitting a stone with an egg, and it was not reliable in any way. Elder General Meng, now that we have reached the capital of the Kingdom of Wei, we are only one step away from destroying the country. If we retreat here, we will definitely allow Wei to recover its vitality, and if some more time passes, we may still be caught by Wei in a counterattack. Therefore, we must not retreat this time. Hearing Zhang Fan's explanation, Meng Arnold still did not give up on admonishing him. State Master, war is not a child's play. Although we may have losses if we retreat here, we have already achieved great success in this march, so this loss is completely acceptable. So why should we take the risk of doing that near impossible thing? Listening to Meng Arnold's words, Zhang Fan had a slight smile on his face. Meng Arty's worry he naturally very clear. Normal circumstances, the attacking side often have to pay more casualties before a city can be pulled out. Therefore, with only 200,000 troops, it was absolutely impossible for them to break through Daliang. But don't forget that Zhang Fan was not an ordinary mortal. As a cultivator with mana, he was perfectly capable of casting spells that changed the battlefield. No kidding, in this South Juniper continent where there was no aura, he who sat at the peak of the refined god against void strength was completely a godlike existence. As for why the huge South Yuanbu continent, he didn't even need a single cultivator or a single demonic beast. He wasn't sure about that, and had to attribute the reason to the unknown. Old General Meng, come and see. With regard to Meng Arnold's concern, Zhang Fan did not utter a word to appease him. He just silently walked to the wall and pointed to the map with engraved cities of Wei hanging above. Elder General Meng, Daliang is on the right side of the river. The height of the river I think you should know. If we build a water we're in the upper reaches of the river. accumulate water for a period of time, and then destroy the weir. Then the water of the river will definitely break the embankment, and under the flooding of the river, Daliang will not be broken in a few days. During the spring and autumn and warring states periods, the Yangtze River was called a river, the Yellow River was called a river, and the rest were called water. Hearing Zhang Fan's words, Mang Arnold began to think. He didn't care if this move hurt the peace of heaven or not. On top of the real battlefield, as long as he could achieve victory, then it didn't really matter what the process was. At this moment, he was just pondering the feasibility of Zhang Fan's move. About half a quarter of an hour later, Mang Arnold opened his mouth. The plan that the state councillor thinks of is good, but we still have a problem that needs to be solved. Now that we have a large army pressing on the border, although we can briefly besiege the Great Liang, but for a long time, our logistics will certainly not be able to keep up with it. However, the construction of water weirs is not a one-day effort, and I'm afraid that this policy of the state councillor will not work. Words. Zhang Fan smiled slightly. It seems that old General Meng agrees with my plan. As for how to build the water weir, this is something that there is no need to worry about. I will naturally have a way. Seeing Zhang Fan's look of determination, Meng Artery also agreed helplessly. In that case, I look forward to the immortal means of the State Master. Slanting Moon 3-Star Cave. Ancestor Bodhi, who originally had his knees crossed and his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. After a pinch, he smiled and shook his head. This kid is really good at tossing and turning. Letting him go to finish his karma and netting some trouble. Just, this robbery, the teacher will block it for you. Say it. He then snapped his fingers. Next moment, a long sword glittering with scarlet bloodlight then cut through the void and flew in the direction of Nanjun continent. Chapter 32. The water war rises from the heavenly spells. The king of Wei's heart realizes this will be his victory. However, after Zhang Fan and Mang Arnold had settled on a strategy, he went up the river alone, looking for a suitable place. In the midst of history, Wei fell more than 20 years later. At that time, the situation was similar to that of today. Wei was holding on to the middle of the city, and a forced attack on the city was definitely not possible. Therefore, Wang Jian, the Qin general at that time, drew the waters of the Yellow River to flood Daliang, successfully conquering the city and destroying the state of Wei. As for Zhang Fan today, he had merely advanced this event by more than 20 years. However, unlike history, Wang Jian had gathered tens of thousands of soldiers at that time, and Zhang Fan was just one person. Because of his fast speed, Zhang Fan quickly searched for a suitable location to build a water weir. Gazing at the slightly raging Yellow River below, he nodded silently. This place is not bad. After the words had passed, Zhang Fan mobilized the mana in his body and began to cast a spell. In the latter years of his cultivation at Fangchu Mountain, Zhang Fan had acquired a large number of spells. Among them was a spell called the Art of Stone Condensation. The function of this technique is simple. That is to coalesce the surrounding stones and allow the caster to weave the shape. The reason why Zhang Fan had learned it in the first place was because of this function. As long as he was able to use it properly, this method could not only be used for fighting and trapping the enemy, but it could also be used for infrastructure, creating a number of buildings whenever and wherever he wanted. No kidding, as long as there was enough mana and time, he could completely build a stone city out of thin air on empty land. There are enough rocks in the river bottom, so I don't think it will take long to build a water weir. After a slight flash of thoughts, Zhang Fan began to concentrate on driving the spell. However, what he didn't know was that while he was urging his mana, a wave of mana converged in the middle of the sky. At the moment when that mana fluctuation was about to take shape, a light was abruptly released from his body, surrounding that mana fluctuation. Heaven, clairvoyant, did you just see any mana fluctuations in South Juniper? An immortal god with rather large ears opened his mouth to ask the person beside him. Don't kid yourself. The 9 states boundary in South Juniper continent not only isolates the aura from the outside, anything containing aura won't be able to get in. How could there be any mana fluctuations? Is it hard to believe that I heard wrong? Sooner shook his head. 3 days later, above the originally empty river, a water weir about 20 meters high silently appeared. Because of this additional weir, the water above the weir began to flow slower and deeper, while the water below the weir began to flow faster and shallower. That's high enough. After a slight turn of his mind, Zhang Fan silently released a mana and injected it into the water weir. Although Zhang Fan had constructed this water weir with great speed, he wasn't constructing any livelihood projects after all, so he had merely utilized stones to simply stop the flow of water. Unsurprisingly, it wouldn't be long before this freshly constructed water weir collapsed as a result. However, with the mana that Zhang Fan had just injected, it would be possible to keep this weir from crumbling for 3 days. Great beams. King and widower, Li, who was then the king of Wei, was an old ruler who had reigned for 30 years. At this time, He had long been gray-haired, but as the king of the country, he is still in good spirits today. Your Majesty, the Qin army didn't attack after they came to the city, but stationed themselves around, thinking that they were fighting to surround the city, wanting to make us an isolated city. Within the royal palace of the state of Wei, an official said so to King and Widow, who was seated on the throne. Siege? It's really ridiculous. Since He Qin invaded my Wei, I immediately started to stock up on food. Now the food in the city can at least last for 3 years. Can He Qin? What a great joke. There was mockery in the words of the widowed King Evan. It was completely unexpected for him to think that he could have lost. Strong attack? 200,000 forcing an attack on 300,000? Siege? The Qin army camped out in the field besieging a royal capital with 3 years' worth of food stocks? In this battle, he will win. It's just a pity that the cities occupied by Qin are gone. No surprise, I won't be able to get them back for a long time to come. The Widow King's originally spirited face could not help but fall silent. Once upon a time, how powerful was Wei? None of the kingdoms under the sky are its equal. Yet since the battle with Qin more than 20 years ago, they have lost their hegemony and are left to languish. It was not easy to win a battle not long ago, but I did not expect to be counterattacked back by the Qin army. Now it's even blocked outside the king's city. Hey, can only be glad that Wei will not fall by my hand? The anchor Widow King thought darkly in his heart. The view turns from the place where the Qin army is stationed outside the city. After Jiang Fan returned to the camp, he gathered up a group of generals. Once the group of generals arrived, Jiang Fan directly opened the door and spoke about his purpose. Gentlemen, prepare to lead the generals to move to higher ground. As soon as Jiang Fan's words fell, the surrounding generals exploded. Lord State Master, we've managed to encircle Daliang into an isolated city. If we retreat now, I'm afraid our previous efforts will be wasted. Some of the generals persuaded bitterly. Of course, there were generals who were secretly relieved. For today's situation, they, the old men in the army, can be said to have a clear understanding of the situation. Retreating today is a safe bet. In the face of the generals' doubts, Jiang Fan was not surprised because for this operation, he had merely informed only Meng Artery and Sun Wukong, Master of the State. But are you finished with your preparations? Meng Arnold looked at Jiang Fan with an incredulous expression. According to his projection, if he wanted to accumulate the water of the Yellow River, he would have to build at least a dozen meters high water weir. It is important to know that the construction of a water weir can be more than just these 10 meters above the water surface, but also need to be added to the height of the underwater. Such a large amount of work, when converted into manpower, would at least require tens of thousands of people to work hard for half a year before it could be completed. However, today's Jiang Fan had accomplished this act after traveling for only 3 days. How could he not be shocked? So now you need to gather your soldiers as soon as possible to leave this territory and head for the surrounding highlands. Hearing this, Meng Arnold nodded. Subordinate understands. Strike that. He then stepped backward into the crowd, listening to the conversation between the vice marshal and his own state master. The group of generals present all had a clouded expression. Obviously, they can understand every word, but now when they connect them together, they don't understand the meaning at all? Suddenly, some experienced generals reacted. To the surrounding highlands? Is it possible that the river will break its banks? That's impossible. This is not a time of abundant water. How could the river suddenly burst its banks? They could hardly suppress their inner doubts and asked directly, "Dare I ask the master of the state, is the great river about to break its banks?" Seeing a general inquiring, Jiang Fan smiled slightly. "We'll see in 3 days." Although Jiang Fan did not answer directly, his words were undoubtedly considered to be a default. Finally, the group of generals wandered out of the tent. They were still a bit incredulous until the end. Will the river really burst its banks in 3 days, as the master of the state said? Could it be that the state master is really a god? Although there were many rumors about Jiang Fan being a god, not many people really believed them. After all, the stream of immortals was still a little too ethereal for this oraless southern juniper continent. Chapter 33, The Qin army retreats and the king of Wei rejoices. The water of the great river comes from heaven. Qin army station. One soldier packed his bag and was about to leave the territory. Didn't we just station ourselves in this territory? Why did we leave again so soon? Can't it be that we won't continue to fight Wei? Some of the soldiers were very puzzled and wondered why the order to evacuate had come through. And at that moment, a soldier quietly came up to his ear. I've heard. This time it's because the state master has a premonition that the Yellow River will break the dike 3 days from now. And when it does, there will be a great rush of water towards Daliang. The moment these words came out, the soldiers who were still a bit confused earlier immediately revealed shocked faces. How is this possible? The Yellow River is not at a high level today, so how could it break the dike? Hush, this is what is impossible. I heard that. Our master of the state is the heavenly gods down to earth. With his hand. Not to mention let the yellow river break the dike. Even if it is directly the sky falling water is not impossible. Che, you do not say so I may still believe. You say so I rather do not believe our so-called master of the country. If he is really the heavenly immortals, why not directly manifestation? So that way surrender it? Obviously directly perform divine means is not more direct? For the voice of discussion in the barracks, Zhang Fan's heart is naturally aware of it. He wasn't going to argue anything though. As the saying goes, people are doing it. God is watching. He wouldn't forget that this was a world that truly possessed gods and immortals. And if he made a direct entrance to utilize his spellcasting aptitude, he would surely attract the attention of the heavenly court. At that time, even if he was the disciple of Master Bodhi, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to get away with it. And then the opposite of invoking the yellow river water to break the city. Although this matter has hurt heaven in peace, but it is better than in the insurance. On the one hand, will not cause too much attention to the heavenly court. On the other hand, can also ensure that the breakthrough of the Great Liang. After all, this is a historically tested method. Daliang City, the Palace of Wei. At this time, King and Widower was gathering his ministers to discuss political affairs. Your Majesty, the Qin army has retreated on its own initiative this time. I think it must be short of food and grass, and the army's heart has collapsed, so we should immediately pursue the attack at this time, and wipe out the Qin army in one fell swoop. Some of the militants proposed to go out of the city in pursuit. This is not a good idea. Now the enemy situation is not clear. If we go out of the city to pursue the attack, and encountered the Qin army ambush, I'm afraid that the state of Wei will be overturned. Listening to the voices of opposition, the balance in the heart of the Widow King have been gradually tipped in favor of the latter. He has long since lost the drive of his youth, and nowadays he simply wants to have a peaceful old age. Let's wait until we're sure the Qin army is far away before we leave the city gates. The king of the widows have been settled on a single word. Thus, the field began to fully discuss around how Wei could hold its own after the Qin army retreated. 3 days later, after the emergency retreat in the past few days, the Qin army had already shifted from the lowlands along the river at the beginning to the nearby highlands. At this moment, Zhang Fan was carrying his generals and looking at the direction where the Yellow River was from a distance. Because of the distance, ordinary people can only see a general picture. But that was enough for the experienced army general. They gazed at the shallow riverbed in the distance, their hearts beating in their chests. This great river seems to flow a little less than it has in past years. Will it really break its banks as the master of the state says? Forced by the prestige Zhang Fan had previously established in Xianyang, no generals dared to question it at this time. However, the way they looked at Zhang Fan could not help but become odd for a few moments. Suddenly, the originally silent and unmoving Zhang Fan's expression suddenly changed by a few points. It's starting. Hearing these inexplicable words, the generals who were close by couldn't help but have a few moments of doubt. What started? However, what they didn't know was that just as Zhang Fan lightly spat out those words, that temporary water were located in the upper reaches of the Yellow River had already reached its limit. Under the constant stream of water convergence, it was a temporary project that began to shatter like glass. The stream of water with yellow sand, like a roaring dragon, rushed that water weir away, releasing the suffocation that it had endured in the past few days. Rumble, rumble, the yellow sand in the sky began to run towards the downstream. As the saying goes, the water of the great river came from the sky, and in just half a quarter of an hour's effort, the section of the river that Zhang Fan and the others were looking at from afar began to spread as far as the naked eye could see. For a time, the yellow water current, at the speed of ink eroding clear water, frantically wrapped its way downstream. The original doubts in the hearts of the generals who saw the scene from afar had disappeared. Their mouths opened wide as they looked at Zhang Fan, who was standing on top of the mountain, with eyes like those of a god. The Yellow River actually did break the dike as the state master said. As their hearts were horrified, they couldn't help but shift their gaze to the direction where the great beam was in the distance. They knew very well that this time, they would be able to break down Daliang without spending a single soldier. And it also meant that in this battle, they were able to break down the once dominant Wei, and they would return to Qin with endless glory. And it was all brought about by the man located in the front. The viewpoint turned from the ordinary soldiers of Qin to the generals who were good at raising qi. At this time, they had long been unable to control their inner emotions. As if they were possessed, they kowtowed frantically towards where Zhang Fan was. In this age of ignorance, if someone could take the water of a great river and drive it so naturally, then even if he was not a god, he would be labeled a god. At this moment, they had long since lost their earlier suspicions. Lord Kikuchi is truly a god. Some people are happy and some people are sad. Unlike the jubilant atmosphere on the side of the Qin army, the side of Daliang City had become terrified when they realized that the Yellow River had broken the dike. It's no good. The floods are coming. In front of nature, any struggle is futile, just a moment's effort. The originally stable as a golden soup of the city of Dalian was plunged into chaos. The palace of Wei. Because of the news that the Qin army had retreated, the king of widows appeared to be very cozy. At this moment, he was sitting in the middle of the grand hall, holding a glass of wine and admiring those dancers with exquisite figures in the center of the stage. However, it was also at this time, an anxious voice, however, suddenly came in from outside the hall. Your Majesty, the great river has broken its banks. We're about to be flooded. Following the voice was a general with messy armor. At this moment, the panic on his face was clearly visible. What did you say? The Widow King's original calm and relaxed demeanor abruptly changed, and he was so shocked that he directly stood up from the top of his throne. After a moment, however, he relaxed and sat down again. Ridiculous to the extreme. Now that it's past the beginning of fall, the water of the great river has long since dried up. So how could such a thing as a dike break occur? As expected of the Widow King, who had been the king of Wei for 30 years, he did not lose his mind at this time. Your Majesty, everything I said is true. Let's go to the highlands. The flooding is already outside the city gates. The general's expression became more and more anxious. And at this time, the king of Wei also seemed to realize the seriousness of the problem. Lead me outside. Chapter 34, Flooding the Great Beam, Falling into the Devil's Path. Unreturnable. Within a short time, king and widows appeared outside the palace. Because of the higher ground, the royal palace has not been flooded for the time being, but the low houses had long been flooded, and one family was forced to climb to higher ground and onto the roof. How? How is this possible? Looking at the scene in front of him, king and widow seemed to feel like she was just dreaming. No, it's not true. After letting out a mournful wail, the Widow King actually fainted directly to the spot, and the attendant who was following along shouted in horror, Your Majesty! Your Majesty! While the waters of the Yellow River were ravaging the great Liang, Zhang Fan, who was far above the mountains, suddenly changed his face. At this moment, in the middle of his perspective, a blood-red aura rose from the sky above the great beam, and then rushed straight toward him. What is this? Although he wasn't sure what exactly that blood-red thing was, Zhang Fan still didn't want to have any contact with it. No hesitation. Zhang Fan quickly cast a spell. Soon, a shadow like a basilisk shrouded his body. When the surrounding group of soldiers and generals saw this scene, they revealed shocked gazes. Although they were already basically sure that Zhang Fan was the earthly banished immortal that was on Earth, they still couldn't help but feel shocked in their hearts when Zhang Fan actually performed his spells in front of them. However, amongst this group of shocked people, Sun Wukong was the only one who thought differently. As an existence that understood Zhang Fan, he knew very well that what Zhang Fan was casting now was his most powerful defense-type spell. However, in today's situation, just what kind of existence could make Zhang Fan wait so closely? With this in mind, Sun Wukong ignored the rules of the army and immediately stepped forward and went to Zhang Fan's side. Fan, what's going on? The moment Sun Wukong's words fell, those blood-red auras that were still in the distance had already enveloped Zhang Fan's body. Apparently, the defense-type spells he had cast had no effect. In a flash, the mana within Zhang Fan's body began to riot. At the same time, his originally clear eyes began to cloud up, and channels of blood color emerged from them. Ah! A low roar came out from Zhang Fan's mouth, and after that, he merely swung his hands casually, and the Monkey King was swept out a dozen meters away. Thanks to the Sun Wukong. If it was someone else, I'm afraid that just this blow would be enough to break his body into pieces. Fan, wake up! Sun Wukong ignored the pain in his body and tried to wake up Zhang Fan with his words. Unfortunately, his move did not have the slightest effect, and Zhang Fan, who was enveloped in the color of blood, was still muddled in his desire to tear down everything around him. Everybody back up. Seeing the situation, Sun Wukong hurriedly greeted the crowd and retreated back. However, it was still a little late for him to warn, and a few of the generals who were close by had already been casually jerked away by Zhang Fan and fell to the ground, not knowing whether they were dead or alive. Damn! What the hell is going on here? Fan? Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, intending to meet them again. But it was at this time that a figure that looked like a stream of light appeared by Zhang Fan's side. Senior Wufan, why don't you wake up quickly? When he fixed his eyes, it was Guangji's slightly rugged face. Elder brother Guangji, what's going on with him? Little Fan? After seeing the visitor, Sun Wukong's originally worry-filled expression suddenly got a little better. Senior Wufan, hey! Seeing Zhang Fan's indifference, Guangji sighed leisurely and then cast up a spell. A few moments later, a golden light appeared around Zhang Fan. After being enveloped by the golden light, Zhang Fan's originally restless expression gradually calmed down. And that's when Hiroki's explanation came in. If I'm not mistaken, senior brother Wufan was haunted by a large amount of baneful qi. causing his heart to be damaged and enter the demonic path. A lot of bogeyman? Sun Wukong muttered for a moment. Then he shifted his gaze back to the large beam in the distance. Can it be that it was caused by senior brother diverting water to fill the city? Hearing this, Hiroshi snapped out of it. So the great river flooding just now was actually senior brother's handiwork. No wonder. However, a moment later, his expression became remorseful again. If I had known, I would have followed senior brother. It's also my fault for not reminding senior brother that he can't utilize his spells to kill mortals on a wide scale. Hearing these words, the Monkey King also understood the cause of the matter. No wonder there are few cultivators involved in mundane wars. It's surprising that they can't use spells to hurt too many people. After thinking for a moment, Sun Wukong added, Senior brother, is it possible to have a method to save Xiaofan? Words. Hiroki shook his head. As far as I know, if we want to resolve the bane, we need at least an immortal to do it. Yet we're in this auraless southern juniper continent now. Where can we find an immortal? Just as Hiroki explained, more baleful chi began to fly out from the great Liang city, flying straight towards the golden light. With the numbers crushing, the golden light was becoming less and less useful. Soon, Zhang Fan's sanity, which had been gradually coming to its senses, once again became blurred. Ah! An agonizing wail came out from Zhang Fan's mouth. The blood red that was originally only limited to the middle of his eyes gradually shifted to his eyebrows, and then to his hair. He is taking a step into the devil's path. Senior, wake up! Guangxi also frantically activated the mana in his body, but unfortunately, in front of that vast and boundless baleful aura, his resistance was like a praying mantis blocking a car, not effective in the slightest. In the end, the golden light that Guangxi had made completely died out, and Zhang Fan also completely stepped into the devil's path at this moment. Kill! Zhang Fan, who had a head full of long, blood-red hair, looked as if he had become a true son of the devil's way at this moment, and an extremely tyrannical aura emanated from him. However, just at this critical moment, a long, blood-red line broke through the air from afar. Upon fixing his eyes, the long blood-red line was actually a delicate long sword that was covered in blood color. As soon as this long sword appeared, it rushed straight towards Zhang Fan's head. It was so fast that no one in the room could react. Shidoshi, Fan! Sun Wukong and Guangxi's exclamations of surprise came belatedly, and the blood-red longsword had long been hanging above Zhang Fan's head at this point. Strangely enough, as soon as the blood-red longsword appeared, the originally tyrannical Zhang Fan was directly fixed in place. At the same time, a blood-red aura began to draw away from Zhang Fan's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only that, the distant baleful chi drifting from the great beam also seemed to have found a home and quickly flew towards the blood-colored longsword. After about half a quarter of an hour had passed, the hair color and eyes of Zhang Fan, who had originally had a fierce aura, finally turned black again, and its sanity returned. At the same time as his sanity returned, the blood-red longsword that was originally suspended above his head also transformed into a stream of light and drilled into the mudball palace in the center of his brow. Chapter 35, Harvesting the Killing Immortals and Thinking of the Reasons. Chopping off the kingdom and returning to Qin. Acquisition of the immortal killing sword. Along with the panel a message surfaced. Zhang Fan's consciousness was completely turned back. Having fallen into the demonic path earlier, he was unable to control his body, but the situation and words around him were still heard by him. In other words, he knew very well the reason for his distress this time. So, is this why cultivators don't participate in mundane wars? But judging from this immortal slaying sword, this world's journey to the west should belong to the continuation of the battle of sealing the gods. Why is it that the sealing of the gods can be participated in, but nowadays it is haunted by the Furies? It's really puzzling. However, I have to say that this action was truly reckless. I thought that as long as I didn't personally kill those mortals, I could avoid being tainted with karmic consequences, but I never thought that even diverting water to flood the city would cause such a great impact. But it's a good thing that since it was a blessing in disguise, I've acquired that famous immortal killing sword. With this in mind, Zhang Fan focused his attention on the immortal killing sword in his mud pill palace, only a blood-red long sword, surrounded by a strand of blood-colored aura. Dao blood light emanated from its body, so that people could not help but feel intimidated at the sight of it. Zhang Fan wanted to try to mobilize and use it, but he didn't expect that his command was like a stone sinking into the sea, and the killing immortal sword didn't respond in the slightest. It seems that perhaps my cultivation is too low to drive this sword at all. After the thoughts flashed through his mind, Zhang Fan turned his attention back to himself. At this time, he was largely the same as before. The only difference was that there was an extra blood-colored sword mark in the center of his brow. The shape and appearance of this seal is largely the same as the immortal slaying sword, but there is less of that overwhelming fury. As a result, The already handsome Jiang Fan looked a little more divine because of this additional mark. However, why did this immortal killing sword appear here in an unknown manner? And it also helped me extremely coincidentally? Thinking about it, Jiang Fan got two possibilities. For one thing, the immortal killing sword was already nearby, as the baleful energy in his body was attracted to him and thus under his control. The other possibility was that a great power was secretly helping him. The likelihood of the first scenario is basically zero. After all, if innate spiritual treasures were so easy to obtain, where else would I get my turn? In other words, the biggest possibility right now is the latter. If this world is truly a continuation of the feudal world, then the only one who possesses the immortal slaying sword is that one. Jiang Fan began to brainstorm. A man whose face could not be seen, carrying 4 long swords on his back, he drew his hands together and the immortal execution formation was formed. Then, 10,000 immortals fell, and the gods and Buddhas fell silent. Just why would that one help me for no reason? Among the people I know well, it seems that the only one who can match up with the other side is Master. So Master is actually the Tontian sect leader? Just as Jiang Fan was secretly wondering, the figures of Guangxi and Sun Wukong came forward. Senior, how are you doing? The two asked with concern. At those words, Jiang Fan gathered his thoughts back. He smiled faintly. Thanks to the concern of my 2 elder brothers, my state has returned to normal. Although the situation was basically clear, now that they had gotten Jiang Fan's affirmation, the 2 of them were also relieved. Senior brother, in the future you can't use spells to kill mortals on a wide scale anymore. After all, I'm afraid you won't be so lucky next time. Listening to Guangxi's words that were filled with concern, Jiang Fan nodded slightly, indeed having a few moments of fear in his heart. Without the sudden appearance of the immortal killing sword, I am afraid that his cultivation path would have been cut short. Don't worry, senior brother. I'll pay attention in the future. After saying this, he shifted his gaze back to Sun Wukong. Monkey, now that the city of Daliang has been broken, please gather all the generals to go and receive the city. Half a day later, the capital of the King of Wei, Daliang, has completely changed hands. It is worth mentioning that the flood did not cause widespread deaths. Only those stationed near the walls of the Wei soldiers lost some heavy losses. The people in the city, in addition to some loss of property, but also considered to be stable. And the Anchor Widow King fell asleep forever in the middle of that coma. This also means that the Wei dynasty, which stretched over hundreds of years, has since declared its demise. Another month. After leaving a portion of his soldiers to guard the key city, Jiang Fan led the remaining soldiers back to the court, outside the city of Xianyang. Having learned the news in advance, Ying Zheng led a group of civil officials and military generals to greet them outside the city. Soon, the soldiers and horses led by Jiang Fan appeared within the viewpoint of Ying Zheng and the others. As soon as he appeared, the ceremonial officer accompanying him blew a horn from the distant past. Woo! Horn after horn followed. This was closely followed by the cheering voice of the people who had heard the news. Under the influence of Qin's specific military merit system, the people of Qin were not tired of war, and even in a sense, they were very eager for war. The reason is simple: even those people who do not join the army themselves are able to gain great benefits in the event that their own relatives join the army and make meritorious achievements. And this chopping off of Wei's throne also means that a large number of new nobles will be created. Therefore, even without being summoned by Ying Zheng, they spontaneously came to greet him outside the city. Greetings to His Excellency, the Master of the State, on his return to the court in victory. After Jiang Fan led a group of soldiers to the front, the 100 officials paid a bow to Jiang Fan. Right behind him was Ying Zheng, who was walking unhurriedly towards Jiang Fan, surrounded by his guards. Zhenger thanks Master. This scene completely ignited the atmosphere in the room. Both the people and the officials raised their voices in unison. Welcome back to the court, Lord Master of the State. Welcome back to the court, Lord Master of the State. The sound stretches on and on and on, and the distant historian, after seeing this scene, also quickly utilized a brush and wrote down such a paragraph above the bamboo slips. In the first year of the government, the State Master led the army eastward to conquer Wei, and 3 months later, the enemy was overcome and the throne was chopped off. On the day of his return to the court, the king bowed down and paid homage, and all the people greeted him with joy. Xianyang Palace. After a few moments of reward, Jiang Fan sat alone with Ying Zheng. Zhenger, this time to cut down Wei. Although our army does not have too much sacrifice, but the military and civilian generals are all tired. Therefore, in the short term, do not start the strife again. Zhenger knows. Don't worry, Master. I'll develop the people's power well next. Hearing this, Jiang Fan smiled slightly. So much the better. Then, he changed his words. Zhenger, do you know that there is a person in Korea named Zheng? Zheng? Ying Zheng pondered for a moment. Then he said, Zhenger doesn't know. This person should have great talent. If Zheng takes him into his pocket, he can certainly lay the foundation for ascending to the top. Hearing these solemn words from Zhang Fan, Ying Zheng understood. Don't worry, master. I'll immediately send someone to Korea to bring this Zheng back. Ying Zheng said this with quite an air of confidence. It is important to realize that among the 6 states nowadays, the only one that can fight against Qin is the Chu state in the Great River Basin. As for Korea, it's just some bullet points. Chapter 36, Changing Strategies to Repair the Drainage Canal, and all the speculations on Zheng's arrival. The truth is indeed as Ying Zheng said. In the original history, South Korea would have taken the initiative to send Zheng to Qin at the end of this year. The idea was simple, to let Zheng preside over the carrying out of a major project, thus slowing down the pace of Qin's outward expansion. The move was considered a success in a sense, but it wasn't a bad thing for Qin. After all, if the state of Qin keeps expanding its territory, it will be like a bowstring that is constantly taut, and one day it will break. The construction of the Yongkok Canal, therefore, was clearly a matter that did more good than harm. On the other hand, although South Korea successfully utilized Zheng to slow down Qin's outward expansion, allowing them to continue for an additional 20 years, but in general it was just drinking hemlock to quench their thirst. And now that Zhang Fan had taken the initiative to mention this matter, he naturally wanted to intervene. Previously, he had tried to helping Zheng attack the country to fulfill his karma. However, until he had destroyed the kingdom of Wei, he did not even have the slightest desire to become immortal. Therefore, he decided to switch tactics and try to utilize the development of Qin to settle karma. Let's hope Zheng arrives in Xianyang early. Since Zhang Fan had returned to Xianyang, he had been separated from both Sun Wukong and Guangji. The former stayed in the barracks to train the soldiers and horses and learn the management and marching method, while the latter hid their cultivation to experience the life of mortals in Qin, and even the 5 neighboring countries. In this way, it appeared that Zhang Fan was a bit more leisurely. However, Zhang Fan didn't do nothing. During this period of time, in addition to studying the immortal killing sword in the Mud Pill Palace, he pondered over its origins. Earlier, Zhang Fan had speculated that the immortal killing sword was specially given to him by sect leader Tong Tian. However, there was never love in the world without a reason, so Zhang Fan began to ponder the reason why the Tong Tian sect master had helped him. Similar to earlier, Zhang Fan eventually listed a few possibilities. The first possibility was that sect leader Tong Tian might be plotting something on him, which was why he chose to help him. The second possibility was that he was afraid that he had some kind of relationship with sect leader Tong Tian, so the other party chose to step in and help him. Both scenarios are extremely likely. The former party was able to explain why the other party, as a saint, would help himself. But then another question must not be pondered. Today's Zhang Fan was still just a mortal. Did he really have something in him that the Tong Tian sect master valued? Hardly a proficiency panel? Zhang Fan's heart couldn't help but sink. He did not doubt that the Tong Tian sect leader could know about his golden finger, knowing that the other party was a heavenly saint who could not be destroyed by all calamities. That's just it. If it's really a plotted proficiency panel, then I won't be able to resist in the slightest. And now that the other party hasn't chosen to make a move, it means that I'm safe. After the thoughts fell from his mind, Zhang Fan began to think about another possibility. I have not come into contact with too many great avatars since I traveled to the very end, and the only ones who have had contact while having the ability to hand over the immortal slaying sword to me are, I'm afraid, only my master and that mysterious woodcutter. Could it be master? Zhang Fan mused. If it's really master, I'm afraid his identity will be extraordinary. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan took a deep breath. Whether or not Ancestor Bodhi was the Tong Tian sect master, it meant that the other party's strength and status was not low. After all, the person who could casually convince the Tong Tian sect master to hand over the immortal killing sword to him could be an idle person? Just as Zhang Fan was secretly speculating in his mind, a figure respectfully walked in. Lord State Master, the king has something to discuss, the squire said very respectfully. At those words, Zhang Fan brought his thoughts back. With a slight turn of his thoughts, he roughly guessed the reason why Ying Zheng was looking for him this time. It looks like that Jungkook should have been brought back. Nowadays, Ying Zheng doesn't come to Zhang Fan for everything, but only when he can't make up his mind. And I'm afraid that this is the only thing that can make Ying Zheng specially come to look for Zhang Fan at the moment. Sure, the facts also prove that Zhang Fan's guess was not wrong. When he arrived at the Xianyang Palace, he found the civil and military officials lined up on both sides, and in the center of the hall, there was a man dressed in cloth. Looks like this one in the center is Zhenghua. With a slight flash of thought, Zhang Fan slightly arched his hand towards Ying Zheng on the stage. See the king. In order to avoid affecting Ying Zheng's prestige, Zhang Fan did not take credit for his achievements. Master, didn't we say that last time? There's no need for us to follow these mundane rituals. Although it was just an arch of the hand, there were still a few leaps in Ying Zheng's heart. Zhang Fan smiled faintly and did not reply, and Ying Zheng quickly spoke about business. Master, this man is Zhenghua, and earlier, before you arrived, I quizzed him. He proposed to build an aqueduct in the Guangzhou area, saying that on the day the aqueduct is completed, my Guangzhou zone will never again be in lack of food. What do you think of this move? Hearing that Zhenghua had raised the same idea about the Zhenghua Canal as in history, Zhang Fan once again took a closer look at Zhenghua, who was standing in the center of the hall. Although this person was dressed in cloth, his bare skin was extremely dark, but his palms were surprisingly white. It seems that this Zhen was really a water worker earlier. After thinking about it, Zhang Fan said, "What is the scale of this aqueduct?" Ying Zheng looked at Zhenghua, who understood and immediately said with an arch of his hand, "Your Excellency, I would like to connect the Jing River with the Luo River, which I projected to be about 300 miles long, and if I put in 10,000 people, it would only take 10 years to build." Listening to the answer that was incomparably different from history, Zhang Fan secretly nodded in his heart. I know. He did not rush to give his opinion. He wanted to examine the strategic sense of Ying Zheng nowadays. What does the king think of this move? Words. Ying Zheng in his seat pondered for a moment and then gave his reply. Before the master's arrival, I had a discussion with the ministers, and it was argued that this move, with its great engineering and slow results, was Korea's way of weakening the enemy against us, and that it was important not to listen to the one-sided words of this foreign minister of Zheng. There are also ministers who feel that the construction of this aqueduct is a good policy that will benefit the present generation and the future, and I feel that now that we've just taken way, we should focus on recuperating and resting, so I'm inwardly in favor of this matter. Listening to Ying Zheng's analysis, Zhang Fan nodded slightly. Since the king already has a definite plan in mind, then I will not say any more. The king only needs to do what he thinks in his heart. After saying that, Zhang Fan shifted his gaze to Zhenghua, who was on the side. Are there any plans for this aqueduct? Hearing this, Zhenghua immediately took out a page of leather paper from among his own sleeves. Please look, Lord Master of the State. Zhang Fan's divine sense moved slightly and took the leather paper into his hands. With just one glance, he memorized it all in his mind. Your Majesty, leave the construction of the aqueduct to me. Chapter 37, The Sole Repairer of Aqueducts in Shun Erja, the Ancestors means uncovered. Along with the fall of Zhang Fan's words, those present held their breath. Only after several breaths did Ying Zheng come back to his senses. Does Master intend to generalize the folk to build this aqueduct? Zhang Fan shook his head. No, I mean, I'm going to build this aqueduct all by myself. As his words fell, the crowd once again took a deep breath. Please think twice, Lord State Master. Such a vast project cannot be accomplished by one person. As the Zhenghua who designed this aqueduct, he naturally knew very well the amount of work involved in the construction of this aqueduct, so he did not hesitate to speak out against it. What Jungkook didn't realize, however, was that he was the only one in the arena who spoke out. Even the officials who were extremely opposed to this matter earlier did not come forward. The reason is simple. They hadn't forgotten the powerful aura that Zhang Fan had unleashed above the courtroom earlier. Although building an aqueduct over 300 miles long by just one person sounds a bit pie in the sky, if the one who said that was the national master, that doesn't seem impossible? If Master had done it himself, the matter of the aqueduct would have been accomplished. Zhenger here thanks Master for the millions of people in Guangzhou. Say it. Ying Zheng then stood up and bowed towards Zhang Fan. When the rest of the courtiers saw this, how could they dare to stand? Immediately, just like Ying Zheng, he also respectfully bowed towards Zhang Fan. Thank you, Mr. State Master. Zheng, who was located in the center, because he didn't understand Zhang Fan's position in the Qin Kingdom. He couldn't help but be filled with doubt at this time. What's wrong with them? Is it hard to believe that they really believe that just one person can build this unprecedented project? However, nowadays, his words were faint and his voice was light. Even if he was no longer confused, he didn't dare to question Zhang Fan to his face again. I'd like to see how he's going to build this aqueduct all by himself. The lowly Jungkook thought so. Jingshui River. Zhang Fan did not invite the public to this action with much fanfare. As a matter of fact, he had become much more cautious after the last incident with the Furies. And this world was ultimately a world with gods and Buddhas. If he didn't have to clear his karma and turn into an immortal, he would even want to live in the square-inch mountain until the end of time. According to the words shown on the map, this should be the starting point of the Jungkook Canal. Zhang Fan gazed at the ground under his feet while recalling in his mind the map that Zhenghua said he had given. Then let's get started. Soon, Zhang Fan cast a spell. Only a gap began to appear on top of the land, and these gaps gradually widened and deepened from a depth of 3 inches at the beginning. In just a few moments of work, A 10-meter long and 3-meter wide aqueduct appeared above the ground out of nowhere. It shouldn't take long if we continue with this efficiency. With a slight turn of thought, Zhang Fan once again pinched his spell. However, what he didn't know was that while he was casting the spell, the same scene as when he was building the water were before appeared, and Dao mana fluctuations appeared above Zhang Fan's head like a light in the darkness of the night. It was then surrounded by another light. Heaven, clairvoyant. Something's not right. Just now I heard traces of mana fluctuations in South Juniper again. As the saying goes, 1 day in heaven and 1 year on earth. Nowadays, although more than a month had passed on earth, among the perceptions of the clairvoyant eyes and Shunfeng ears, only a little more than an hour had passed. As a result, Shunde was keenly aware that something was wrong. I say, Shunfeng air, you're just too sensitive. How could there be mana fluctuations in southern Juniper continent? Clairvoyant, just trust me for once. I'll never mishear you. Seeing how persistent his partner was, the clairvoyant was pumped up a few notches. Can it be that there really are cultivators or immortal gods who have entered southern Juniper continent? A few moments later, though, he dismissed the guess on his own. How can it be? Not to mention the fact that there is the great formation of the 9 states stopping him. Just that piece of the land of the absolute spirit has no value whatsoever. What does he figure? Although he was denying it in his heart, the clairvoyant really couldn't argue with the insistence of the Shunfeng ear, and exerted his mana and began to sweep over towards South Juniper. However, after 3 full rounds had passed, he hadn't found anything either. Smooth ears, don't be paranoid. I've looked around 3 times, and I hardly didn't find the mana fluctuation you mentioned. Upon hearing this, Sooner couldn't help but begin to doubt himself. It's not right. I clearly heard it just now. Can't it be that? Really, I heard it wrong? The viewpoint returned to Zhang Fan. He didn't realize that he was actually teetering on the brink of discovery twice. Today he has advanced the aqueduct a mile. At this rate, I don't think it should take long. As his mind turned slightly, Zhang Fan couldn't help but start thinking freely. Now, with his help, the Zhonghua Canal will come out 10 years ahead of schedule. By then, does Ying Zheng still need to wait until 221 BC to complete the unification? Will it be earlier? To this question, Zhang Fan's answer was yes. You know, in the middle of a mundane dynasty, as long as there is no break in technology, then what is spelled out is actually food. As long as there is enough food, then the population will increase. And with a population, the mobs can begin. Once you have a large number of soldiers, do you still need to worry about not being able to fight? Just as Zhang Fan began to build the aqueduct, the people in the neighborhood were keenly aware of the strange movement beside the Jingwater. Out of curiosity, they came towards the Jingwater side. However, it was fine if they didn't look at it, but after looking at it, they couldn't help but have their scalps numb. In their perspective, Zhang Fan was like a heavenly god, suspended in mid-air, waving his hand as the earth cracked and the sky crumbled. Immortals descend. It's immortal. They couldn't stop kowtowing. Zhang Fan frowned slightly when he saw this scene. He didn't care much about the illusory name of the immortal, and the reason why he had to pull the banner above the court earlier was just to better establish his prestige. Now that the prestige has been established, it would be unattractive to act in a high profile. No hesitation. Zhang Fan waved his hand and released another spell. Under the effect of the spell, both he and the aqueduct that had just been cut at his feet had become invisible. This scene once again stunned the people who were onlookers. They looked at the scene in front of them incredulously. Immortals disappeared? Because of the large number of people, they did not suspect that they were hallucinating. Let's go over there and take a look. We might be able to obtain a few points of immortal destiny, a member of the people suggested. Soon, they arrived at the place where Zhang Fan had arrived earlier. Seeing that someone was about to step into the aqueduct that had been hidden, Zhang Fan, who was hanging in mid-air, couldn't help but frown and waved his hand to lift his body up. It looks like we'll have to have Masaru send soldiers to guard this zone. Under the slightest turn of thought, Zhang Fan no longer thought about anything else and concentrated on casting his spells and chiseling up the water channel under his feet. However, what he didn't know was that the matter of the appearance of immortals beside the Jing River had already spread towards Xianyang city at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 38, The Immortal Sword's Wonderful Use of Water Drainage. Humanity's Merit and Virtue Entering Half Immortality. In the city of Xianyang. Have you heard? There's an immortal descending beside the Jing water. Are there really immortals? I dare swear on my human head that I saw it with my own eyes. If that immortal hadn't radiated divine light all over his body, I would have drawn you a picture of what he looked like. News such as this spread rapidly through Xianyang city. Although Zhang Fan has been proclaiming that he is not a very human being in the courtroom since he came to Xianyang, but in this age of information blockage, few people in Xianyang city know that Zhang Fan has extraordinary power, and the only thing they know is that Zhang Fan once led an army to cut off the kingdom of Wei. Therefore, when the matter of an immortal appearing on the banks of the Jingshui River, they did not connect it to Zhang Fan. Of course, that's not all. Some people who knew about Zhang Fan's existence, such as those officials in the court, were quite shocked when they learned about this matter. Even though they were prepared in their hearts to believe that Zhang Fan was able to excavate the aqueduct all by himself, they were still a little incredulous when the truth was actually in front of them. Xianyang Palace. Your Majesty, a rumor has suddenly risen in Xianyang City that immortals have appeared on the banks of the Jingshui River. A chamberlain came to the side of Ying Zheng, who was watching the government affairs, and said softly to him. When the latter sniffed, he put down the bamboo slips in his hands. By the Jingshui? Speaking of the master? The subordinate does not know. Ying Zheng didn't care about this answer. Send an army to Jingshui. Don't let idle people interfere with the master is. Nah. Along with the arrival of the army, the rumors in Xianyang City were completely ignited, because this action means that there is really an immortal beside the Jingshui. As a result, there was a constant stream of people attempting to travel to Jingshui to obtain the immortal destiny that never existed. Of course, none of this was a big deal to Zhang Fan. At this moment, because of the army guarding him, he simply stopped hiding his figure and cast spell after spell. First, he set the frame with the technique of ground cracking, and then he fixed the frame with the technique of stone congealing, and so on and so forth, and in just 3 days' work, he had built this aqueduct to a length of 100 miles. However, to this day, Zhang Fan had to stop the movements of his hands. The reason was simple. The mana in his body was about to run out. In this southern juniper continent where there was no spiritual chi, once one's mana was depleted then one could only replenish it through elixirs. It was a good thing that Zhang Fan's protective skill was alchemy. Otherwise he would not have been able to use his spells so recklessly. It's time for a replenishment. With a slight turn of thought, Zhang Fan was about to start swallowing the pills. However, it was at this moment that the immortal killing sword, which was originally located within his mud pill palace, suddenly began to tremble. Feeling the change, Zhang Fan was surprised and stopped his hand movements. He then transferred his consciousness into the mudball palace. Along with the transfer of consciousness, the originally trembling immortal slaying sword suddenly began to release a pure aura. The immortal slaying sword can still release aura automatically? Zhang Fan had to concentrate on receiving this sudden surge of aura just as soon as the thought flashed by. The good thing was that this aura was not difficult to refine, and after just circling it once, it was completely used by Zhang Fan. After his body's mana filled up again, Zhang Fan shifted his gaze to the top of the immortal killing sword. The baleful aura that originally surrounded the body of the immortal killing sword has become thinner. In other words, the immortal killing sword has actually converted the baleful aura into spiritual aura? Having figured this out, Zhang Fan couldn't help but let out an exclamation, worthy of being a saint's magic treasure. Afterward, Zhang Fan then started casting spells once again to build the aqueduct. Time is long. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. It's just about the last bit of distance. Gazing at Luo Shui, who was close at hand, Zhang Fan revealed a cheerful smile. All he needed to do next was to cast it one more time to put the last bit of distance through. The project, which had historically taken 10 years, would then be able to be landed in just 10 days. Scatter, congeal. Along with Zhang Fan's 2 successive light cries, the Jing and Luo waters were then completely connected. It was also at this time that a light golden light suddenly rose from the entire Guangzhou region. The rays then converged. Originally only light golden in color, they silently converged into a huge golden ball of light. During this process, the ball of light was getting closer and closer to where Zhang Fan was. Soon, he completely merged into Zhang Fan's body, and the moment the ball of light was integrated into his body, a term inexplicably appeared in Zhang Fan's mind. Humanitarian merit. The moment this thought flashed by, Zhang Fan's mind became clear for a split second. At this moment, it was as if he had entered a metaphysical state. In this state, all the distractions in his mind disappeared, and the only thought he had was to cultivate. Zhang Fan sat down on his knees directly in the middle of the mid-air. Because the immortal killing sword in the mud pill palace was constantly providing spiritual chi, Zhang Fan's cultivation did not have any accidents. A little bit of time passed. The mana amongst Zhang Fan's body continued to quench his body. I don't know how long it has been. Maybe a moment, maybe an eternity. Zhang Fan's life level arrived at the next realm. Realm elevated to immortal, not yet transcended. Although only a single message appeared on the panel. At this time, Zhang Fan was already feeling the changes brought about by the different levels of life. The river, which was originally running unceasingly, became incredibly slow at this point. Flying fish that happened to leap up as if they were frozen in the air. At this moment, it was as if everything around them had gone into slow motion. On top of that, Zhang Fan's body also became perfect in an instant. What is perfection? Pores close, impurities are expelled, and there is no longer a single blemish around the body. At the same time, also because of this change, Zhang Fan's originally very handsome face became perfect once again at this moment. However, most importantly, Zhang Fan also felt as if his body had transformed into a constant pump, constantly releasing power to the outside world. No kidding. At this time, Zhang Fan had the feeling that he could crush his previous self into mush with a mere wave of his hand. So, today, I should be considered to be in the half-immortal realm, right? In a slight flash of thought, Zhang Fan began to carefully feel the path that followed. Judging from my current state, it seems that I can invoke a thunder tribulation at any time, thus truly stepping into the midst of the immortal realm. However, having said that, there's definitely no rush for something like crossing the tribulation. Think about it. Zhang Fan then withdrew all of his breath that had leaked outward. In a split second, the world, which had become incredibly slow, was once again full of energy. Chapter 39, deeply sensing no years of cultivation. Indeed, hearing that the God Sealer will return to the mountain. Feeling the world around him turn into a normal flow of time, Zhang Fan's eyes could not help but flash through a few points of emotion. No wonder there is a difference between immortals and mortals. Not to mention the difference in strength mastered. Just the perception of time is different. Although he had withdrawn from the previous stance, Zhang Fan knew very well that if he used his true strength, he would once again enter the previous perspective that was like another dimension. Say, among those immortal mortal romances I heard about in my previous life, could those immortals really put up with their other halves being slow? Moreover, from an immortal's perspective, mortals are full of flaws. There was no exaggeration in Zhang Fan's statement. Previously located in the middle of the immortal state, even though he was hundreds of meters away, he still saw clearly the blemishes on the faces of those soldiers. The pitted face, like a moon struck by a meteorite, was the crater. Would any immortal really be able to tolerate their significant other in such a posture? Anyway, Zhang Fan couldn't accept it. In that case, I'm afraid those immortal mundane romances I heard about in my previous life will have to be put under a big question mark. After silently sighing in his heart, Zhang Fan turned his attention back to reality. At this very moment, hundreds of soldiers were surrounding him in a constant outward alert. Upon confirming that Zhang Fan had come to his senses, these soldiers revealed joy that was visible to the naked eye. At that moment, a general in armor quickly came to Zhang Fan's side. My Lord Wang Yi, Sea Lord State Master. Words. Zhang Fan nodded slightly. Why are you guys policing the perimeter? Zhang Fan was well aware that before he started cultivating, even the soldiers closest to him were a full 10 miles away. However, when he finished practicing, his surroundings were filled with soldiers, which meant that the time he spent practicing was definitely not short. Your Excellency, after you completed the immortal drainage channel in January, you levitated in mid-air, and after the king heard about this, he ordered the last general and others to guard the master here without any negligence. Listening to the general's reply, Zhang Fan extracted two key pieces of information. A month ago? Have I been practicing for a full month this time? A bit of surprise flashed amongst Zhang Fan's eyes. One should know that in his perception, it was clear that only an instant had passed. After a slight sigh, Zhang Fan truly understood the significance of the phrase what it meant to cultivate without years. Earlier this general had said that this aqueduct was called the Immortal Aqueduct, so it seems to have inadvertently changed history a bit more. Zhang Fan cried and laughed a little. Although the history in the context of the Western journey had little reference value, this feeling of changing the original things of history still gave him a slight sense of emotion. Did anything special happen during the month? Zhang Fan asked again. Greetings to the State Master. There is nothing major happening this January. If I have to say, I'm afraid it's the construction of this immortal drainage by the State Master, which has caused a huge fluctuation in the entire Xianyang city and even the entire Guangdong region. As far as I know, the people of Guangdong regard you as their parents, and some have even built a living shrine for you. Hearing this, Zhang Fan couldn't help but feel some emotion. Is this what it takes to gain humane merit? After the thought flickered slightly, Zhang Fan nodded slightly. Okay, I know, I've troubled you all these times. Strike that. Zhang Fan then waved his palm. In a split second, with a flash of aura, the auras were evenly dispersed to those soldiers around them, while the general who had just answered Zhang Fan's question gained an additional aura. When he saw Zhang Fan's movements, how could the general in front of him not understand what he had gotten? Therefore, he immediately fell to his knees. Thank you for the immortal grace of the State Master. Zhang Fan shook his head slightly. It's just some mana. It can't do much. That said, however, the general in front of him clearly felt that his body had never been better, and at the same time, he also vaguely felt that the power among his body had become a few points larger. Well, retreat on your own. The general did not rise as he opened his mouth to answer. Nah. When he looked up again, he realized that Jiang Fan had long since disappeared. Xuanjia Army Residence. At this time, Sun Wukong was standing on top of the schoolyard, leading a group of soldiers in a drill. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside the Monkey King, fixed his eyes. Who else could it be if not Jiang Fan? Monkey. Hearing the call, Sun Wukong raised his head with a few shades of joy. Little Fan, you're out of the gate? Jiang Fan nodded slightly. Well. Xiu Fan, this is not the place to talk. Let's go and catch up in the tent. After saying that, he instructed a general to continue drilling with his soldiers while he himself guided Jiang Fan to within the army tent. Not much longer. The two of them then arrived in the middle of a tent. Little Fan, why did you suddenly enter into cultivation in the wilderness? If a general hadn't realized it early, I'm afraid someone would have gone against you. Sun Wukong barked in a serious tone. And when Jiang Fan heard this, his heart could not help but warm slightly. Don't worry, Monkey, it won't happen next time. This time it was just a sudden incident. Hearing this, Sun Wukong nodded. Little Fan came back just in time this time. During this period of time I discovered a heavenly secret by consulting the canonical books. Oh, Jiang Fan couldn't help but be more than a little interested. A secret that could make the Monkey King use the word heavenly to describe it was something that really made him a bit curious. Little Fan, didn't you say that this world has no aura? These days I had nothing to do, so I consulted the tomes in the Qin King's palace and found that a long time ago, this world was not devoid of aura. And even at the time of the alternation between the Shang and Zhou dynasties, there was a melee of immortals and gods. Oh, then has the monkey brother accessed the reason for the disappearance of the aura? Because he had memories of his previous life. Jiang Fan knew very well that the immortal god melee that Sun Wukong was talking about was actually referring to the god sealing war. The exact reason is not known. That book only recorded that after that immortal god melee, no more immortal god demons appeared in the world. Can it be that it was because that battle was so violent that the spirit vein was severed? As soon as Jiang Fan's speculation rose, it was rejected by himself. If that's true, then it should be right that the remaining 3 continents don't have auras either. That's just it. After going back this time, if there is a chance, just ask the master. I think that as a great avatar, he would definitely know the inside story. After a slight flash of thoughts, Jiang Fan decided to tell the purpose of his trip here. Brother Monkey, now that I have stepped over the immortal mundane barrier, I have achieved the realm of a half-immortal. Is this true? I have not dared to deceive Monkey since. Wonderful! The joy in Sun Wukong's eyes was undisguised. Jiang Fan smiled faintly and spoke. So Monkey, get ready. After I'm done with some mundane things, we'll call on senior brother Guangji to return to Mount Fangsuan together. Chapter 40, Seeing Ying Zheng opens the world. Finding Guangji and leaving. Xianyang Palace. Jiang Fan came to Ying Zheng's side without alerting everyone. Masaru. With a soft exclamation, Ying Zheng's attention instantly shifted from the bamboo slips in his hand to Jiang Fan. Master. Ying Zheng's face was slightly pleased. During the month when Jiang Fan was in closed-door training, Ying Zheng was one of the most worried people. Zheng I came here with the intention of saying goodbye to you. Upon hearing this, the joy on Ying Zheng's face was directly replaced by a strong sense of loss. But this emotion only lasted for a moment, and he quickly adjusted his mood. Is Master returning to the immortal realm? Hearing this, Jiang Fan didn't reply as he made up his mind after a little thought. Zheng do you know how the world is? This world is naturally round in the sky and surrounded by the sun, moon and stars. Jiang Fan nodded. Yes and no. And look, this is the continent we are on. Say it. Jiang Fan then waved his hand, and Dao mana was released from among his palms. These mana soon condensed the shape of a continent in the air, and looking at its outline, it was none other than South Juniper Continent. The continent we are on is called South Juanbu Continent, and all the way to the west, we will arrive at the West Sea, and after crossing the West Sea, we will see another continent. As he spoke, Jiang Fan once again waved his hand and utilized his mana to create an outline of a continent. This continent is called the Western Nuga Continent, which is populated by people, gods, demons, devils, and Buddhas, and the way of cultivation is flourishing beyond measure, and the Master's Division is located on it. After introducing the Western Nuga Continent, Jiang Fan gently nodded towards the due north of South Juniper Continent. This continent is called Beiju Luzhou, and because it is located in a remote and sparsely populated area, a large number of demons are entrenched here. Then there is a continent called Dongsheng. This continent is located in the eastern part of the southern Juniper Continent. This continent consists of a large number of islands. Its spiritual energy is abundant. Its flowers and fruits are flourishing, and its spiritual mountains and mythical beasts are quite numerous. After explaining about the world, Jiang Fan shifted his gaze back to Ying Zheng. So this is the real world. At this time, Ying Zheng's eyes flickered slightly. His eyes were full of luster. And after Zheng Fan opened the door to a new world for him, a seed was planted deeply in his heart. Seeing this appearance of Ying Zheng, Zheng Fan faintly revealed a smile. His purpose had been accomplished. In his previous life, he had seen a discussion on the internet about whether Ying Zheng could unify the world if he was given a map of the world. Many users have responded in the affirmative to this question. If the Han dynasty, which was built on the ruins of the Qin dynasty, could still be the most powerful country of its time, how could the already strong Qin dynasty be weak? Therefore, Zheng Fan was really looking forward to what kind of change Ying Zheng would have when he learned about the state of the world. Although the world of the West is not history, its general direction will not change, so the Qin dynasty's unification of the whole of southern Juniperis is an inevitable result. So, what will Ying Zheng do after the completion of the Great Unification and after learning about the situation overseas? All of this is an unknown. Zheng now that the master is about to return to the sect, the rest of the matter can only be left to you. But the master still wants to leave you with the 3 precepts before he leaves. Hearing this, Ying Zheng immediately stood up, arched his hands and bowed his head, making a show of listening. I honor the master's teachings. Zheng Fan wasn't ambiguous and recounted it immediately. For one thing, when you are accomplishing the great cause of unification, do not be in a hurry, and if you can, remember to attack your body and collect your mind at the same time. Secondly, after you have completed your unification, in addition to guarding against the rebellion of the remnants of the 6 kingdoms, you will also need to look at yourself to see if there is any deterioration in the officials of the court. Finally, do not listen to the slanderous words, to go after the illusory immortality drug, if you want to live forever, and need to get out of Nanzanbo continent. These are the 3 precepts that the master has left for you. The next road, we still need Zheng to go through it on his own. After the words fell, Zheng Fan's figure had already turned into a bit of light and dissipated in this large Xianyang palace. Gazing at Zheng Fan's departing figure, Ying Zheng seemed to have truly grown up at this moment. Zheng will live up to master's expectations. After paying his respects towards the void, Ying Zheng raised his head and looked at the sky outside. Men, fetch 3 more pounds of bamboo slips. 3 days later, Zheng Fan searched for Guangji in the middle of a city. However, if he didn't possess divine sense as confirmation, Zheng Fan simply couldn't believe that the figure dressed in rags, with disheveled hair and a dirty body was the easygoing eldest senior brother from days gone by. Elder brother Guangji, what are you making of this? Zheng Fan cried and laughed a little. And Guangji, after seeing his silhouette, also heatedly smiled. How did senior brother Wufan suddenly seek me out? He then went on to briefly explain. I'm not experiencing mortal life. At those words, Zheng Fan was quite helpless. Has senior brother gained anything? Guangji didn't answer immediately. He first waved his palm and restored his appearance to its original state before speaking. Senior brother, I have now explored the secrets of immortality and mortality. Just waiting to return to Fong Cun Mountain to invoke the Thunder Tribulation and formally set foot in the immortal realm. So very good. I came on this trip to inform my senior brother that I have already completed the karma that my master spoke of, and now I am only half a step away from stepping into the immortal realm. Listening to Zheng Fan's unhurried voice, Guangji's eyes steeply widened a few points. He first looked at Zheng Fan incredulously, then revealed a flash of complexity. Senior brother, I don't even know how to praise you. I originally thought that I would leave you behind again this time, but I never thought that we would be on equal footing now. If I hadn't watched you enter and watched you cultivate, I'm afraid I really wouldn't believe that someone would be able to be on the verge of stepping into the immortal realm in less than 10 years after entering. Zheng Fan smiled faintly and did not reply. You? No wonder master wants to take you as his disciple. After sighing a little, Guangji added, since that's the case, let's set off and arrive at Fong Cun Mountain as soon as possible. Senior brother is in no hurry. We still have to go and pick up Monkey before we can do that. In order to facilitate the search for Guangji, Zheng Fan did not bring along the Monkey King on this trip. Now that Guangji is all in place, they can now officially set sail. On another day, after picking up Sun Wukong and Xianyang, Zheng Fan and the 3 of them embarked on their journey back to Fong Cun Mountain. Because there is no fanfare relationship, their departure did not set off too many waves, only close to the side of the people to be able to notice. The world less 3 people. This trip to South Juniper continent was short, but the things Zheng Fan had done were not small, and he had left a strong mark in history. The world will remember that in the first year of Ying Zheng's reign, a new immortal was born in the state of Qin, who drew water to cut off the state of Wei, which had been in existence for hundreds of years, and at the same time constructed a canal that would bless the state for thousands of years, laying the foundation for the first emperor's unification of the country. Chapter 41, Returning to Fong Cun to find the ancestor, realizing the identity of the ancestor, and will cross the tribulation. Sai Nuga, on top of a green and verdant, fairy-like mountain peak, 3 men stepped down from the top of the sword boat. Finally, we're back in Fangchun Mountain. Gazing at those hovering dragon and phoenix silhouettes above their heads, the 3 people present all felt an inexplicable sense of peace of mind. Perhaps this is what it feels like to be home. The 2 senior brothers. My elder brother will take a step forward to prepare for the tribulation. After the words had passed, Guangxi's figure disappeared. What about you, monkey? Should we go and seek the master now? Zhang Fan asked curiously. Now it's less than a month until the ancestor's sermon every 3 months. So I want to wait until the day of the master's sermon to seek him out. Hearing this answer, Zhang Fan was slightly surprised, but a moment later he came to his own realization. If it was the Monkey King in the original story, he would have run to seek out the ancestor to ask for the law of eternal life. But today's Sun Wukong has long since been fated by the 100 canons of the monkey nature. The whole person has become calm and steady, even in the face of the once coveted fruit of the Tao of longevity, and now can maintain a stable state of mind. Monkey has a good heart. After praising a sentence, Zhang Fan stated his intentions. I intend to ask the ancestor now what I need to pay attention to in the face of the lightning tribulation. Oh, little Fan isn't afraid that master will annoy you? Sun Wukong was a bit surprised. In his perspective, Ancestor Bodhi was more or less unearthly. After all, the ancestor in the door of the wall after he was admitted, then never asked him, and even all year round only when the sermon was able to get a glimpse of some of the face. And now that Zhang Fan had dared to boldly ask the ancestor, it somewhat surprised him. Zhang Fan smiled slightly and did not answer Sun Wukong's question. Monkey, I'll go ahead. To be honest, if Zhang Fan hadn't obtained the immortal killing sword during this trip to Nanjun, I'm afraid that he would have made the same choice as Sun Wukong and waited until Ancestor Bodhi's sermon before asking his question in passing. But Zhang Fan, who clearly understood the origin of the immortal killing sword, knew very well that even if Ancestor Bodhi wasn't the Tongtian sect master, his status would not be low. And since such a heaven and earth powerhouse was willing to take out the immortal killing sword and hand it over to him, what else could it be if it didn't fancy him? In the knowledge that the other party had a crush on him, why would Zhang Fan not dare to inquire? Within a short time, Zhang Fan arrived outside the attic where Ancestor Bodhi was located. Like last time, he didn't just go ahead and knock on the door. He respectfully stood at the doorway and arched his hands. Master, disciple has returned from southern Juniper continent and is now about to cross the tribulation. I hope that master will look down on him and grant him the method to cross the tribulation. With the fall of Zhang Fan's words, a golden light flowed out from among the portal. At the same time, Ancestor Bodhi's voice reached Zhang Fan's ears. This law shall not pass into the midst of the 6 ears. Hearing these words, Zhang Fan had no time to feel the spell he had just obtained in detail. His eyes were slightly delighted and his body bent slightly. Many thanks, master. After doing this, Zhang Fan began to recall in his mind the golden light he had just obtained. The Sutra of the Transcendence of the Heavenly Hosts. To be honest, if he just looked at the name, it looked like that. But after Zhang Fan carefully sensed it, his face couldn't help but become odd. For, in only a few hundred words, apart from the necessary rhetoric and rhymes, there is only one meaning left. Self-teachers and brothers, please be merciful. Feeling these individual words in his mind, Zhang Fan's face was filled with eccentricity. Does this Xianyang transit difficulty true scripture really work? After the thought flickered slightly, Zhang Fan suddenly had a flash of divine light in the middle of his mind. Wait, if Master's true identity is really sect leader Tongtian, then it's not surprising that there's this Xianyang transit difficulties true scripture. In Zhang Fan's memories of his previous life, after the end of the war to seal the gods, many of the disciples of the Interceptor Church have gone up into the sky to become all kinds of gods and immortals, and there is no lack of disciples in the ministry of Lei, which serves in the department of the disciples. The most famous of them was Wen Zhong, who was ordained as the god of thunder of the 9 heavens. Puhua Tianzuan, as the main god of the thunder ministry, he should rightfully be in charge of the entire thunder ministry. Good lord, in that case, it looks like I've become the most hated relation I've ever had? Having said that, the hidden look of joy on Zhang Fan's face undoubtedly exposed his true thoughts. Nowadays, it seems that Master is the Tongtian sect master in 8 or 9 cases. After the thought flashed by, Zhang Fan couldn't help but flash in his mind the experience of sect leader Tongtian during the God-sealing war. He who wanted to escape the quantitative robbery by being quiet, had to go out and set up a big formation because of the heavy deaths and injuries of his own disciples. Unexpectedly, after setting up the big formation, it was breached by 2 of his own brothers in conjunction with outsiders, and after the defeat, he was even force-fed the highly poisonous red pills by the Hongjun Taoist. Thinking about this, Zhang Fan silently thought again. In the original, when Master drove Monkey out of the 3-star cave, he had instructed him not to reveal his heel, no matter what happens in the future. When I first read it, I hadn't felt the information contained in it, but now that I think about it carefully, it's suspicious. Is Master worried that Monkey will implicate him? Perhaps he is more worried about implicating Monkey himself. After figuring this out, Zhang Fan once again looked deeply at the pavilion where Ancestor Bodhi was. He felt the charisma of the personality in Ancestor Bodhi, or sect leader Tong Tian. At this moment, it's no wonder that the Interceptor sect was able to achieve 10,000 immortals in the first place. Master seems to be a person with a cold face and a warm heart. After a slight flash of thought, Zhang Fan left the area in a flash and sped towards the compound of the Wukong generation where he lived. After his figure had left, Ancestor Bodhi in the middle of the pavilion suddenly revealed a smile. This little fellow seems to have guessed this seat's identity. This is really interesting, knowing that there aren't many people who can still remember this seat's identity nowadays. I just don't know if this little guy can bring me more surprises. Time flows. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these few days, Zhang Fan was resting on his knees, wanting to adjust his state to the best. And on this day, Guangji sought out the Gohan compound. After seeing Zhang Fan, Guangji revealed a smile and said, "Senior brother Wufan. Senior brother, I'm getting ready to cross the threshold of the tribulation. Would you like to come and visit for a while to gain some experience?" This proposal of Guangji's was right in Zhang Fan's mind, so he naturally wouldn't reject it as he arched his hand and returned. "Thank you for holding on to me, senior brother. If senior brother sees senior brother Wukong, please also take the trouble to relay the message to him and come along to observe," thinking that it will be of some help to him in his future endeavors to become an immortal. After Guangji said this, he waved his hand slightly. "Senior brother, I'll go tell the other senior brothers first. Take care, senior brother." Looking at Guangji's gradually departing form, Zhang Fan silently thought in his heart, as the eldest senior brother in the sect, senior brother Guangji is indeed good to us. After sighing, Zhang Fan thought again, after my senior brother's tribulation is over, I'll almost be ready for my tribulation as well. Chapter 42, Guangji's Robbery. The Immortal's Robbery. The Fluke becomes an immortal. Vertical Day. Today, the group of disciples from the Three-Star Cave did not go to the Qiangtai for chanting and sermonizing. The reason is simple. Their eldest senior brother, Guangji, is going to cross that immortalization tribulation today. As the first disciple among the disciples who would become immortal, he undoubtedly attracted a lot of attention. At this moment, Guangji stood at the top of a subpeak of the square-inch mountain, and on top of the mountain not far from it, there was a disciple scattered sporadically. Of course, Zhang Fan and the Monkey King were among them. Elder brother Guangji has accumulated so much time, so I think he should be able to get through this immortalization tribulation, right? Sun Wukong made small talk with Zhang Fan. In my opinion, there will definitely be no problem. Besides, even if there are accidents, there is still Master, his old man. As he said this, Zhang Fan's face was filled with a smile. Now that he had confirmed the identity of the Bodhi ancestor, his backbone had unconsciously straightened a few points. You know, that's a saint. As a saint, it was hard to stand by and watch the great disciple under one's discipline fail to cross the threshold. Never by half. Therefore Zhang Fan was full of confidence in Guangji at this time. I also think that senior brother Guangji should be fine, Sun Wukong said approvingly. It was also at this time that Guangji, who was originally sitting cross-legged on the top of Z Peak Mountain, suddenly opened his eyes. In a split second, an aura erupted violently from his body. Zhang Fan was not unfamiliar with this aura. It was an aura unique to the half-immortal realm. However, in contrast to Zhang Fan's blandness, the rest of the disciples around him were jolted as they looked at Guangji with awe. Eldest brother's aura is so strong. It feels like it's not on the same level of existence as us at all. That's for sure. If eldest brother wasn't strong, how would he dare to come and cross the threshold to become an immortal? Eldest senior brother is so strong. It must be easy to cross the tribulation. In the midst of a burst of discussion, the scene changed once again at that moment. One could only see a dark cloud that suddenly coalesced above the hill where Guangji was. It's almost time. Those present couldn't help but hold their breath. However, at this moment, if someone was able to watch the scene above them through the clouds, they would have realized that a man and a woman were standing above them. Its man was stout and fierce, and above his bared chest, a thunder character loomed, while his hand held two golden light sledgehammers, and in front of his body lay a big drum of cowhide. The woman at the man's side was going to look a little more delicate in comparison to him. She was seen wearing a red dress, outlined by delicate silk at the cuffs and hem of her skirt, and holding gold symbols in her hands, which added a bit of heroism to her beautiful face. No doubt about it. These two people were none other than the righteous gods of the Thunder Ministry in the middle of the heavenly court, the Duke of Thunder and the Mother of Electricity. This person has not done much evil in his life, so let's use normal strength. Lei Gong's voice seemed to carry a strange power. and after it was issued, it turned into a rumbling sound of thunder. The electric mother on the side nodded slightly, her hands holding the golden symbols closing together. Click, click, click. Dawning blue sinuous lightning bolts, like swimming dragons, began to run amok amongst the dark clouds. The perspective shifts to wide wisdom. At this moment, he had already stood up from his cross-knee state, and he looked up at the sky with a few moments of eagerness in his calm eyes. Mundane cultivator Guangxi, who has been practicing for 132 years now, has now explored the secrets of immortality and mortality with the intention of ascending to immortality, and hopes that heaven and earth will recognize his heart. Apparently, Hiroki was unaware that the person above the clouds was actually Thunderbolt. Thus, as soon as his words fell, the two of them, Thunder Duke and Electricity Mother, waved the magic weapons in their hands, releasing a streak of thunder. Rumble, click, click, click. The first armthick thunderbolt landed directly on top of Guangxi's head in just a split-second's effort. In just one thunderous effort, Guangxi directly spat out a large mouthful of blood. It was also at this time that he violently reacted to the fact that he had really underestimated this immortalization tribulation. No hesitation. After he quickly adjusted his breathing, he quickly pinched up his spell and cast a defense-type spell. The three-star cave sect members on the side couldn't help but pinch a cold sweat for their own senior brother when they saw him spitting blood directly from his mouth after carrying down just one thunderbolt. Eldest brother, is he alright? And naturally, Jiang Fan was no exception, as he worried about Guangxi's safety while silently thinking in his heart, I never imagined that the power of the thunder experienced by eldest senior brother would be so powerful. If it were me in his place, would I be able to carry it off? Right at the moment when Jiang Fan's thoughts flashed by, a blue thunderbolt about the thickness of an arm was once again released amongst the robbing clouds. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of thunder. The defensive spell that Guangxi had just released was directly shattered by it. Luckily, this defensive spell managed to work, causing Guangxi to not spit out any more blood, and he only became slightly shriveled. The view turns from above the clouds. Thunder Goddess and Mother of Lightning's eyes were extremely indifferent. Looking at Guangxi with an overlooking gaze, they began to move again. The third way, the fourth way, the fifth way. It wasn't until the fifth thunderbolt that Guangxi once again spat out a mouthful of blood. As the saying goes, it rains when the roof leaks. While he was spitting out blood, the scope of the robbery cloud in the sky once again expanded by a full 50%. It was thought that the power of the next thunderbolt would certainly not be bad. It looks like it won't work without the use of a magic weapon. During the slightest flash of thoughts, Guangxi took out an ancient copper-colored Dan furnace from his mud pill palace. He set it on his head. After the fifth thunder, will the power of the immortal formation tribulation rise? Jiang Fan silently calculated in his heart. Soon, the sixth thunderbolt appeared, only to see a dark blue thunderbolt as thick as an adult's thigh slam down. Bang! After the thunder struck the bronze-colored furnace, the furnace began to tremble violently, and in the process, the color of the furnace gradually turned scorched black. The power has really gone up a lot. After a dark aura in his heart, Jiang Fan condensed his gaze on Guangxi. At this time, Guangxi's complexion was withered. The corners of his mouth were covered in blood, looking quite miserable. Elder brother Guangxi, you can definitely do it. After silently cheering him on, Jiang Fan focused his attention on the thunder. Soon, the thunder blasted downward twice more. It's almost time for the ninth thunder. Will it end after this blast? Along with the flashing of thoughts in Jiang Fan's mind, the robbery cloud in the middle of the sky began to contract rapidly. The original robbery cloud that was several miles wide had actually shrunk to 100 feet wide in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the lightning flickering in it became even more intense. Rumble! A thunderbolt as wide as an adult's body slammed down. Click, click, click. Under this thunder, the Dan furnace above Guangxi's head directly began to shatter. He himself, moreover, collapsed directly to the ground. He, already, had no resistance left. Well, after this ninth thunder appeared, the thunder that originally appeared black transformed into white auspicious clouds in just the blink of an eye. These auspicious clouds seemed to have a sense of general, even towards the Guangxi straight fly. Soon, the injuries above the body of Guangxi, who had come into contact with the auspicious clouds, began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. As for his soul, it also released a radiant light at this moment. Apparently, Guangxi had successfully quenched the soul, causing it to incarnate into an immortal soul. The moment the immortal body and immortal soul came together, it meant that he had successfully transformed from a mortal into a long-lived immortal. Chapter 43, 6 years of cultivation and finally passing through the tribulation. The feats do not overcome the immortal ascension tribulation. The moment the white auspicious cloud completely disappeared, Hiroshi also stood up from the ground. Afterward, he reached out and called over the Dan furnace that had broken in half on the side. and a ball of pure white mana was also released from the center of his palm. Under the infusion of mana, the two pieces of scrap iron that had originally turned black began to be reborn at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a split second, an alchemy furnace with a few hints of golden color reappeared in Guangxi's hand. When Zhang Fan, who was far away, saw this scene, he couldn't help but flash a sentence in his heart. Maybe this is what it's called. One man wins, all the chickens rise. His figure flickered and soon went to its side. Elder brother, how is the situation? Hiroki smiled slightly. It's never been better. After getting this answer, Zhang Fan spoke again. Today, I was able to watch my senior brother's robbery, and my heart has a few feelings, so I want to strike while the iron is hot and compete in this robbery. I don't know what my senior brother thinks. What is the need for hesitation? Senior brother? If you have a realization in your heart, then start quickly. However, there is one thing that senior brother has to remind you. According to my perception, the power of the sixth heavenly thunderbolt is comparable to the sum of the first five. So you must remember to prepare a magic treasure. Hearing this, he transferred his consciousness into his mud palace, now that he had become a half-immortal. Although he still couldn't drive the immortal killing sword to defend his enemies, he still had no problem simply releasing it and placing it above his head. Moreover, Zhang Fan still has the Xianyang Transit Difficulty True Scripture given by Grandmaster Bodhi as a base card, so he thinks that this time, he will definitely be able to survive the tribulation. As the thoughts flashed by, Zhang Fan opened his mouth. Senior brother save. Then senior brother will stop nagging. Senior brother and do some preparations. I will be at the side to protect you. Then in that case, thank you senior brother. After the words fell, Zhang Fan sat down on his knees and began to close his eyes to adjust his state. Along with Zhang Fan's movements, some of the 3-Star Cave sect members who had planned to come to Guangxi to say goodbye couldn't help but gather their gazes onto Zhang Fan's body. What is senior brother Wu Fan doing? Sensing the aura left behind after senior brother Guangxi's tribulation? While the crowd was talking, Guangxi stepped into the sky. His voice was like thunder. All of you, senior brothers, senior brother Wu Fan is about to cross the tribulation. Please be quieter. Don't disturb him. As soon as the words fell, the crowd of disciples looked at Zhang Fan with shocked gazes. If Guangxi's passage to immortality was expected by them, then Zhang Fan's immortality was the result of stepping on all their past perceptions and rubbing them hard. If I remember correctly, this is the 6th year of Master Wu Fan's initiation, right? In other words, in just less than 6 years, senior brother has leapt from a mere mortal to an existence on the verge of becoming an immortal? Along with the calculations of the crowd, their gazes towards Zhang Fan couldn't help but become complicated. Human nature is complicated. There may be feelings of resentment and even jealousy if a person is just one step beyond them, but if a man exceeds himself by 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 steps, then only deep admiration and exclamation remain. And at this time, Zhang Fan was in existence beyond 10,000 steps for them. Senior brother Wu Fan has been cultivating for just over 5 years now. Has he really accumulated well? One must know that even eldest senior brother narrowly failed to cross that immortalization tribulation. Some people began to worry about Zhang Fan. Of course, there are those who question it, and naturally, there are those who believe it. At this moment, Sun Wukong just looked at Zhang Fan with a face full of joy. Since Xiao Fan dared to face the immortalization tribulation head-on despite learning of its perilous nature, it means that he must have some certainty in his heart. But I have to pick up the pace too. Xiao Fan is on the verge of becoming immortal. The crowd's thoughts Zhang Fan is naturally not clear. At this time he will turn his state from perfect over. He did not rush to release the breath to summon the thunderbolt. He began by applying layer after layer of defense spells to himself. It wasn't until his entire body was wrapped in the spell that he let go of his breath as if he was relieved. Whoa dash! Along with the full unfolding of Zhang Fan's half-immortal realm, a strong wind in the middle of the invisible dispersed in all directions. Even if they were separated by a mountain, there were quite a few disciples of the sect who stumbled. How come it feels like senior brother Wu Fan's aura is even stronger than senior brother's? A portion of the disciples looked straight at Zhang Fan, secretly thinking in their hearts. But Zhang Fan, after fully releasing his aura, his whole person became different, and his originally very outstanding temperament, in the blink of an eye, gained a few more points of unearthly immortal intent. It was also at this time that the robbery cloud that had previously transformed into an auspicious cloud and injected itself into Guangxi's body reappeared. In just one exhale and inhale, the robbery cloud enveloped a 10-mile radius. Not good. All senior brothers quickly retreat. Don't be in the middle of the calamity cloud. After Guangxi's words fell, he rolled up a group of disciples with lower cultivation levels and quickly retreated towards the back. Among these people, there was the presence of the Monkey King. At this moment, his eyes looked towards the robbery cloud above his head, and he couldn't help but feel a little more nervous. How come this calamity cloud is even bigger than eldest brothers? Fan, he should be okay, right? Even the Sun Wukong, who had immense faith in Zhang Fan, had created a few moments of worry at this point, not to mention the rest of the 3 Star Cave sect members. At this moment, they were backing up while being filled with worry about Zhang Fan. Senior brother Wufan, this calamity cloud is a bit too big. Is he really okay? Compared to the worries of the crowd. At this moment, Zhang Fan's gaze shifted upwards and gazed at the calamity cloud, as if he could gaze through the calamity cloud and see the thunder goddess and mother of lightning behind him. Why is this place again? Electric Mother's delicate face frowned slightly, and her tone seemed to carry a bit of displeasure in it. On the sidelines, Lei Gong was much more stable. Let's quickly see if he's done any evil deeds, and set him up for a robbery, and get it over and done with early. After saying that, Lei Gong said again as if in jest. However, judging from the size of the calamity cloud, this kid's strength is surprisingly higher than the one just now. Clearly his bone age is much smaller. After the words fell, Lei Gong gave a gentle wave in his hand. In a split second, the world in his eyes began to change. Dao blood qi mixed with some golden light appeared behind Zhang Fan below the robbing cloud. This kid seems to have made karma with a lot of people. What's his condition? To the side, Mother Electric's furrowed brow still hadn't been released. It's a mix of good and bad. I guess, there are innocent people who have died because of him, and there are good people who have lived because of him. Listening to Lei Gong's judgment, Electric Mother said decisively, since ancient times, merits and demerits do not offset each other. Since he had committed a killing calamity, according to the heavenly laws, his thunder tribulation should be raised by another level. Reiku nodded and did not retort. Subsequently, the two of them pinched their magic symbols in their hands, and channels of pure magic power were injected from their bodies into the calamity cloud at their feet. In just a split second, the originally 10-mile square robbery cloud doubled in size once again, transforming into a 20-mile square area. Chapter 44, Oral Teachings and Electric Mother's Surprise, False Appearances and Flood Thunder. What's going on here? Looking at the overhead steeply doubled the expansion of the robbery cloud. Zhang Fan's heart was surprised beyond measure. Previously Guangji in the time of the robbery did not appear this kind of situation. How come the calamity cloud above senior brother Wufan's head has expanded so much again? The crowd that had just stepped out 10 miles away was once again surprised by the change in the robotic cloud. Rumble! The thunder flashing amongst the robbing clouds interrupted their thoughts, urging them to leave quickly. Seeing this situation, they didn't dare to stay longer, and immediately sped toward the distance again. It seems like there really can't be any reservations. So let's first try how effective the Xianyang transit difficulty true scripture given by Master is. With a slight turn of thought, Zhang Fan began to recall the words in his memory. The sky's pale. All things are born. The sky performs 50. The heavy 7 fixed numbers. The soul recluse for life. Before Zhang Fan's words had completely fallen, the robbing clouds in the middle of the sky reacted. A deep blue thunder that was as thick as a bucket violently cut through the sky and chopped straight down towards Zhang Fan. In a flash of lightning, Zhang Fan accelerated the speed of the words he was reciting. Intercept 1 to be born. All things revive. The moment this word fell, the electric mother on the robbing cloud froze in place all of a sudden. Her incredulous gaze looked through the clouds at Zhang Fan's perfect face. How does he know about my interceptor teachings? Obviously, since Master disappeared, no one in the world knows the teachings of my interceptor sect. Electric Mother's tone took on a few shivers. It was important to realize that even she, a personal disciple, had all the memories of the teachings of the interceptor sect gone from her mind after the disappearance of the Tongtian sect leader. However, nowadays, she was hearing this teaching again from a descendant who had not yet become immortal. As for how she could be sure that this was the teachings of the interceptors, the reason is simple. When she hadn't finished listening to Zhang Fan, she didn't have any impression of the teachings at all. But when she finished listening to the last word, the memory of the teachings that she had once lost in her mind was replenished all of a sudden. Not good. He's in danger. Mother Electric suddenly reacted, and before remembering the teachings, she united with Thunder God to release a huge thunderbolt together. No, he definitely knows the whereabouts of Master. We must not let him be in any danger. It may seem like a long time, but in reality it only happened in a flash of lightning. When Electric Mother reacted, the thunder had only just cut through half of the sky. No hesitation. Electric Mother immediately flew the golden symbol in her hand towards that lightning bolt. During this process, Electric Mother frantically urged the mana within her body in an attempt to make the golden symbols fly faster. Luckily, when the thunder was about to touch Zhang Fan, the golden symbol penetrated right into the center of the thunder in one go. It was also at this time that the thunder managed to hit Zhang Fan. Rumble! A loud voice rang out. It seems as though this Xian heavenly tribulation true scripture didn't do anything. The thunder still struck me as expected. Zhang Fan's thoughts turned slightly, and with all his might, he injected the mana in his body into the surrounding defense spells. However, what surprised him was that the thunder, whose sound seemed to be very overwhelming, did not even penetrate his first layer of defense spells. This power seems like it's a bit abnormal. Can it be that the Xianyang duo difficulty true scripture has taken effect? Because of the difference in strength, no one present had noticed that golden symbol released by Electric Mother. It's okay, it was almost a bad brew. The Electric Mother took back the golden symbols, which had dimmed in color by a few points, into her hands and let out a sigh of relief. Electric Mother, what's wrong with you? Saying that the merits and demerits don't match, but at the same time quietly helping that kid. Your heart is not in the right place. Listening to Lei Gong's words, Electric Mother pulled her thoughts back as she looked at Lei Gong beside her, a hint of complexity flashing through her eyes. Although Lei Gong was listed as a god alongside her, before he was sealed as a god, the other party was only a junior among juniors, so it was normal for him to have no reaction to the teachings Zhang Fan told him. This person may be a member of my interceptor sect, or even, he may know the whereabouts of Master. Electric Mother's tone was flat. However, Lei Gong, who was on the side, directly revealed a shocked expression. What did you say? He is a member of my interceptor sect? There's even a possibility that he knows the whereabouts of the sect master? Electric Mother nodded slightly. Before she was ordained as a god, her name was Golden Light Holy Mother, one of the 10 heavenly monarchs of Golden Ao Island, and although her cultivation nowadays was 1 in 10, she could be certain that she would never misremember the teachings. No wonder. I told you how your before and after contrast is so big. Lei Gong showed a dazed look. Then are we still using the previous difficulty to make him cross the threshold this time? Electric Mother then replied in the affirmative. Regardless of whether he is a disciple of my interceptor sect or not, now that he knows the teachings of my interceptor sect, it is natural that we can't just sit back and watch him fail to cross the threshold. Listening to this as earlier general that cut and dried tone, Lei Gong face is not moving, but in the heart is secretly spit up the groove. Indeed, a woman's heart is a needle in the bottom of the sea, even for gods. After the thought flashed by, Thunder Duke asked, are we just going to make the thunder smaller? Electric Mother raised her pretty eyes to blank him. Are you trying to ignore the rules of heaven? We just need to release the imaginary thunder. Reiku drifted off. I see. The two of them then once again exerted their mana, communicating with the divine artifacts in their hands and releasing a thunderbolt that was as thick as a bucket. The angle of view turned to Zhang Fan, who was now looking up at the sky with a face as flat as water. Here comes the second thunder. The words just fell. The extremely terrifying-looking thunder then charged straight towards his head. Rumble. This time, the thunder directly tore apart all of Zhang Fan's defensive spells. Looks like this is the true power of thunder. Gazing at the thunder that was about to touch his body, Zhang Fan secretly sighed in his heart. And then, he prepared himself to fight the thunder hard. However, a moment later, he looked up blankly at the sky. A tingle and then it's over? What is this? A lot of thunder and a lot of rain? At this time, the bewildered Zhang Fan did not realize just how deep an impression he had left amongst the onlookers of the 3 Starcave sect members with this current stance. Senior brother Wufan is too powerful. 2 bucket-thick thunderbolts didn't even hurt him in the slightest? Yes, earlier, a mere arm-thick thunder caused senior brother Guangji to spurt blood from his mouth. And now this bucket-thick thunder was so easily followed by senior brother Wufan. This is unbelievable. The sound of the crowd's discussion reached Guangji's ears, yet he had no time to pay attention at this time. This was because, as the last immortal immortality tribulation experiencer, the shock he received at this time was undoubtedly even more drastic. Even so, he couldn't help but begin to doubt his ego. Is it hard to believe that I'm really weak? Chapter 45, the immortal slaying sword is out and there is no more obstruction. Transforming into an immortal and ascending to the path. Rumble, rumble. With the arrival of the first 2 thunderbolts, the remaining 3 thunderbolts all just broke through Zhang Fan's defense, bringing him a tingling sensation. This scene could not help but make Zhang Fan sigh in his heart. Sure enough, it's still Master's face. He then associated it with the scene earlier when Guangji crossed the 6th lightning tribulation. Earlier, when senior brother was crossing the thunder tribulation, the power of the 6th thunder tribulation rose by a factor of 2. I wonder if I will be in the same situation. As soon as the thought fell, the robbery cloud above his head began to expand once again at an extremely fast speed. In just the blink of an eye, it expanded into a 30-mile square. The lightning tribulation that senior martial brother Wufan is undergoing is too strong, isn't it? What are you afraid of? Look at senior brother's calm and relaxed demeanor. I'm sure he'll be able to pass unhindered. Although the distance was still far, the group of disciples in the distance were still able to clearly see the calmness and composure on Zhang Fan's face. Just to be on the safe side, It's better to sacrifice the immortal slaying sword above your head. A few moments later, a blood-red longsword appeared above Zhang Fan's head. It was also at this time that the two people, Thunder Duke and Electricity Mother, who were hidden in the sky above the calamity clouds, both revealed shock that was hard to hide in their eyes. I'm not mistaken, am I? That seems to be the sect leader's immortal killing sword? Reiko's reaction was particularly striking, and he even began to stutter. The Electric Mother on the side was no different at this time, and at this moment, she even had an impulse to rush down the robbing cloud to ask Zhang Fan face to face. But it's a good thing that in the end reason overcame that urge. She exhaled deeply. Let's lower the power of the thunderbolt even further and never hurt him. It's natural. Soon, the remaining few thunderbolts were all over. At the same time, the original 30-mile robbery cloud was converted into a 5-mile auspicious cloud at an extremely fast speed. This auspicious cloud was like that of Guangxi earlier, all rushing towards Zhang Fan. In a split second, Zhang Fan felt that he had once again entered into that metaphysical state. At this moment, it was as if he had incarnated into the embodiment of the great Tao, and everything was so mesmerizing. Maybe it's a moment, or a long eternity, when Zhang Fan's soul radiated a pure golden color to become an immortal soul. This metamorphosis of his was finally considered to have stopped. As for himself, he had finally stepped into the middle of the immortal realm completely and utterly. It was worth mentioning that under the stimulation of the auspicious clouds, not only did Zhang Fan's soul metamorphose, even his body, which had already transformed into an immortal body, was once again enhanced. Feeling the constant flow of exuberant vitality and strength coming from his body, Zhang Fan's face radiated a slight smile, only to see his feet stepping on the void. He was in mid-air, his mouth filled with immortal sounds, and the aura beside him stirred, hiding from heaven's will, avoiding cause and effect. All kinds of shackles trap the true self, obedience to heaven's will and karma. Today I realize that I am me. 6 years of cultivation, and now I am finally an immortal. Let's first see what has changed after becoming immortal. With a slight turn of thought, Zhang Fan focused his attention on his body and examined it carefully. A few moments later, it was already clear in his mind. The first and most notable change was that the mana in his body had become more powerful. If we make a simple comparison, it is the gap between the steam engine that boils water and the nuclear fission that crosses at once. The two are not at all on the same level. On top of that, Zhang Fan's soul had also received a remarkable change. It is often said that the world is like a sea of suffering, the body is like a boat, and the soul is like a man. It is useless to cross the sea with no one in the boat, and it is impossible to cross the sea with no one in the boat. However, today's Zhang Fan was able to directly deny this passage. The reason is simple. Nowadays, even if he lost his physical body, he could get away with just his soul. And the last change was a metaphysical feeling. Before he had become immortal, although Zhang Fan felt that the life force in his body was extremely vigorous, its total amount was decreasing a little bit. Even though this change was not obvious, he was still able to perceive this change more clearly. And when he crossed the immortal success tribulation, this feeling simply disappeared. In other words, from this moment onwards, even when his cultivation no longer advanced by an inch, his life would be prolonged indefinitely. This is the reason why the world struggles to seek immortality. Of course, Zhang Fan, who is familiar with the original story, knows very well that in the journey to the West, although there is no upper limit to the lifespan after becoming an immortal and will live the same life as heaven and earth, he will be subject to a catastrophe every 500 years. This kind of calamity is divided into 3 times. The first 500 years is a thunderstorm, the next 500 years is a fire, and the next 500 years is a windstorm. When thunder, fire and wind are united, they are called the 3 plagues. Is this what it feels like to be an immortal? Slightly moving his body, which had become very different, Zhang Fan shifted his gaze to the group of senior brothers who were worried about his situation. The first ones to arrive at this time were undoubtedly none other than Guangxi, who possessed immortal cultivation, and Sun Wukong, who had been brought here by him in passing. Senior brother, can this kind of transition go smoothly? Although they were basically certain that Zhang Fan had already succeeded in his tribulation, they still couldn't help but ask with worry. Words. Zhang Fan smiled faintly and condensed the mana within his body that had become much different into his hands. Not much of a problem. After receiving this answer, the two unconsciously sighed in relief. This is very good. I really don't know what kind of sins you've created. This immortalization cauldron has such a large range, and it's thanks to your deep accumulation. If it were me, I'm afraid that under the first thunder, I would have died directly. Hiroshi's face was filled with aftershocks. Of all the people present, only he, who had just crossed the immortal succession tribulation, knew just how powerful that bucket-thick thunderbolt would be. Elder brother is flattered. Zhang Fan slightly arched his hand back. He did not foolishly tell Guangxi about the matter of ancestor Bodhi's passing on the Xianyang transitional difficulties true scripture to him. For one thing, this act was disrespectful to the ancestor. And for another, if he spoke of this, how would Guangxi get along with him? Most importantly, nowadays, Guangxi had already passed the immortalization tribulation, and even if he told this law, it would serve no purpose other than to create a gap between them. Little fan, how does it feel to be immortal? These words were asked by Sun Wukong, who at this moment, had curiosity in his eyes. As a person who aspires to take immortality, now after the people around him have become immortal, he is naturally very curious about the taste of that immortality. The gap between immortals and mortals is so great that if I were to talk about it in detail, I'm afraid I'd have to talk about it for 3 days and 3 nights without stopping. So I can only tell Monkey that your quest has never been wrong, and you should move forward with determination. Hearing these words in reply, joy and yearning echoed amongst Sun Wukong's eyes. I wish the day of Master's sermon had come earlier. Having his appetite whetted by Zhang Fan, he couldn't wait for time to run faster at this point. Hearing this, Zhang Fan smiled slightly and didn't reply, only secretly thinking in his heart, Monkey, wait a little longer. The future that belongs to you is about to open up. At this time, the rest of the disciples gradually came to Zhang Fan's side. Senior Wufan, congratulations, time was long, and in the blink of an eye it came to the day when Grandmaster Bodhi gave another sermon. Chapter 46, the Grandmaster's sermon wants to pass on the law. Zhang Sun's 2 men reject the side door. We pay our respects to the master, accompanied by a host of calls from the disciples. Ancestor Bodhi's form quietly settled on the futon above the Qiangtai. Under the flick of the duster, the sound of arcane sounds began to permeate around the entire Qiangtai. At the same time, the Tao aura began to surge. Dragon Phoenix, Smallpox, Golden Lotus, all sorts of things belonging to mythology began to appear around the agora. In the midst of this process, a group of disciples revealed an intoxicated expression. Even Zhang Fan and Guangxi, who had already become immortals, were no exception. At this moment, the 2 people's realms, which had not yet stabilized due to their recent breakthrough, began to stabilize at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, the transcendent aura on their bodies quickly dissipated. This is not a bad thing. It must be known that everything, there is tension and relaxation. If you are different, you will eventually lose your humanity and be reduced to a puppet with only power. Time passes lightly. Accompanied by the fall of Ancestor Bodhi's last word, all the disciples present then opened their eyes. Guangxi, you have been under my discipline for more than 100 years. Today you have finally transformed into an immortal. My master wants to pass on your immortal laws. Are you willing to do so? Along with the fall of Ancestor Bodhi's words, everyone present except Zhang Fan looked at Guangxi with envious eyes. One must know that among all the disciples present, there was no one who had ever received the true transmission of Ancestor Bodhi. So the only way to get into Master's eyes is to become immortal? All the thoughts of the crowd had nothing to do with Guangxi, who at this time had a rather agitated look on his face. The disciple is willing. The disciple is willing. This was not to say that Guangxi's heart was poor. Mind you, it was an immortal dharma. Eternal life is already enviable to people, and the immortality of possessing immortal magic is not even more stirring to people's moods. In the Tao character sect, there are 360 side doors, of which all are subtle, all contain the great Tao of heaven, and all can be cultivated. I don't know which door you want to learn. Hearing this, Hiroshi's face showed thought. A moment later, he opened his mouth and asked, Master, I wonder if there could be a side avenue about alchemy. Ancestor Bodhi nodded his head slightly and returned indifferently. Then I will teach you the refining character sect. This method contains the supreme great Tao, condensing the Tao Dan internally, gathering spiritual chi externally, transforming the spirit into a god, refining the world, and saving the lives of the common people. Listening to this rather overbearing introduction, Hiroshi perfectly illustrated what it meant to look over your shoulder. The disciple is willing to learn. In that case, attach your ear. Soon, Guangxi went to the side of Ancestor Bodhi. As the saying goes, the law is not passed on to the 6 ears, and the rest should recuse themselves. As soon as the words fell, the crowd felt an invisible force covering their 5 senses. In the face of this situation, some people were surprised, some were disappointed, and some were bashful. I don't know how much time had passed before the 5 senses of the crowd returned once again, and Guangxi, who had previously bent down and attached his ears, had already returned to his own futon and closed his eyes with his knees crossed and sensed. The disciples looked at this situation and couldn't help but feel envious, and then they secretly vowed in their hearts that they too would cultivate hard and strive to obtain the Bodhi true teachings as soon as possible. It was also at this time that Grandmaster Bodhi's words rang out again. Wufan, you have also stepped into the immortal sect now. Among the 360 side doors, Do you have any other methods that you would like to learn? Hearing this, Zhang Fan first stood up and respectfully bowed toward the ancestor. Then he inquired, Master, there is one thing that I don't understand. Since all 360 side doors are all heavenly paths, and they can all be cultivated to achieve the right result, why would they be reduced to being side doors? Ancestor Bodhi smiled slightly and gave a reply. The so-called Great Tao of Heavenly Passage is the path that can lead straight to heavenly immortality. And if one is already a heavenly immortal, why is it not the right thing to do? With these words in his ears, Zhang Fan instantly understood why in the original story, Ancestor Bodhi had been inconsistent in his introduction of the 360 side doors. See specifically what the writer says. Master, are there any other choices besides the 360 side doors? Along with the fall of Zhang Fan's words, Ancestor Bodhi's face sank at a speed visible to the naked eye. The heart is not enough to swallow the snake. After the words were spoken, Ancestor Bodhi came to Zhang Fan's body with a ruler in his hand and struck the top of his head 3 times, and then with his hands behind his back, he passed through the crowd and came to Sun Wukong's side. Wukong, now that your master Wufan has come out of his predicament, the time has come to honor what the master promised you. The master asks you, which of the 360 side doors would you like to learn? Seeing Ancestor Bodhi suddenly asking towards him, although Sun Wukong's heart was filled with excitement, the experiences of the past few years had already transformed his nature. He stood up without haste and bowed respectfully towards Ancestor Bodhi. Master, I don't know if any of these 360 side doors can be granted longevity, neither has the ability to live forever. Ancestor Bodhi replied in a bland tone, and Sun Wukong did not hesitate, immediately gave a reply, Master, I went out to visit the immortals to seek his alone life. Now these 360 doors are not allowed to live forever, so what is the use of my learning? So, please forgive me, Master. Hearing this firm refusal from Sun Wukong, Ancestor Bodhi's already very gloomy face became even more ugly. You too, the teacher kindly taught you 360 side door, now even can't look at the eye. What are you going to do? Say it. Ancestor Bodhi once again raised his ring ruler and struck 3 times toward the top of Sun Wukong's head. Afterward, he carried his hands behind his back and walked towards his residence deep within the Cheongtai, and after stepping inside, he closed the door of the room. This process was done without communicating with anyone. After Ancestor Bodhi had walked away, a group of disciples gathered around Zhang Fan and Sun Wukong. Hey, what are the 2 senior brothers suffering from? Since Master said that all 360 side disciplines can lead to righteousness, why don't you pick one discipline to learn like Brother Guangji? Yes, you should know that this is an immortal technique taught by the Master himself. Although I don't know what the effects of the rest of the Dharma doors are, but from Brother Guangji's refining of the word adore can be roughly glimpsed. These 360 side doors must not be bad. Listening to the angry concern of the surrounding senior brothers, neither Zhang Fan nor Sun Wukong went on the defensive. Both of them just responded with smiles on their faces. In the end, the group of disciples finally dispersed. Looking at the distant figures of the crowd, Zhang Fan's heart moved slightly. So I'm kind of changing the plot again? In the original, after Monkey refused to pass on the Dharma to his master, he attracted a lot of complaints from his senior brothers. But this time, the same thing, we are still not understood, but more of us still care. Under the flash of thought, Zhang Fan's heart inexplicably produced a few moments of fluency. These feelings are not enough for outsiders to understand. Goji Beyonce. As soon as they stepped in, Zhang Fan and Sun Wukong spoke in unison. Monkey, Xiaofan. The 2 of them looked at each other and smiled after a moment of slight stunned silence at these rather taciturn words. So we'll see you at 3? No. See you into the night. Chapter 47. Entering the ancient path at midnight, the ancestor faxes the secret under the moon. At nightfall, after the surrounding area was quiet, Sun Wukong and Zhang Fan pushed open the door of their room and then walked towards Ancestor Bodhi's compound in pairs. Because of the reason of breaking the secret words of the ancestor, the 2 of them did not go towards the main entrance, but sought an old path and came to the back door. When the line to the back door, the moon in the sky is bright and clear, and looking at its orientation, it is the 3rd hour of the night. After the 2 approached, they saw that the back door was half open and half hidden, and Sun Wukong revealed a smile. Master really does want to pass on our righteousness, because his heart was expecting it. Zhang Fan did not show too many shocked faces and responded with a smile, then greeted Sun Wukong and tiptoed in together. After passing through the room center hall to the ancestor's couch, Zhang Fan saw that the ancestor, as in the original, was facing the wall with his back to the 2 of them, pretending to sleep, and his heart could not help but be flooded with the slightest bit of joy, because of the fear of speaking noisily to the ancestor. Zhang Sun and the 2 of them, after glancing at each other, fell down without hesitation under the ancestor's collapse. Not much longer. Ancestor Bodhi suddenly sat up, stretched, and muttered under his breath. Difficult, difficult, difficult. The Tao is the most mysterious. Don't treat the golden elixir as idle. Listening to the song that was no different from the original, Zhang Fan turned his head to look at the Monkey King, but saw that his face was as usual without the slightest intention of opening his mouth. Seeing this, Zhang Fan had no choice but to helplessly say the lines that originally belonged to the Monkey King. Master, the two disciples have been kneeling here for a long time. Hearing the voice, Ancestor Bodhi heard who the visitor was, only to see him take the outer shirt aside and drape it over himself, and walk down the steps again, marching to a short distance from the two men. What are you two doing here under my collapse in the middle of the night when you're not sleeping? At this time, the Monkey King also took over. The master made a promise with my brothers yesterday at the Qiangtai that we brothers would come to this door at the third hour of the night and wait quietly for the master to pass on the Dharma. Listening to the words that were generally the same as the original, Zhang Fan thought in his heart, I don't know what master is thinking at this time. Perhaps he is praising Monkey's natural talent like the original? However, the scene that Zhang Fan had not expected had appeared, only to see Ancestor Bodhi sink his face. When did I ask you to come here to find me? Hearing this, Zhang Fan gave a slight lurch, but he reacted after only a moment. Ancestor Bodhi is testing and teaching them. No hesitation. Zhang Fan immediately followed the passage spoken by the Monkey King in the original and repeated it. It was also at this time that Ancestor Bodhi, who was still gloomy, was all of a sudden beaming with joy. Which of you two realized this truth first? Sun Wukong sniffed and chose to tell the truth. I'm afraid I can't tell you what the master is asking, but Wukong knows that Master Wufan and I jointly called out to each other in front of the Wukong compound. Listening to this kind of speech, Ancestor Bodhi nodded as if he had expected it. Not bad. It seems that you two are indeed gifted. He then added, since you two have solved the mystery of Master's disc, then Master will keep his promise and pass on the righteous method of longevity to the two of you. Come with me to the courtyard. Ancestor Bodhi turned around and stepped through the back door. Traveling to the courtyard, Zhang Sun and the two of them then got up and stepped to follow. Under the moonlight, the three masters and disciples stood in the middle of the courtyard. Ancestor looked at the moon with his hands folded, and Zhang Sun and the two of them stood respectfully behind him. Wukong, since you are the elder brother, the master will first pass on the Tao of eternal life to you. Thank you, master. After Sun Wukong had saluted, he saw that the ancestor master had already turned to gaze at him. Wukong, you were originally an immortal stone in the mortal world, and you have spent endless years and miles of aura, so your body has long since been transformed into an immortal body. So the master wishes to pass on the Great Pin Celestial Immortal skill to stimulate all of your body's potential. Would you like to learn? Listening to Grandmaster Bodhi's words, how could Sun Wukong not understand the meaning? This Great Pin Heavenly Immortal technique was clearly the most suitable dharma for him. Disciple willing. Seeing that Sun Wukong agreed, Grandmaster Bodhi nodded slightly. And you attach your ear. Sun Wukong then stepped forward. Soon after, Ancestor Bodhi began to speak in arcane scripture, the true and marvelous secret of manifestation and mystical perfection, sparing the practice of life without other words. It was worth mentioning that this time, Zhang Fan did not lose his five senses, but unfortunately, even though he was right next to him, he was unable to hear what the ancestor was saying. Seeing this, Zhang Fan's thoughts couldn't help but start to diverge. In the original story, the four members of the Longevity Monk's teacher and disciples had experienced the difficulty of real or fake Monkey King, in which there were two Monkey King who were hard to distinguish between the real and fake Monkey King. It's either makeup or strength are evenly matched. In order to identify the real and fake, the two eventually went to the Buddha Rudra, and Buddha soon covered the fake Monkey King with a golden pellet and told of its origin. It was the Fey species that grew 6 ears that day, the six-eared macaque. According to the Buddha, this monkey has been good at listening to sound since birth, and is able to perceive reason, know before and after, and understand all things. So, at this time, a six-eared macaque is stealing lessons from an unknown distance away? With a slight turn of thought, Zhang Fan couldn't help but feel admiration for him, to know that even though I am now so close to each other, I am unable to hear the slightest bit of it, but he is able to listen to the sermon taught by the master thousands of miles apart. One can only say that it is worthy of being the four monkeys of the mixed world. Half a dozen times, the Monkey King, who was originally listening intently, suddenly sat down on his knees as if he had realized something. He, who had obtained the Great Pin Heavenly Immortal technique, had a deep realization at this time. Gohan. Hearing the call, Zhang Fan bent down and bowed. Disciple in. Ancestor Bodhi nodded slightly and said, your identity and even the future, in the view of the teacher, is a fog, so the teacher does not know for a moment to teach you what kind of gong method. Do you have any ideas? Hearing this, Zhang Fan did not rush to open his mouth. After pondering for a while, he arched his hand and said, Master, before imparting the Dharma, can you tell me about how the cultivation realms of the immortals in this world are divided? Hearing this, Ancestor Bodhi smiled slightly. The realm of immortals is divided into 7. Beginning with man and ending with heaven, this is the realm of 3 talents. After the 3 talents, gathering 3 flowers and facing the 5 chi, one is transformed into a golden immortal. The golden immortals are also divided into Tai and Dala. Listening to this cultivation realm division, Zhang Fan has already determined that he is in the westward journey, and exactly what kind of background is the westward journey. Thank you, Master, for clearing up the confusion. Bodhi nodded before saying, so you've thought about it? Zhang Fan then gave his answer. Master, my disciple's heart has no long wishes, but only hopes that when he encounters injustice on the road in the future, he will be able to rely on his own strength to sweep away everything. Oh, relying on your own power? Ancestor Bodhi smiled, and then spoke again. I have a method here, but since ancient times, no one has ever been able to cultivate it to perfection. Are you willing to cultivate it? Hearing this description, Zhang Fan had a vague answer in his heart. He then associated himself with his proficiency panel. He bowed. The heavenly evolution is 50. The great derivation is 49. And one of them is hidden away. I have nothing else to ask for in this life. I only wish to intercept that ray of life. I hope that the Master will fulfill my wish. Chapter 48, The 9 Revolutions and the Interception of Life. Wukong treads the heavens and picks the fruit of the way. 50 days of heavenly evolution. 49 days of the great diffusion. And one of them is taken away to intercept a ray of life? Ha ha. Well. Master will fulfill you today. Ancestor Bodhi changed his usual calm demeanor, and his face was full of smiles. He then guided his hand. Gohan, you unattach your ears. Soon, a mysterious text then appeared in Zhang Fan's mind. The sun, the moon and the stars are always clear in the sky. The earth is always peaceful when you get pearls and jade and treasures. And the earth and the heavens and their bright essences are always present. Along with the subtle words entering his ears, an intoxicated look appeared on Zhang Fan's face. I don't know how much time passed, but Ancestor Bodhi's preaching finally ended. This method is called 9 Revolutions of Xianyang. It is the legacy of the great god Pangu after opening up the Hongmeng, and it is rumored that the day when the gong is completed in 9 revolutions is the time when one witnesses the Tao by force. Using force to prove the Tao? Is it hard to believe that this is the method that leads straight to the saints? Zhang Fan's eyes were slightly pleased. The ancestor on the side saw the joy in Zhang Fan's eyes pass and immediately poured a pot of cold water towards him. Although this method is good, but since Pangu opened the sky after countless yuan will be since, from no one can repair to the depths, and you need to have a heart to prepare for it. Zhang Fan's expression was solemn as he arched his hand and returned. Disciple, keep in mind, when Wukong wakes up, you too should return to your own residence. And if you have any questions about your cultivation, you can go to the back door of the master at the 3rd hour of the night. After saying this, Ancestor Bodhi turned around and returned to the middle of his room. I hope you surprise me. Of course, Ancestor Bodhi didn't actually have any hope for this. After all, even he, one of the 3 purities that Pangu had transformed into, had only cultivated to the realm of the 8th turn. If he hadn't been stuck in the 9 revolutions for countless years, how could he have learned the method of chopping off the 3 corpses left behind by Taoist Hongjun? But Zhang Fan, after obtaining the 9 turns of Xiangong, saw that Sun Wukong was still in the midst of cultivation. He then opened the proficiency panel that he hadn't opened for a long time. Name, Zhang Fan. Realm, Human Immortal, 0%. Technique, 9 turns of Xiangong, first turn, 0%. Avatar, none. Spells, Genkuan Sleeve Technique, Extreme. Art of turning rainbow into sword, Extreme. Sword Technique of Frontier Fate, Extreme, Expanded. Secondary occupations, Alchemist, Artifact Maker, Array Maker, Rune Seal Maker, Expand. Magic Weapon, Immortal Killing Sword, Innate Spiritual Treasure. Although today's me has stepped into the threshold of the Immortal Tao, there is still a lot of room for my strength to rise, so I should cultivate hard next. Just as Zhang Fan's thoughts flashed by, an aura fluctuation silently appeared above his body that had originally been cultivating on his knees. Zhang Fan was no stranger to this kind of commotion. Monkey is going to step into the half-immortal realm? It was also the moment when Zhang Fan's thoughts flashed that the Monkey King opened his eyes, while his body began to become crystal clear around him. Fan, I've made it. Sun Wukong's face was filled with joy. At this moment, not only had he stepped into the middle of the Immortal Tao's gate, but he had also directly jumped over the 3 realms of mundanity, becoming a half-immortal. Congratulations, Monkey, Zhang Fan said faintly with a smile on his face. For Sun Wukong to be able to become a half-immortal so quickly, he didn't feel surprised, knowing that as a piece of diamond that had been polished through countless years, Sun Wukong's internal savings had long since surpassed countless others. And now, After acquiring the Great Pin Heavenly Immortal skill that was extremely suitable for him, it was completely unsurprising that he was able to have this effect. No kidding. If this side of heaven and earth did not possess the restriction of the immortalization tribulation, perhaps Sun Wukong would even be able to become an immortal in one day. Next, when I've accumulated a few days, I'll go to cross that immortalization tribulation, so Xiao Fan can come and watch the ceremony. It's natural. The Guru's compound. After returning to his residence, Zhang Fan first began to cultivate the 9-turn Xianyang that he had just obtained. In a split second, the aura in a 1-mile radius began to converge towards Zhang Fan's body like a whirlpool, and the aura that entered into his body was quickly converted into a pure mana by the gong method. During this process, a portion of the aura also quenched his body, causing his body strength to rise to another level. Why is the 9 revolutions of Xianyang considered to be the #1 dharma in the world? Apart from its high ceiling, the most important reason is that it is an all-round improvement in combat power. With normal gong methods, such as Sun Wukong's Great Pin Tianxian technique, it would only be able to significantly increase the cultivator's mana cultivation, while the refinement of the physical body would be very little. As for why Sun Wukong's later behavior would be different from his, on the one hand, it is because the Sun Wukong's own physical quality is not bad. After practicing the Great Pin Heavenly Immortal skill, the physical quality of the body, although it did not get a qualitative leap, but it is still described as extremely powerful, or else in the future, it is not necessary to be thrown into the 8 trigrams of furnace refining. But that didn't mean that others would have the same effect when they cultivated the Great Pin Heavenly Immortal technique. On the contrary, the 9 turns of Xianyang, since the beginning of the cultivation of this gong, it would constantly improve the strength of the cultivator's mana and flesh, and this strength was still of the top kind. In unison, even a pig can be turned into the canopy marshal of the river of heaven. Complete cultivation of 9 turns of Xianyang once. Proficiency +1. Along with this prompt, Zhang Fan clearly felt a change in his body. More importantly, his cultivation, which hadn't advanced an inch since he became an immortal, had already progressed at this point. This feeling of being able to visibly feel his progress really put Zhang Fan on his head. Therefore, he once again immersed himself in cultivation. 3 days later, at the top of a subpeak of Mount Fangchen Mountain, Sun Wukong's face was solemn as he looked at the robbing clouds above his head. Come on! The 2 simple words seemed to have startled the anger of the robber cloud, and it angrily released a thunderbolt towards the ground. Rumble! When the thunder descended, the Monkey King stood on the ground without any defense, letting the heavenly thunder descend. Bang! After an explosion sounded, a few more wisps of scorched black appeared above Sun Wukong's body. Attacks of such a degree would not be able to do anything at all for him who had completely unleashed his body's potential through cultivation nowadays. Again, Sun Wukong looked up at the sky. His resolute character did not change with his heart. The hijacking clouds seemed even angrier. The circling thunder was like an angry divine dragon as it began to roam and run amidst the calamity clouds. Rumble. In the end, Sun Wukong crossed the immortal formation tribulation safe and sound. After he had passed through the calamity and transformed into an immortal, a few smiles finally spread on his face. Hundreds of sufferings have come to an end, and today I get to pick the fruit of everlasting life. After stepping into the air, the Monkey King changed his composure and waved his heart with reckless abandon. Seeing this, Zhang Fan, who was on the side, felt joy for him in his heart. Monkey today turned mortal into immortal. Trapped in the body of the shackles have been dispersed. The next is the cultivation of extremely fast soaring, and do not know how far I will be thrown away by it. I hope I can keep up with it. Time passed quickly in the midst of bitter cultivation, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Chapter 49. 3 years have passed since the day of the sermon. 3 plagues and benefits pass on the divine power. It was another day for the ancestors' sermon. After a burst of aura stirring, heavenly flowers falling, and the earth surging with golden lotus, Ancestor Bodhi stopped. He turned his gaze above the faces of the disciples. Guangji, Wu Kong, and Gufan, how many years has it been since the 3 of you received my true teachings? Hearing the question, the 3 stood up, bowed slightly, and said in unison, Master, to this day, it has been more than 3 years. Hearing this answer, Ancestor Bodhi nodded and spoke again. In 3 years, you have each made progress, and I am quite pleased to see it. Master is overrated. The Monkey King on the side was the first to speak. In these 3 years, his cultivation has progressed most rapidly, and now he has already broken into the peak of the human immortal realm, only 1 step away from the position of Earth Immortal. On the contrary, Zhang Fan and Guangji were still wasting away in the human immortal realm today. Regarding this result, Zhang Fan did not lose much ground because he had anticipated it in his mind. After all, even if he had a proficiency panel to add to it, it was certainly no match for Sun Wukong's accumulation of countless years of Yuanhui. Although the three of you have now entered the realm of immortality and have achieved long life, you must not slacken off, and must know that under the three plagues, even if you are immortals and gods, you will ultimately be turned into flying ash, and your body will die and your path will be extinguished from this point onward. Along with the fall of Ancestor Bodhi's words, Guangji and Sun Wukong both had a different look on their faces, while Zhang Fan also showed some surprise when he saw this. Master, haven't we already become immortals? Why would we still die? This is too unreasonable. In the original story, the person who said this was the Monkey King, but this time it was changed to Hiroshi. What a fool! We must know that heaven and earth need a balance of yin and yang to function. If you can live forever by becoming an immortal, then wouldn't this heaven and earth have been filled with immortals? Moreover, the amount of spiritual chi that immortals consume in their daily training is enormous. So if heaven and earth do not exercise restraint, how can our world operate leisurely for countless yuan sessions? Listening to Ancestor Bodhi's explanation, the people present understood why they would still encounter the three plagues after becoming immortal. Dare I ask, Master, which are these three plagues that are favorable? And how favorable? These words were naturally not spoken by Zhang Fan, as early as when he had not yet become an immortal. He knew the rules of this heaven and earth. These three plagues are the tests of heaven and earth for immortals. Immortalization of the first 500 years will undergo a thunderbolt. This thunder cannot be blocked by external forces, nor can the body to resist. The only way to avoid a way to get through, to avoid it will be free again. To avoid it will be the death of the road to disappear. Of course, if you escape this calamity, you can break into the realm of the earth immortals and enjoy another 500 years of freedom. Listening to Ancestor Bodhi's introduction, Zhang Fan keenly realized the omission in the original in his previous life. So it's not just the 500-year period coming up that brings down the three plagues? Thinking of this, Zhang Fan no longer hesitated and directly asked his doubts. Master, I have some doubts. If one is under 500 years of age and is about to break into earth immortality, can he or she be subjected to that lightning calamity? On hearing this, Bodhi also gave a reply. 500 years is not a fixed number. If you want to step into the immortal in advance, will be subject to the benefit of the thunderstorm. However, if you stop at 500 years of human immortality, the day the deadline arrives, will attract the attention of heaven and earth. When the thunderstorm descended, also cannot escape the fate of flying ash. Along with Ancestor Bodhi's explanation, Zhang Fan was considered to have thoroughly understood the functioning mechanism of this Western world. When a mortal ascends to immortality, he or she will encounter the immortalization robbery, which is a thunderbolt that can be resisted or hardened, and the one who passes through it ascends to the immortal realm and transforms into a human immortal. After becoming a human immortal, if you want to break through to become an earth immortal, you must go through a test set by heaven and earth, namely the Thunder Plague. This plague is unstoppable and irresistible, and can only be avoided. If one did not break through to earth immortal after 500 years of becoming a human immortal, they would be forced by heaven and earth to send down a thunderstorm. According to this pattern, I think that breaking through to heavenly immortal, or even golden immortal, should correspond to fire and wind disaster respectively, right? Seeing that Zhang Fan stopped speaking, Ancestor Bodhi's words continued. If you are lucky enough to get through the thunderstorm and achieve the realm of the earth immortal, after enjoying 500 years of freedom, heaven and earth will again send down a fire, which is neither heavenly fire nor extraordinary fire, but Yin fire. Yin fire is not stored in the outside world, but is actually its own Yongquan acupoint burned up to the mudball palace. The 5 viscera, 6 bowels, limbs and trunk, all turned into decay. Listening to this introduction about the Yin fire, Guangji's heart had long been panicked to the extreme, and he hurriedly kowtowed and asked for a search. Master, if we encounter this fire, can we find a way to get through it? If you have the avatar on your side, you will be fine. After saying so, Grandmaster Bodhi added, if you can get through this fire, not only will your cultivation rise to heavenly immortal, but you can also get another 500 years of freedom. However, 500 years later, this heaven and earth will again descend wind disaster. This wind is not the southeast, northwest, nor the north-south wind, nor the north-south wind, nor the northwest 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 wind. On the day of the attack of the Bai wind, first to the 6 internal organs, then into the dantian, and then through the 9 orifices, where the wind passes, it is the bones and flesh dissipate, and its body disintegrates itself. Of course, as the saying goes, misfortune and blessing depend on each other. Yin and Yang are born from each other. If you can survive this Bai wind's calamity, from then on, you will obtain a truly great freedom. As long as you don't step into the midst of that rolling quantum of calamities, heaven and earth will be unable to do anything to you. After listening to Grandmaster Bodhi's account of the 3 plagues, all the people present were moved, and among them, the most urgent one was Sun Wukong, whose cultivation was about to step into the earth immortal, only to see that he put his head under the futon. His mouth lightly spat out words, "I hope that the master will have mercy on us and pass on the method of avoiding the 3 plagues. If the master is successful, we will not dare to forget the grace of heaven." Zhang Fan and Guangji on the side didn't hesitate, and then they also nabbed their heads and begged for the law. Look to the master for mercy. Seeing the 3 sincere attitude, Master Bodhi also did not make it too difficult for the 3, and immediately opened his mouth. "You 3 and attach your ears over." With that, the 3 of them, Zhang Fan, went to Ancestor Bodhi's side in full view of everyone. The remaining disciples saw the situation. Envy flowed on the surface, the heart for the matter of becoming immortal. More yearning, avatar art, the number of many, I do not know how many, but the real superior but only the number of the Big Dipper and the Earth's Fury. For the teacher in the hands of the Big Dipper at the moment there are 36 variations. There are also 72 variations of the Earth's Fury. I do not know which of the 3 of you would like to learn. At those words, the 3 of them fell into thought. Guangji, as the eldest senior brother, chose to take the lead in speaking up. "Master, ancient and modern exchanges. The Big Dipper is always in front of the earthly fury. I think that although the number of changes in the Big Dipper is less, but the power of the avatar is certainly not bad. So I would like to learn that the Big Dipper 36 changes." Ancestor Bodhi nodded and shifted his gaze back to Sun Wukong. "Goku, what do you think?" Sun Wukong slightly smiled, opened his mouth back. "Disciple view and Guangji senior brother different. Although the Big Dipper in the Earth's Fury in the front, but must be aware of the magical powers of the spell is only used to avoid the 3 plagues of the law is just. Disciple is bent on longevity. So I would like to learn that the number of changes in the number of the Earth's Fury 72 changes." After receiving this answer, Ancestor Bodhi also nodded his head as he did earlier. "Gohan, what about you?" Chapter 50, The Big Dipper Adds to My Body. Acquiring the Big Dipper and thinking of sectors. Seeing the ancestor turn the topic to himself, Zhang Fan hesitated for a moment before simply putting his heart on the line and speaking his thoughts. "Master, I want to cut off that ray of life, so I dare to request here. The Big Dipper and the Earth's Fury are added to my body. I hope that the master will fulfill my request." After saying that, Zhang Fan lowered his head and fell to the ground in heavy obeisance. Accompanied by the fall of Zhang Fan's words, the 3 people on the field all fell into silence, and at the same time, all kinds of clouds rose in the hearts of the 3 people. Guangji looked at Zhang Fan with shocked eyes. "Master Wufan, this is too reckless, isn't it? The master mentioned earlier which one to choose between the Big Dipper and the Earthly Fury, which is clearly a hint that we can only choose one of the 2. Why would senior brother still say such words?" In contrast to Oroshi's shock, the Monkey King was instead much more subtle. "I'm afraid that Xiao Fan's actions are a bit risky. I only hope that master, his old man, won't blame Xiao Fan." Obviously, both Guangji and Sun Wukong thought that Grandmaster Bodhi would definitely not do what Zhang Fan wanted this time. After all, his move was just a little too greedy. However, at this time, the thoughts of the Bodhi ancestor were a little subtle. He looked at Zhang Fan's figure. His eyes were quite complex, as if there were 10,000 emotions surging in them. This son was able to repeatedly state the tenets of my interceptor sect without knowing my identity. Could it be that he really has a destiny with me? In Ancestor Bodhi's perspective, Zhang Fan's every growth had taken place under his watchful eye, and it was categorically impossible for him to have any knowledge of his identity, so he could only attribute it to the fact that Zhang Fan's heart and mind happened to be similar to his. These years the son performance is good. If it is really destiny, he will be accepted as a close disciple is not bad, but this time if it is easy to pass him the number of the Big Dipper, I'm afraid it will make its heart arrogant. Know that the law can't be passed lightly. This matter must not be easy. After thinking about this, Master Bodhi laughed softly. You're still as insatiable as ever, but as your master, I can indeed satisfy some of your greed. Listening to the first half of the sentence, Zhang Fan's heart let out a slight sigh of relief. He appears to have made the right bet. However, Ancestor Bodhi's next words caused his originally relaxed mood to slightly weigh down by a few points. But do you know that the law cannot be passed on lightly? Zhang Fan then responded. Disciple is ignorant. I looked to Master for clarification. The smile on Ancestor Bodhi's face did not diminish as he slightly waved the duster in his hand. Master will first teach you the 36 changes of the Big Dipper. And after you have completed 3 things for Master on the day of your cultivation, then I will teach you the 72 changes of the Earthly Fury. In that case, are you willing? Hearing this, Zhang Fan's originally slightly heavy mood was suddenly relieved. Although Ancestor Bodhi did not teach him the number of the Big Dipper all at once, He at least explained the conditions to him, giving him hope. Disciple willing. Hearing this reply, Ancestor Bodhi nodded. Now that the three of you have made your choices, then Master will pass on your mantra. Say it. Ancestor Bodhi then held a duster and waved it for a moment with the three of them at the place of the mud pill palace in the center of their eyebrows. In a split second, the Tao's mysterious sound resounded in the three people's ears. Strange to say, it was clear that the ancestor had not moved, but the three of them had the feeling that Ancestor Bodhi was speaking in person beside their ears. What is more surprising is that this voice seems to be heard only by the three of them, whether it is the remaining two beside them, or a group of disciples under the Qiangtai. All of them look as if they have never heard of it. However, what they didn't know was that in the distant realm of the earth, a macaque monkey born with 6 ears was at that moment trying to make a listening face. Since that monkey chose to learn that earthly 72 changes, then I will be like him and learn the majority of this method. Acquisition of the collection 36 changes of the Big Dipper. Along with this piece of information surfacing, Zhang Fan also opened his eyes. After seeing Ancestor Bodhi, whose face was as normal as ever, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. Although he had confidence in his golden finger, there were still a few moments of panic in his heart when he displayed it in front of a great power like Grandmaster Bodhi. It was also the moment Zhang Fan came to his senses that the remaining two also came to their senses at the same time. Disciple thanks Master for passing on the Dharma. Ancestor Bodhi nodded slightly. That's all for today, so disperse on your own. Along with the fall of this voice, the ancestor's figure had already disappeared in place. The crowd was not surprised by this. Senior Wufan, did Master teach you the method of avoiding disasters? A voice came from Zhang Fan's ears, only to see that his second senior brother Guang Yuan, who had once helped him, was now looking at him with a curious face. After seeing the visitor, Zhang Fan smiled slightly and gave his reply. What senior brother said is correct. This time the ancestor taught us exactly that method of avoiding the 3 plagues. After getting the confirmation, Guang Yuan's face envy was hard to hide, and then he said with a smile, Senior brother must not forget about senior brother me in the future. Senior brother's favor. Wufan will not dare to forget it. In the original, the subsequent whereabouts of the 3-star caveman are not made explicit. The only thing that has been mentioned is that on the journey to the west, when the 4 members of the Tang monks' teacher and disciples encountered the difficulty of the 5 Zhuangguan, at that time the Monkey King pushed down the ginseng fruit tree, around to seek medical help, only to go to the square-inch mountain to seek help from the master. Did not want to when he arrived, but found that the 3-star hole has long been empty. See this situation, he could not help but weep. Luckily, he finally got guidance from the ancestor's voice and went to the South China Sea, seeking the help of Guan Shirin. It is clear through this that the Bodhi ancestor left long ago, more than 500 years after Goku's departure. As for the remaining 3-star cave disciples, it is thought that they are either sent down the mountain, or brought to other immortal mountains in blessed places. Back to the main topic. When Guang Yuan heard Zhang Fan's words pass, his face couldn't help but show joy. In that case, senior brother will thank you. Similar to the situation faced by Zhang Fan. At this time, Guang Ji and Sun Wukong were surrounded by their brothers and sisters. Their thoughts are very simple. Nowadays Zhang Fan 3 people not only ascended to immortality to learn the true tradition of the ancestor, but also obtained the method of avoiding the 3 plagues. This time, even if they can't make a good relationship, but also can't be offended. After a few discussions, Zhang Fan and the Monkey King duo finally returned to the Wukong compound. The two tacitly did not mention each other's learned magical abilities, and after greeting each other, they each found a place to start pondering over their newly acquired techniques. Zhang Fan, on the other hand, chose to return to the middle of his room. Sitting cross-legged on top of the futon, Zhang Fan began to organize this 36 changes of the Big Dipper. In the original, whether it is the Big Dipper 36 changes or the Earthly Fury 72 changes, their external manifestations seem to be some form and appearance change techniques. However, when Zhang Fan had truly acquired this set of divine abilities, he realized that in fact, that art of change was only one of the divine abilities. For example, he learned the 36 changes of the Big Dipper, which contains such subtle magical abilities as mediating the creation of the world, returning to the sun, calling the wind and summoning the rain, and so on. There was no lack of powerful divine abilities that created living beings, reversed yin and yang, and gained insight into destiny. Chapter 51, Acquiring Divine Ability to Test Its Power. Observing the thunderstorms and feelings. 10 days later, acquisition of the avatar calling the wind and rain. With the panel information surfacing, Zhang Fan learned his first divine ability in this life. The reason why he would choose this divine ability was that apart from its reputation, the most important thing was its practicality. This divine ability was an extremely convenient divine ability whether it was used against the enemy or in life. As for why not learn to mediate, what, creation? invert yin and yang, return to heaven and reverse the sun, such seemingly great powers of divine ability? It must be known that the power of a divine spell is not in itself, but depends on the realm of the caster. Take Piggy as an example. He learns the 36 changes of the Big Dipper, but he is not even perfect in the art of change, and becomes a childish boy still needing the Monkey King as an aid. Can you say that the avatar can't do it? Let's just say that the avatar thing really depends on the person. Looking back at divine abilities such as mediating creation, creating living beings was powerful, right? But with Zhang Fan's mana today, what valuable living beings could he create? In the same way, reversing yin and yang, returning to the heavens and reversing the sun, these spells, he still couldn't utilize their true power. Thus, choosing the divine ability of calling out the wind and calling down rain was only an extremely correct decision for him nowadays. Of course, having said that, it didn't mean that Zhang Fan had discarded those divine abilities, only that the order of learning was different. Let's try to see what wonders this calling the wind and rain has to offer. Under the slightest flash of his mind, Zhang Fan went to the middle of one of the sub-peaks of the square-inch mountain in a few moves. Coincidentally, this sub-peak was exactly where Zhang Fan had met the black bear spirit in the first place. After coming here again, Zhang Fan was somewhat emotional. When he returned from South Juniper Island after the square-inch mountain will find a time to come to look for the black bear spirit. But the other side of the cave is empty. But there is no trace. Zhang Fan still had a few regrets about this. After all, he was really curious as to how this black bear spirit had grown to be 50-50 with the Monkey King in the latter days. Back to the main topic. When Zhang Fan arrived past this place, he immediately began to communicate his divine abilities. After a burst of its raw and incomprehensible incantations, Zhang Fan softly exclaimed under his breath, "The wind comes!" Suddenly, a gust of wind arose out of nowhere, blowing the surrounding trees to bend over in unison. Cloud gathering. A dark cloud had appeared in the originally clear sky in a very short period of time. "It's raining!" Accompanying the fall of these two words, the aura around the dark clouds began to surge, and in just a few moments, drops of water like pearls and jade landed all around. And what about trying to transform it into an offensive art? With a light turn of thought, Zhang Fan increased the injection of his own mana. In a blink of an eye, a drop of rain with mana attached to it fell towards the surroundings. Bang bang bang! The sound of a road smashing into the ground rang out, and a fist-sized crater appeared. This is the avatar. Zhang Fan, who had stopped exercising his divine ability, looked at the trees and earth around him that had been ravaged by the raindrops, and his heart did not feel free to melt. It can be said that the heart is happy with the avatar in hand. A single calling the wind and rain is this powerful. If I were to learn all of the 36 changes of the Big Dipper, I'm afraid that my abilities would have a skyrocketing change. With this in mind, Zhang Fan stopped procrastinating and immediately stepped onto the path back to the compound. Time flowed, and in the blink of an eye, another half a month passed, and on this day, the Monkey King sought out Zhang Fan. "Little Fan, I wish to cross that lightning disaster. I wonder if you would be willing to guard me." For this request, Zhang Fan would naturally not refuse. After all, he also wanted to see in advance just what kind of existence this lightning disaster was. "In that case, thank you, little Fan." The Monkey King was instantly beaming with joy. Although the protector didn't help him survive the lightning disaster, it was able to save him from the risk of being disturbed by the outside world. Now that he had Zhang Fan's promise, he could cross the tribulation in peace. Vertical day. The two Johnsons sought out a secluded area. "Monkey, please don't worry yet." After Zhang Fan said to him, he unfolded his divine sense with all his might, taking in everything in a 100-mile radius to eliminate any accidents. "Yes." Sun Wukong nodded his head and said no more as he stepped into the air, his aura in full force. In a split second, the dome of the sky, which was originally windy and sunny, became gloomy, and the wind began to howl. This situation is like heaven and earth are angry. It was questioning the beings below as to why it was drawing on the aura within it. Rumble, accompanied by the roar of thunder. A ball of electricity that flashed with red light silently appeared above the sky. As soon as this ball appeared, it was as if it had locked onto Sun Wukong, flying straight towards him. Seeing this situation, the Monkey King did not hesitate and directly turned around and transformed into a pine tree. Strange to say, the moment Sun Wukong turned into a pine tree, the red electric ball that was originally flying straight towards him lost its momentum in an instant and stayed in place. Rumble. The originally gloomy sky silently had countless more thunderbolts, which were as if they had torn apart the entire dome of the sky. Heaven and earth were angry at the loss of the Monkey King's disappearance. Perhaps such an analogy wasn't quite appropriate, but the situation of heaven and earth at this moment was like discovering a thief in one's home and just about to make a move on the thief, only to realize that the other party had disappeared. The distant Zhang Fan could not help but sink in his heart after seeing this situation. The Thunder Calamity's revenge seemed to be much more difficult to cross than the Immortality revenge. After all, just this might alone was not something on the same level at all. However, it seems as if all it needs to do is change into something else, and heaven and earth won't be able to detect the trail? While the thought flickered slightly, the red electric ball that first appeared silently dispersed. It was also the moment it dispersed that another red electric ball of somewhat larger size reappeared. As soon as it appeared, it flew straight towards the pine tree that Sun Wukong had changed into. No good. Sun Wukong was slightly startled in his heart, and with a flash, he scurried into the mountain forest, transforming into a mountain monkey that traveled through the forest. As before, the red ball of electricity once again stayed in place. Rumble! The wrath of heaven and earth seemed to grow even greater. With this repetition, the things that the Monkey King changed became more and more numerous. Tigers, wild boars, bobcats, ancient trees, weeds. Under change after change, the red electric ball that was originally only the size of a fist had long since evolved into the size of a millstone. Finally, after changing into a swimming fish, heaven and earth finally dispersed its might. Everything is winding down. At the same time, the Monkey King also felt that the invisible membrane that hindered him from moving forward had finally dispersed. With just a thought, a flower that looked like a golden lotus appeared above his head. This is the unique mark of the Earth Immortal. The three flowers are gathered together. On the side of the Zheng to see the Sun Wukong finally broke through to the Earth Immortal as desired. The heart for it's happy at the same time, but also on this lightning disaster of the robbery has a new sense. This kind of thunderstorm looks powerful, but as long as one is proficient in the art of change one can easily survive it. So it seems that this thunderstorm isn't that terrifying. However, the hidden depth of meaning is something one has to think about carefully. Chapter 52, The Immortal God is a Harm to the World. 2 years in the Big Dipper. Before I came to this world of the journey to the west, I had thought that this world was the kind of world where one senses the heavenly Tao and thus obtains transcendence. But when one actually arrives, one realizes that the immortals of this world and the world are actually hostile to each other. Of course, if one were to be more accurate, the immortal gods are actually parasites, and the so-called three plagues of profit and loss are but the struggling behavior of heaven and earth themselves. Thinking of this, Zhang couldn't help but take a deep breath. So, is this the origin of the heaven and earth quantum revenge? Because of the excessive number of immortal gods, heaven and earth instinctively felt threatened and chose to remove them. And by association with the saints, what role do they play in this? As he thought deeper and deeper, Zhang felt more and more that the water of this western world was quite deep, and the secrets hidden in it were simply countless. Forget it, nowadays I'm just a small human immortal. What's the point of thinking so much? It's better to cultivate and master my own destiny first. When that thought fell, Zhang shifted his gaze to Sun Wukong's body. At this time, he was still in the midst of sensing the mysteries. Seeing the situation, Zhang did not go forward to disturb him, but only silently protected him. About 3 days passed. Sun Wukong opened his eyes once again, and now that he had broken through to become an earth immortal, he exuded an aura that was enough to shock Zhang. This gap was not as large as the immortal mundane gap, but there was still a considerable distance. If we were to make a simpler analogy, the difference between immortals and mortals is just like the gap between orangutans and humans. While human immortals compared to earth immortals is equivalent to a primitive man and a person in the feudal period. Thanks for this, little fan. Sun Wukong came to Zhang side to thank him after collecting his own breath. Upon hearing this, Zhang smiled slightly. Does Monkey have any epiphanies from hiding from the disaster this time? Although Zhang had previously learned a portion of the information about the lightning disaster through observation, there was still a considerable gap between observing from the sidelines and experiencing it personally. So he chose to ask about it. Sun Wukong did not mince words, and immediately recounted his epiphanies while hiding from the disaster. When this lightning disaster just appeared, I had a feeling that I was being spied upon, and at the same time, my body instinctively stiffened. And if I hadn't forcibly operated the mana in my body, I'm afraid that I would have been struck by it in the first place, and thus turned into flying dust. And when the first thunderstorm was dodged, the feeling of being spied on intensified, while the tremor from the soul grew stronger. To be honest, if I hadn't read a few more of the 100 classics, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to react. Hearing this, Zhang smiled slightly. In the original, the Monkey King did not go to study those books, but still lived peacefully to the end. So we can see that those books are not the key. If you have to find a reason, I am afraid that the Monkey King's perseverance. However, also with Sun Wukong's personal explanation, Zhang perception of the lightning disaster was also more profound. I thought that I could easily get through it by just being proficient in the art of change, but I never thought that this lightning disaster would even have the function of locking in stiffness. If it were those who were not strong-willed, I'm afraid they would have fallen directly under the first wave of thunderstorms, right? While his thoughts flickered, Zhang Fan also put willpower practice on his subsequent cultivation schedule. This time, Monkey has already crossed the tribulation safely, so let's go back. It's natural. Time passes, and another 2 years pass in a flash. On this day, Zhang Fan was performing divine power cultivation on top of one of the subpeaks of the square-inch mountain. Mediate the creation. Accompanied by a soft cry from him, an aura coalesced out of thin air, and then a palm-sized villain appeared in front of his eyes. After failing dozens of times, now that I have finally considered this last divine ability to be cultivated, I only need to complete the 3 things that the ancestor has explained down next, and then I will be able to learn that earthly 72 transformations once again. With a slight flash of thoughts, Zhang Fan couldn't help but think of the Sun Wukong's usual appearance when he practiced his divine abilities, although he did not know its specific recitation. Just that one arcane effect alone made him unable to resist. After I've learned that earthly fate's 72 changes, I'll be able to improve my cultivation in peace next. During these 2 years, because of the distraction of practicing the avatar, Zhang Fan's cultivation has fallen a little bit, and to this day, he has only just reached the peak of the human immortal. Of course, it also depends on who it's compared to. If it was the Monkey King, it took 5 years to cultivate to the peak of human immortal, which was simply turtle speed. But if you compare it to the next person, it's God speed. Taking Guangji as an example, nowadays, he had only just pushed his realm one step forward. If one were to divide the realms in more detail, Zhang Fan was now at the peak of human immortality, while Guangji was still hovering at the early stage of human immortality. The gap between them is evident. More importantly, this was still only a gap in terms of cultivation. In terms of divine abilities, Zhang Fan had all but learned the 36 changes of the Big Dipper, but Guangji had only learned 2 divine abilities. It was important to know that Guangji was the only one among the entire 3-star cave sectors other than Zhang Fan and Sun Wukong who had transformed into an immortal. If such a qualification was still the case, one could tell just how rapidly Zhang Fan's strength was progressing. To be honest, if there was no Sun Wukong next to him to make a comparison, Zhang Fan was afraid that he would have to make a cocky remark. Genius is just the threshold to see me. Back to the main topic. When Zhang Fan had made a decision in his mind, he was going to take the initiative to disperse his divine power. However, before he could even begin to act, the little man in front of him directly turned into aura and dissipated into the air. At this situation, Zhang Fan was relieved after a slight freeze. With his strength nowadays, being able to cast out this goodwill creation would be considered good. It must be known that even a supreme power like Manhwa, when creating the human race, still needed the innate resting soil and the divine water of the 9 heavens as an aid. He, on the other hand, was just a tiny human immortal. Now that the Big Dipper is complete, it's time to seek out the master. With a slight turn of thought, Zhang Fan pinched a spell and recited an incantation. Rise, rise, up. A pure white auspicious cloud then appeared under his feet, carrying him towards the place where the ancestor was. It's that art of riding in the clouds. Because of his strength, Zhang Fan's speed today wasn't really fast, just barely reaching the speed of sound. Compared to the Sun Wukong's somersault cloud with a heel of 108,000 miles later on, it was simply not something on the same level. Of course, even so, he quickly arrived at Ancestor Bodhi's residence. After all, how far could the distance from the sub-peak to the main peak be? Master is here. Disciple Wufan seeks an audience. Zhang Fan bowed and said respectfully, and then, one could hear the unhurried, yet audible voice of Ancestor Bodhi. Come in. Chapter 53, Reenacting the World and Exhibiting the Divine Power. Ancestor's matter goes to Mount Li. Greetings, Master. Zhang Fan respectfully bowed again. Ancestor Bodhi nodded and then opened his mouth and asked, you came here to seek me out like this, but have you encountered any problems in your cultivation? Zhang Fan shook his head. Enlightened Master, today I have practiced all the 36 changes of the Big Dipper, and now I want to do those 3 things for Master in order to seek the 72 changes of the earthly fury. Hearing this, Ancestor Bodhi was clearly more than a little surprised. Oh, you say you learned it all? At the mercy of the Master's test. Seeing that Zhang Fan was so confident, Ancestor Bodhi didn't believe in this. He spoke, then I will test you well for a while today. Say it. He then waved the duster at his side. In a split second, Zhang Fan only felt a heavenly spin. When his vision regained, he realized that he had already reached another side of the world. It was also at this time that Ancestor Bodhi's voice fell. This is a small world in the palm of my master, so you can utilize your learned aptitude at will. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan's heart otherwise flinched. The heart that was originally a bit fluttering because of the cultivation of the 36 changes of the Big Dipper settled down in an instant. Compared to a true great avatar, with his current strength, he was nothing more than a mole cricket that could be casually suppressed with the move of a finger. I honor the Master's decree. After the words were spoken, Zhang Fan began to perform a divine ability in the middle of this world. Mediate the creation, call the shots, spread the beans, and take the clouds. A mysterious divine ability was executed from his hands, and the originally tranquil and peaceful world in his palm was broken by Zhang Fan. After casting the last divine passage called Size Rui, Zhang Fan stopped his hand movements and arched his hand into the air. Master, disciple has finished casting. The speed of cultivation is still sloppy. It's this realm that is straight up criticized. Listening to Ancestor Bodhi's slightly disgusted words, not only did Zhang Fan not get angry, he instead revealed a smile. He knew very well that this meant that he had passed the preconditions set by Ancestor Bodhi. What Master said is very true. The disciple's realm is truly incapable, so I still hope that Master will give me guidance, Zhang Fan said as he hit the snake on the stick. And you watch. After the voice of Ancestor Bodhi came from the void, a shadow appeared out of nowhere in Zhang Fan's eyes. As soon as that shadowy figure appeared, it waved its palm. In an instant, heaven and earth began to change. The world that was originally somewhat destroyed due to Zhang Fan's divine ability fell into the middle of the endless void in a matter of moments. Destroy the world with a wave of your hand? Gazing at the void that was gradually approaching from afar, Zhang Fan was secretly surprised in his heart, and he didn't even dare to think about what he would have become if Ancestor Bodhi had targeted him with this strike. When the void expanded to 10 feet away from Zhang Fan, it stopped expanding. It was also at this time that something that shocked Zhang Fan even more appeared. Only a ray of light began to burst out from the center of the void, and the 4 laws of earth, water, fire, and wind began to appear. A new world was gradually born in front of Zhang Fan. Soon, the original void was replaced by a barren earth. Just when Zhang Fan thought that Ancestor Bodhi's divine ability would end there, a mysterious light emerged from the middle of the sky. These rays of light didn't seem to have any color, but if one looked closely, it was as if they contained all the colors of the world. Feeling the aura emanating from the light, Zhang Fan inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity. This is the power of creation? Master is casting the good offices of creation. It was also when this thought began to turn. The originally barren world was as if a time acceleration button had been pressed. A green color full of vitality began to appear in the middle of the earth. And at the same time as this vegetation appeared, a figure full of vitality began to emerge. Swimming fish, walking animals, flying birds, everything in the world was able to come into existence in a single moment. Remodeling earth, water, fire, and wind, and opening up a world. This is great divine power. Zhang Fan's heart was filled with emotion, and at the same time, he had gained a few more insights about the heavens and the earth. He had a premonition that after returning to the main world this time, he only needed to digest for a day or two, and then he could take this opportunity to invoke a thunderstorm on this, thus pushing open that earthy mortal gate. Can you see it clearly? Accompanied by Ancestor Bodhi's voice, Zhang Fan realized that he was back in the middle of Ancestor Bodhi's room. Gazing at this familiar environment around him, Zhang Fan had the feeling of waking up from a dream, as if the earth-shattering remodeling of the heavens and earth that he had just experienced was like a dream. But Zhang Fan was clear. That was definitely not a dream just now, because the scene of world remodeling is not something that can be imitated at random. That kind of world destruction and then re-established flavor is how the illusion cannot be reflected. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Zhang Fan returned to his senses and then bowed deeply towards Ancestor Bodhi. He knew very well that this act of Ancestor Bodhi had not only brought him close to the position of Earth Immortal, but had also caused a great improvement in his eyesight and heart in the future. Ha ha, you're a kid with a clear mind. Zhang Fan smiled in embarrassment. Your purpose this time for the teacher? No. For the teacher also not to make things difficult for you. At first promised you to wait for the day of your Big Dipper cultivation. You for the teacher to do 3 things after you will teach you the 72 transformations of the earth's fate. Now this first thing, and you listen. At those words, Zhang Fan straightened up. The master needs you to go to Lishan to meet the master there. Zhang Fan waited quietly for the latter. Why? Is this matter a non-starter? When Ancestor Bodhi saw that Zhang Fan did not answer for a long time, he frowned a few times. Master hasn't said what he's going to do in Lishan. There is no need for you to do anything. All you need to do is to go to Mount Ri and meet the master there, and the matter will be considered complete. Hearing this, Zhang Fan froze slightly. He had thought that what Ancestor Bodhi had asked him to do would be difficult, but he hadn't imagined that it would be as simple as just going to Mte Ri to meet its master. It was good that Zhang Fan reacted in time. Disciple is aware of this, and I will certainly attend to this matter as soon as possible. Ancestor Bodhi nodded slightly. This matter is not urgent. You'd better ferry your thunderstorm here in my square-inch realm before you go, lest you run into some vicious dangers on the way. Thank you, Master. Disciple saves the day. If there is nothing else you can retire on your own. Seeing that Ancestor Bodhi had given the order to expel the guests, Zhang Fan did not stay any longer and immediately left the door after paying his respects to the ancestor. Looking at Zhang Fan's gradually fading figure, 10,000 stars flashed in the middle of Ancestor Bodhi's eyes. Seems like remembrance, anger, and regret. However, after Zhang Fan left the room of the Bodhi ancestor, he began to recall the information of Mount Li in his mind. Mount Li, the dojo of the old mother of Mount Li. In the original, this person does not appear in many plays. Only in the 23rd of the Four Saints Tests and Heart appeared once, but just that one time alone. Wu Cheng'an summarized the identity and status of Old Mother Lishan in a single verse. The Old Mother of Lishan does not think of Fan, and the Bodhisattva of the South Sea invites her to come down from the mountain. The word please alone says it all. If I remember correctly, Old Mother Lishan seems to have another layer of identity? Chapter 54 Deeply enlightened to avoid lightning disasters, achieving 4 transformations and entering Earth immortality. In the midst of sealing the gods, there were 8 major disciples under Lord Tong Tian. One of the disciples was named Sacred Mother Wu Dang, who was ordered by Tong Tian to retreat first before the battle of the 10,000 Immortals formation, leaving a ray of hope for the Interceptor sect, and she became the only 2 disciples amongst the pro-disciples who survived. After she survived, she took on the guise of the Holy Mother of Mount Li and sought a merit in the Western journey. This time my master ordered me to make a trip to Lishan to meet this Old Mother of Lishan, but he won't let me do anything? That's weird. In a slight turn of his mind, Zhang Fan brought his thoughts back. The most important thing for me to do now is to realize the scene of the previous world remodeling. This kind of chance must be grasped in my hand. Soon, auspicious clouds appeared under Zhang Fan's feet, carrying him to the Wukong Generation Alien Courtyard. 3 days later, Zhang Fan came out of the gate. Not only did he raise his cultivation state to its peak this time in seclusion, he also had a greater realization regarding divine powers. The next step is to cross that thunderstorm. The eyes of Zhang Fan, who landed on his knees, flickered lightly, and under some sweeping of his divine sense, he managed to search for Sun Wukong at the top of a subpeak in the back of the mountain. Brother Monkey, I'm going to escape that lightning disaster, so please protect me. Along with the transmission of divine sense, the distant Sun Wukong then opened his eyes. Don't worry little Fan, I'll be right there. Strike that. Sun Wukong also made some clouds and mist before appearing straight in front of Zhang Fan. When does Xiaofan plan to hide from the robbers? Zhang Fan replied, hide immediately. Okay, then let's go find a good place to hide. Not much longer. In the midst of a group of 2 people, they arrived at the depths of the back of Mount Fangchen. This realm was deeply primitive and untouched, so both living creatures and plants were in great abundance. This place is good. Under the silent perception of his divine sense, Zhang Fan then vocalized, Monkey, I'll hide from the disaster here. Alright, don't worry little Fan, with me here, no one will be able to disturb you. Zhang Fan nodded with a slight smile. He then activated the mana in his body and stepped into the air, releasing his aura with all his might. When his aura reached a critical point, it was as if he had triggered some hidden mechanism. The weather, which was originally quite good, steeply blew up a gale. Meanwhile, the sky was rapidly darkening. Heaven and earth, this was discovering Zhang Fan's existence. Rumble. A large amount of lightning emerged from the thick layer of dark clouds. This was the instinctive accusation of heaven and earth, and the anger he unleashed against those who cultivated by stealing their own sustenance. It's almost here. Zhang Fan mentally pumped up his spirit and raised his head to carefully observe the sky. In a matter of moments, a red thunderball appeared in the sky dome directly above Zhang Fan. Damn, can't really move. Also, the body can't stop trembling, like a mouse meeting a cat. At this moment, Zhang Fan was as if frozen in place, and surprisingly did not make the slightest movement. Not good. Is it possible that little Fan hasn't reacted yet? Seeing this situation, the Sun Wukong, who was escorting from afar, did not feel more than a few moments of panic in his heart. However, nowadays he was unable to do anything. For, the 3 plagues can only be crossed by the person himself, and no one can help. Just as Sun Wukong kept worrying in his mind, Zhang Fan finally used his willpower to suppress the trembling from the depths of his soul. Abruptly, Zhang Fan's figure shifted into a modestly sized bobcat. Meow dash. A chirping sound came out, and Zhang Fan's figure had already appeared on top of a huge tree. At the same time, the red thunderball had lost its target. After about tens of breaths, the red thunderball's figure gradually dissipated. The moment it dissipated, a red thunderball twice its size reappeared. The moment this thunderball appeared, it managed to lock onto Zhang Fan amongst the thousands of things. Once again feeling that trembling from the depths of his soul, Zhang Fan fought to resist. This time, he got rid of the lock of heaven and earth one step faster than before. There was no doubt that Zhang Fan was resistant to it. After a few rounds of this kind of repetition, the locking of heaven and earth for Zhang Fan was almost dispensable. and often in the moment of its locking, Zhang Fan would directly change into another form to escape the lock. As time passed, the red thunderball chasing Zhang Fan grew larger and larger, but getting bigger doesn't change the ending after all. After the 49th change, Zhang Fan chose to change into an eagle with a 3-meter wide spread of wings for the last time. As the saying goes, heaven performs 50, the great performs 49, and reclines one life. The moment Zhang Fan changed into an eagle, the dark clouds above the dome of the sky receded at a speed visible to the naked eye. There is nothing more to it than a cloud being lifted. The moment the lightning disaster completely receded, Zhang Fan's body steeply gained an additional sense of comfort. The feeling was like that of a person huddled in a tight box who was suddenly set free. Abruptly, the auras in a 100-mile radius collectively began to tremble as they madly swarmed towards the place where Zhang Fan was. Because of the overly dense spiritual qi, Zhang Fan unexpectedly had an extra drop of extremely dense spiritual liquid around his body. The Sun Wukong, who was protecting Zhang Fan from afar, silently let out a sigh of relief in his heart after seeing this situation. Although he understands that this kind of thunderstorm should not be a problem for Zhang Fan, but when Zhang Fan is really hiding from the disaster, he still can't help but be a little nervous. And now after seeing Zhang Fan safe and sound, he naturally put down his heart. Now that little Fan has caught up, it looks like I'll have to work a few more points to catch up. With a slight flash of thoughts, Sun Wukong dismissed these many distractions and began to concentrate on protecting Zhang Fan. A little bit of time passes. Under the infusion of the huge amount of spiritual qi, the realm of the 9 revolutions Xianyang began to climb rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it went from the original 3 revolutions to 4. Under the enhancement of the Gong method, Zhang Fan's physical body strength and amount of mana also began to grow wildly. Pa dash. A voice that seemed to come out of Zhang Fan's body. This is the sound that stems from the breaking of the realm. Realm upgrade to Earth Immortal. The moment the proficiency panel prompt appeared, a brilliant golden light erupted from amongst Zhang Fan's body. It originated from the immortal soul within him. After breaking through to Earth Immortal, not only would the physical body and magical power grow, even the soul hidden in the deepest part of the body would be strengthened. This is the evolution that comes from increased cultivation. After 5 years of time, I have finally climbed from the human immortal to the Earth Immortal realm. Nowadays, even if I can't run across the world, I think I should have a certain ability to protect myself, right? Zhang Fan thought so. He then shifted his gaze to Sun Wukong. Thanks to Monkey for protecting me this time. Now that little brother I just got a breakthrough and my own self is not yet stabilized. Would Monkey be willing to give me some pointers? Chapter 55, Physical Battle than Avatar. Divination at the moment of departure. As the saying goes, when the body is hidden in the weapon, the killing heart comes out. Although this sentence was not really appropriate here, it did fit quite well with Zhang Fan's situation today. Ever since his breakthrough into immortality, he had not really fought, and now that he had broken through to Earth Immortality and reached the same realm as Sun Wukong, he naturally couldn't help but get his hands itchy. Ha ha, then let's have a good fight today. In the face of Zhang Fan's invitation, the Monkey King did not refuse, and after a laugh, his feet stepped and flew towards Zhang Fan's location. In the process, he coalesced his mana in the process and formed a stick in his hand that was 8 feet long. Seeing this, Zhang Fan also used his mana to condense a long sword in a similar fashion. Ding 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 ding. The two did not display divine spells, they were both using the purest physical strength, attacking each other. In the process, although the two did not intentionally cause an attack on their surroundings, the mere aftermath of the battle caused a devastating blow to their surroundings. Only a tall tree was uprooted and cut off. A piece of earth was smashed out of a big hole, and some unlucky stones were blown to smithereens. After the two of them fought for 10 rounds, Zhang Fan clearly felt that he was falling into a disadvantage. No wonder Monkey will later be named the Fighting Buddha. Even if he didn't use any spells, just relying on pure physical strength can bring me so much pressure. The most important, nowadays, his physical body cannot have gone through the peach, the golden pills quenching. In a slight flash of thought, Zhang Fan had a deeper understanding of the Monkey King's fighting ability. Xiao Fan, don't be distracted, and watch this move by Monkey. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Monkey King began to frantically inject mana into the long stick in his hand. In just an instant, the long stick in his hand changed into a huge pillar. He ruthlessly smashed towards Zhang Fan. Seeing the situation, Zhang Fan was not in a hurry and injected mana into the long sword in a decent manner. However, unlike this, Zhang Fan did not choose to directly expand the long sword, but instead utilized his mana to reconstruct a huge longsword silhouette on the periphery. At this moment, the weapons of the two men clashed together fiercely. Rumble. Under the collision of the two extremely powerful forces, a huge circle of shockwaves formed around them. The remaining trees around them were once again uprooted. In just a few moments, everything in a 10-mile radius, centered on Zheng's son and his wife, disappeared. At the same time, the weapons in the hands of the two men, which were formed by the convergence of auras, began to crumble. The battle ended in a draw between the two. Little fan, didn't you just break through to Earth immortal? The strength of this fleshly body is too perverse. Sun Wukong rubbed his somewhat sore shoulders and said helplessly, one must know that as a person born of immortal stone, the strength of his flesh might not be called the strongest in the same realm, but how could it be more than 1 star stronger than an ordinary Earth immortal? However, despite this, he was still beaten by Zheng Fan, who had just broken through, and his shoulders were numb. From this, one could tell how powerful Zheng Fan's fleshly body strength was. Ha ha, no shit. Zheng Fan snorted and skipped the topic. Brother Monkey, let's test our divine abilities again. Oh, how? How about we each use our own means to restore this wasteland back to its original state? Words. Sun Wukong smiled. I'm not good at this, but it does sound good. Then let's use this as a boundary, one on each side, and see who first restores this area to its original state. Zheng Fan offered. So very good. Soon, the two of them were each casting their own means, only to see Zheng Fan put his hand out and a spell was cast on his hand. A dark green glow then scattered onto the trees that had been lifted aside. The moment it made contact, the dead tree sprang back to life and its long roots began to extend into the soil. At the same time, under the effect of the avatar, those individual trees began to straighten up again. After only 10 or so breaths, a part of the original deserted area was restored to its previous posture. This is the 36 changes of the Big Dipper, which can be used not only to heal the living, but also to restore the landscape. The Monkey King on the side was not shy either. Among the 72 changes of the earthly fate there is a divine power named medicine. This technique sounded seemingly mediocre, but its effects were not weak. Under the Sun Wukong's magic power, a light white light began to emerge, and the originally dead trees and plants also regained their vitality. After half an hour, Zheng Fan was the first to stop moving. Logically, it should have been Sun Wukong's avatar cultivation that was a bit deeper, but naturally, Zheng Fan had been turned on by Ancestor Bodhi, and his avatar realm directly came later and surpassed Sun Wukong's. Little fan, it looks like I've lost this divine ability contest as well. Sun Wukong's words carried a bit of spontaneity in them, and there was nothing disconcerting about the result. It's just some healing aptitude. It doesn't mean anything. If I really have to compete with Brother Monkey, I'm definitely not a match for Brother Monkey. Zheng Fan's words were not false. It must be known that the reason why Sun Wukong was known as the Buddha of fighting victory in later times was that he fought with real battle after real battle. With their cultivation lagging behind nowadays, if the two of them really had to fight, Zheng Fan really wouldn't be able to win against Sun Wukong. Monkey, next I intend to make a trip to Mount Li. Would you like to go along? Zheng Fan made an invitation. If he was able to bring the Monkey King along, there would certainly not be too many accidents on this trip. After all, at the current point in time, the Monkey King could be considered a true son of heaven's destiny. But unfortunately, Zheng Fan's calculations were considered to be in vain. Little fan, I'm afraid that this time I am unable to go with you. Sun Wukong revealed an apologetic look before giving an explanation. Today, I encountered some trouble with my cultivation, and I need to close my mind to sort things out properly before I can. Then remember to ask if Monkey needs anything. Zheng Fan was slightly regretful, but didn't care too much. Early the next morning, Zheng Fan took out a tortoise shell and several copper coins after a brief grooming. After placing the copper coins into the tortoise shell, he recited the incantation and performed the divine power. Among the 36 changes of the Big Dipper, there was a divine ability named Six Armor Strange Gate. The name of this divine ability seemed ordinary, but it contained the divine abilities of healing and divination of the stars and signs, runic seals to repel ghosts, and out-of-body incarnation. And nowadays, Zheng Fan was using exactly one of the divining divination aptitudes. As for why you need to divulge your fortune before you leave, don't forget, he doesn't know where Lishan is, and if he doesn't have a fortune teller, he's afraid he'll just be wandering around like a headless fly. Soon, Zheng Fan's divine ability was cast. Chapter 56, Encountering an Old Friend, Seeing a Bear Spirit, and Talking about the Yellow Wind. After removing the copper coins from among the turtle shell, one of the coins became windless and began to move rapidly in the air. It seems that Mount Ri shall be in this direction. With a slight turn of thought, Zheng Fan performed the Tongyun driving mist and followed the copper coin. After traveling like this for about 3 hours, Zheng Fan stopped his forward pace. The reason is simple. He met an acquaintance. At this moment, under his eyes, a large mottled tiger was madly rushing in one direction. Although it had been many years since then, Zheng Fan still clearly remembered the other party's aura. It was the big spotted tiger that he had encountered with that black bear spirit at the back of Fengchun Mountain. I can't imagine that tiger has reached the refined spirit returning to Void Realm now. This kind of speed is not bad amongst the demon race. While the thoughts in his mind flickered slightly, Jiang Fan couldn't help but think again. I don't know what kind of existence it is that has caused this tiger to be so flustered. In a slight turn of his mind, Jiang Fan pinched his spell and controlled the auspicious clouds under his feet to fly towards the tiger that was running at full speed. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared directly in front of that tiger. This speed is not surprising. It should be known that Jiang Fan's speed had already reached the speed of sound when he was still a human immortal, and now after advancing to Earth immortal, his speed was even more than 10 times faster. Who dares to block my Tiger King's path? Because of the presence of Jiang Fan in front of him, that tiger had to stop itself. After letting out a question, he twisted his body and transformed into a half-human, half-tiger image with hair all over his body and the word king on top of his head. Tiger King? With a smile on his face, Jiang Fan stretched out his palm and gently pressed downward. With a loud bang, the tiger, who was still very arrogant, felt a great pressure appear out of nowhere. The pressure gave him the feeling of carrying mountains on his back. Up, on the immortal. Spare your life. He broke off. At this moment, how could he still not understand that the young man in front of him with a divine appearance was the great avatar who had risen to the immortal realm? Let me ask you, what is the reason for your hasty flight? Listening to Jiang Fan's words, the tiger spirit continued to stammer. Kai, in Dao. Jiang Fan frowned slightly and raised his hand to disperse the pressure on the tiger spirit. After steeply losing the pressure from his back, the tiger essence had a feeling of relief. However, he did not think of escaping at this time. He honestly and respectfully said to Jiang Fan, "Enlighten the immortal. The little demon in the mountain, this sneak cultivation. Do not want to be 3 thieves hit the door. In order to live, the little demon only had to flee, but do not want to. In the process of fleeing, and accidentally bumped into the immortal. I hope that the immortal forgive." Listening to the other party's explanation, Jiang Fan understood. Beaten to the door by 3 thieves? Jiang Fan had an odd expression on his face. One must know that the reason why he had gone after this big spotted tiger in front of him along with that black bear spirit in the first place was precisely because he had taken advantage of the black bear spirit's breakthrough to go ahead and sneak attack. So what is this today? Karma? Or is it that harming people ends up harming you? Just as Jiang Fan was pondering, a voice was suddenly heard from the dense forest in the distance. Woodland Tiger Spirit, you are finally willing to stop and fight with me for a good time. You and watch. Today I want how to avenge your former obstruction of the road. Because of the tiger essence acting as a block, the visitor did not discover Jiang Fan's figure. However, at this moment, Jiang Fan recognized the identity of the visitor. It was the black bear spirit who had often fought with him in the beginning, the black bear spirit that had not been seen for many years. At this time, his cultivation was also upgraded to the realm of refining the spirit and returning to the void, and he transformed into a black-faced man with a face like black charcoal, a body like scorched coal, and a half-bear, half-human face, and behind it, 2 demons followed. One of them was a pale wolf demon, and the rest were white flower snake demons. Could it be that this is the future Ling Zi and the white-clothed showman? Feeling the scene coming from among his divine sense, Jiang Fan pondered in his heart. In the original story, the black bear spirit stole the robe in the round. In addition to the black bear spirit and the Guanyin Zen Garden group, but also appeared in 2 other demons. Those 2 demons were the Ling Zi and the white-clothed showman that Jiang Fan had just mentioned. In the original, these 2 and the black bear spirit is a friend of the same way, often together with the chanting, although the strength is low, but has never done evil things. However, the 2 had just appeared not long before they were directly sent to the Western Paradise by the Monkey King with a weapon, which was pitiful. Back to the main topic. While Jiang Fan was recalling the original story, the 3 black bear spirits had already arrived close by, and along with the distance, Jiang Fan's figure appeared in front of them without a doubt. What are you? As soon as they saw it, the 3 black bear spirits were all pumped up and on guard, watching Jiang Fan. After staring for several breaths, the black bear spirit rubbed his eyes uncertainly. He then asked tentatively, "Are you the human who gave me the classic?" Jiang Fan smiled faintly. "It's only been a few years, and you're such a simpleton that you don't recognize me?" Hearing this familiar voice and address, the black bear spirit was already certain that Jiang Fan was the human he was familiar with. At that moment, he smiled and opened his mouth. "I told you how this tiger spirit would stop for no reason. It turns out that you stopped him. After I kill him, I will surely reward you properly." With that, he walked towards the tiger spirit. The tiger spirit had sensed that something was wrong as early as when Jiang Fan had recognized the black bear spirit, and his body was taut and ready to escape. When he saw the black bear spirit coming towards him, he violently burst out a powerful force and quickly ran towards the side. Damn it! There was no need to burn essence blood. The tiger essence who flashed out hundreds of meters in a split second thought darkly and viciously in his heart. At this moment, he simply hated Jiang Fan. Not good. He's going to Yellow Wind Ridge, the white flower snake spirit on the side said in a slightly panicked voice. Yellow Wind Ridge? Hearing this familiar term, Jiang Fan was slightly more surprised. No way. Never let him go to Yellow Wind Ridge. If we really let him go, we'll definitely let him get away this time. The black bear spirit spoke viciously and was about to prepare to go after them. No need to worry. After faintly uttering these words, Jiang Fan gazed far into the direction where the tiger essence had left. He then gently waved his palm. Next moment, the tiger spirit that had originally disappeared from view flew backward at a speed that was several times faster than the speed at which he had previously burned his essence blood. In just the blink of an eye, the tiger spirit reappeared in front of the crowd. Seeing this scene, the three black bear spirits who were originally planning to go forward to chase after them stopped their pace, and they looked at Jiang Fan with a slightly frightened gaze. Immortals. Immortals. Although Jiang Fan had only struck out for a mere moment earlier, it was that moment that made them deeply feel that powerful aura. Chapter 57, The Great Curtain of the Journey to the West unfolds, trying to collect demons and make the position clear. The tiger spirit, however, reacted for several breaths before realizing the situation today. He looked at the black bear spirit that had reappeared around him, and he couldn't help but feel a little more despair in his heart. He knew very well that there was no way back for him. Since you won't let me have a good time, no one should live. In the middle of his words, he was about to manipulate the demonic power within his body to attack his surroundings indiscriminately. But unfortunately, in front of the huge cultivation gap, he couldn't even die together. Jiang Fan's thoughts only turned slightly for a split second, and the pressure that was originally very agitated directly stopped. Well, you guys can handle the rest. Jiang Fan slightly waved his hand and threw the stagnant and motionless tiger spirit in front of him to the black bear spirit's body. Afterward, he went to the white flower snake demon in a flash. Gazing at the snake scales on the other party's face, how could Jiang Fan not connect him with the showy youth described in the book later in the day? You said earlier that this tiger demon was fleeing to the Yellow Wind Ridge? Seeing Jiang Fan suddenly appear in front of him, the white flower snake demon's heart trembled steeply. He wasn't as naive as the black bear spirit. In front of the huge cultivation gap, he clearly knew that the very divine-looking man in front of him was able to obliterate him in a breath. Yes, Supreme. Is there a demon king in that Yellow Wind Ridge called the Yellow Wind Monster? Hearing Jiang Fan's inquiry, the white flower snake demon hastily shook its head. Supreme Immortal, although that 800-mile Yellow Wind Ridge is coiled with a large number of demons, there is not a single great demon named Yellow Wind Monster among them. After receiving this reply, Jiang Fan nodded slightly. It seems that nowadays that Yellow Wind Monster hasn't gone to steal the clear oil in the glazed marigold. In other words, those big guys haven't really made a drop yet. Although the journey to the west is known as the 981 difficulties, but if you carefully analyze, you will find that a large part of these calamities are originated from the gods and Buddhas. Either the child under the seat descended to the earth, or the mount underneath him was haunted. These children and mounts who descend to earth as demons even steal the magic treasures of some gods and Buddhas. Is such a thing possible? Only the connivance of God and Buddha could have led to this result. In other words, the whole grand show of the journey to the west is nothing more than a big show made by the full of gods and Buddhas of the three worlds united. With a slight turn of thought, Jiang Fan shifted his gaze to the tiger demon on the side. Although he was not 100% sure, he had a high degree of certainty that the tiger demon in front of him was the tiger vanguard with great ambitions in the future. From start to finish it's just a poor guy who can't see the situation. Jiang Fan silently shook his head in his heart. It was also at this time that the black bear spirit's hand rose up and fell with his sword, already ending the tiger demon's life. I also wonder if the death of such an insignificant drag queen will have an impact on the future. Jiang Fan silently watched the black bear spirit to see if there would be any changes. As a result, after watching for 10 or so breaths, he didn't find any abnormality on the other side. Is it because this tiger vanguard doesn't have enough status? Or does it mean that even if the person who appeared on the stage is allowed to die early, it won't have any effect? If a tiger vanguard is dead, there will be another leopard vanguard? A lion pioneer? Jiang Fan was trying little by little to understand the mode of operation of the Western world. However, what he didn't know was that this thoughtful look on his face was causing the three demons on the side to get scared. Their eyes dodged, wanting to take advantage of the opportunity to escape, but they couldn't make up their minds. In the end, that black bear spirit bravely said to Jiang Fan, "Supreme Immortal, I was wrong in the past, I shouldn't have fought with you. If you want to retaliate, please spare my two innocent Dao friends. Strike that." The black bear spirit then closed his eyes and stretched out his neck in a way that made him look like he was ready to be slaughtered. Seeing this situation, Jiang Fan lost his smile a little. "Don't worry, I don't have any grudges against you, and this encounter is nothing more than chance. If there is nothing else, then I will leave first." After he said that, Jiang Fan was about to perform Tongyan driving mist to leave this place. And just at this time, that Song Wolf demon was suddenly pulling over the black bear spirit and the white flower snake demon, pressing the two demons to the ground. Supreme Immortal, the three of us would like to act with Immortal and do some menial work of serving tea and carrying pots of ink for Immortal. I hope Immortal will fulfill our wish. After the words, he led the way to get high. The two demons on the side also reacted to the situation and hurriedly bowed their heads. Look to the Immortal for mercy. Seeing the three demons constantly kowtowing and shouting, Jiang Fan couldn't help but fall into thought. It wasn't impossible to take these three demons under his tutelage, and it would even allow him to scrutinize what exactly was going on in this great world of the West. But the only problem now was how he was going to arrange these three demons. He couldn't have brought it back to Fengchu Mountain, could he? Thinking of this, Jiang Fan suddenly reacted to something, and he shifted his gaze to the black bear spirit. And let me ask you, why did you leave from the Founder's Mountain? Hearing this, the black bear spirit instinctively wanted to hide it, but after thinking about it, with today's situation, how could he hide it? So, he swallowed and said, the woodcutter who raised me doesn't want to care about me anymore, and let me come to this West Nuga continent by myself to make my own way. Hear that? Jiang Fan's earlier speculation was finally confirmed after a lapse of many years, so that woodcutter really wasn't anything mortal. After realizing this, Jiang Fan shook his head again. Getting this news did not mean anything to him nowadays. After all, the woodcutter was already extraordinary, something he had expected. It's not impossible to take you three demons under my tutelage, but nowadays I haven't opened a vein on my own, so I'm afraid you'll have to wait for a while if you really want to follow me. After receiving Jiang Fan's reply, the three of them were immediately beaming with joy on their faces. You should know that in this world where gods and Buddhas are everywhere, if you don't have a backstage, then both your cultivation progress and your life safety will be much worse than those who have a backstage. Can't you see that even the Monkey King, who dared to cause havoc in the Heavenly Palace, didn't start to pay attention to that backstage network after 500 years of imprisonment? On the road to the West, all the demons with backstage, he is one by one let go. Some will even deliberately water, looking for its backstage to come to subdue the demon. Thank you, Supreme Immortal. Thank you, Supreme Immortal. The three demons thanked him and then said, Immortal, we are now practicing in the Black Wind Ridge. If Immortal needs us to do some odd jobs, you can send us at any time. Words. Jiang Fan smiled slightly. In the vicinity of your Black Wind Ridge, can you find a temple named Guanyin Zen Temple? The Canon Zen Center? The black bear spirit murmured for a moment, then he shook his head. Nowadays there is none. If the Supreme Immortal needs it, we will go back and build one for you. Hearing this, Jiang Fan then shook his head. Ever since he knew the true identity of Ancestor Bodhi, he understood his position. I mean, if there's one around, remember to go and trash it. Chapter 58, the yellow wind is in the quicksand, and the water attacks the water. Feeling Jiang Fan's decisive tone, the three black bear demons understood in their hearts the likes and dislikes of the immortal in front of them. It seems that the Supreme Immortal has some distaste for the Buddhist sect. After silently noting this point, the Tsong Wolf demon took the lead to speak. Don't worry, Supreme Immortal, we will always keep an eye on the surrounding situation, and if there are temples springing up in the surrounding area, we will secretly go and destroy them. Hearing this, Jiang Fan nodded slightly. So very good. After saying that, Jiang Fan then once again lifted the auspicious cloud and flew towards the direction where the tiger vanguard had fled earlier. He wants to go over to see if there is the yellow wind monster in the 800-mile yellow wind ridge. Although the white flower snake demon had previously said that he had not heard of this person, it was not possible that the other party had not yet shown his head today. Not much longer. A mountain range stretching over 800 miles then appeared beneath Jiang Fan's feet. According to the trigrams, this should be the place. With a slight turn of thought, Jiang Fan no longer concealed his strength and utilized his divine sense to quickly sweep across the area. With Jiang Fan's strength nowadays, it only took a few breaths of effort to explore all of the 800+ miles of mountains. The highest cultivator in the entire mountain range is actually a demon with only human immortal realm cultivation? Jiang Fan's face looked a little odd. He had thought that in the West Nuga continent, should be demons rampant only, right? Now seems to be really should be rule lie in the scriptures before that sentence. I West Nuga continent. Do not greed. Do not kill. Raise the gas submerged in the spirit. Although there is no top true, everyone's solid life. But it's no wonder why some of those 991 difficulties needed to be artificially created out of it. If it really relies on the monsters in the West Nuga continent, I am afraid that the Tang monk will go this year and return next year. All of them were searched earlier and did not find any demons similar to the yellow wind monster. So I think the other party has not yet come out of the spirit mountain today. Jiang Fan is a bit of a pity, but he had wanted to find that yellow wind monster. Secretly study the other party as a calamity. What special features? Now the plan is a bust. Is it limited to the yellow wind monster? Or is it that the rest of the gods and Buddhas haven't fallen yet either? Jiang Fan pondered as he flew towards the direction where Mt. Li was located while flying in the clouds. Time flows. In the blink of an eye, another half a day had passed. Don't look at the time, but if you consider Jiang Fan's speed nowadays, you can tell just how much distance he has flown through. Is the river ahead that is filled with rolling yellow sand not the one that the sand monk stayed in the original? Suddenly, Jiang Fan shifted his gaze to the river in front of him. Then, with a thought, his figure then appeared by the river. As soon as he landed, he saw the monolith by the river. One could only see that the stone tablet had several seal characters engraved right in the center. Quicksand River. On either side of its lettering, there is this little verse. 800 boundaries of quicksand. 3,000 depths of weak water. Goose feathers can't float. Reeds set the bottom to sink. Looking at the stone tablet, Jiang Fan already had an answer in his heart. In the original story, Xianyang was relegated to the mortal world after breaking a glazed marigold by mistake at the Peach Conference. In other words, with today's point in time, there should be no Xianyang under this water. In a slight flash of thought, Jiang Fan probed his divine sense downward. However, to his surprise, his divine sense disappeared without a trace just as soon as it touched the water. It's actually capable of isolating divine sense? Jiang Fan was slightly surprised. Then he wrapped on a layer of mana and fell straight towards the water. However, when he landed on the surface of the water, he suddenly felt the originally smooth and free-flowing mana. But suddenly there were a few more points of stagnation. No wonder the Monkey King in the original story was unwilling to go into the water to fight with that sand monk. This mana suppression ability. Even with my current cultivation of Earth Immortal, I still feel a burst of discomfort. After the thought flashed by, Jiang Fan no longer hesitated and then surged towards the water. However, just as he was about to leave the water, a wave of water suddenly rippled around his feet. Next moment, a bloody mouth was actually biting towards him. Jiang Fan hurriedly increased the activation of his mana and wrapped it firmly around himself. The already murky water became a few points murkier again, and the waves began to churn. Taking this opportunity, Jiang Fan leapt up and rushed out of the water. It's a good thing I stayed on hand and ready to evacuate at a moment's notice. Looking at the quicksand river that was still rushing along entrapped with quicksand, Jiang Fan thought darkly in his heart. I don't know what the hell it is that was able to approach me without a sound. It's just a pity the time was too tight just now, and I didn't have the chance to recognize it at all. With a slight turn of thought, Jiang Fan then gazed down at the quicksand river beneath him. Just now that ghost thing in the water speed is still so slow. I think the cultivation certainly will not exceed the human immortal realm. Just leave to eat this loss is not my character. Jiang Fan prided himself on being cautious, but while being cautious, it didn't mean that he was willing to eat a boring loss. Now that he had to retreat in the knowledge that the other party's cultivation was weaker than his own, more or less, it would make him a bit of a thoughtless person. But if it's underwater, my strength won't be able to be utilized at all, so I'll have to do what the monkey did in the original and lure it out. In the slightest flash of thought, Jiang Fan could not help but feel that he was in trouble again. In the original story, it was Porky Pig who went into the water to lure the sand monk ashore and was finally subdued by the Monkey King. But now that Jiang Fan was the only one, how was he going to lure him to shore? Is it hard to just eat the boar? Jiang Fan's thoughts were starting to go out of his head. No, I'll think about it. He began to stand in midair and brood. After about 10 or so breaths passed, Jiang Fan looked at the continuously flowing river of quicksand and had a plan in his heart. Since this weak water possesses such divine effects, why don't I collect it and use it as a means of defeating the enemy? In a slight turn of his mind, Jiang Fan then began to move. Only his fingertips pinched the spell and his mouth kept reciting incantations. Gather, gather, gather. Under the urging of his mana, a divine ability called turning the river and stirring the sea was cast out from his hands. A yellowish-brown stream of water, in a gravity-defying manner, flew up from the quicksand river and began to coil around Jiang Fan. However, Jiang Fan frowned at this time. With just this weak water, I'm afraid it won't be of much use. Granted, he could replicate the role of the quicksand river by constantly collecting river water, eventually after reaching a certain amount, but I'm afraid the number is incalculable. It was hard to believe that he would later carry a storage magic treasure specifically for river water. No wonder no one cares about this rolling river of quicksand. I'm afraid not many people are willing to do such laborious and unpleasant things. Jiang Fan's frown grew tighter. Abruptly, an idea flashed violently in the middle of his mind. Since too small a quantity doesn't work, and too large a quantity isn't very convenient, why don't I just coalesce these rivers together? Thinking of this, Jiang Fan couldn't help but move his hand. However, what he didn't know was that at that moment, under the surface of the river, there was a 5 or 6 feet long behemoth that was constantly approaching him. Chapter 59, Fishing Out the Demon as a Catfish, Offering Souls to Condense the Weak Water. Because of the turbulent and murky waters of the river, you can't see any traces of it just by looking down from the surface. At this moment, Zhang Fan was concentrating on how to condense the weak water, and seemed completely unaware of the danger. Whoa dash. Suddenly, a sound of water waves exploding came from behind Zhang Fan. It was also at this time that Zhang Fan, who was originally concentrating on condensing the river water, suddenly dodged and went tens of meters away. Finally, I'm fishing you out. Although Zhang Fan earlier appeared to be condensing weak water, in reality, his divine sense had always covered a distance of 1 mile around himself. Although the quicksand river had the effect of blocking divine sense, Zhang Fan only needed to cover the part of the water. Once the demon in the water couldn't help but strike out at Zhang Fan, then Zhang Fan would be able to react in a split second, and at the same time, he could use this to cast a divine ability to force the demon to stay in the air. Let's see what kind of goblin you really are. As soon as the thought flashed by, Zhang Fan cast a divine ability towards the direction that his divine sense was locked onto, only to see a channel of weak water rising up from the surface of the water. They were like ropes, lazily controlling the demon that had sneaked up on Zhang Fan in midair. It's actually a catfish spirit. Gazing at the other party's 5 or 6 feet long body, as well as the several iconic whiskers, Zhang Fan was surprised and secretly felt fortunate. Thanks to that catfish's cultivation at the human immortal realm, if he was at the same realm as Zhang Fan would not have been able to escape in the water earlier. However, all the hypotheses nowadays were meaningless because, under the suppression of cultivation, that catfish spirit would not have any chance of turning the tables. How dare a little catfish spirit show off in front of me? After a dark cry, Zhang Fan controlled his mana and dragged the catfish spirit, which was bound in the middle of the water rope, towards the shore not far away. Even though Zhang Fan's cultivation level was much higher than the other parties nowadays, he still didn't let his guard down. After all, what if that catfish demon had some special means? Soon, Zhang Fan brought the catfish demon to the shore, and in the process, the catfish demon also tried to change into a human form to get rid of the bondage. But unfortunately, no matter how much he changed into a bigger and smaller size, he could never escape the bondage of the water rope. Immortal, spare your life. Immortal, spare your life. The catfish spirit that was dragged ashore was also clear about his current situation at this time. If he didn't beg for mercy, he thought that it wouldn't be long before he would be beheaded by Zhang Fan. I ask, you answer. Understand? Zhang Fan simply told his request, and the catfish spirit nodded quickly. I understand. I understand. Please feel free to ask, Supreme Immortal, and I will definitely inform you of all that I know. In what year was this quicksand river formed? Why does weak water exist? Ha? What's weak water? Facing Zhang Fan's question, the catfish spirit was at a loss. Seeing that it didn't look like a disguise, Zhang Fan also understood that the other party was a small demon without a heel. I can't believe you don't know what weak water is? Zhang Fan looked at the catfish spirit with a smile, and the latter immediately shivered and hurriedly opened his mouth. Shang Xian, although I do not know what is weak water, but I know that this quicksand river was formed 1,000 years ago. Zhang Fan nodded slightly. Tell me everything you know. How dare the catfish spirit hesitate? Immediately, he was shaking beans and poured out everything he knew. 1,000 years ago, a spiritual object shaped like a water droplet fell into the middle of the quicksand river. And since then, this quicksand river has no buoyancy, and no boat can cross it. Do you know where the drop went? Zhang Fan asked again. But this time, the catfish spirit shook his head bluntly. I don't know. All I know is that since that day, this quicksand river has been populated by one more powerful upper immortal. And this situation lasted until 500 years ago before it stopped. Hearing this, Zhang Fan looked at the catfish spirit in front of him with some surprise. He didn't expect this demon to be so lucky that it had survived to this day under the search of so many immortals. Name your value to me. Zhang Fan opened his mouth. The catfish spirit panicked at once, knowing that this was his only chance to live. After about a few moments passed, the catfish spirit spat out a blood-colored bead from its mouth. Supreme Immortal, this is my innate soul bead. Once I have any dissenting thoughts, all you need to do is gently crush it, and my soul will be scattered from here on out. After reaching out and receiving the blood-colored soul bead, Zhang Fan smoothly used his divine sense to extend in. After some examination, he found that this object was indeed connected to the life of the catfish spirit in front of him. You've got a lot of gumption. After faintly saying this, Zhang Fan put this item into his sleeve space. On weekdays I won't send you out for no reason. You only need to cultivate at ease in the middle of this quicksand river. But I need you to help me keep an eye on this quicksand river, and once there are any changes in this river, you need to report to me at the first time. Zhang Fan, who had his intrinsic soul bead in his hand, Wasn't worried that the other party wouldn't be able to deliver the message. Just that? Many thanks to the immortal. Many thanks to the immortal. The catfish spirit kowtowed in a hurry. Alright, there's one thing I need to remind you. If I find out in the future that you have behaviors or thoughts of devouring the human race, I will directly crush your innate soul pearl. After saying this, Zheng Fan once again released his breath towards that catfish spirit. Don't worry, Supreme Immortal. I will definitely not hit your fellow clan members. Although Zheng Fan had caused flooding in southern Juniper, it didn't mean he could sit back and watch demons devour mortals. After all, there is a saying that if you are in a position, you should plan for it. As a Qin clusterfuck, he naturally wouldn't sit back and watch Wei use the city to turtle up. And now as a member of the human race, he naturally couldn't just sit back and watch innocent mortals get swallowed up by demons. Next you will follow me in condensing this weak water. Although Zheng Fan's behavior earlier was fishing this catfish spirit to the shore, there was no falsehood in his longing heart for the weak water. It must be known that an item that could suppress mana and divine sense was exactly the kind of existence that could serve as the final card. Don't worry, Supreme Immortal, this matter doesn't need your hands at all. Condensing this weak water is simply a breeze for me. The catfish spirit patted himself on the back and beat his chest, and Zheng Fan sniffed and raised a few points of interest. Oh, let's see what you can do. After receiving Zheng Fan's approval, the catfish spirit went to the sky above the quicksand river in a flash, only to see that he first revealed his original form, transforming into a 5 or 6 feet long giant catfish, and then violently opened that bloody mouth. With a loud boom, a large strand of weak water then poured towards his large mouth. Only after a full 10 or so breaths had passed did he stop sucking in water. Rumble, rumble. After only hearing a sound of water waves swaying, a light yellow water bead about the size of a fist slowly flew out of his mouth. Chapter 60, thinking of the pros and cons of weak water, arriving at Mount Li and being miserably rejected. Supreme Immortal, keep this weak water pearl. Once you want to use it, just use your divine sense to detonate it. Between the words, the catfish spirit had already delivered the weak water pearl to Zheng Fan. Feeling the weak water contained within, Zheng Fan nodded slightly. You are quite good at this. In the future you will condense the weak water beads here for me. I don't need you to condense them every day. Every month you will prepare 3 of them for me, and I will come over to collect them from time to time. Hearing Zheng Fan's words, the catfish spirit, who was originally looking pleasing, couldn't help but have a few moments of stiffness on his face. At this moment he could not wait to slap himself hard 2 slaps. Good end of nothing in this blind offer, what attentiveness. This is good, for no reason and another job to do. However, even though how unwilling he was in his heart, that catfish spirit still had to pile up a smile on his face and say to Zheng Fan, don't worry, Immortal, I'll definitely do this matter in a stable manner. Upon hearing this, Zheng Fan nodded slightly, and you will coalesce another one for me. Not long after, Zheng Fan obtained 3 weak water beads. He was also finally letting the tired and exhausted catfish spirit return to his abode. Although I don't know exactly how effective this weak water pearl is, judging from the amount of water that catfish spirit inhaled, it shouldn't be too bad. In the slightest turn of his mind, Zheng Fan couldn't help but have some itchy hands. Under the divine sense sweep, after more than an hour, Zheng Fan finally searched for a demon with a cultivation at the human immortal realm. After searching for the other party's figure, Zheng Fan, without saying a word, directly utilized his divine sense to send the weak water bead in front of him. Because of the difference in cultivation, the demon didn't even react before it was wrapped up in a ball of weak water that exploded out. In a split second, a ball of water that was hundreds of feet square appeared directly out of thin air, and under the coverage of the weak water, the mana in his body began to stagnate. What a guy! This demon didn't wake up until after he was covered, and he first let out a furious rebuke, and then he was about to leave the weak water. However, Zheng Fan's figure appeared directly beside him. After utilizing his mana to restrain him, Zheng Fan asked, how do you feel now? Seeing Zheng Fan who suddenly appeared beside him, a hint of panic flashed amongst the demon's eyes. He knew very well that the person who was able to come to him at such a fast speed definitely had a cultivation level much higher than his. In the end, the demon decisively chose to follow his heart. Upper Immortal, I now feel that the operation of my mana is particularly uneasy, and I can only utilize 50% of my strength. Hearing this, Zheng Fan's eyes slightly flashed with a hint of joy. Is it even weakened that much? While the thought flickered slightly, Zheng Fan shifted his gaze back to the demon. Count yourself lucky today. Say it. Zheng Fan then went to control the surrounding weak water and disappeared in a flash. And the weak water that lost his control then lost its ability to levitate and scattered towards the surroundings with a bang. Gazing at Zheng Fan's departing figure, the demon steeped in relief. I can't imagine that today I've suffered this undeserved disaster. But that mass of water just now seems to be the weak water of the quicksand river? It actually works like that? For what the demon thought after he left Zhengfan naturally would not know. At this moment, he was analyzing the role of this weak water bead. This bead once detonated will release a large amount of weak water to the surrounding area. From the situation just now, there should be 100 feet square, and the effects it can produce are remarkable. Being able to slash a human immortal's strength by 50%, while even an earth immortal like me would have to have 20% of his strength cut off. In this way, if one encounters someone of the same realm, one can completely weaken him by 20% before fighting with him. After analyzing the advantages of the weak water bead, Zhengfan couldn't help but think of the disadvantages of this weak water bead. First of all, the first disadvantage of this bead was that it could not be moved, and if it wanted to be moved, it would need to be maneuvered by Zhengfan's distraction. In addition to this, once the strength of the opponent is reduced by using this bead, they can no longer use their physical body to fight with them, and can only use their divine ability to blast away. After all, if he went to his physical body to attack, Zhengfan's own strength would be affected. Doesn't this amount to no change when you subtract the two? Of course, the above two problems are not the most critical. The most critical is that the weak water does not have the function of binding the enemy. If Zhengfan does not take the initiative to control the enemy, then the other party can step out of the weak water circle and then fight with Zhengfan. Therefore, if I want to maximize the effectiveness of the weak water bead, the most important thing I still need to do is to prepare a method of trapping the enemy with a method of bombardment. But I happen to have both. Thinking of this, Zhengfan's thoughts switched to among the 36 changes of the Big Dipper. The river stirring can control the direction of water flow and drive the water to attack it. This divine ability combined with the weak water bead was a complete match made in heaven. Now that I have this card, I can indeed go up that Mount Li, and I don't know if I'll run into the legendary old mother of Mount Li on this trip. After the thought flickered slightly, Zhengfan raised another hexagram to confirm the direction, taking off the clouds and flying up and down. It is 1,000 miles in an instant. According to what the trigrams indicate, this peak is Mount Li, and I don't know what I'll meet in a while. With this in mind, Zhengfan lowered his body and was about to land directly on top of the mountain. However, when he was still a few hundred meters away from the top of the mountain, an invisible barrier stopped him. Why is that? Zhengfan was slightly taken aback. Then he took a few steps back, arched his hand and said, I have been ordered by my family teacher to pay a special visit to Elder Mother of Mount Lishan, and I hope that Elder will open the portal and allow me to enter the mountain. However, after Zhengfan's words fell, the originally invisible barrier was suddenly filled with more rays of light. Afterward, a pillar of light flew straight toward Zhengfan, because the speed was too fast. Even though Zhengfan was now an earth immortal, he still couldn't get rid of it, and he could only watch as his body was hit. However, it was fortunate that this pillar of light was not harmless. It merely knocked Zhengfan back a few miles away. What's going on? Can it be that because I didn't report my master's name, Old Mother Lishan won't let me enter the mountain? Thinking of this, Zhengfan once again crossed his feet forward and arrived outside the barrier. His expression became obviously much more solemn this time, as he arched his hands and said with extreme respect, My master, old ancestor Bodhi of the 3-star cave of the slanting moon, has dispatched a disciple to come and visit Elder Mother Lishan today, and I hope that Elder will fulfill his wishes. After Zhengfan's words fell, he stood in place and began to wait. This time, I'll bring out my master's name, so I think senior sister should open the barrier to let me in, right? However, to his surprise, this time another pillar of light flew towards him. Once again, he was 10 miles away. Chapter 61, Stepping on Mount Li into the Realm of Illusion. Human Exploitation Buddhism Sharpening the Heart. Hiss, what's going on here? How come it's useless to bring up Master's name? Can it be that senior sister is unaware that Master is actually the Tongtian sect master? Zhengfan rubbed his chest with a look of pain. The pillar of light didn't injure him, but it made him feel pain. Is it hard for me to just go over there and pick out that I'm a disciple of sect leader Tongtian? But then, how am I going to explain then how I came to know? Oi, that's a headache. After holding his forehead slightly, Zhengfan suddenly reacted. Can it be that this situation is something that Master expected to happen? Therefore, the first thing he asked me to do was to enter Mount Li? After figuring this out, Zhengfan couldn't help but have a growing headache. But the problem now is that as soon as I arrived at Ri Mountain, the other party just knocked me out of the way, with no intention of giving me a chance at all. No, I have to try again. Accompanied by a whirl of thoughts, this time Zhengfan was no longer thinking of landing directly on the top of Mount Lishan as he had done earlier. He flew to the foot of the mountain and once again said in a solemn tone, The late generation has no malicious intent, only waiting for the senior to fulfill, and allow me to go up the mountain. After saying this, Zhengfan lifted his attention and was always ready to use his divine ability to dodge that pillar of light. This time, however, he was worrying about nothing. A full dozens of breaths after his words fell, nothing happened. It seems that it's because I didn't enter directly from the top of the mountain this time. I guess it's true that if I want to pay my respects, I naturally need to start from the foot of the mountain. Zhang Fan thought so. He then lifted his foot and stepped onto the boundary where Mount Ri was located. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. After a full 999 steps, Zhang Fan once again lifted his foot forward. However, it was when his 1000th step fell that a road of mist suddenly rose before his eyes. In just a moment, the world in front of him changed. He came to an island of immortal mountains. Just when he was still in the midst of surprise, a voice appeared in his ears like thunder. How can a mere man who wears hair and horns and spawns in a wet body try to worship the immortal sect? Today, I, Guangcheng Zi, will make you retrace your path to reincarnation. With the fall of the voice, Zhang Fan then felt a large black shadow appear above his head, and then his consciousness began to gradually collapse. Before he was about to die, he looked at his arm. The arms are slender and covered with black hairs. After a moment of trance, Zhang Fan once again returned to reality. He looked at the surroundings that seemed as if they had never changed, and he couldn't help but still be a little dazed. Although the previous death was merely an illusion, the feeling of having one's vitality constantly drained away and one's consciousness gradually festering was so real. Is this what death feels like? Zhang Fan first laughed bitterly, and then began to ponder the reason for the appearance of this illusion. Can it be that this is a test set by old Mother Lishan? As long as I can withstand these illusions I will be able to see her? After a slight flash of thoughts, Zhang Fan felt more and more that his guess was correct. Perhaps this is why Master asked me to come. As the saying goes, there are great terrors between life and death. And Zhang Fan doubted that Ancestor Bodhi was trying to make him come and feel death so that he could hone his mind. Whatever, just walk further. After slightly shaking his head, Zhang Fan continued to step forward. However, the moment he had just put his foot down, the world in front of him began to change once again. Again so soon? Zhang Fan quickly checked his situation just as soon as the thought flashed by. At this time he was not a demon, but an ordinary mortal. There's no telling what we'll encounter this time. In a slight turn of his mind, Zhang Fan began to check the surrounding situation. However, just as he was about to turn back, a rather compelling and extremely ethereal voice crossed his ears. Amitabha Buddha, scholar, the sea of bitterness is endless. Turn back to the shore. When he looked over, he saw a kindly monk staring at him with a smile on his face. For some reason, looking at that kind face, Zhang Fan could not help but feel disgust in his heart. But just as he was about to control his body to move away from the other party, he realized that he was actually uncontrollably kneeling down towards that monk. How is this possible? Just as Zhang Fan was shocked in his mind, he saw his body uncontrollably take out his money bag again and hold it over his head with both hands. Guru, this is all I have. I am willing to dedicate it all to my Buddha. At this moment, Zhang Fan could only look at his body like a bystander, silently doing what he was extremely resistant to. What happened earlier was not exceptional. When that monk had appeared, Zhang Fan could no longer control his body and could only watch as he dedicated himself like a madman to the so-called Buddha. Guru, I'm giving my life to you. You must bless me to be a god in the next life. Zhang Fan's shell revealed a pious smile. Don't worry, you'll be better off in the afterlife than you are in this one. He smiled and pushed his dagger into the middle of the husk's heart. The monk's face was filled with a compassionate smile, but with the bloodied dagger in his hand, it looked extraordinarily eerie. Finally, I've gathered enough 10 pious hearts. With the sound of the last voice in his ears, Zhang Fan's consciousness finally returned to reality. This time, he pondered for half a quarter of an hour before dispersing his killing intent towards the monk in the illusion. Is this the Buddhist sect? A sect that suffers in this life and enjoys blessings in the next? The corner of Zhang Fan's mouth hooked into a cold smile. If Zhang Fan's hostility towards the Buddhist sect before he had experienced this illusion, it only came from a standpoint, but now that he had gone through this illusion, he had gained a deeper understanding and realization of Buddhism, and at the same time, he had also developed a strong hostility towards this religion that fooled the hearts of the people. Maybe that's what the illusion is all about? Although Zhang Fan knew that the illusion was deliberately provoking his hatred for Buddhism, but clear as clear, when he saw the true face of Buddhism clearly, he willingly entered the game. Let's see what I'm going to encounter next. After a flash of thoughts in his mind, Zhang Fan once again took a step forward. This time, Zhang Fan went to one of the tribes before the human race had established a civilization. In order to gain the strength to survive, he joined a group of youths from his tribe and traveled across all difficulties to seek out the great master Xianyang, who was also a human being, to pay homage to him. However, after they had managed to search for the other party turned them away because of the poor qualifications of Zhang Fan and the others. This is the human sect established with the human race as its foundation. Although he had an answer in his heart early on, Zhang Fan still couldn't help but sneer. Chapter 62 10,000 Immortals come to the Taoist procession. There is no old mother in the hall of the supreme clearance. Time was long, and since Jiang Fan had started experiencing the illusion, his perception of time had gradually become numb. He only remembered that he had experienced 49 illusions, in the midst of which his identity had changed in various ways, either a mortal, a demon, or a natural born and bred being. However, although the opening identities are not different, their endings are generally the same. Either he was mocked and beheaded by the hierarchy, or he was fooled and imprisoned by the Buddha sect, or he was rejected and ignored by the human sect. All of it illustrates the narrow-mindedness of these three great sects and the vileness of the immortal gods in the sects. It's almost the 50th illusion. Will there be a change this time? After his thoughts turned slightly, Jiang Fan did not hesitate and stepped forward. Another flash of mist. This time, Jiang Fan appeared on top of a huge island, and he first skillfully surveyed his surroundings. One could only see the aura floating in the air, like a colorful ribbon because it was too dense. Looking further down, he saw another imposing palace standing just below it. The gate of the palace was open, and a celebrity, a demonic beast, was arranged in a well-organized manner from the inside to the outside. Jiang Fan was on the outermost side of the queue. Looking at this scene, could it be the legendary Bio Palace? As soon as this thought flashed through Jiang Fan's mind, he saw the aura fluttering above that palace, and the layers of aura began to weave like silk. Only for a moment, a tall yet invisible figure stood over the palace. Because of his large size, even though Jiang Fan was at the very back of the queue, he was still able to clearly see the inscriptions on the side of his sleeves. Could that be the master? Or rather, sect leader Tong Tian? The thoughts in Jiang Fan's mind still hadn't stopped. The name of the law being taught today is the Supreme Clear Immortal Technique, and this law is the law of all living beings, and all living beings in the world can listen to it. After the Tong Tian Shadow's words had fallen, he directly began to speak a mysterious Dao sound. There are 3,000 paths and endless laws, yet none of them are universal. Along with the sound of the Dao surfacing, Jiang Fan gradually forgot about the fact that he was in an illusionary realm as he gradually immersed himself in the great Dao, and by the time he came to his senses again, he was back in reality. This one came right out without dying on the way? Jiang Fan was slightly surprised. Wait, my cultivation seems to have refined a lot? Feeling the much stronger mana in his body, Jiang Fan was somewhat incredulous. He then checked his panel. Name, Jiang Fan. Realm, Earth Immortal, 21. 25%. Surprisingly, a 20% boost all of a sudden? In front of the more intuitive data, the surprise in Jiang Fan's heart added a few more points. I can't imagine that just by experiencing an illusion, my cultivation has improved so much. No, I have to look again to see if there are any more such chances. He then prepared to lift his feet and walk forward. However, he had thought that this time he would enter the illusion again, but he had never thought that nothing would happen. It's hard to believe that there are no more illusions? Thinking of this, Jiang Fan took another step forward without dying. Unfortunately, Jiang Fan did not fall into the illusion again until he ascended the entire Mount Li. Surprisingly, there really isn't any more. Jiang Fan thought with a face full of regret. Then he began to survey his surroundings. Just see around the roots of lush green trees side by side in the green stone steps. Although there are many trees, but does not show the slightest clutter. Occasionally, there were a few flying spirit birds in the forest, waving their beautiful feathers while letting out a burst of pleasant cries. Looking further ahead, I saw a Taoist temple appear just at the end of the road. This Taoist temple is not vermilion and gold, but the exquisite wood grain relief reveals a boundless aura. It seems that this is that old Mother Lishan's dojo. With a slight flash of thought, Jiang Fan arrived directly in front of the door of the Taoist temple with a stroke of vertical golden light. Seeing that its portals were closed, he did not rush up to knock. After straightening his clothes, Jiang Fan made an audible bow. Late generation Jiang Fan, I seek to see Elder Mother Lishan, and I hope that I can fulfill my wish. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After dozens of breaths, the portal of the Taoist temple still hadn't opened. What's going on here? After being surprised, Jiang Fan repeated his earlier words. This time, however, he was greeted with another invisible strike. This attack did not have much malicious intent, merely causing Jiang Fan's forehead to bulge with a large bag. Hiss, what's going on with this cheap senior sister? Surprisingly so vicious? While stroking his forehead in heartfelt amazement, he thought of Grandmaster Bodhi's command. It's just a matter of trying harder for the sake of the 72 changes of the Earth's fate. After the thought flashed by, Jiang Fan once again bowed his head. Senior Jiang Fan, I beg to see Senior. Along with the fall of his words, the originally tightly closed door of the Taoist temple finally opened. Seeing this, Jiang Fan quietly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Finally, I'm about to meet that old Mother Lishan, and I don't know what's going on with her. but she has repeatedly knocked me down. As the thought surged in his mind, Zhang Fan's figure was already walking slowly towards the Taoist temple. After passing through the tunnel paved with lapis lazuli, Zhang Fan arrived at the main hall part of the Taoist temple. Gazing at the large hall that hung the 3-character plaque of the Hall of Supreme Clearance, the heart hanging in Zhang Fan's heart was finally put down. It seems that the previous speculation wasn't wrong. This old mother of Mount Lishan is indeed the incarnation of the Holy Mother of Wu Dang. Otherwise she would never have hung this plaque. After the thought flashed by, Zhang Fan couldn't help but quicken his pace. Soon, he arrived in the middle of the main hall. After traveling past the main hall, Zhang Fan looked inward, only to see a tall color-lacquered wooden statue located in the center of the hall. In front of it is an orange-colored futon, and on top of that futon, at this time, there is a mauve-colored Taoist robe wearing Koan Dao is chanting surging Taoist scriptures. Although this Koan Dao's back was turned to Zhang Fan was still able to tell that the other party wasn't very old externally from that dark hair as well as the white neck. And, could it be a disciple of Old Mother Lishan? This was not an unfounded speculation on Zhang Fan's part. Rumor has it that Old Mother Lishan loves to take disciples, like some kind of Baisuzhen, Mu Guiying, and so on, are all her disciples. He looked around for a moment, but didn't spot the rest of the group. What are you looking at there? Suddenly, the Kundo opened his mouth. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan then turned his gaze to that Koan Dao, only to see that the Koan Dao head wearing a hairpin, skin white as jade, delicate features, like heavenly, although there is no powerful chi surging out of his body, but it is as if he is integrated into the entire heaven and earth in general. Because he couldn't figure out the other party's path, Zhang Fan appeared to be very polite, only to see him arching his hand. He opened his mouth and asked, "Greetings to this Taoist master. I wonder if Elder Mother Lishan can be amongst the Taoist temple?" After hearing Zhang Fan's words, Koan Dao's willow eyebrows were slightly wrinkled and her lips slightly opened. "There is no Old Mother Lishan here. If you want to find her, I'm afraid you're looking for the wrong place." Chapter 63, Fairy Lishan tells the truth. Illusion is the true enemy of the world. There's no Dawnhill? Zhang Fan frowned, suspicion flashing in his eyes. How can there be none among the Lishan? Seeing that Zhang Fan froze in place, that Koan Dao opened his mouth again. "As far as I know, in this Lishan mountain, there is only a female immortal named Lishan Fairy. There has never been any Lishan Old Mother." Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan's mind immediately dawned on him. The other party had made it so obvious. How could he not know what the other party meant? Only to see Zhang Fan re-arched his hand. "Latecomer Menglang, I hope you'll bear with me if I bumped into the fairy." "Humph." Immortal Lishan hummed out softly, her eyes filled with dissatisfaction. Although according to her real age, she was not even a Lishan grandmother, not to mention being a Lishan old mother. But since she had set her appearance as a young woman, she naturally cared about these issues of address. "No wonder I'm attacked every time I address her as Old Mother Lishan." Zhang Fan couldn't help but be a bit speechless after thinking about it. Originally, he had thought that the other party and his master were having some sort of conflict, but now it seemed that the reason was nothing more than a minor name-calling. Earlier, when I heard the word Lishan, I subconsciously connected her with the word Old Mother. But now, after learning that the other party is still the words of the Lishan Fairy, I was reminded of a secret story in the legends of my previous life. Zhang Fan's thoughts then turned back to his previous life. In his past life, the Old Mother of Mount Li was not initially a crone figure, according to rumor. Emperor Wu of Han was fortunate enough to have a glimpse of the other side's true form at Mount Li, and began to stalk her. Because of her concern for the other party's status as an earthly emperor, Old Mother Lishan has since changed into the form of an old crone. But nowadays, not to mention Emperor Wu of Han, even Emperor Qin Shi Huang has not yet unified the 6 countries. Therefore, at this point in time, the Old Mother of Lishan should indeed not yet be called Old Mother of Lishan. It's true that preconceptions kill people. After silently sighing a sentence in his heart, Zhang Fan froze in place again for a moment. He is not marveling at the other side of the beauty. The key is that Master Bodhi only let him come to see this Lishan Fairy, but did not let him do something specific, coupled with the previous and because of a name to make the atmosphere a little awkward. Zhang Fan is more do not know how to speak. "Didn't you say you demanded to see me? Speak, what is your business?" Fairy Lishan took the initiative to open her mouth. Hearing this, Zhang Fan knew that he couldn't fool around any longer, so he quickly sought out an excuse. "Dare I ask the fairy, I wonder if those illusions under the mountain were set up by you?" Faced with this question, Fairy Lishan chose to answer even though she didn't know what Zhang Fan implied. "Yes and no. The illusions you speak of are not illusions. Those are the spiritual residues of people who really exist, and I, merely, have preserved their spiritual residues." Hearing this, Zhang Fan slightly froze for that moment. According to what Immortal Lishan had said, those illusions he thought were actually not illusions at all. In other words, All those experiences he had in the middle of the illusion were the real lives of others. That is to say, all those things done by the hierarchy, Buddha, and man are all things that really happened. After thinking about this, Zhang Fan's position in his heart unconsciously favored the Interceptor sect even more. Perhaps the people of the Interceptor sect did have people with brutal personalities, but this was none of the Interceptor sect's business. Counting the several major sects in the world, how many of them do not emphasize the followers, regardless of their origins? Only the Interceptor sect truly conformed to his worldview, which had come from modern times. Back to the main topic. When Zhang Fan had learned the truth about the illusion, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. I see. Thanks for clearing up the confusion, Fairy. Immortal Lishan nodded slightly. She then looked at Zhang Fan, who was Old Man Bodhi. Why did you mention his name? Hearing this, Zhang Fan's astonishment surged to his heart once again. Isn't she the pawnless Holy Mother? Is it hard not to know who Master is today? In a slight turn of mind, Zhang Fan decided not to expose the identity of the Bodhi ancestor for the time being. After all, since the Bodhi ancestor did not choose to confess to her, it proved that the other party had his own considerations in mind. Ancestor Bodhi is my master, and as for why I mention it, I just assumed that you, Fairy, knew my master. For this answer, Immortal Lishan was obviously not very satisfied. Her brows slightly locked. I've never had any dealings with that Bodhi old ancestor, so why would he suddenly send his disciples over to negotiate? Can it be that it has something to do with the new round of quantum robberies that is about to begin? After a moment, she mentally shook her head slightly. That's just it. Let it be how it is. I will sit and guard in this Lishan mountain, waiting for my master to return to the world. However, although I don't know what kind of medicine this kid is selling, since he was able to pass through the illusion and walk step by step to the top of the mountain, it means that the other party agrees with the tenets of the Interceptor sect in his heart. Therefore, there is no need to make things too difficult for him. Moreover, it's not bad for him to be able to cultivate into an earth immortal Dao fruit at his bone age. After thinking that, Immortal Lishan waved her sleeve. Since you are fine, I will send you down the mountain, and remember not to say anything to annoy me in the future. After saying that, Immortal Lishan waved her sleeve. After a flash of light, Zhang Fan's figure then disappeared. After Zhang Fan's figure had disappeared, Immortal Lishan shook her head slightly. Master disappeared after the end of the Sealing of the Gods, and now I don't know where he is. Hey! With a heavy sigh, she once again returned to chanting the scriptures above the futon. The foot of Mt. Re. Zhang Fan appeared silently, gazing at the green and verdant mountain. Zhang Fan shook his head helplessly. The ancients truly did not deceive me. Only women and small people are hard to raise. After spitting in his heart, Zhang Fan began to marvel at his opponent's strength again. Although it has long been understood that the strength of this Lishan fairy is not low, but really feel each other's shot in person, Zhang Fan is still quite shocked. Just what kind of strength was it that could make him, an earth immortal, move him down the mountain without any reaction at all? Golden immortal? Tai Yi? Or Dala? Zhang Fan didn't know either. At that moment he was pondering what he had learned on this trip to Mt. Re. First of all, it could be seen from the statue of Xianyang offered by the Lishan fairy that the other party was at least a disciple of the Interceptor sect if not the Wudang Holy Mother, and belonged to a potential fellow disciple. Secondly, among the three religions of the hierarchy boasts of its extraordinary followers, and has a natural sense of superiority and discrimination against demonic creatures that have become fertilized. Once again, Buddhism has an extraordinary ability to compel the hearts of people, whether they are cultivators or ordinary mortals. Once they come across the Buddhists, they are very likely to be transformed. Finally, the sect of man, founded by the sage Tai Chang, wanders away from the world, not easily inviting the mundane and avoiding karma. Zhang Fan does not comment on the way these three sects handle things. He only knows that both his current identity and his inner tendencies have tied him firmly to the Interceptor sect. Therefore, the three religions of the Hierophant, Buddha, and man were all his potential enemies. How does that sound like an enemy of the world? Zhang Fan suddenly cried and laughed a little. At this moment, he seemed to somewhat understand why Grandmaster Bodhi did not allow Sun Myokong to give up his name. Now that that's out of the way, it's time to go back and ask the master what the second thing is. With a slight turn of thought, Zhang Fan was about to set off to leave this place, and just as he was about to start moving, he was acutely aware of a few more differences in his body. Chapter 64, a mountain peak picture appears on the back of his hand. Ying Zheng fought against Qi and met his ancestor. At this moment, on top of the back of his hand, a pattern of three-topped mountain peaks had suddenly appeared. What's this? Looking at the pattern on the back of his hand, Zhang Fan frowned. Although this pattern did not bring him any bad situation at the moment, but with this mark appearing for no reason, he inevitably still had a few suspicions. This seal appeared after I met that Lishan fairy, so 9 times out of 10, this seal cannot be separated from her. And the most important thing right now is that we need to figure out what this seal actually does. After figuring this out, Zhang Fan then released his divine sense in an attempt to understand the mark through his divine sense. But unfortunately, in the midst of his divine sense perception, this imprint did not exist at all. In other words, it is a mark that can only be seen by the naked eye. What exactly does this Lishan fairy mean? Zhang Fan's face became ugly. Although he was not clear about the function of this seal nowadays, anyone who was set up with a seal for no reason would always be a bit angry. Now let's just hope that this mark won't be harmful to me. When we return, we must ask Master to remove this mark. Otherwise this heart of mine will always be uneasy. After the thought had fallen, Zhang Fan pinched his magic spell and took off in the clouds. What Zhang Fan didn't know was that the moment he left Mount Lishan, the fairy of Mount Lishan, who was still chanting scriptures, abruptly stopped chanting. Finding out so soon? However, I don't think you have a way to get rid of it. So let me use this mark to properly explore what kind of person that old Bodhi ancestor is. South Juniper. Sheen, Xianyang City. I pay my respects to the king. The crowd of courtiers saluted the tall, black-robed, crowned man in front of them with solemn faces. 5 years is not a long time, but it is an extremely critical 5 years for Ying Zheng. During these 5 years, he has not only grown from a teenager to a real adult, but also his governing methods have become skillful from the original childishness. Nowadays, even without Zhang Fan as his backing, he could still be called a true king. In addition to Ying Zheng, the entire Guangzhou plain of Qin nowadays has a full harvest every year because of the immortal drainage system, and with a large amount of grain as support, the already quite powerful Qin had a geometric increase in strength. It is no exaggeration to say that even if the 5 existing states come together to attack, they may not be able to defeat Qin. Prime Minister Liu, what is the strength of my Qin kingdom nowadays? Ying Zheng calmly sat on the chair in front of the stage and said with a calm expression, Your Majesty, nowadays, my country of Qin is the first among the 6 countries in terms of both armor and grain reserves. Ever since Zhang Fan had knocked Lu Bu away, he had completely transformed himself into Ying Zheng's right-hand man. Like this? Ying Zheng's eyes lifted slightly for a split second before he looked towards the ranks of the military generals. Meng Wu, is Wang Jian available? I am here. 2 generals covered only in light armor stepped out. I want to leave the matter of attacking Qi to you two. Do you two have confidence? I accept the order. In the 6th year of Qin's reign, Qin generals Meng Wu and Wang Jian led an army of 500,000 to attack Qi. 2 flowers bloom, each with a branch. As Ying Zheng began to order his troops to conquer Qi, Zhang Fan had already returned to Fang Cun Mountain with the help of his divine ability to fly on clouds and fog. It can be said to have truly reached the realm of traveling towards the North Sea and twilight in Kangwu. Disciple Wufan, I beg to see Master. After returning to Fangchun Mountain, Zhang Fan went to the front of Ancestor Bodhi's compound at the first opportunity. To know, this journey he can be said to be careful and careful, fearing that if he does not check, he will be counted by that Lishan fairy. Now after returning to Fangchu Mountain, he naturally had to seek out his ancestor at the first opportunity in order to solve the trap of the seal. Come in. Ancestor Bodhi's voice rang like a bell. Soon, Zhang Fan met Ancestor Bodhi once again. As usual, today's Ancestor Bodhi was sitting cross-legged on top of a futon, not knowing what great Tao he was comprehending. When he had seen Zhang Fan pass, he silently opened the pair of eyes that contained thousands of stars. Since you have come to seek me, I think the first thing that Master has given you has been completed. Now you seek me but you want to know the second thing? Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan nodded. Master see, but there's one thing the apprentice doesn't know. As he spoke, Zhang Fan smoothly displayed the 3 peaks on the back of his hand in front of Ancestor Bodhi. Master, after this trip to Mount Lishan, my disciple did get to see the master of Mount Lishan. However, after I left Mount Lishan, there was this extra mountain seal. My disciple is terrified. I still ask my master to take action and save my disciple's life. Say it. Zhang Fan then fell to the ground with heavy obeisance. Looking at Zhang Fan's movements, Ancestor Bodhi's mouth was tinged with a smile as he asked in a tone tinged with a few chuckles. Oh, are you sure you want to remove this mark that can save your life 3 times? Ha! Ancestor Bodhi's words were clearly out of Zhang Fan's expectations. Able to save my life 3 times? Is it hard to be similar to the 3 golden hairs on the back of the head that Goddess of Mercy gave to Monkey? Thinking of this, Zhang Fan couldn't help but feel a little ashamed of his earlier worries. Originally, he thought that this seal was a calculation by Fairy Lishan. But now, after Bodhi's explanation, he realized that this was a means that could save his life 3 times. What is this? Mistaking good intentions for bad ones? Even with Zhang Fan's current state of mind, he could not help but feel a little uncomfortable. Looks like I was wrong about that fairy. After his mind flashed, Zhang Fan asked again. Master, since this seal can save 3 lives, I will not go. The smile on Ancestor Bodhi's face had not diminished. I haven't finished talking yet. Although the seal can save your life 3 times, it will also expose your position. In other words, that Master of Mount Lishan can sense your position at all times. In that case, are you still willing to keep it? Words. Zhang Fan's first thought was not the question that Ancestor Bodhi had thought of. Master, if she is able to sense my position at all times, wouldn't she already know the location of my Fengtian mountain? And there won't be any great harm in my making this move, right? Although Zhang Fan's words seemed like he was concerned about the entire sect, he was actually very clear in his heart. What he was worried about was actually whether or not this behavior of his would disrupt Ancestor Bodhi's arrangement. After all, since the other party had not told Immortal Lishan her identity, then they must have their own considerations. But how could Ancestor Bodhi think of these flowery thoughts of Zhang Fan? Now after seeing that Zhang Fan was so worried about Fengtian Mountain, he couldn't help but feel a little more satisfied in his heart. Although this kid is greedy as hell on weekdays, he can still distinguish between right and wrong. But this kind of caution is used in the wrong place. After the flash of thought, Grandmaster Bodhi then laughed. Don't worry, if the master doesn't want her to come, even if she comes to Mount Fengtian it won't be of much use. On the contrary, have you thought about whether or not to leave that mark? Chapter 65, Bodhi's 2 affairs in search of the island. Wudong appears to ask the ancestor. Seeing Ancestor Bodhi bring the question back, Zhang Fan also began to ponder the pros and cons of this matter. Originally, without knowing the role of this mountain peak mark, he naturally wanted to remove it, but now that he knew that this mountain peak pattern could save his life 3 times, he was caught in a tangle. Although after being planted with the mark, his location would be perceived by that Lishan fairy at all times. But the other party, as a veteran immortal god who had survived the god-sealing war, if he really wanted to be unfavorable to him, would he need to wait until now? Moreover, don't forget the identity of the other party. If she really has some plans for himself, then he can directly release the immortal killing sword, indicating his identity. At that time, I think in the Tongtian sect leaders Sake, how can also let go of their own right. After some thought, Zhang Fan already had an answer in his heart. Since Master is not afraid of that Lishan Master's methods, then naturally, my disciple is willing to leave this seal behind. After all, if she wanted to do me harm, I'm afraid that Master wouldn't have allowed me to meet her. Hearing Zhang Fan's answer, Ancestor Bodhi smiled. You're slick. He then changed the subject. Now that you've accomplished the first thing for your master, go ahead and start preparing for the second thing. Words. Zhang Fan looked solemn. And I ask for Master's instructions. Ancestor Bodhi added. You should go to the Eastern Divine Continent and find an island. After dropping these words, the ancestor did not say anything further. Seeing this situation, Zhang Fan held his forehead in his heart. Again with this Riddler-like instructions. The point is that this time I wasn't even told the name of the island. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan decided to ask for clarification. Master, my disciple has the audacity to ask what the name of the island to be searched for is? The name of the island is not important. If you don't know the direction at that time, just take out the killing immortal sword. It will tell you the location. After receiving this answer, thoughts began to flash in Zhang Fan's mind. Need to use the immortal killing sword? Can it be that I'm being asked to look for the other 3 immortal swords that match the immortal slaying sword? Thinking of this, Zhang Fan's breathing couldn't help but become a few points heavier. If he really let him gather the other 3 immortal swords, wouldn't his strength go straight to the heavens? One must know that if he got together the other 3 immortal swords, then he set up the immortal execution sword formation that was claimed to be unbreakable by none other than the 4 saints. Although the sword array might change a bit due to his strength, it still couldn't change the fact that his strength would have a heavenly increase. Master, disciple will definitely search for that island. Looking at Zhang Fan whose expression could not hide his excitement, Ancestor Bodhi smiled slightly. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Know that everything in this world has established karma. If you want to obtain the Master's earthly 72 transformations, I'm afraid that you will encounter a few dangers. So the Master advises you to or to act according to your strength. Hearing this, Zhang Fan's earlier palpitations due to the immortal execution sword formation retreated silently. First of all, regardless of whether or not Grandmaster Bodhi's trip was for him to search for the remaining 3 immortal swords, even if he got all 3 immortal swords together, would he be able to keep them with his current strength? A supreme treasure capable of steadily suppressing 3 saints would be something that a rookie of the earth immortal realm like him could grasp? The answer is naturally self-evident. My disciple is dedicated to the Tao. A little danger can't stop me yet. Hearing this, Ancestor Bodhi smiled. In that case, you should retire and go ahead to prepare. I hope you can find the island that Master wants you to find as soon as possible. Seeing Ancestor Bodhi waving his hand, Zhang Fan also offered his farewell. Many thanks to Master for explaining. I will not fail to fulfill Master's trust. Soon, Zhang Fan's figure disappeared in the middle of the room. The moment his figure completely disappeared, Ancestor Bodhi sighed quietly towards the void. Idiot, since you have come, why don't you show yourself? Accompanied by the fall of his words, a few ripples suddenly rose in the middle of the originally calm room. Then, a figure stepped out from amongst the ripples. This person was wearing a Taoist robe, with a delicate figure, fair skin, and an exquisite face. It was none other than the Lishan fairy that Zhang Fan had seen earlier. Of course, it might be more appropriate to call her the Pawnless Madonna at this point. Master, the sacred Mother Wutang directly recognized the identity of the old man in front of her as soon as she appeared. Although nowadays, the face of Bodhi ancestor is not the same as that of the Tongtian sect leader, but the unique aura that is inherent in his body, as well as the temperament that seems to look down on all living beings, cannot be imitated by other people. Wudong. Ah, you and get up and talk, Ancestor Bodhi said, and the Pawnless Virgin Mother also stood up extremely obediently, and at the same time, she opened her mouth to speak her doubts. Master, where have you been for so many years? When she said this, there were a few moments of crying amongst the Holy Mother Wutang's tone. Even though nowadays, she had long since become a long-lived immortal, she still had more than a few childish gestures in the face of her teaching mentor. Upon hearing this, Ancestor Bodhi smiled and shook his head. It's not important where Master went. What's important is that after so many years, how come your cultivation has refined so little? With the fall of these words, the Holy Mother Wutang, who was originally still a bit sad, immediately switched her mood. She looked like a student who hadn't done well in her classwork and lowered her head rather shamefully. The disciple is foolish. Afterward, the Pawnless Holy Mother seemed to have suddenly thought of something. Master, this time you show up, but are you going to re-establish the Interceptor sect? When she said this, the Holy Mother Wutang's expression was quite complicated. There is both joy and sadness. However, Ancestor Bodhi shook his head slightly and said with a sigh, the battle of the Taoist sects. There is no reason to come back. Even if the chess is not a chip, it is also a total loss. I, the Interceptor sect, have lost that ray of hope. Hearing this reply, the face of the Pawnless Virgin became ugly, although she had anticipated this matter in her heart, but now after Master Bodhi himself had spoken it out, there was a feeling of heaven and earth collapsing. Master, don't we have any chance at all? The Pawnless Virgin spoke in an undying manner. For this question, Master Bodhi did not directly answer. His eyes flashed slightly, looking out the window. His eyes seemed to be hidden thousands of stars. Since the battle of the 10,000 Immortals formation, my disciples of the Interceptor sect have died, dispersed, and descended. And my master's only wish today is that you living disciples can be free of karma and never fall into a quantum leap. But master, we need you to come back to rule the gate. The Pawnless Virgin was still a bit undecided, but the Bodhi ancestor directly waved his hand and said, not I do not want to shelter you and so on. The truth is that the teacher is now difficult to protect themselves. If you can show up, the teacher why bother to incarnate as Bodhi? The name is Tongtian is not better? After hearing such words, the Holy Mother Wutang ultimately extinguished her mind. Still, she was keenly aware of the meaning in Ancestor Bodhi's words. Disciple is willing to share master's worries. Chapter 66, Seeing Wukong and the Heavenly Immortal, meeting the barrier on the road to Nanjun. Seeing that Holy Mother Wudong had a solemn face, Ancestor Bodhi's heart was slightly warmed while at the same time revealing a helpless bitter smile. Wudong, no one in the world can solve the teacher's predicament. If you really have the heart, why don't you take care of your little brother a little more? Junior? The figure of Zhang Fan then appeared in the middle of Holy Mother Wudang's mind. Master specifically instructed me to take more care of Junior brother. Is it possible that there's something noteworthy about Junior brother? But there doesn't seem to be anything special about him other than the fact that he can scream indiscriminately. Although she was puzzled in her heart, the Pawnless Holy Mother did not show it as she made a slight bow. The disciple obeys. If master has any instructions, disciple will offer his liver and brain. Words. Ancestor Bodhi smiled and shook his head. If there is nothing to do, then retreat on your own. Remember, never reveal the whereabouts of your master to those of your brothers and sisters. The disciple will certainly keep that in mind. After saying that, the Pawnless Holy Mother offered her farewell. Looking at the other party's distant figure, Ancestor Bodhi raised his head and gazed. Not the slightest fluctuation of emotions could be seen among his calm eyes. This world, after all, is not for this old thing of mine. Goji Beyonce. Zhang Fan had left for a few days, and now that he had returned, he naturally wouldn't leave immediately. Fan, you're back? As soon as he returned to the separate compound, Zhang Fan was discovered by the Monkey King. Monkey. After seeing the Monkey King again, Zhang Fan also revealed a smile. Little Fan, did your trip go well? It was not bad, and there were no accidents in the middle of it. After saying this, Zhang Fan silently added another sentence in his heart. It would have been perfect if there hadn't been an incident of name-calling. If it goes well, then it's good. Did little Fan know the second thing that Master asked you to do? When he said this, there was some hidden envy amongst Sun Wukong's tone. To be honest, he was envious of Zhang Fan's choice. He had already chosen the Earthly Fury 72 changes and did not have the opportunity to open his mouth again. Otherwise he would have to learn from Zhang Fan and learn the Heavenly Dipper 36 changes together. Yes, Master ordered me to seek an island in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. Oh, Eastern Victory Divine Continent? Sun Wukong's focus is clearly in the front. Yes, would Monkey like to come back with me? Hearing Zhang Fan's renewed invitation, the Monkey King showed a difficult expression. To be honest, he who had been away from home for almost 20 years could be said to be extremely missing everything in Manhwa, but nowadays he was at a critical moment in his cultivation. What's wrong, Monkey? But what's the difficulty? Sun Wukong sighed slightly. Little Fan, now that I'm about to enter the heavenly immortal realm, it's a period of time but I have to prepare for it, so I'm afraid I won't be able to get away. Monkey is close to breaking through to the heavenly immortal realm? Zhang Fan was slightly surprised to know that today's he is just breaking through to the realm of Earth Immortal not long, but the Sun Wukong has already almost stepped into the realm of Heavenly Immortal. This kind of speed can only say that it is worthy of being born immortal stone transformed. While little Fan was out this time, I happen to have explored the mysteries of cultivation and was able to progress in my cultivation. Sun Wukong briefly explained. He then spoke again. Xiao Fan, if you are free to go to the Eastern Victory Divine Continent this time, could you go and see my monkeys and monkeys' grandchildren on my behalf, and report for me that they are safe? For this request, Zhang Fan would naturally not refuse. Don't worry, brother monkey, I'll head to Mount Huagua this time. After the words had passed, the thoughts in his mind then rose again. If I remember correctly, Monkey returned to Mount Huagua after being away from home for 20 years in the original story, and after its return to Mount Huagua, the first thing it did was to beat and kill the mixed-up Demon King who was oppressing the monkeys. And according to the monkeys, that mixed-up Demon King arrived at Mount Huagua 2 years before Monkey's return. And now, it is the 19th year since Monkey left home, and I suppose the monkeys are now being oppressed by the mixed-up Demon King. While the thoughts flickered, Zhang Fan had already made up his mind that this trip would definitely put the trip to Mount Huagua on the agenda. In that case, thank you Xiao Fan. Sun Wukong thanked him. Zhang Fan smiled and waved his hand after and then thought in his heart. In the original story, Monkey was kicked out of the mountain because he was showing off his skills by his master, but now Monkey's character has changed greatly, and he definitely won't do anything to show off his skills on the street. So will Monkey still be kicked out of the mountain this time? In a slight flash of thought, Zhang Fan also began to look forward to it. Time flows. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During this period of time, he had not only restored his condition to perfection, he had even taken the time to refine a large batch of pills to ensure that he wouldn't fall into a desperate situation in extreme circumstances. Monkey, farewell. After briefly saying goodbye to Sun Wukong, Zhang Fan lifted up his auspicious clouds and flew straight towards the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. In the journey to the West World, South Juanbu Continent is bordered by the East Sea in the east and the West Sea in the west. So if Zhang Fan wants to go to the East Victory Divine Continent, he will need to cross the West Sea to reach South Juanbu Continent first, and then cross the East Sea to reach the East Victory Divine Continent area. At this moment, Zhang Fan, who was soaring above the Western Sea in the clouds, was thinking about his own disciple. Counting the time, Zhenger should have already reached 18 years of age by now, right? I don't know how he's doing nowadays, so I'll be sure to take a look at him when I pass by southern Junaperusia on this trip. Before he had practiced, Zhang Fan needed half a year to cross the entire Western Sea, but after reaching the refined spirit anti-virtue realm, the time was shortened to half a month. And now Zhang Fan, whose strength had reached the realm of Earth Immortal, arrived at the fringe of the southern Juniper continent in just half a day's work after instantaneously traveling 1,000 miles. Ahead is the territory of Qin. After secretly murmuring, Zhang Fan was about to fly towards that region. However, just as he was about to step onto the land of southern Juniper continent, he was stopped by an invisible barrier. What's going on here? Zhang Fan was a bit surprised. He then proceeded to probe forward again. However, just as he was about to touch that barrier again, a palpitating feeling inexplicably surged through his heart. It was as if he took one more step forward, then he would have died since then. Is that why there aren't any fairy trails in all of southern Juniper? Zhang Fan glanced deeply at the barrier that was re-hidden in the void, and his heart could not help but raise a few points of caution. If this barrier will isolate any cultivator, then why was I able to enter it last time? Zhang Fan was once again in doubt. Is it possible that it's because I didn't become immortal at that time? No, if that's the case, then why haven't we encountered any other cultivators in the entire southern juniper continent? After a slight turn of thought, Jiang Fan had already determined the answer. He once again turned back to look deeply at the southern juniper below him. Now this journey to the west world, the deeper he goes, the more he feels that the hidden water is extremely deep, completely not a journey to the west can encompass. Chapter 67, Descending to the Flower Fruit. Truman Monkey, lightly cutting the tiger demon to save the little monkey. Above the East Sea. At the moment, Jiang Fan was using his divine ability to find his way. To be honest, if he didn't have the divine ability to locate it, it was simply delusional for him to search for the positioning of the mountain of flowers and fruits on the vast East Sea. That should be the direction. After collecting the turtle-backed copper coins, Jiang Fan's gaze was lightly locked in one direction. Mount Huagua, after the opening of the world will exist in the world, is the main vein of the 10 continents, the 3 islands of the dragon. The island of exotic flowers and grasses all over the green pines and cypresses exist forever. The immortal deer through the forest. Xian crane flying in the sky. Looking around, one can only feel that the fruit does not fall into the name of the blessed land of the mountain of flowers and fruits. On this day, in the sky above the mountain of flowers and fruits, a man with a bundle of crowns who stepped on auspicious clouds and wore azure-colored Taoist robes suddenly appeared. Finally, it's here. Looking down at the island below that was overflowing with spiritual energy and vitality, a smile appeared in Jiang Fan's eyes. Mount Huagua as a heavenly paradise has existed since the beginning of the earth. It is reasonable to say that there should be a great power to live on it, but looking at the whole journey to the west, which has never been recorded that there is a great power to live on it. However, in the first chapter of the opening chapter, it is a detailed description of the whole process of the Monkey King's discovery of the waterfall cave. In its discovery of the water curtain cave, also found traces of human habitation, but also in the mouth of the cave, found Huagua Mountain blessed land, the water curtain cave heaven. Such a small poem. And this also means that the mountain of flowers and fruits has never been something unowned. And the reason why the Monkey King is able to reside above it is merely a concession made by that great power for the sake of traveling to the west. Read the whole article again. The Flower and Fruit Mountain. In addition to the unenlightened mixed demon king, there is no one to occupy. From which it can be known that the original owner of the Flower and Fruit Mountain must be a famous and powerful. So Monkey's life is literally the western version of Truman's world. After silently sighing a sentence, Jiang Fan descended the auspicious clouds and went above the mountain of flowers and fruits. After he stepped in, he unfolded his divine sense and explored towards the entire island. In just a split second, the entire situation of Mount Huagua appeared in his perceptions. There are countless hundred beasts in the mortal world, and there are not a few spiritual beasts in Fey. And Jiang Fan's goal this time was to find the group of monkeys led by the Monkey King. Soon he was rewarded. However, when he perceived clearly what was happening in his divine sense, his face instantly turned cold. How bold! As soon as the words left his mouth, he executed the vertical earth golden light and moved out dozens of miles in an instant. The reason why Jiang Fan was in such a hurry was precisely because amongst his perceptions, a tiger-headed goblin was constantly chasing a troop of monkeys. With his cultivation suppressed, he quickly caught a young monkey. The goblin then cracked open the little monkey's head in a hard way amidst its terrified gaze, reaching out with its palm to swallow its monkey brain alive. It's straight up numbing to look at. Soon, Jiang Fan, who had come by exercising his divine ability, appeared not far from that tiger demon. Bold sinful beast, why don't you stop now? After calling out these words, Jiang Fan reached out his hand and his body's mana gushed out, quickly subduing the tiger demon. After making this matter, Jiang Fan didn't rush to find the trouble of that tiger demon. He first quickly went to the side of that little monkey, gazing at its face that became twisted because of the pain. His heart couldn't help but feel a few more fluctuations. It is indeed human nature to sympathize with the weak. Afterward, Jiang Fan began to perform his divine abilities. In a flash, a light green light enveloped that little monkey's body, and then his head, which had been continuously oozing blood, began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. The medulla oblongata regenerates, the bones rise again, and the skin and flesh congeal into shape. In a matter of moments, the little monkey was once again alive and well. The little monkey came to his senses and first touched his head in bewilderment, then looked at Jiang Fan with his watery eyes, his mouth chirping. Seeing this, Jiang Fan smiled faintly. And you wait aside. He then turned his head to look at the tiger demon that was fixed in place. It's not like he looks like a mongrel demon king, and his cultivation is simply too low. After his heart was set, Jiang Fan then opened his mouth. Which demon king's disciple are you? Hearing this, the tiger demon's eyes that were originally as if his heart was dead immediately lit up with a desire for survival. This grandpa, I am the pawn of the mixed demon king of water dirty cave. I beg you to be generous and spare me this time. Hearing the other party introduce himself, Zhang Fan nodded slightly. In the original story, when the Monkey King returned to Mount Huagua, he heard the old monkey complaining that if he had come a year and a half later, not only would the water curtain cave have been taken over, but even his monkeys and grandchildren would have been left. And now at this stage, it should be the time when the demon king of the mixed world has just started to hit the idea of the waterfall cave, and he will send his demons to capture the monkeys and monkeys' grandchildren. Where is your king now? Seeing Zhang Fan continue to ask, the color in that tiger demon's eyes became even more vivid. Since he hadn't beheaded him in the first place, it proved that he was useful, and as long as he continued to keep it up, he thought that Zhang Fan would definitely let him go. Grandpa, my king just finished attacking the waterfall cave at this time. This should be on the way back. Are you trying to find him? Grandpa, don't worry, I am familiar with this area. Let me lead the way for you, and we will definitely be able to get there as fast as possible. The tiger demon tries to show his worth. However, at this time, he was thinking in his heart, this little white man looks thin and weak. I think he must not be the opponent of my family's great king. When I trick him over, and then secretly send a message to the great king, at that time, I must be considered to have made a great achievement. Just as the tiger demon was calculating in his heart, he suddenly felt the Zhang Fan in front of him become taller. No, to be precise, it was his perspective that was dropping. The tiger demon was surprised to the extreme and looked down, only to realize that his body was disappearing little by little. Why would he kill me? This was the last thought in the tiger demon's life. It's just as well that you're weak, but you're even trying to scheme against me. Looking at the tiger demon with only its head left, Zhang Fan's face was slightly cold. He didn't know the art of reading minds, but his five senses were extremely sharp, and he accurately discovered the malice in that tiger demon's eyes. In response, he naturally wouldn't be spoiled and directly decapitated him. Little monkey, does your family live in the waterfall cave? Zhang Fan turned his head to look at the little monkey, and the little monkey chirped at the sight. Seeing the situation, Zhang Fan then waved his palm and a spell was then cast. And then, he, who originally could only hear the sound of twittering, was suddenly able to understand the words of the little monkey. Fairy Lord, I am from the waterfall cave. Can you come home with me? Since you're from the waterfall cave, that's good. Zhang Fan smiled faintly and extended his palm. Is the fairy lord telling me to go up there? There was some uncertainty in the little monkey's eyes. Zhang Fan, on the other hand, nodded his head. When the little monkey sat to the palm of the past, Zhang Fan recluse method, will be transformed into a golden light, towards the distance and sped away.